RS-2063 was sold to Johnny von Neumann of Competition Motors in Los Angeles, who continued to race the car with reasonable success. Today, Porsche's first international race winner lives on in California after a surgical yet sensitive restoration by master craftsman Rod Emery. Renowned Porsche collector and custodian Cameron Healy exhibits the car at events like Porsche's Rennsport Reunion. Shortly after the maiden Le Mans victory, Professor Ferdinand Porsche sadly passed away on the 30th of January 1952, following a stroke in the autumn of 1951. However, one believes that the Professor would be delighted to see car number 46 living on in fine health, surrounded by enthusiasts who truly appreciate its significance in Porsche.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Good morning from Circuit de la Sarre. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go before we go into this warm-up session. Weather absolutely perfect here at the moment. 22 degrees Celsius in the air. Going to heat up to about 28 degrees Celsius, and with lows of around 14 during the night, which is right on the edge of switching from one tyre compound to another. What will the teams decide to do? They did quite a lot of night practice earlier on in the week. Hopefully they've been able to get the data to figure all of that out. Myself, Peter Mackay, alongside Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell, getting built up ready. Only 15-minute warm-up here, Bruce. That is, 4 laps, really. And as everyone rushes out the garages like this, it's going out of fashion at the moment, trying to get that track time in.
Yeah, I think very much 120 of the 62 cars entered are about to go onto the circuit together. We've said this year in, year out. Actually, is it better to scupper one of your laps and just go out into clear space? You're not going out to set a track time, a lap time. You're simply got to get a feel. It's so quick, slow, really, Paul. Wouldn't you say, when you go out for a warm-up, it's just a systems check, don't get any problems. But most years we do get a car that has a problem of some sort. And so far I've heard nothing untoward, but it's a strange stage, I say, the warm-up.
You can't afford to do, but you can't afford to miss it either. And as you say, the way that the level of readiness very high indeed for pretty much everybody. There may have been one or two that didn't spring out of their slots. 15 minutes. It's long enough to do a systems check. It's making sure that all the mechanics are ready, that everything fits where it's supposed to fit. Really just an all-round systems check, make sure the radio works, all the little niggly things that you don't want to be messing around trying to fix on the grid. There'll have been a lot of work done on the cars all day yesterday, so there's a systems check on those. I would expect at least half of the cars that we see going out to come in at the end of their first lap. They'll do an installation lap straight back in. Some of them may even use it as a pit stop practice, do a driver change. Mechanics can then get into the groove of changing wheels. that kind of thing. They won't do anything more than that. Certainly, if we see cars coming in at the end of their installation lap, that'll be no cause for concern. So I think, I hope everybody will keep it on the island, and it'll be a straightforward session. That's what we hope.
Yeah, let's hope so. And actually, just heard, and I haven't had a chance to check this, have this verified, but just as I was rushing into the booth ahead of the warm-up, that there's a bit of a problem, bit of a matter of incident yesterday at the driver parade, where the crew of the AF Corsa Orica for LMP2, car number 183, that's Ben Barnicoat, Francois Perraudot, and Mathieu Vassivier, were being taken around on the back of in a convertible, sitting on the back seats, and the driver gave it a little bit of a hoof to get it up the ramp, and they all toppled out of the car. That would be a unique way to get a non-start, but apparently everybody is fine. But on these, all the effort, PMAC, to get people here, and then you have something like that on the day of no consequence. But anyhow, I gather they're all fine, thank goodness.
That's good, yeah, because they're definitely in with a very strong shout of the LMP2 Pro-Am class, and why not have a challenge for a very strong finish in all of the LMP2s. You look down the Pro-Am field, yes, there's the bronze drivers in there who have to do 6 hours out of 24, but a lot of the bronze drivers have been here so long, they know this race really well, and the pace is strong.
Actually, everybody has to do 6 hours. The only drivers who don't have to do 6 hours are those that are in the hypercar class. But in LMP2 and in LMGT3, each of the drivers has to do a minimum of 6 hours. So you can't have a long pit stop because time spent in the pits doesn't count. So sometimes we see, less so often these days, but these long pit stops where you can lose 2 hours, 3 hours changing a starter motor or something like that, some element of the car that's difficult to get a hold of, and you've still got to get 3 of your drivers through doing 6 hours. So it can be a challenge.
It is, yeah, and a lot of the other 24-hour races around the world, you very often see teams fielding 4 drivers. That's very common at the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, but here, mandatory a maximum of 3 drivers.
Maximum and minimum of 3.
Yeah. So, it used to be that you could do it with 2, and that would sort of mid-80s would be the time when that started to fade out.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
You think back to those wins in the 70s, Derek Bell, Jackie Ickx, they weren't standalone for just being a 2-car driver lineup. Much, much harder. The cars were more physical then. Of course, the cars keep on changing over the years, and we had... while the cars are on their outlet, Paul, what did you make of the announcements yesterday from the ACO? Because going. Sorry, you probably want to talk about something different, but just to encapsulate the, basically the continual evolution of sports car racing.
The rules from 2030 that have been announced.
Yes.
You mean?
Sorry.
Yeah. So the direction is very much in the direction of LMDH. For 2030, in effect, there's going to be either what do they call it, a spine that you have to buy off the shelf from a recognised manufacturer, or a chassis that you buy off the shelf from a recognised manufacturer. And though, I say, either a spine or a chassis is the mandatory basis for your car, you have to be a hybrid. So Aston Martin, who currently don't have a hybrid on their car, will have to build a hybrid if they're going to still be in the WEC in 2030, and only 2-wheel drive, so only the rear wheels are allowed to be powered. Currently all of the LMH cars employ the hybrid motor on the front wheels, so in effect you're running a 4-wheel drive car for the period that your hybrid is in, over 120 kilometres an hour. But that is, as I say, the use of a hybrid, but the deployment of the hybrid has to be on the rear wheels. That's from 2030, so we don't need to worry about it just yet. But it does pose an interesting question for Ferrari, who are very clear about wanting to build the entire car in-house and not be getting supply from anywhere else.
Yeah, I read the press release that you could develop your own chassis.
Right. Okay.
That was how I read it. But you have the option to do one or the other.
Yeah, the chassis, but the chassis has to be built on a spine, and the spine, I think the spine was the word that was used. Give me a
It was. Sorry, I just want sort of an overview, just to stress how the sport continues to move on. It was just really the passage we had when I was talking about Derek Bell and Jackie Ickx and Mirage or whatever, 1973, etc., coming through, and how it constantly changes, but that's a good broad brush stroke.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that you're right, the broad brush point that's so important, and the start of the golden era that we have right now in sports car racing kicked off at Daytona in January in 2020, when the convergence was announced that you could build a car that could race in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in America and in the World Endurance Championship, and of course therefore at Le Mans. That is the most important point of all.
Absolutely. That's why we are where we are, and just other manufacturers queuing up to come in. There's been question marks about, obviously this was announced the last season of Alpine, just seen team boss Philippe Sino moving around his garage looking as concerned as he always does, and there may be another brand on that. In fact, talking of Alpine, one comes in, as Paul pointed out from the outset, a lot of cars in this batch, in the 15-minute warm-up, will do an out-lap, in-lap, maybe a driver change. In fact, that's already happening for the 115 Cadillac, the 101 Cadillac, but we're working through a warm-up system, but the main thing is the weather looks very, very uniform for the entirety of today and tomorrow, and for a lot of people. But I think the point you made, PMAC, that 14 degrees overnight, on the cusp of needing to change things, they must hope it'll stay at about 16. Nice in the campsites, but it's just introducing another variable.
No, I think then you can get a medium tyre to work at anything kind of above 15, and then otherwise you're maybe in a little bit of mix. We did see some teams running a mix. Let's get an update from the pits, a driver database informed report with Neil Cole, who's caught up with a man who knows how to get the job done here, Philippe Albuquerque.
You just talked to him about the driver change that was happening. There's only been a few minutes of action. Philippe Albuquerque, what can you tell us about conditions and what the plan is for this very short warm-up?
We are going through the car. Obviously, the guy's been rebuilding it, and then just check everything going normal. It's pretty normal, pretty nice, and as well, especially for the cold tires, because the track is pretty hot. So outlap was easy, and that's what we want, especially for the race start. It will be even warmer, so far so good.
I understand it's your birthday, so
yes.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, I'm used to do this birthday on this week, so today's the race start. I will be taking the start. Let's hope everything goes well, not just on my birthday, but as well the day after, right?
Your post-birthday day. But yes, talk me through the plan. So you've confirmed you will start. That's your birthday present. But then what's the plan for the rest of the longest night on Earth?
Well, again, same procedure as always. This is just a routine, like I will start, and Ricky, and then Jordan, and then we will have to adapt because the temperatures are rising, and we need to see how tire degradation will go on. I think everybody will be addressing that, like how much, you will triple stint. Will you use medium compound? Will you use hard compound tires? Because we never had these temperatures until now. So until now, we are always been using mediums and sometimes softs. So that would be a nice question to see, and for you guys to keep tracking who is going on a hard compound.
Well, I'll make sure I'll come back and check in with you if you can update me on what you're using.
I will be asking you what the other guys are doing. So again, obviously cars are different, but for sure we have 3 cars here in Cadillac, and we will be trying to give as much as information, and depending on the times that we're going to try to do it or not, or if we just stick for mediums, I think that's going to be the question. And in the night, will you go for soft compound? Will you stay on a medium? So we have these questions still to be answered, and to see if other cars can react better to those tires or not.
And you've made a very good point. Standing in the garage, for those who haven't seen this, listening on the radio, it is a 3-car garage. It's very open between the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and your car. So you are all working together.
Yes, it's completely a one team. Obviously, they're okay. There is different names, but and different stickers on some cars, but it's just one banner, one server. So we are all sharing information. And sometimes when a guy takes a different decision, they will ask why you do this and why did it work. So again, working as a team, and I think it's paying dividends. The investment of Cadillac is not just 1 year. It's the commitment for the whole manufacturer. Last year we had 4 cars, this year are 3, and we can see that Wayne Taylor Racing, as the solo entry, we are much closer to the Jota cars. For example, even in qualifying, I think we believe we did a little mistake with, I was the only car on mediums. In IMSA, we don't have the choice of choosing a compound, so it's set for everybody, it's the same. And here, and especially Le Mans, you have the choice of compounds to use whenever you want. So all these little bits, when we are looking at lap times being pole position yesterday was fought by, or Thursday was fought by 5,000 in a track of 13 kilometers. It's just madness how competitive everyone is, and we are fighting for 10th of a second all the time. So all these things matter in the end of the day. But again, in the race now it's a different breed in a way that we won't have no issues, because the moment you pull the car in, you're done. You will not get back 1 minute or 2 minutes, unless obviously there is a safety car can help you, but you should not rely on luck.
Well, having said that, good luck. Happy birthday,
Yeah,
Felipe, from everyone listening, and have a great race.
Enjoy the race, guys.
Thanks, Felipe.
Felipe Albuquerque, what a character he is. And if there's any young drivers listening, or managers of young drivers, that is the gold standard of an interview right there. That's that openness. I mean, Felipe's done a lot of his racing in the United States. That shows there. What a guy. 41 years old, but definitely 41 years young, actually, would be the better way to
Oh,
put
look,
it,
100%. I've always, ever since I met Felipe, I've had enormous respect for him, because I'll just give you a little vignette. When he was competing in A1GP, the single-seater series, mainly in the Southern Hemisphere in the winter, lots of other drivers driving for the nations would have great fun with each other on the bus. Felipe would always sit down with an engineer and just have a broad brushstroke conversation. He's a sponge for knowledge. And mysteriously, that does appear to have resulted in winning Daytona twice, etc., etc., being in the European Le Mans Series champion. He's very analytical, but he's one of those drivers who's just always cool and calm, and I like that.
I suspect a future in commentary, if he wants it, would be about. He's very good at explaining things without, and I'm sure the thing is he's not going to be giving away any secrets, but also giving us some fantastic insight and information of what's going on for the crews. For example, for Felipe, only driver to qualify on mediums. I missed that during the hypercar session, and he's absolutely right. In IMSA, it's the same tyre,
but it's fixed.
But Michelin decide what compound you're going to get, with the exception of Daytona, where there is the option of the soft in the night. But it has to be quite cold for them to use it.
Just 4 minutes of the session remain.
No,
it does fly by. One car hasn't been out, which is number 13, appropriately entered by 13 Autosport. It's the Corvette, which is shared by Ore Fidani, Lars Kern, Matt Bell. Don't quite know why they haven't yet come out.
Well, we may find out.
We can find out.
Yeah.
But apart from that, 61 of the 62 entries have shown up in the warm-up. Nothing to be gained from being out in the warm-up. It's not a mandatory session. I said earlier on, there's one of those things you can't afford to miss, but on the other hand, only bad things happen in warm-up.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, let's just run you down what's happened at the top of the order. We've got them in pairs. We've got two Ferraris, number 51 with Alessandro Pierguidi ahead of the sister car, which has actually just been into the pits, and Miguel Molina has hopped on board the 50. Then of the Toyotas, in third and fourth, it's the number 8, Sebastian Buemi, ahead of number 7, Mike Conway. And then there were two BMWs, but a Genesis Magma has just split them. So it's René Rast in 5th overall, Danny Juncadella in the Genesis. That's car number 19, goes up ahead of the second of the BMWs, which has got Kevin Magnussen on board. But for the Ferrari fans, well, exciting times, but it is just the warm-up.
Interestingly, in this warm-up session, the fastest car, Alessandro Pierguidi, Ferrari F Corsa number 51, 12-lap-old soft tyres on the car right now. And as we touched upon, the ambient temperature is climbing over 22 degrees Celsius now, and that is quite above the window that the soft tyres supposed to work. But pulling a good lap time out, what a 3:26.5 is a strong race pace number, I would suggest.
It certainly is. I'm just trying to get my head around why he's gone for that particular option. But then again, it's such a short session. All it takes is another car sitting in front of you for several corners, and in terms of your pace, you're going to drop away from that. But dry conditions, sunny weather here on Saturday as we approach lunchtime. Oh, did someone mention lunch? I'm on. But yeah, so Ferrari's first and second. In LMP2, it's EDEX Sports, who obviously qualified very, very well at the front of that pack. Joe Manutut ahead of Esteban Masson, whose car also went very, very well in qualifying. That's number 29 for STA Racing by Pani. So maybe it's not circumstantial. Third in class, Matthias Besch, the Swiss racer, in the third of the LMP2 cars, but the one that's top in the Pro-Am class. In If you've got a Corvette, you're looking so you've got a smile in your face in GT3. They're first and second, both from TS Sport. It's Johnny Edgar, top of the class at the moment, car number 33, and number 2, Ben Green. So 2 British drivers for a British team on board American machinery and Iron Lynx. Good to have some Mercedes up at the front end. Maxime Martin is the driver of the Iron Lynx Mercedes, but at the moment, not much change happening out on the board. You can expect the second flying laps and the third flying laps to be a bit quicker. Then that checkered flag will fall in just over a minute, just under a minute.
Now, the grid is going to follow this warm-up session. Paul Truswell taking us through how they will line up for the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. On one of the grid sheets, Paul, the LMP2 pole sitter, whoever was quickest in qualifying for LMP2 was the number 29 Forestier Panis car with Esteban Masson and Ollie Gray, etc. But it's not showing as starting from pole in class now. Is there a story there?
Yes, there is. It had a place drop of 1 position on the grid, actually following qualifying on Wednesday night, because they were judged to have been guilty of impeding another car, a GT3 car, which they'd just overtaken, and they'd done their quick lap. Trying to remember who it was. It was Esteban Masson who was in the car. They'd done their quick lap. Masson then claimed he was on the radio to the team and talking about his fast lap. He then didn't look in his mirrors and was judged to have impeded the LM GT3 car behind him, which he'd just overtaken. So he was penalised by 1 grid place on the grid. So the pole position car in LMP2 will be the EDEX Sport Job van Outert car. That's number 28, with the number 29 car having a line up alongside it on LMP2. So interestingly, the only grid, given that we've got 3 grids, one for hypercars, one for LMP2, one for LMGT3, the only grid that has the quickest car on pole position is the LMGT3 car, because the fastest car in hypercar is demoted to 10th on the grid. Fastest car on LMP2 demoted to 2nd on the grid.
Very interesting, yeah. But actually, for that sort of event, just losing 1 position on the grid is, I'd say, is relatively lenient.
True, and not as bad as the racing team Turkey by TF, talking of LMGT3, the Corvette, which Charlie Eastwood would be driving amongst others, the number 34 car. That had all of its times disallowed from the Wednesday night qualifying session for strakes on the rear of the car that were judged to be a little bit too high. How does that happen on an LMGT3 car? I'm not sure. But it did, and so not only did they lose their times from Wednesday night, but that put them out of the hyperpole sessions, so they're starting dead last on the grid. So a drama for 1 car in each class, in fact, with that the racing team Turkey. It's a Tom Ferrier TF entered car, but prepared car, but Salih Ulic, the Turkish element in that Chevrolet Corvette.
I would say they've got a very strong chance of the win, even from that grid position, because the Corvette's been very fast at top end, good lap times, and Peter Dempsey, arguably the strongest bronze driver in the field. I mean, he's an amazing pedigree in single-seaters. You think someone who's his age and has a single-seater background is, I'm sure he was delighted when his bronze grading came through, because, he's quick.
I mean,
sort of slipped through the net in many ways. It gives him a golden year. Well, and we'll see what ranking he gets next year, but you might as well maximise that moment, see what you can achieve. Right, a little bit of a change at the top. I mean, the last few cars still coming around to take the checker flag. It's still 2 Ferraris first and second, with the number 51 ahead of number 50. Therefore, Alessandro Pierguidi ahead of the sister car. Toyota up to 3rd place, the number 8 one with Sebastian Buemi. And the move towards the end was Alpine going to 4th. That's the number 36 entry. We saw them having a nose change in the end of the opening lap, with Fred Machiavicki moving up. In CrowdStrike by APR have put a Pro-Am LMP2 car to the top of their class, Alexander Quinn. Still quick times coming in, but that's very much the nature of this. 15 minutes all in for warm-up. By the time you've scrambled around, got out the pit, scramble around the opening lap, and then start to wind it up. And at the moment, we've only got times set quality times set by 16 of the 18 cars in the hypercar class, but I guess the other 2 are probably putting a quick lap in now, and suddenly they'll come onto the front page of the timing screen, when effectively, if they did an out lap, came into the pits, a lot of them are still, if they're going to do 1 flying lap, they're doing it right now.
Yeah, and cars still actually just coming through Mulsanne Corner on a flag, on a lap which they will take the checkered flag on. So, we've got a couple of minutes yet, although the session is over, a couple of minutes yet until times will come in.
Feedback from your side, Ken? Oh, fine. Oh, good.
Voice of Kevin Magnussen there on the BMW M Team WRT number 15 car, which runs the traditional BMW M colours, which run very, very similar colour scheme to the original Martini Racing colours. There's a bit of a theory that there was influence, shall we say, by that.
You mean they'd bought the paint, they'd had to redistribute it in a different pattern, perhaps?
Maybe.
Got the Pantone in.
Only one overall win ever for BMW here at Le Mans in 1999 with what a car that was, the V12 LMR.
Wasn't a bad sound, I think.
It sounded pretty good.
Absolutely, and I mean, you could argue that 1995 with the McLaren F1 GTR, obviously it wasn't a BMW entry, but it was powered by a BMW V12. But certainly, I think BMW are counting that amongst their potential things that they could claim as being winners. Tenuous.
In that case, Ford would be a very successful. Well, more than they already are. Yeah,
absolutely right. Just going back to what you were saying about winning the race starting from the back. We get excited about Hyperpole because it's great theatre, but ultimately grid positions don't play a huge role in the 24 hours. Just checking back, pole position has only gone on to win the race 13 times since 1963, which was the first year that we actually had a pole position, or the fastest lap time was put at the front of the grid. So prior to that, there were other means of deciding what order the cars were going to start in, usually based on engine capacity. That also coincided with the number of the car. But from 1963 onwards, there was a qualifying session which determined grid positions. But since 1963, the person who sat on pole position has only won 13 times.
That's a small number. That's not a good ratio at all. I would wager. It's exciting though, isn't it? I mean, coming back to the point of qualifying though, last year the Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Kevin Estre and who else was it? Lawrence Vantor and Matt Campbell, they ran in the race, a perfect race, and Kevin Estre's opening stint was one of the best I've ever seen of anyone.
And scything through traffic was unbelievable. And he didn't have a good grid position, but an overtaking in hypercars is not an easy task.
No. And they lost by how much at the end of the race?
14.8, I think, seconds.
You could put that in that first hour.
Yeah.
So there you
absolutely.
can make an argument that qualifying is important, but it's. But then if you're in, say, the top 10, if you're 8th, it would have been a different story, but being 20th or whatever they started last year. So it's, as long as you don't have an utterly terrible qualifying, you're in the mix.
No, entirely. And I love your level of accuracy, but 14.08 seconds.
Zero. I knew there was a 14.
But we will give you, I think you've absolutely nailed it. But yeah, I mean, it's the number of ifs and buts and maybes, and to come down to such a small margin. And we've been talking a lot, Paul and I, about how it's steering clear of getting penalties. They just wreck your race. Every team will get them at some point in this race, you feel. It's just a question of how you keep those under control and just give yourself the best chance. So for the Ferrari fans, it wasn't a brilliant qualifying, but it's all looking pretty good for them, according to the warm-up.
Well, a lot of chat around Mike Conway and his potential future with the Toyota hypercar team. Has won with them before, has become world champion with them before. Let's catch up with him with Neil Cole down in the pits for this Driver Database Informed interview.
Mike Conway, so what have you gleaned from that session, and what can you tell us about the tyres and this new car?
Yeah, mainly just to make sure everything's running okay today, and just to make sure system settings and all that stuff is fine. And yeah, that was kind of it, honestly. Car feels okay. We ran a tyre that we're not going to run anyway at the start, so yeah, warmer today, so I think picking the right tyre will be key in moments. So yeah, but all okay.
temperatures are going to be unusual, and you'll start the race, correct?
Yep, I'll start. Yeah, warm, dry. So yeah, clean start.
I can see you're pensive. Have a good race.
Thanks.
Always concise with his thoughts is Mike Conway, a very focused man, very experienced, and yeah, what does his future hold? That's the big question mark.
I think what he did say, you listen to, tyres are going to be crucial, how you choose the tyres. Michelin does have this new compound for this year, which enables more of an overlap between whether you use the soft or the medium. And in fact, looking down at the tyre usage during that session, Ferrari used both soft and the medium tyre during the session. So they did a bit of a back-to-back test. Maybe they were using that to decide what they're going to start the race on. Felipe Albuquerque also suggested there was going to be a chance of using the hard tyre as well, which if it does get up to, somebody said 28 degrees later on today, before it starts getting cooler, then you'll need to be on the hard tyre, because certainly the soft won't work at that temperature. The medium's going to struggle if you're going to use it for a triple stint. So the way you use the tyres, the way the tyre degradation happens over the course of a double or a triple stint is going to be absolutely crucial, because if you start bleeding the lap time in the final stint of a triple, what do? Do you come in early to get a new set of tyres on and preserve your lap times, or do you stretch it out, stay out late, just in order to use as much of the fuel as you can to the end of the stint? And that is a decision that the teams are going to have to be making on the hoof, on the fly, when they see what the tyre degradation is. And
that's what I think makes this race so interesting to follow, is what is everybody doing, trying to figure it out. And if you're a regular listener to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, you know that how good the man you've just heard from, Paul Truswell, is about following that, and we all just sort of try and sit in the slipstream and try and make it sound entertaining from then on. We've got countdown to green coming very soon. We'll have the honour roll as well, honouring those who the motorsport world and the automotive world has sadly lost over the last 12 months. And we're not far away. What are we, just coming up to 3.5 hours to the green flag here at the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we have uninterrupted flag-to-flag coverage here on Radio Le Mans. As always, the 21st year of Radio Show Limited running this iconic radio service. A pleasure to be involved, but a big grid to go through, and now we hand to Paul Truswell, who's going to take us through that grid.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The third row of the grid is the number 101 Cadillac. This is the Cadillac WTR entry, the V-Series R, which was qualified and will be started by Felipe Albuquerque, and he will be joined in the car by brothers Ricky and Jordan Taylor, the two sons of Wayne Taylor, which is WT part of Cadillac WTR. So number 101 starting fifth on the grid on the third row, and alongside, making a great debut here at Le Mans, is the Genesis Magma racing car number 19, the so-called Genesis GMR 001 hypercar. As they making their debut here at Le Mans, Daniel Juncadella will be starting in that car, although the time in qualifying in the hyperpole session was actually set by Paul-Luc Chatin. That's the number 19 Genesis. So Cadillac and Genesis is the third row of the grid, cars number 101 and 19. The fourth row, car number 009, the fastest of the Aston Martins, getting right up there near the front of the grid as well. 009 is in the hands of Marco Sorensen, who will be starting the car. It was qualified in the hyperpole session by Roman De Angelis, and the third driver of that car is Alex Riberas. And alongside the 009 is the first of the Ferraris, only on the fourth row, car number 51. And that's the car which James Collado qualified in hyperpole. He'll be joined, the start driver will be Antonio Giovinazzi. .50 then on the sixth row of the grid, alongside the Aston Martin number 007. Row 7 is the second of the Alpines, car number 36, and this is the car that's driven by Fred Macavici. He'll be starting the car. Jules Bounon set the qualifying time. The On the third row, we've got the number 4 car, which is the fastest of the Pro-Am entries in LMP2, and this is the CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Then Barney Coate and Francois Perrodo, and that car will be started by Mathieu 21 Vista AF Corsa car, and this will be driven by Francois Heriot, started indeed by Francois Heriot, and he shares with Simon Mann and Alessio Rovera. It was Alessio Rovera who set the time in that car, so Aston Martin and Ferrari sharing the front row of the grid. Aaron Young, that's number 32 on row 3, and alongside it, again teamed side by side, the two BMWs, number 69 is the other entry in the LMG T3 class. This is Dan Harper's car, or Dan will be starting it, but he shares with Parker Thompson and Anthony McIntosh. That's car number 69. So 32 and 69, the two Team WRT BMW M4s on the third row. Row 4 is car number 74, and this is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Dennis Marshall, the start driver there, he's sharing with Lorenzo Patrese. Yes, that is the son of Riccardo Patrese, and Dustin Blackler, the third driver of the 74 Ferrari. And alongside them is the second of the Aston Martins for the Heart Racing team, car number 23, Johnny Adam, making a welcome return to Le Mans, having driven by Valentin Hasse-Clos, Marius Fossard and Clément Matteau, and Racing Team Turkey Corvette was shoved to the back of the grid with no time from qualifying. It will, though, partake of the race and be aiming to be another of the finishers when it comes to the end on Sunday afternoon. But those are your 62 entries, as I say, in 3 classes for the 94th edition of the 24 Heures du Mans.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
In the last 21 running of the Le Mans 24 Hours at the Circuit de la Sarthe, we've been privileged to watch some outstanding motor racing and events that have created memories for everybody around the world. We've also had the great good fortune to see a lot of drivers who we can honestly call friends being successful there, and I'm standing with one of them right now. David Brabham, winner in 2009 with Peugeot. First of all, do you still think about that event and standing on the top step of the podium at Le Mans?
Well, hi, John. I don't think you can ever forget about Le Mans, let's face it. I mean, I did 18 of them, and I had lots of highs and lots of lows and scary moments and whatever, and drove with fantastic teams, stood on the podium with teammates and all the mechanics, the engineers that you work with, and of course, you know, your family are traipsing around with you as well occasionally and giving you support. So it certainly has enriched my life, you know, and you know, I was lucky enough to have situations where I had some success there as well. So do I think about it every day? No. And sometimes, you know, when people come up and say, hey, can you sign this? It's a car from Le Mans, and the memory starts coming back. And but I mean, for me, Le Mans is special. It will always be special. Yeah.
You could and possibly should have won outright before then in the Bentley era, because you had one small problem that cost you a bit of time in the pits that year, and you come away from that, particularly in a programme that was so public facing as Bentley, because the Bentley return to Le Mans was stuff of legend.
Yeah.
And you come away from that being so close, did you think, bum, I nearly said something else there, I might not get another chance like that?
Yeah, but those thoughts did cross my mind at the time. I was in the car when we finished, and as you said, we had a battery problem, and we had to replace 2 batteries, which cost us, I think it cost us 10 minutes, and we lost by 2 laps. So we were quick,
Yeah.
In fact, I was at a function with Mark Blundell the other day.
Yeah.
Actually, it was the Cadillac one in the RAC club, and he mentioned that race, and our car was on lap times quicker, but of course, that doesn't mean you win Le Mans either. You know what I mean? I've done that plenty of times.
Well, I'll tell you what though, David, in those days, only having 10 minutes of extra pit time, normally, that would have still put you in with a chance with a win, but the team car never stuttered. I think, looking back now, I think it spent just under 25 minutes in the pit for the whole race, so pretty much a minute an hour on average in the pit. Stints were longer in those days, in fairness, but my goodness me, 10 minutes then, you could have still won that race, but your team car was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, they did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
They never made a mistake. The car ran reliably. I think the only time it failed was at the end when the clutch went after they'd stopped the race.
It was incredible.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you have to remind yourself, even though I can't tell you how gutted I was when I went across the line. I felt as flat as a pancake. I just finished second at Le Mans with Bentley in a 1-2, which was such an historic situation. And it was a big event, and a lot of pressure on everybody in the program because it was year 3 of the program, and
last year.
New car.
Yeah.
And different drivers. I think it was only Guy that remained as all the drivers. So the pressure was on. They were spending more money than I think they anticipated for the program, and it was high stakes. So for all of us, not just the drivers, but everybody involved in that program to finish, 1-2.
Yeah.
Was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. And I remember going up to the podium. Like I said, I was so gutted, and I did think, oh, am I ever going to have another shot? You know what I mean? And I got up there, and Johnny Herbert and Mark Blundell, who I was racing with, were already up on the podium waiting for me. They just put their arm around me and says, well, there's nothing we can do now. Just enjoy it. You know what I mean? And it was like, and it took a while to sort of let go of the disappointment, but I did at that time go, yeah, look, I'm on the podium. You see thousands of people in front of you. They're all happy that Bentley has won.
Yeah.
And, just to be a part of that and be a Bentley boy, which there's not many of those in the world.
Ooh, do you know what? I literally got shivers as you said that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's only really but when I'm having interviews like this that I really go back in time and remember all of that. But it was a special time and a real privilege to be a part of it.
So, David, you'd had success in America, of course, with the American Le Mans Series. We didn't have a World Championship at the time. We didn't need it because Dom Peno's put the American Le Mans Series together. And I mean, that had such an effect on world sports cars. Certainly, I wouldn't be where I am now today, and a lot of other drivers probably would say the same. So you had that success in America. You got so close at Le Mans. How did the Peugeot thing come around in 2009? Even before you got Le Mans, what led up to that, and how did you end up in that car?
Totally unexpected, to be fair. Obviously, I had good success in 2007 and 8 with the Aston Martin, where we finished first on, obviously, going up on the podium.
Actually, which is another thing, there you go, you didn't win with Bentley outright, but, Aston Martin, another great British brand, another great Le Mans brand, and you get on the podium for them.
Yeah, exactly, which was fantastic achievement, obviously, for the whole team to win 2 years in a row. And even when I was doing that, I was signed by Highcroft Racing and Acura to do the P2 program and the P1 program. And obviously the P1 program came in 2009, and I went. And you remember the financial crisis that hit the world at that point. Our program was on. It was off. It was on. It was off. I don't know how many. I lost count how many times I got a call say, "Yeah, program's been canned." Honda have canned it. No, it's back on again. All right. So this went on for quite some time, and then it was on. So we all flew to I flew to Sebring, met the team there, and we were ready to start testing with this program. And then I woke up in the morning, got an email from Peugeot, and it just said one line: "Are you free for Le Mans?"
You kidding me?
No,
that's how it
That's
happened.
how it happened, yeah. And I'm like, hang on, I've got to read that again. And
Serious question then. Do you look and see who sent it and think, this is who sent me this? Who's wound me?
No. I mean, it was Serge.
Right.
Yeah,
really?
that sent me the email, and I knew who that was.
Yeah.
And I'm reading it, and of course I've answered back immediately to say, well, I am free for Le Mans, but I have to get permission from the team and Honda. Now, you've got to remember, both of them were in P1.
Yeah.
So there were two competing at Sebring. We were up against each other. And
Honda weren't going to Le Mans, were they?
No, Honda and Highcroft, there was no plans that year to go to Le Mans. Too early in the program, I think. I mean, the team, Duncan Dayton, fantastic guy, great team. He just said, oh, mate, what an opportunity. I mean, we'd have no problem. Took about 3 days for Honda to come back and say, yeah, all good. Yep. So then when I got home, I was off to Paris. And I remember sitting there with Serge and Bruno Famin came in. Yeah. And Bruno wasn't too keen on the idea, to be fair.
Really?
No, because obviously I was a factory driver for Honda, kind of racing against them a little bit. Yeah. So he was slightly concerned that obviously I'd be in an environment that I would take information over there, and I just said, look, I said the reason I'm probably sitting in this room is because the way I go about my business. All right. And that's all I said. And he just looked at me and he went, well, okay. And that was it. Well, I signed a contract and off I went, yeah.
And what was the preparation like? Because, of course, it was the big diesel engines, which were quite quiet, but they had loads of torque. Very different to what you were driving with Honda at that time, which were revvy, screamy things.
Yeah, very much so. I mean... the diesel power, I'd never experienced it, I've watched it, and you just go, my God, those things are like rockets down the straight. And I remember you asked me about the preparation. Now, I signed in February, early Feb. So between Feb and June, I did three 30-hour tests in preparation for Le Mans. I didn't do all of them because I was racing in America. And I was knackered before the race, I'll tell you. I was literally going from, a 30-hour test and then back for a race in America and then back for another 30-hour test, another race in America. And I kind of lost my voice. I was so knackered. I kind of nearly lost my voice. But the preparation was insane. And like I said, I remember jumping in the car at Barcelona for the first 30-hour test.
30-hour test at Barcelona. Yeah. Did you get dizzy?
Yeah, well, there was not really, but it was knackering for all of us. It was. And then I drive down the pit lane, pop the pit lane limiter off, and I start accelerating towards turn one. I've gunned it. I want to see what this thing feels like. Of course.
And this is your first time in the car.
First time in the car, and as I was getting closer to turn one, the smile on my face just got bigger and bigger because I was thrown into the back of the seat. I mean, I
really
hadn't felt acceleration like that, except for I drove Lord Paul Drayson's electric Lola.
World Land Speed record car,
yeah. I drove that just a week before they broke the record.
Right.
And that was impressive. And this had the same kind of
so was this, I mean, you drove F1 back in the day, so was it F1 levels of acceleration or even more so because it was a bigger, heavier car? That makes it even more impressive in some respect.
Yeah, I think because the car is a big, heavy car and to feel that kind of acceleration, was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
And I got to...
Did you make turn one, by the way? Did you break it?
Yeah. I made turn one, but at the same time, just before I hit the brake, I went, I can win Le Mans in this thing.
In that moment?
In that moment, I said in
my
head...
hang on, 150, 200 metres of letting the pit lane speed limiter off, and you were already going, this could be the chance. This could put me back on since 2003.
I didn't say could or would or whatever. I just said, I can win this race.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was as clear as day to you.
Clear as day. Yeah, that I had a car capable of winning Le Mans.
What does that do to you in terms of your mental state when you go to Le Mans knowing that? Because there's so many other factors, of course, but knowing that what you've got underneath you can win the race, does that help you, or does it hinder you?
No, it definitely helps you. I mean, it just gives you your motivation, the determination. You feel part of something special that's got a great shot at winning Le Mans. I've been to Le Mans when you know you just ain't got a chance. You know what I mean? I've done that for a few years. A bit like the Panos. You know, the Panos was never designed to go to Le Mans and win Le Mans. So we went there and competed. We finished 5th, which was a massive result for the car. Was never going to beat some of the competition. No. So you knew you were never going to win. But then with the Bentley, I felt, had a 50-50 chance of winning that one. Yeah. And then obviously with the Peugeot, I felt, there was 3 Peugeots, obviously. Yes, exactly. And they were quick, and obviously Audi were a big competition at that time as well.
And that rivalry was huge at the time, wasn't it? And, Peugeot, somewhat stung by the fact with their diesel engines all the way around the world and the reputation that they had, particularly in places like Africa, for reliability without diesel. And Audi had picked them to the post with the diesel win at their race. Yeah. But you were in the same position. You said with Bentley, 50-50 chance. Well, now you had a 33% chance because there was 3 cars in there, including an all French crew, which eventually came second here. By the way, go and look it up. David beat the Audis by 6 laps. Well, not on his own, obviously, but 6 laps. That was the kind of margins.
Is that how much we won?
Yeah. But no, from the Audi. You were 1 lap ahead of your teammate. Yeah. And 6 laps.
Were we? I can't remember. Yeah.
Wow. So you went in there, and there was a lot of focus on the French crew. So much so, I don't think there was a model for sale of your car at Le Mans, because I looked for it and I couldn't find one. Did that come over in the team? It's a while back. You can tell us the truth now. Were the French the favoured sons?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, it was. I look back in that situation, and a lot went on. Mm-hmm. A lot went on. Obviously, when I was signed, Anthony Davidson was going to be signed. He had a contract, apparently. He was going to be one of the drivers. And I don't know what happened, but then all of a sudden I get this call and off I go. Mm-hmm. And I think they wanted a 3rd car as a backup.
Yeah.
As in 3 experienced old guys who'd been there enough.
It wouldn't cause any trouble.
Well, yeah, exactly.
No, seriously, yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously. It really were the 3rd car. The French crew were number 1. Mm-hmm. The other car was number 2. You can see that. But the pressure between the number 1 and number 2 for the drivers was so intense.
Oh, really?
And the culture in the team was such that if drivers weren't fast, you got fired. It was that kind of pressure that they were all under, And
literally thumb under the chin every time you came off the pit lane speed limit.
The drivers, all those guys were hanging it out, like really to save their jobs more than anything, as well as winning Le Mans. It was the pressure. It was an interesting experience because we could separate ourselves from that.
Because you weren't expected to do anything. You were just the spare.
We were there to do what we did, really. If everything else went wrong with the other cars, there we were to pick up the pieces, and that's what happened. Do you know what I mean? We could do our own program. I turned up there having had such a very successful run in American Le Mans Series. I think in 2008 I was voted best sports car driver in the world. So I was kind of at a high level. And normally I'd walk into the team and it was like, okay, this is the way we're going. This is what we're doing. But when I went to Peugeot, that was Alex Wurz. That wasn't going to be me. Right. And I recognized that straight away. And I went, right, okay, I'm his wingman.
Yeah.
So you've got to put the ego away.
Yeah.
And you've got to look at what is the chemistry in that environment that's going to make the best scenario and the best decision making.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a completely different mindset to everybody else. Mm-hmm. And we noticed in practice that the ends of the splitters were cracking. And obviously at Le Mans, you're doing 200 odd mile an hour on each of the straights. That's a lot of air damage that can happen with something that's starting to crack open. And we decided, actually, as a group, as our car, number 9, we had decided not to go over the curbs as aggressively to save the front splitter from the damage, and that was our approach.
And that was a conscious decision early on, was it?
Yeah.
Test day sort of thing.
Yeah. We we're in the team. We can see all these problems, and we sat down and we said, look, we don't really need that in the race. What are we going to do? So we'll have to just drive accordingly, and we did. And so we were a little bit slower than the other cars. And then when it came to the race, pit lane accident straight away with the second car.
Yeah.
And then the other guys were quicker, but they kept having to change front splitters. And so that put us back in the lead again, and it just kind of fell our way. We were very close to losing the race. There was a safety car, big accident.
Yes.
Big accident on the Mulsanne Straight. Safety car came out, we came in, and we had a clutch problem. And Mark Genet was in the car, and as he went out of his final stint, the safety car was just behind him down the pit lane. So by the time he came out just in front. Now, if that was the other way, if he was only a few meters back, we would have had to stop, wait, and the lead French car would have then got in front, and then that would have been it. So we were literally meters away from losing that race. And the same situation happened with my brother Jeff, who also won, and he was in a similar situation. Third driver, he was the older statesman, 2 young drivers, Eric Hillary and Christophe Bouchou, young guns, French, and but they were the third car. And
it's a family trait, David.
It
obviously.
Is, yeah. Well, we obviously fantastic. My brother and I won for Peugeot. But very similar circumstances. And Jeff said after the race, mate, I was watching you. It was like a carbon copy of our race. You know what I mean? Really. So
standing back up on that top step of the podium, then, was it made all the sweeter by the fact of what had gone before? Yeah, you'd stood there for Aston in the GT, but this was an overall Le Mans victory that you'd been so close to. In some ways, it might have been better for the Bentley to go out in the first hour, and then you wouldn't have felt that close. I don't know. Hugh Chamberlain, God rest his soul, always used to say, if I'm going to go out at Le Mans, I want it to be before the pubs close. Yeah, right. Which is very, very Hugh. But also because of the inter-team machinations, you guys must have been on top of the world at that point.
Well, it was a slightly, felt like a bittersweet victory, to be fair. Because, I mean, we were told during the race, we got a brake problem, you're going to have to brake early. Oh, there's something wrong with the fuel measuring meter, we're going to have to bring you in a lap early. Felt like everything was done to try and keep us from winning. That's what it felt like.
Really?
So the team felt it, the guys on our crew, and so there were moments that we were like, I remember standing there with Alex Wirtz, and we were fuming of the situation. But of course then it all kind of fell our way, and the crew and ourselves, very similar to what you were saying with the Bentley that won the race. The least amount of time was spent in the pits. And for me, that was the third year in a row I'd been a part of a crew that had the least amount of time in the pits. And that's how you win Le Mans, you know what I mean? And it will give yourself a great shot at winning Le Mans. And so when I look back, obviously fantastic memories, and I remember, as you say, standing on the podium 2 years previously, walking off, then seeing the overall winners going on there, and sort of saying to myself, Jesus, it feels amazing to be on the podium here as a class winner. What is it like when you get up the top spot? And then next year I'm standing on the top spot, having won overall. And the feeling was exactly the same. There wasn't any different to the feeling. You just don't feel any different. The sort of takeaway for me was throughout my career, it was the first time I would say I generally had a deep and respectful meaning in regards to the people that's been on your journey.
Yes.
You know, your family that have supported you, all the different teams, all the different mechanics, all the different teammates. You know, the crew 9, you know, the car 9 crew, Alex and Mark and I stood there. I remember just thinking, it's not about the trophy, it's about the journey. And that was my big takeaway.
You've always been a deep thinker, as well as a brilliant driver. And you've always been a gentleman when I or one of our team have had to stick a microphone under your nose in bad times as well as good. I've thoroughly enjoyed being a tiny little part of that journey, or at least watching it from afar. David Brabham, Le Mans winner for Peugeot in 2009. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, mate. Really appreciate it.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
I've heard it said that coming to Le Mans is akin to a sickness, a disease. It gets into your bloodstream, and then round about January and February you start getting itchy and waiting for June to come around. It's a reasonable analogy, actually. There is something very special about this place. And we talk about the dynasties over the last 100 years of the Grand Prix d'Endurance. And you think of some of the major car manufacturers' names that have been here, some of the big name drivers. What's often forgotten are the teams, because without the teams, none of that can happen. And there's a very special anniversary going on in 2026, because it is 25 years of Le Mans participation for ProDrive. And I'm delighted to say that sitting to my left here, enjoying a cup of coffee in the paddock, is David Richards. Where did that time go, first of all, David?
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? The time flies by. You meet people in the paddock. I meet so many old friends here. As you rightly say, you come back once a year, and it's like, you know, going back home again.
What was the plan? Cast your mind back a quarter of a century. Can you remember what the plan was? It was Ferrari in those days, and a very different world from where we are with the manufacturer-built cars. You guys had to go out and do everything yourself, and it wasn't as straightforward as knocking on the door of Maranello and saying, please, can we have a 550 body in white, please?
Not in the slightest. It was, I think the base car was bought on the Fulham Road in London, and a second-hand car that had sort of done many miles, and the only thing George who's the chief engineer at the time, was interested in, had it been in a shunt, and was the engine still okay? Yeah. And but they did an incredible job. If I look back now, it's very different these days, as you rightly point out. You know, we take now, if you're designing a new GT3 car, you're looking for 2 years' work or 18 months minimum, and that was done in about 4 months.
So George Howard Chapel literally was scouring the for sale ads for a Ferrari 550M and went and... It was a driver, as you say. It wasn't as if it had been involved in an accident. So he went down there, paid the money, and what? Drove it back up to Banbury.
Yeah, I was there actually when he drove into the car park, and he said, "Here's the car I've just bought, and this will be our race car." And we were just discussing it the other evening. But it's worlds apart, as you rightly say now. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not so sure. But it was different.
Why was the choice made back then to be a Ferrari, and was it just a flat no from Ferrari? They didn't see the value at that point of building quote-unquote customer GT cars?
I don't remember. Jean Todt was very supportive. Jean, when I went to see him, he was the head of Ferrari Motorsport, he was supportive of the idea. But I think the idea of a Ferrari being built in Banbury was a little bit strange for them. And, but we went on to build 10 or 11 cars in the end, and great success with the cars, and I wish I had one now because they're very valuable.
The scary thing about that, David, is in a few weeks' time I'll be at Le Mans Classic, which is for the newer cars, and the GT1s and even now the GT3s have a class of their own, and I keep thinking to myself, I commentated on these, what was that, 4 or 5 years ago, and Bruce Jones taps me on the shoulder and goes, "No, John, that was a quarter of a century ago." How important in the big scheme of things, David, was Le Mans in those early years for ProDrive? You were already established. You'd done all kinds of projects, British touring cars in the fantastic era of super touring, big budgets, big engineering challenges. So why Le Mans 25 years ago, and how important did it become to the company as it stands now?
Well, I'd always had this thing about Le Mans since I was a 10-year-old boy. I can remember my parents, and we used to go down to Spain on holiday. We used to drive all the way to Spain, and we used to leave Calais, and we'd try and get to the south of France, to Biarritz or somewhere like that, in the day, in an old Ford Zodiac with a bench seat on the front. My 3-year-old brother, I've got 3 brothers, my 3-year-old brother would be sitting in the middle next to my mother, no safety belts or anything. And my father used to tell us the story about the Le Mans 24-hour race as we approached Le Mans, and told us that we were going to be going down the Mulsanne Straight, one of the part of the racetrack. So we persuaded him to go up to 100 miles an hour on this, much to my mother's objections, and quite unsafe, I'm sure. But off we did, and so that stuck in my mind from a 10-year-old boy, and it's always been there. It's you talk about certain motorsport events being the pinnacle of motorsport, and obviously we've done Dakar Rally as one thing, but Le Mans stands out there as the race of races in my view.
From the start with Ferrari, the relationship that most people will remember for ProDrive here at Le Mans is, of course, Aston Martin, and alongside that is the incredible rivalry that you guys had with Corvette down through the years. It was, hammer and tongs on the track, but it was a respectful rivalry between you and George and people like Doug Feehan and Dan Binks and the drivers. I have a very clear memory of 2006, our first year here as Radio Show Limited, of you guys before the start of the race going down and all of your crew shaking all of their crew's hands like they do at the start of an ice hockey game. Yeah. And that was, to me, that defined, I'll be honest, I think that defined that era of GT racing.
Well, I would hope that it defines GT racing as a whole, because there are certain sports and sort of certain aspects of motorsport that are rather combatant and aggressive, and I'm not a great one for that. Rallying's always been a lovely atmosphere, and all the drivers are friends with each other, and it works very well. And I get the feeling these long-distance races are the same as well. I think it's, and that's perhaps what appeals to me about it, and particularly here at Le Mans.
Down through the years, you've had success. You've had a lot of success. Not always. You were kind enough to come and talk to us after the prototype issues that you had here at Le Mans. Proof, if proof were needed, that Le Mans is a cruel mistress and it's a hard race to get through.
No, it's unfortunately, motor racing, you can't always be on the top step of the podium, and you do get some disappointments. To be quite honest with you, we've had less disappointments than most, and we've had our fair share of success. But there have been some very sad days, and I think back to Alan Simonson, and that still, when I come here, I go past that spot every year. I make a small pilgrimage to see and think of him for a few minutes, and that sticks in my mind as a very dark day. But other than that, yes, you're right, we've made some mistakes with that early prototype that we did, but then we went back to GT racing. It taught us a lesson, and here we are today, still on pole position with a GT3 car.
And also with Aston Martin and fan favouritism. The Valkyrie, absolutely incredible piece of kit. The guys at Heart of Racing and Aston Martin Racing ProDrive, you guys work hand in glove. A car that looks like nothing else here and sounds like nothing else here.
You're quite right. The sound of that car is extraordinary. It's I think it wins the fans' favourite award all the time, and so it should as well. It's really is exciting when you look at the number of British fans that come to Le Mans as well. It's waving the Union Jack and waving the Aston Martin flags. You see them in the grandstand everywhere.
So 25 years then, the wins must stick out. Where are your highlights in those 25 years? And where do you think there maybe were turning points that kept you here? Because a lot of people have tried, have had some success and then have left. You've managed to keep Aston Martin coming back here year after year, a feat in itself, actually, with a manufacturer that isn't one of the big series production manufacturers. Where are the highlights for you, David?
Every race every year has some aspect of it that's something I'll take home with me and remember well. But if occasionally I'm sort of feeling a bit depressed or a bit miserable at home, I have a copy of the last couple of laps of the 2017 race.
Oh yes.
And with Johnny Adam versus the Corvette, and I just watch that and it brings a smile to my face every time, and I go away feeling far more cheerful than I started.
It's incredible, isn't it, that within a relatively short space of time here at Le Mans, I've been coming since 89, working here since 89, and I think my first race was 3 laps between first and second overall. Some of my colleagues who've been here earlier than that, it was 6 or 7 laps, and I look back through history, of course, and see that. We are so used now to having these close finishes at the front and in classes. The reliability quotient now of racing cars, we wouldn't have dreamed of even 25 years ago when you started here.
Well, it's the professionalism of the teams behind it all that sort of makes that difference. Look at qualifying yesterday in the hypercar pole. It's was it 1,000th of a second or something crazy? 5,000th of a second. That's it's a where do you in a lap that's sort of a 3.5 minute lap? It's just ridiculous. And so no, it's. The professionalism of it, but don't take anything away from the organisers here, because the people who made this happen, the ACO here, the Club de l'Ouest, what they've done is quite extraordinary. They keep evolving. They've never stood still. They've encouraged new developments. They've encouraged new technologies, and it's that keeps the event so relative. Relative's the word.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a good point there, David, because it used to be a pilgrimage once a year. Still is a pilgrimage for a lot of people. It's an entirely British race. Very nice of the French to put it on here, where there's nice food and wine and normally decent weather. However, thanks to Dr. Don Paynos, much missed, and his successes in the US and that convergence that we had at Daytona a few years ago, that I was amazed. I stood there and read words that I never thought I would see when I was making those introductions for the convergence. The once a year Le Mans has become a global phenomenon and has brought us endurance racing that we could have only dreamed of a quarter of a century ago.
No, I remember when we were right in the early days of the WEC, and it was sort of filling the grid was tough in those days, and now it's getting a place on the grid that's tough. It really has all hats off to them. They've done a wonderful job here.
We think of ProDrive doing so many other things. There's been the rally project, of course, and your heart's always going to be in rallying, David. Of course it is, having been a world champion co-driver. Where is ProDrive now, and how does ProDrive look going forward in a world that is entirely different in the automotive and the motorsport space than when you formed it all of those years ago, even before you came to Le Mans?
Yeah, well, we have to move with the times. We have to adapt and change. And it's funny, I was talking to somebody only last night about it. The original business model we had was very simple. You found a car manufacturer who wanted to win a world championship, and they sent you a check every month, and you were measured on your performance on the track, and that's how you move forward. Now you've got to be far more creative. You've got to be far more commercial about the things you do. So with Aston Martin, we build all the GT3 cars, we build GT4 cars, we supply all the parts, we have engineering support for them, we do all their merchandise for them, we do sort of hospitality programs. So we're a far more encompassing business, and then we do Dakar, of course, the Dakar WEC program, which we won Dakar this year. We're leading the championship there. We're doing the Defender program as well for Land Rover, which is the production.
You're going to be building, I hear, I don't think this is top secret, but I hear there are going to be some very special road-going Dakar editions of the Defender Octa.
Well, that'll be up to JLR to tell you about that, not me. But that's proven to be a very exciting program, and of course at the moment I just got a text through a few minutes ago that we're running the land speed record car, the hydrogen car.
For JCB?
Yeah, we're running that at Wittering at an airfield this week or next week, just in preparation for going out to the States.
Oh, Wing Commander Andy Green, one of my favourite people in the world. Just a great, almost a throwback to when I was growing up in the 60s and 70s, and land speed records were so important. I've followed his career as much as I've followed yours. How do you find time for your other duties then? Still involved very much with Motorsport UK, British Racing Drivers Club, as well. What is, looking at it with that hat on, take off your Pro Drive hat for a moment, David. What state is motorsport in an environment when increasingly the automotive space is being dictated by politicians rather than engineers or strategists within the big car manufacturers? Does motorsport still have a role to play in proving technology and potentially changing people's minds about technology?
Yeah, I think very much we have a role to lead in this area. I think it's a complicated space at the moment, as you rightly point out, and the poor old car manufacturers are pulled from pillar to post. It's 1 minute it's legislation, then it's geopolitical issues, then it's all sorts of technical challenges. So I don't know where the winners are going to come out of this at the end of the day, but the role of motorsport is to be there as a platform to promote technologies we have today and those that we might wish to have in the future. And the role of Motorsport UK is to enable that. But fundamentally, we need to be embracing people at grassroots level. We need to make motorsport very accessible to people, even if it's very much the case that when you're young you possibly have the opportunity to go kart racing or do some rallying or do something, then you have a family, you haven't got any spare time or cash, and you come back to it later in life. So our role is to embrace that and accept that people come and go, but it must make access to motorsport and grassroots motorsport as easy as possible. And this year I've done a few events just in a standard road car. You just turn up, you'll be able to do the events, and people have got to understand that it's not just about having a car like Lewis Hamilton to go motor racing. You don't need that. And I think over the last 9 years, this is my last year as chairman of Motorsport UK, we've changed the whole structure of the organisation. We've made it, I think, quite honestly, we've brought it up to modern standards, or what one would expect of a modern sports organisation. We've moved premises to Bicester. We've got a great team of people there now that are customer focused, that understand licence holders are customers, that the organisers of events are customers, and we've got to help and enable them to do things as well as they can. And now the infrastructure is in place. The big challenge now over the next sort of 3 to 5 years is to get more people out motor racing, get them just coming along, just having fun in their cars, and it's all about just having fun in their cars, getting that car out the garage you've had stuck there for the last 10 years and just have fun with it, or take your road car and go and do a sort of just a night navigation exercise or an auto test or one of those things. It's and that's our role, and quite honestly I think the guys and girls in Bicester are doing a fantastic job of it.
Well, right throughout your tenure I have been a licence holder, and I've got to say you and the team have transformed the ease at which I can renew my licence. I think I told you that a few years ago when you first got. It was one of the first things you did, David, so thank you very much for that. I'll finish with this. Here we are at the top of the Loire Valley in France for, I still think, probably the world's greatest motorsport event, and I use the word event advisedly. When you come back here and you drive down that Mulsanne Straight, do you still get the same buzz as you did in the back seat of that Ford heading down to the south of France as a young man?
Yeah, absolutely. I just I remember the days with my father, bringing my father to watch the race here, and it is like that. It's a family event as well. It's a pilgrimage. It's not just a motor race. It's a pilgrimage, and we're very, very lucky to have it.
And long may Pro Drive be a part of that, David. Thank you very much for talking to us. And here's to the next 25 years of Pro Drive, especially here at Le Mans. Thank you.
Thank you.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
on 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemon.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
Very happy to be sitting next to Dr. Tobias Knosch from Bosch, who, well, you tell me, you are a senior what?
Hello, John. My name is Tobias, and I'm working for Bosch Motorsport as a senior manager for customer accounts and product management.
What does that mean in layman's terms? What is a, well, I'm sure you don't have a typical day, but what would a day consist of? What would be your workflow?
Well, I'm responsible for a team of powertrain engineers and customer accounts, which are working for all of our OEM customers worldwide, so our key customers. And in parallel to that, I'm responsible for the LMDH program at Bosch Motorsport.
Good, because that's what I want to ask you about. LMDH has been a global success since we had the coming together of the IMSA and ACO rules. I have to be honest, I never thought I would see it in my lifetime, and I was fortunate enough to be the person who was standing doing the announcement in Daytona those years ago. What challenges did you face, first of all, in, I suppose, bringing that all together with some commonality between manufacturers who are desperately competitive to each other?
So the biggest issues we had at the very beginning was, of course, obviously to collect all of the requirements for the system, because we had pilot customers, but we had also had further customers, and they were happy to work with us and let us know about their requirements, so that we can develop a system in a very short time frame. Within, let's say, 2 years, we developed the whole high voltage system. It's a holistic system which consists of different components like the e-motor, MGU, the MCU, high voltage and low voltage looms, HCU, but also we are working with a battery partner and a gearbox partner. We call ourselves hybrid partners. Mm-hmm. And then you have the IMSA and ACO, and this is quite an intense time which we had, because we tried to combine all of these requirements and goals for the future in a very short time frame.
And what are the considerations there then? You have technical considerations, quite obviously. It's got to work. All of those things have got to talk to each other, and they've not got to be part of the story. They've just got to work exactly the same for everybody. The regulatory side of that, I would thought, would have required quite a lot of discussion, because you needed to know what you could and couldn't do with a set of regulations that were still being formulated, I presume, when you started this.
Yes, that's correct. So our key for our success was, let's say, the close collaboration with our customers, with the IMSA and the ACO. Otherwise, we could not have managed so many difficulties at the very beginning, because at the end you would like to have a system which works for all of them, and you have very different, for instance, vibrational loads of the combustion engine, which is neighboring, and that influences the whole system, and that's very different to, let's say, an ordinary BEV car.
Yeah,
hybrid cars are challenging.
Yes, indeed. Motorsport is challenging. That's why you guys do it, and that's why you guys are good at it, because you like doing it, you like being challenged. You bring up a very good point there, Tobias, in that these were effectively specified parts, but the series is not a spec series. Those engines go from everything from a big V8 normally aspirated down to a little V6 twin turbo, and your system has to work equally well on every one. No one has to have an advantage, no one has to have a disadvantage. What challenges did you face there?
So key for that topic was our software capability, right? So it's a software-driven system, so we can influence the whole system by our software, and we can do that in quite short time frames, and also due to calibrations that's possible. We call that equity system. So we have an equilibrium, let's say, for all of these engines, so that also tolerances don't play a role, and we have the same deployment for all of them. Of course, obviously, the OEMs, all of them, they use the system a bit differently, right? Yes. So when to use that advantage of a hybrid system, but that's their responsibility. But we have to make sure that the system is running 24/7 without any difficulties.
Yes. I am amazed. That whole project, I watched that developing, and I'm amazed that, given the time frame, it all came together. I'm amazed that we had such bitter rivals on track, allowing Porsche Penske Motorsport, as it was, to do pretty much all of the development work because their car was ready first. I thought that was very sensible. I thought it was common sense, but sometimes you don't get that in motorsport, as you don't get it in life. Did you have to work really hard to say, guys, honestly, you can trust us? I can see that you're going to have to give us your engine parameters, your engine parameters, your engine parameters. You have to work with those, but you have to keep a wall between all of those, of course.
So yeah, the main difficulty about that pilot customer phase was you estimate vibrational loads, right? So the system doesn't exist, but still the OEMs have to estimate the vibrational loads and also further requirements. And then based on that list of requirements, we are developing the system. And you want to have a system which works for these requirements. Of course, there's a safety margin, but that safety margin is not factor 10. That's much lower.
Yes.
And that means for some reasons, of course, we had to revise the system in some aspects. At the very beginning, it was the e-motors. And we further upgraded the e-motors in the very beginning, at the beginning of the first season in 23. And since that, we solved that issue. And so far, we had no more reliability issues. And that was, let's say we are very proud of that.
That's a lot of software, a lot of challenges to solve. I won't say problems, because a problem is just something you haven't found a solution to yet, then that makes it a challenge. What pleased you the most with how your team at Bosch Motorsport went about that whole project? And was there any one or two things in particular that you thought, man, we really nailed that, we found a great solution to that one?
Yeah, the biggest advantage we have in our, let's say, Bosch world, at Bosch as a global company, we have about 400,000 employees, and we have, let's say, we can use the intelligence and the knowledge of all of these people. Although in motorsports we are, let's say, a small team of about 150 to 200 people worldwide, but we are in contact with all of these experts, and we call them a center of competence. That means we can call all of these center of competences internally, and we receive some consultation, for instance, about thermodynamics, high voltage, connectors, looms. So we came across all topics, and the great thing is the engineers we have here on site, but also doing the development, they're quite some generalists. That means they have to work with material science, physics, electronics, mechanical stuff, typically in a small team of 10 people only. And you want to be quite independent. Of course, there's the company in the background, but here on site, of course, they have to solve all of these topics if an issue comes up. And let's say the fascinating thing is to see these engineers working and how great they are.
Had Bosch Motorsport taken on a project of such size and prestige before?
So far, we can admit this is our, let's say, most complex project we ever had because of the complexity.
Yeah.
So you have so many bits and bytes and single components. Just imagine the HV and LV looms, right? You just think about looms, but they are complicated when it comes to different OEMs, different setups, different length, and so on, and varieties. So let's say all of these components are important, and the thing is, all of them can become a bottleneck.
Yeah. I've just realised we talked about the variety of engines. I hadn't even thought about the variety of the chassis, the spine. That also is not a spec part. There are pieces that are spec parts, like the hybrid units that you're a part of developing. But the chassis aren't. So when you talk about these looms, are you talking about looms that run through the whole chassis? Or are you talking about short looms just for interconnectability between the parts that your control units are looking after? And how you can't have one single loom for a Orica chassis and for a Multimatic chassis, because they might have different places they want to run the wiring, for example.
Yeah, and that's also a challenge. So that means that the biggest thing is in terms of difference here for the looms is just the length.
Yes.
But the connectors and all of that are equally the same. And so that's fantastic. We have different lengths, right? We have 3, 4, 5 lengths of cables. So all of them can be adapted to the chassis and to the special needs, but the rest has to stay the same.
So you launched that system with the original LMDH OEM manufacturers, with the chassis manufacturers, with all those different engines. That's not the end of the job, is it?
No, the biggest job we had is, of course, to be very close to our customers, very close to the chassis manufacturer, to our hybrid partners, to the IMSA, to the ACO, to moderate that. We have a so-called HWT. We meet every 2 weeks for that, and we talk to all customers in parallel so that we have a constant exchange with all of them, and knowledge is being built. And, of course, the new OEMs to join for this year, but also for the next year, they can use that knowledge already and speed up.
HWT, hybrid
weekly technical.
Hybrid weekly technical, right? Okay, that's very. So that literally is every 7 days you're having an exchange of knowledge.
Yes. So every 2 days in the past. At the moment, it's every 2 days, but we kept the name because it is simply existing. But we meet up with about 50 people every 2 weeks. That's happening, let's say, digitally, remotely, and we make sure that all customers are heard. And we have a customer account strategy, but special about Bosch is that our customer accounts are very technical. That means they become an expert over time, and they can, let's say, be a first-level support for all of these customers.
Very good.
And then we have the second row of deep expertise, and these experts then help the customer account structure.
When you look back now at the time developing the system, and then those early months with Porsche, and then rolling it out into the first year of competition, I mean, my God, there's nowhere to hide. Let's be honest. If it goes wrong, and it's your bit that goes wrong, it's not one manufacturer that's going to be banging on your door. It's all of them, and the series as well. What parts of Bosch's previous experience do you think were an asset to putting all this together in the planning and then the execution stage?
Yeah, I would say the system integration, the knowledge about systems, just think in systems and not just in single components. You can have a great single component, but it doesn't work in a system, so it's not working.
Yes.
And we have great engineers at Bosch Motorsport, and they can take care of it. They always think in systems. And we have to work closely with our partners.
Yeah.
Right?
And was that from different forms of motorsport that you'd already been involved in? Not necessarily exactly the same components, but did you have to use new thinking? Did you use thinking, wait, hang on a minute, do you remember when we did that job for so-and-so? Is that the kind of iterative procedures that go on?
Of course, it is iterative, but we used to work also in the past with CAD, simulations, testing, enduranceing components. We use the Bosch labs for that. But new was to work across the Atlantic as well in parallel. So to have two racing series starting the same year, IMSA and the FIA WEC. And that was quite a challenge to start at Daytona, but also some weeks later in Sebring for the Super Sebring back then.
Yeah, that's right. It was both the series together. Oh my goodness, that was worlds colliding. I'd forgotten about that. How many people did you take over for Super Sebring then?
So we started in the Daytona with about 50 people in total.
50
people.
Wow.
But of course, that was not just for the hybrid system. For the hybrid system, we had about 15 to 20 people typically working operative with the hybrid system. At Super Sebring, we had both races, right, within a short time frame. We had about 25 people, as I remember.
Wow, okay. So how did that first season go? And what did you learn? And was there anything where you went, oh, I'm so annoyed, if only we thought of that?
Yeah, of course, also during the early development phase, but also during the first season, we constantly staffed up. We needed to have more people, having let's say a structure of more people, because also working after COVID hit, we had quite a challenge to speed up with the development, and having a better structure, having more people to support is simply, let's say, much better, because you can use the expertise and people can, let's say, also find some sleep in between.
Right, now I'm going to ask you a question that I want you to answer honestly. We know how good Bosch Motorsport is. Was it perfect? Did you have to make any little tweaks or changes in that first season? Because you never stop. You're going to tell me you never stop learning.
Yeah, we never stop learning, but we are always open to, let's say, modify, to upgrade, to listen to our customers, simply to listen. Yeah, listen to them. They are the experienced users.
It's a partnership then?
It's a partnership, and it's user experience, which you're constantly collecting. So that means every let's say, 6-8 weeks, we receive feedback of different customers. Sometimes you have a quiet week, sometimes even a quiet month. But then you have feedback which you have to take care of and use that feedback and maybe even revise the system if it's needed.
So we're a couple of 3 seasons in now. How has the system performed, and how does it look? How is the software now compared to when you rolled out at Daytona for that first race?
Yeah, back in the days, let's say about 3 years ago, we constantly changed our software. Every, let's say, 4 or 6 weeks, we had a small upgrade.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's quite stable. So that means we have about 3 or 4 very controlled points in time in 1 year. And customers know that in advance, where we can modify the system, where we can modify the software, and we can then flash the units. And that's happening in a very controlled manner, right? So, and at the moment, we have a very stable situation, and we hope we can proceed like that.
And is that something that you have to do, or can the customers do that themselves?
No, we're doing this. So that means customers can ask for a modification.
Yeah.
They have to, of course, explain their goals and needs. And then you have governance, of course, obviously, and they decide about that.
Yeah.
And we are then handing in some recommendations.
Yeah.
And then there's a final decision to implement or not.
And again, that comes down to not just pure software engineering or hardware engineering. You have got to consult, as you said there, about governance. You've got to think about the rules. And whilst it might be a good idea that one of your customers have, it's not up to you to make that decision. You've got to pass that on to the series concerned.
You're mentioning a very important point. So there are a lot of great ideas. and private opinion, right, you would like to implement them. But if you implement all ideas, you're constantly changing the system.
Yeah.
And you will face some issues maybe coming up about things you couldn't even imagine before.
Yes.
Right?
The law of unintended consequences.
Correct. And then Murphy hits.
Yes.
And, that's what you would like to avoid.
Yes, indeed so. So how do you feel now then? We've got more manufacturers to come. You've mentioned it. We've just integrated Genesis into the paddock with another slightly different engine, another V8, but the twin turbocharged based on 2 rally car engines that they know very well. Clever bit of re-engineering of something that they knew there. We've got Ford and McLaren to come. McLaren already testing. I've had some very successful tests already. I know I've been talking to the teams. Do you almost give them an owner's manual for the system now, and so that in their development time that they understand what is applicable and what the potential is for the system?
Actually, yes, there is a manual, and it consists of several hundred pages. But some of us know that by heart, but typically we also need that manual, right?
Yeah.
And all of these customers, they study that, and they learn with it. And if they face, let's say, minor topics which they don't understand, they can just look it up. But they can also call. So we are always available through the customer accounts, through the experts, or here at the racetrack. And without that manual or without, let's say, explanations, of course, nobody can use such an expert system. It is bulletproof, right? But it's an expert system, so you have to know what you're doing. You have to be a high voltage expert to use it.
Oh, yes.
And that's the great thing. All of these teams, they have their own experts, and our experts are working closely with them. That's a very close collaboration, and that's working.
When Genesis pushed the button and showed their first car, or at least the representation of the first car, to when they rolled out at Imola was 500 days. That's incredibly short for the type of project they were undertaking. Did that put you guys under pressure as well?
So personally, I'm quite impressed about how great they're doing, right? So Genesis Magma Racing, they had a fantastic start, I would say. And they can be proud about their situation, but also we can be a bit proud because that's meaning that they can deal with the system in a very easy manner. It's working, it's reliable, and they
scored points already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are quite impressed.
And I mean, again, that comes back to you guys, really. You're not part of the story. You don't want to be part of the story. You have your own story, but you can't be influencing either positively or negatively where the points are going.
No, but what we can do is we can always consult and give recommendations how to use the system or what to do, what is best, what is our experience, what have others tried, what works, what doesn't work. That's what we can do. But of course, on their own, they have to decide about how to use the system and what to do next.
So these are knowns that we're talking about, and some of them are even known unknowns because you don't know for example, until the manufacturer tells you what engine they're using, what platform they're using, whose chassis they're using. But that information comes to you. What are you looking for down the road that we, at the moment, maybe can only think about in imagination? What are you imagining for the future of powertrains working again with a potentially new set of regulations coming in 2030?
So for all of these customers, we have our, let's say, sheets of recommendation and requirement lists. And of course, we are integrated in their development progress.
Yeah.
And that means we can closely collaborate with all of these OEMs and teams so that they don't face even issues coming up. For the two OEMs to join next year, Ford and McLaren, they're doing great, both of them. Mm-hmm. And we are also proud to collaborate closely with them for fire-ups, commissioning, and so on. So we are there on site. We are integrated in their test procedure. And by this, let's say, in our best case, the system is seamlessly integrated and it's just working properly.
Yeah.
That's the goal. And talking about the future, let's say for the years 2030 plus, let's say we are preparing for all kinds of scenarios. So we just want to be the preferred partner for the future as well. And if we can manage so well, our main task is to push hard and to proceed accordingly.
Just sort of a side question. I'll come back to 2030 in a second. But as a side question, the kind of process that you've gone through to put this whole project together, does that spin off in knowledge, in experience to other things within motorsport, or even further down the road with something with OEMs and people who drive cars on the road? Are you learning new skills? Have you proved new concepts? And is that, it's going into the Bosch data bank, obviously, and is that something that you're pleased about, that you've got this, and where possibly might it be used in the future?
Yes, so we are in close collaboration with our production colleagues, obviously, and they are great support, right? So they have maybe no experience in motorsport, but vice versa, we don't have all of these details, tolerances, statistical things. They know what's working, they know failure probabilities that can help us with mathematical points here. And so the great thing is also many products maybe we had samples for. But maybe they could not end up in a series, or you produced samples which you don't bring to a production, to a mass production.
Yeah.
And we can all use these samples at Bosch Motorsport and simply, let's say, push them further and further develop these samples. So that means we can follow the dreams of a production engineer.
And production engineers have a lot of dreams. I know a couple of them, and they dream big as well. And once in a while, I know they get frustrated as well, knowing the production and the mind of a production engineer. All right, let's go back to 2030. I said I would. You guys have proved yourselves. You've put yourself in a good position, surely, for anything in this realm. This was a huge project. You've delivered it, and it gets delivered every time the cars get fired up, every time they go and practice, qualify, test, race. You must be confident that Bosch Motorsport going forward is the right partner for endurance racing in this area of motorsport.
Yeah, of course, at the pinnacle of motorsport, we have to be self-confident, otherwise we cannot compete, right? So, what we always try is to keep a very close contact, a very close alignment with the IMSA, with the ACO, with all of our customers, with the OEMs and our partners to proceed like we did in the past. And if we are successful now at the grid, of course, we should also be successful in the future.
And a final question on a personal note. Do you race?
Not privately. I'm driving a classic car, and a very old Opel Blitz. So
what is it with you Bosch guys and Opels? There's something about old Opels, either racing them or running them. Why?
I thought about that many times, and
it's true though, isn't it? There's quite a few of you who've got old Opels at various ages that they either race or you keep running.
So once a year we go on track for a classic car rally, right? In that Opel, and I think we do that because we want to slow down our life, maybe for some days in the year, right? Because we have such a fascinating, crazy life here at the track. So that means if you ride these classic cars, you can slow down a little bit.
And I take it you work on it yourself as well, which is a little more analogue than your normal world of bits and bytes and ones and zeros.
It's very analog. It's very mechanical, and it's also interesting.
There's nothing better than getting out a set of spanners and knowing that you've got to put something on or take something off.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, back in the days that was also possible by motorbikes, but at the moment I don't go for motorbikes. That's great.
It's been a tremendous journey to watch along right from the beginning, something I think is probably unparalleled, certainly in my lifetime in endurance motorsport, maybe not anywhere else in motorsport, where two major bodies have come together to deliver a product that was better than the parts before. Bosch Motorsport has been an integral driving force behind that. Tobias, congratulations to you. I know there's a team behind it. Pass on our thanks, because you have delivered the tremendous racing that we've seen. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
Well, hello everybody, this is John Hindorf with a special programme on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We're going back in time, often our wont on these airwaves, but further back than perhaps we've ever gone before. There's an adage, isn't there, in automotive and motor racing, which is win on Sunday, sell on Monday. If we go back 125 years to 1901, it was win and then effectively establish a global force of nature that has become the Ford Motor Company. It didn't happen one day into the next, but one undoubtedly begat the other. To discuss this incredible feat and this incredible story that put the Blue Oval into being is Ted Ryan, who, and please, Ted, put me right if I get this wrong, you are the Ford Motor Company archivist, is that right?
That's correct. I'm the Archives and Heritage Brand Manager, and I actually love that Ford treats heritage as a brand, just like the Mustang or Focus or F-Series. So I'm Ford's historian.
That's incredible, and also in some ways it doesn't surprise me, having been to the Henry Ford Museum years ago when I was in Detroit and spent the better part of a couple of happy days there. It sort of doesn't surprise me in the least, but I know that it is relatively unusual. We often talk in motor racing, particularly in sports car racing, Ted, about cars that are, and manufacturers that are steeped and have their whole raison d'etre in motor racing. I suspect that most people wouldn't put Ford into that category because, reasonably so, Henry Ford and the Ford Motor Company is thought of as series manufacturing before there was series manufacturing, bringing the car to the masses in the United States and subsequently the world, but without what became a one-and-done race for the man with his name on the company, there would potentially have been no Ford Motor Company. Is that overstating it?
No, it's not overstating at all. 1901, Henry Ford raced against the great American racer, Alexander Winton, in his home-crafted vehicle that he nicknamed Sweepstakes. And he did win the race, which cemented, and this is the part that's critical, it cemented Henry Ford's reputation as a builder of vehicles that both had speed and power. So when Ford Motor Company was founded a couple of years after that, that reputation is what served him so well and gave Ford a leg up.
It was kind of born, from what I've read, out of frustration by Mr. Ford, because he'd already started the Detroit Automobile Company. He knew he could move on this fledgling yet quickly growing automotive industry. He wanted to put it out there. He wanted to make it mass produced. He wanted to make it practical and reliable. But he couldn't get investors. And that was a sense of great frustration for him.
It 100% was, and ironically, he won the race. We'll quickly do the story. So he beats Alexander Winton because Winton's car breaks down near the end of the race, and Sweepstakes dependably keeps chugging ahead, and Henry Ford wins. He wins $1,000 and a crystal bowl, and there's a great story on the crystal bowl as well. He took that and he invested in his automobile company, which promptly failed. So Ford Motor Company was his third attempt to finally get up and off the ground, but harkening back, because Sweepstakes 1901, Ford Motor founded in 1903. During those 2 years, his reputation as the person who had built Sweepstakes is what maintained his ability to begin to finally attract other people to execute his vision to build dependable entry-level cars for the masses.
I think two things that strike me reading the accounts of the race itself. It was on an oval track. It was a 10-lap race. There was a lot of people turned up. Henry Ford was effectively the hometown boy. But Henry Winton was probably at that point, would it be fair to say that the top motor car racer in the US at the time? So this was really David versus Goliath, and Henry Ford at that time was the David.
No one expected Henry Ford to win, let alone Henry Ford himself. He thought he might. And it was, I talked about the crystal bowl he won. Winton was so certain he was going to win that he only agreed to come to Detroit to race if he could pick out what his prize was going to be. And his wife picked out this famous crystal bowl of cut glass with the matching cups because she thought it would look nice in their entryway. So he was so certain he was going to win that his wife picked out the prize, which Henry Ford later won.
So here we have a man who has never raced a car before, who has built a car himself against the foremost exponent of automobile racing at the time. He builds the car. Henry Ford builds the car himself. Actually, reliable, but also very quick. The existing world record over a half mile was just under 66 miles an hour, and subsequently Sweepstakes was timed at 72 miles an hour over a half mile. So this was a quick car. It had an early form of fuel injection, 2-cylinder engine, and what we would call now spark plugs, which were handmade spark coils. But the key thing about this is, and this is why we would recognize them as spark plugs, they had some handmade porcelain insulation. We were talking about cutting edge stuff here, Ted.
It was, and that was the trademark of Henry Ford in the early days, well, through most of the days, is that he constantly looked for ways to improve things. So those porcelain-dipped spark plugs were safe, they were reliable. The car was quick. I am fortunate to have ridden a replica of Sweepstakes, and I was going about 50 miles an hour, and I was scared for my life. So I can't imagine what Henry Ford felt like driving in the 60s, which we can't neglect Spider Murphy or Duffy on the side of the car. They built a little platform, so as he went around the corners, there was another guy on the side of the car who would keep the wheels on the ground as it rounded the corner. So, they must have been petrified. And I would note this was Henry's first and last race. He never raced a car again after winning with the Sweepstakes,
which I find remarkable because, aside from everything else, here you've got a man who's not raced before. And again, contemporary reports would say that it took him probably a third to a half of the race just to get used to racing the car, never mind getting the best out of it. And it was only in the second half of the race that Mr. Ford began to get his confidence and start pulling in the hot favourite.
It is, and it didn't help that Winton's car broke down, which, the moral of the story is you build a car that can keep going. And that was what Ford did. And that was when Ford Motor Company was founded 2 years later, that was its trademark. The Model T came along in 1908, so 7 years after this race. So the car that democratized transportation, the Model T changed the world. At one point, 57% of all the vehicles produced in the world were Model Ts. It had that far a reach because it was affordable and everybody could get one. Well, they were known as dependable and durable and well-engineered, which went back to what Henry Ford had done with Sweepstakes.
But I presume in those very early days, people would look at it, and certainly there was a huge difference between what was going on in America and what was going on in Europe. in Europe, there were the automobiles, the horseless carriages, even the races that were going on in Europe were the playground of the landed gentry and the ridiculously wealthy. Henry Ford looked at this new potential as something very, very different. And you said democratizing. That's a very good word. And as such, the automobile industry in the States, and in fact motor racing in the States, went a completely different way. This was the opportunity for people to take part and become mobile.
100%. And you know, it's interesting. I just did a grand tour of European museums, going to Mercedes and Porsche and Ferrari and BMW, and all of those great companies have great race origins as well. And Ford's is a little bit different because we were the everyman car. Yeah. We were the car, you know, the Model T for the world, or the Anglia in England, or the Prefect. You know, you name a car that's sort of your everyday citizen car, and Ford is probably behind it. But we do have great racing origins with sweepstakes, and then 999 setting the land speed record a short year after that. And then the great races of Pan America, the distance, the mobile gas. Ford has always had racing in our DNA and racing in our genes. And we can plant that flag all the way back to 1901 with sweepstakes, when Henry Ford stunned the world. And more importantly, Alexander Winton, and took his cut class V's back home with him.
How much did that change public perception in Detroit? He was the local man. He was the crowd favourite. The crowd apparently went absolutely ballistically mad for this. The automobile in those early days were something of... I mean, nobody saw them. They're very unusual, but perhaps looked at as a fast toy. By the time the Model T came out, which, although it didn't have exactly the same technology behind it, looked very similar to those high machines that had been raced on that day. How much did this race for the public of Detroit and subsequently the US, how much did this bring Henry Ford and subsequently the Model T then into public perception?
What it did was, he was actually a electrician. He was a master electrician at Detroit Edison Electric. And he wasn't a car builder at all at that time. So it put him on the map as an engineer who knew how to build a car that could win. So it completely changed the life of Henry Ford forever, building sweepstakes and then winning the race. Complete career trajectory. He founded the one company that failed, and he founded the second one that failed, but by the third try, he got it right. And then the great alphabet list of cars, the original Model A, Model B, all the way until he perfected what he thought was the perfect car with the Model T in 1908. And then the assembly line a few years after that in 1913. And the rest, as they say, is history. We were the first to be able to produce dependable, reliable cars. And you can point back to sweepstakes as the origin, as it changed its reputation entirely.
Barely a dozen years after that first race, is it fair to say then, October the 10th, 1901, that 10-lap race, possibly the most important motor race in, if not racing history, automotive history? Surely must be.
I would say one of the most in American automotive history, because if you look at the grand scheme of racing around the world, somebody else may have done some of the same things that Henry Ford did. I just saw the Mercedes car, a couple of weeks ago, and what a singular car. But sweepstakes within the world of Ford Motor Company, and then you look at the role that Ford played on the U.S. economy, the arsenal of democracy. Within Ford's pantheon, it's got to be right up there at the top. Although there's a couple of GTs that came around a few years later that they're going to be, if I've got a 1A, I've got a 1A and a 1B, and maybe a 1C with the Mustangs that won the Tour de France in 1964. So there's some pretty cool cars in that pantheon.
Ted, thank you very much for casting an eye back to October 1901 and that hugely important turning point for Ford Motor Company, indeed for all of us who are still motoring enthusiasts. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
Well, I'm delighted to say that sitting to my right and returning to Le Mans again is George Kurtz. Does it ever get old, George, when you come back here?
It never gets old. It's such a special spot. It's one of the races I most look forward to in the entire calendar, and I'm delighted to be here and get the entry for this race.
How much has it changed in terms of the event itself, the competitive nature of the category? Pro-Am in LMP2 is absolutely thick with talent. So do you notice that in the years that you've been coming here?
Yeah, I think you said it right. If you look at the talent in LMP2, particularly in bronze category, it's gone up and up and up, right? So you really have to be on it for the entire race. This is one race where you need to stay in. It's not a race where you can fall behind and get laps back in some other series that we race in. So I think it's important to have a good start. We've got a great team and great lineup. We can talk a little bit about that. But, the biggest thing is you got to stay in it and, just hope for the best at the end of the race.
You mentioned that. I mean, we talk about the bronze drivers, gentleman drivers. I'm not sure whether I like that title. Stefan Wendel of AMG once said to me at the Nürburgring, I prefer to call them late starting professionals, which I thought was a great description. Because if you say non-pro or gentleman driver, it gives the impression, I'm sure, to some of our listeners that you guys just turn up on the day and have a bit of a drive around, a bit of a Sunday drive. How much time are you putting in your racing outside of the race weekend?
Well, I put a lot of time into it. Obviously, I've got a busy schedule, but there's a lot of simulator time, there's a lot of practice time, even go-kart time. Mm-hmm. So wherever I can fit some time in and wherever I can fit some testing in, I do, and I think that's a key to success and really understanding, where you can make up the most time. And for the most part, the bronze drivers can be very close to the professional drivers, but there's always going to be a difference mid-quarter speed and just certain areas, right? And it does add up at a track like Le Mans because it's a long track, but you just want to keep it close to the pros. But I guess for the listeners at home, this is not a race for the faint of heart that you just turn up in. You got to be prepared, and really the level of professionalism up and down the grid is the best that I've seen.
Well, you talked about not being able to make up time, particularly in LMP2. It's probably, I think, the most pure racing that we see at Le Mans. We don't talk about BOP because it doesn't exist. Yeah. It's become a spec class. It's not mandated as that, but it's become a spec class. So everything you do behind the wheel, everything that your teammates do behind the wheel, and everything that goes on in the pit lane and before and after the race, that's the determinant, isn't it, of how you're going to go?
It is, and it's a beautiful car. The Orica chassis is wonderful. The Gibson engine is fantastic, and it's a real delight. And we have a lot of folks, who try the car for the first time. Lawrence has it's his first race really in an LMP2, but coming from a hypercar, you could see just how pure the car is. And I know one of the comments that he made to me was, you don't have to. BOP is obviously a very strategic element that has to be.
And we know why it's there, and we absolutely know why it's there,
Yeah, and it has to be managed, but the nice thing about, our class is you can get on it straight away. It is what it is. There's not going to be any adjustments, and I think the pure racers in all of us love the fact that we get the same equipment. Yep. It's, going back to the go-kart days, you got this basically the same stuff, and, you're off into the races, and you set it up the best, and you drive the best, and you stay out of trouble, and that's going to be the group that wins.
When we look particularly at the Pro-Am category in LMP2, the difference generally is made by the bronze drivers. There's an element of qualifying that is mandated to be done by the bronze drivers. We kind of expect silvers, golds and platinums, depending on how it's set up. We expect those guys to do what they're doing. So the differential is you, and you relish that, don't you?
I do. I think, you really called it. When you think up and down, whether you have a gold or platinum driver, you've probably said it yourself, they're kind of robotic, metronomic, right? And they they're just going to do what they're going to do. So you get more variability a bit in the silvers and the most variability in the bronze drivers. So if you could be in the top pack, stay in the main group, and keep the car in the race, you have to understand what your job is.
Yeah.
Your job is not to win the race. Your job is to stay in the mix and turn a good, clean car over to your pros and let them do their job. And like many of these long endurance races, you don't win it. The track picks you.
Yeah.
And
we say that about the Nürburgring. We say that about Bathurst and Mount Panorama, as if the races have personalities. Well, actually, it does, and Le Mans is a cruel mistress sometimes, and you can be on the good side or the bad side of her. As that bronze driver then, George, how important is it for you to get clear instruction when you get in the car, to know what you've got to do? Because you could be out there, depending on the strategy, depending on the time of the race, you could be out there with golds and platinums that you are effectively, in air quotes, racing, but you're not really racing those guys, because it's not going to be those 15, 20, 30 laps that makes the race. It's going to be your times against the other bronzes that'll make the difference. Is that hard to get through your very competitive head? He's smiling when I say that, because he knows I'm saying that as a compliment, that maybe I don't have to be holding this guy up, I don't have to be racing this guy right now.
Well, I do think that's an important element, because if I'm in against a gold driver, they're going to be faster, but then the roles are going to be reversed, right?
Yeah,
so you're really effectively racing, when the bronze is out, our gold is going to be in. So you're really racing bronze versus bronze. It could even be in a different part of the race, right? Just depending on
several hours down the road.
Several hours down the road, it's all going to come out in the wash. And I think what's important to realize is it's as important to know how to pass someone as it is to be passed, because you don't want to lose a lot of time. And you can hold up a gold driver for a little bit and make it more difficult, but ultimately it's going to slow your lap down, and he's going to get passed, and you might as well work with him and just realize who you're racing. And I think that's really an important element, is to not get sucked into the I'm going to get passed by another car that's in our class, but it happens to be a different category of driver. So just run your race, know your job, and bring a clean car home.
Slightly different qualifying this year. To get into Hyperpole, there's the final part of Hyperpole, there's 2 previous sessions now. You've got to do the first one, and that's the one where there's the most cars out on track. Have you worked out a strategy to find a bit of clear track around the 8.5 miles there?
Yeah, sometimes when you try to overthink it, it just it makes it worse. I think we're going to try to do our best to find some clear track, and you'll have to manage it. I'll have to manage it when I'm out there as best you can, and you got to get the laps in, because if there's a red flag, if there's a track limit or something, 30 minutes goes pretty quick. So we're going to do the best we can. I don't think we're going to overthink it, and we'll hope for the best.
It's going to be like 7 or 8 quick laps. That's all it's going to be in 30 minutes. Now, you like qualifying, and you are exciting to watch in qualifying. I love watching you qualify, particularly with the other bronzes out there at the same time. I think we're going to have a battle royale. Yeah. Again, there's a little smile on Mr. Kurtz's face here. Speed versus consistency in qualifying, it's all about the speed, but you can't afford to throw it off, mind you.
No, I think that's important, right? You've got to do the best you can, but you got to give the car over to the next man in line. And obviously, we're going to be more aggressive and full kill mode. But there's always limits, and if your competitor goes off and causes a red flag, well, it's a problem for them. So I think being as fast as you can, you have to take a little bit of risk, but not too much risk, where you're not going to bring the car back, and you want to be in it for the end. You want it for the end of qualifying, and there'll be some red flags for sure.
Is qualifying? I get a lot of people. I have my own thoughts on this, and so I'm interested to hear yours. Is qualifying important, essentially, where you start on Saturday afternoon as to where you finish on Sunday? Possibly not. But is there merit in being closer to the front of your class than there is in the middle or the back?
Look, it's such a long race. I mean, I think everyone wants to do the best they can to qualify as far up as they can. But the reality is, a 24-hour race, it's not going to matter necessarily where you qualify. It's probably a little bit more important here, where you don't want to just lose touch to the main pack. as it is in other series where it really doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, if we can, keep it up towards the front in some shape or fashion, I think we'll be okay. And 24 hours a long race, and a lot of things that can happen.
And what also is looking likely for the weekend is the weather forecast is getting hotter and hotter and hotter. We talked about what you do out of the car, your testing, your karting, etc. Part of that is fitness. You are looking particularly fit at the moment. You've never looked unfit, my friend, but you have been working. I can see that. If it gets hot, nobody likes being in a racing car in hot temperatures, but you ready for that? You feel that you can give your best and you're in the best physical shape that you can be?
Well, I don't mind it, and remember, I live in Arizona, so I go karting in probably 35, 37 degrees, running. I'm out all the time, so the heat doesn't bother me, and I think living that atmosphere has helped. Whether it's Sebring in when it's super hot, or even Daytona in some areas, I'll just stay in the car and manage to kind of get through it. So I do think it's an advantage just coming from where I live, because I do the training in such hot weather.
Yeah, 6 hours you've got to do in the car minimum. You've been known to do more than that when you're enjoying yourself. That brings no fear for you.
No, not really. I think you got to know what your job is. Just expect the unexpected, but you got to just put the time in. And like I said, I think the biggest thing is just keep in contact. Be part of the top group if you can. Mm-hmm. And I think there is a fitness element, particularly in the bronze category. And a lot of guys are fit, but there's more of a variability in the bronze category than obviously in the pro ranks. So if you can be consistent in your physical stamina, but also in your mental stamina, it's pretty easy to lose concentration, easy to lose days off a little bit, and get distracted with something. The sun is going to be crazy, as you know, as you get into Indy. And I think at the end of the day, you just do whatever you can do to be the best that you can be for that stint in that race and that lap.
I think what some of our listeners who are long-term listeners know this, but perhaps some who aren't, it's worth mentioning that if you guys can keep the car at the sharp end of LMP2 in the overall, and you've got your pro driver going in the end, there's no performance potential difference between an LMP2 car and an LMP Pro-Am car. Is there a genuine chance of an overall podium for a Pro-Am car, and for the CrowdStrike APR car in particular?
Well, I think there can be, and certainly not even just with our car. I mean, I think there's a handful of cars that are good enough to potentially get on the podium. So we would love to be one of those. I think that would be fantastic. But overall, we know what we're here for: the Pro-Am win, and that's going to be the goal.
And where will the race be won and lost Saturday and Sunday? You've done it a few times now, and you've won it.
Yeah.
So you know what it takes to win. You know what it feels like to lose.
I think the night. Well, the start, obviously you got to be cautious. The night is one where there's a lot of rubber down, and this is a track that gets particularly rubbered up with the marbles. And if you go off, it takes a long time to clear the tires, and you lose a lot of lap time. I say off, just a little bit offline, and keeping the pace up at night, I think, is going to be super important. And then once the sun comes out, if you're in contention, there's so many things that can go wrong, and you're listening for the next noise and the next, are the brakes working? Is this working? You're just worried about the unexpected. And I think the big thing, too, is even if you're keeping things clean, there's cars coming from all directions. There's people spinning. There's
you're right in the middle of in terms of pace. So you've got to pass GT3 cars, and some of those cars are pretty quick out of corners, and they've got ABS, which you don't. And then you've got the hyper cars coming past you. I mean, where are you looking? You must have your head on a swivel.
Well, that is true, and I think that's one of the areas, too, again, for the listeners, when you think about the braking performance of a GT car, and I've driven a lot of GT racing in the past, with ABS, I mean, you can brake so late and so deep. So if you think about a top pro GT driver who's going to be just on the binder super late, I mean, they make it difficult to make it difficult to pass. So you got to be careful there, and just realize that the car, once it gets going, is going to be fast. But out of the corner, it's not all that much faster than a GT.
Yeah.
So it makes it more difficult just given the performance that we have for the race.
That's why you love it, though, doesn't it? Because it's a challenge. Not everybody can do it. Let's get out there. You want to get started now. You want Saturday afternoon to be here.
Well, you get here, you have your Sunday practice, and then it's hurry up and wait, and it's a lot that goes on. So it's a great weekend, and of course it's a great event for the drivers and the fans, and I think we're all lucky to be part of the history here. But at some point you want to just get on with it and go.
Wish you all the best. Go well. I'm going to say enjoy it, but I know you will anyway, and let's hope that there's a podium, or even better, on the cards for CrowdStrike APR.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you personally, and I look forward to hopefully chatting with you during the race.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
An absolute scorcher. That's not what it says here, but it is. 30 degrees top temperature today, dropping down to a fairly humid 13 overnight with a little bit of cloud. No rain in the forecast. 32 Celsius tomorrow, and a severe danger of dehydration and sunstroke for anyone doing anything strenuous. Good job there's nobody sitting in hot cars for 24 hours then. At the moment, the temperature here at the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre is 28 Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Almost time to go racing. Umbrellas out on the grid, not for rain. Pas parapluie, parasol in French parlance. Let's go down straight away and pick up some atmosphere from our two opening drivers, as it were. Our first choice stints for this afternoon will be Duncan Vincent. But first, here is Nick Damon.
Hello, John. Hello, everybody out there in Lister Land and obviously in Studiovision Land as well. It is hot.
Well, can't use Nick at the moment because, as always happens on race day, somebody's stolen one of our frequencies. And we are getting someone else's pit comms on that. So it's been working fine all week. Let's see how it is for Duncan Vincent. Your first time on the grid here at Le Mans before the race. Tell me what you're feeling right now and what the atmosphere is like.
John, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. This is hot. This is hot. This is impressive. We have now got a bit of a chant going on. You'll hear it in the background. What the commentators do so well here at Le Mans is get everybody engaged, everybody in the grandstands and everybody on the grid. It is hot. There is no getting away from that, John. And we're still waiting for drivers to come out, but you get that sense of excitement, the sense of inevitability that we have got something pretty special today. Yes, you said heat stroke is going to be an issue. I'll guarantee you that the teams are already preparing for that. There's big coolers of water, there's parasols, there's umbrellas everywhere. And this is an important race. They've been standing out here for some time now, the teams. The drivers do tend to scurry away and hide, but this is electric. There is nothing more special than standing on the grid in France at Le Mans, and I feel privileged to be here and bring it to you, everybody who is listening. This is going to be special, John, very special.
I take your point, actually. Thank you, Duncan. Driver database informed pit reports. The all-new driverdb.com. And we're running some beta-ware for them with all our pit reporters with the new app and feeding back. And the driver rankings on there has created a lot of conversation here this weekend. I certainly think we're going to have some fantastic midweek motorsport conversations and features there. Peter Mackay alongside me here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. A few thoughts from you, Peter. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to nip straight back down to Nick Damon, if I can. And Nick is, between Nick and Bob, we've swapped some frequencies. If Bob's ready, I think we can probably talk to Nick. Put your mic live, Nick.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that. No females over the top of me, which obviously is sometimes better than others. It is very, very hot. It is very, very busy. It's very, very exciting. Bruno Vanschik is whipping the crowd into frenzy, as Duncan said. I mean, I've never seen a man in his 60s look so excited about being somewhere. But it's great. It really is. There's no word for this. It's currently absolutely packed with the public. They'll be coming off soon, and then it's just our chance to have a kind of chat to the drivers. Then we have all the Volderol, the drivers lining up. There'll be some sort of new opening ceremony, because that keeps changing every year, so I have no idea which one it's going to be.
We've still got a helicopter, though. They were practicing yesterday.
They'll rappel that thing down. Actually, so Duncan, if Duncan's got I'm doing hypercar. Duncan's doing the lower part of the other two classes, the lower part of the grid, not lower part of the event. So Duncan, my advice to you is when the helicopter comes, get yourself right down to the bottom of GT3 so you can see the thing as close as possible as it rappels down, because that is one of the best things I ever saw a couple of years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to Nick and Duncan down on the grid. Quick thought from you, B-Mac. We've been in from early. I was in at 7:30 this morning, and it's great because you see the track coming to life. But there's been so much already today with a couple of support races. But right now, you can almost feel it. It's like crackling in the air, isn't it?
It's like a perfectly boiled pot of pasta. At first you think that, imagine brown pasta takes a bit longer, and you're boiling it, is it ever going to go, and then it comes out just absolutely perfect.
We'll get back to the boys on the grid in a little while. It has become somewhat of a tradition here. Our Roll of Honour, we brought it in at the early part of our tenure here at Radio Le Mans back in 2006 when we took over the running of this service at the track, and then obviously worldwide as well. So this is a selection. It is never going to be completely comprehensive, but people in or connected to motorsport who were around for the last 24 hours but sadly have died since. So let's go through this, and I'm afraid this year there are many more pages than I would have liked to have seen. Some of the people that you know might not be on it, but I always encourage you all, and we've all had losses in our lives, I'm sure, in the last 12 months, just to think about those that you've lost as well. And we'll start with Borja Gomez, one of Spain's brightest motorcycle racing talents, and at the time of his death was leading the European Superbike Championship. He died in a training accident at Magny-Cours. Lady Sarah Aspinall, a member of one of Britain's distinguished motoring families, the wife of racing driver Piers Courage, daughter of Francis Curzon, winner of the 1931 24 Hours of Le Mans. Her life remains closely linked to the heritage of motorsport. Tim Miles was here last year with the Ford Mustang Challenge. He and I had a couple of glasses of wine together. What a character. An Australian businessman, racing enthusiast who supported so many from the Antipodes. His involvement in motorsport included campaigns at Bathurst and the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
with Ford. Respected for his support of competitors and passion for racing. Sadly died after a cycling accident just after Le Mans last year in Sydney. Roger Hill was a stalwart of Formula One and served as a chief mechanic for the Tyrrell team through one of the sport's most celebrated areas. He was known for his skill, dedication and professionalism, played a key role behind the scenes in Grand Prix racing. Andreas Klausiger, one of the foremost authorities on the British motor industry, served as head archivist for the Jaguar Daimler Heritage Trust. Through his research, publications and stewardship of historic records, he helped preserve an important chapter in automotive history. Ian Kahn, BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club life member. Well, he raced in Formula 3 before realising that sports car and touring car racing was probably a better fit. A notable success was his third-place finish in the 2003 Le Mans 24 Hours. Michael Newgarden and Nigel Smith were his co-drivers then. Actor and racer Robert Carradine. He was alongside Paul Newman in some Lotus races. Richard Austin built his own cars for British GT. Our friend Steve Kibble spent decades involved in US motorsport, more latterly in historic racing. A Beer Mountain member, John Dickinson, described by his friends as one of the best, representing all the fans who we've lost since this time last year. Ercole Espada was one of the most influential automotive designers of the 20th century, responsible for some of this era's most memorable sports and grand touring cars. H.A. Wheeler, Humpy Wheeler, a visionary promoter who transformed Charlotte Motor Speedway into one of the most successful venues in American motorsport. He was renowned for his creativity and marketing flair and helped broaden NASCAR's appeal to new audiences. We actually broadcast an American Le Mans Series race on the road circuit from his personal suite, and that was when I first met him. What a character. Joseph Bianchini, a promising young kart driver from New South Wales whose enthusiasm and talent had already earned him recognition within Australian karting. After a sudden illness, I'm sorry to report he died. His loss deeply felt throughout the karting community. Robert Clark was the architect behind the formation of Honda Performance Development. Later, served as its president. Another man who I met in the early years of the American Le Mans Series, and quite frankly, his leadership established Honda as a major force in North American motorsport. What a legacy, though, he leaves behind. Mark Felix was the founder and organiser of the Normandy Beach Race. It's a fantastic event celebrating historic speed trials on the French coast. Enzo Osella, an Italian racing car constructor whose name became synonymous with sports car racing, hill climbing and Formula One, took over a Bath's racing division in 1971 and built a successful competition empire that remained active for decades. Jeff Steele was a highly respected engineer and team owner whose racing organisation became synonymous with BMW and competition success. His technical expertise and commitment to drivers, he nurtured talent and helped them achieve victories right across British motorsport. Lee Goldsmith was a successful Brit car competitor. Overall victories, class victories and numerous podium finishes while racing BMWs. Andrea Di Adamic, one of Italy's most accomplished racing drivers, competing in Formula One sports cars and touring cars during the 1960s and 70s, and beyond his driving career, became a respected broadcaster and motorsport ambassador, remained a prominent figure in Italian racing for decades. Peter Wright was a pioneering Formula One engineer whose work on ground effect aerodynamics transformed the sport. Later, he served as the head of the FIA Safety Commission and helped introduce measures that saved countless lives. Alan Moffat, OBE, one of Australia's greatest racing drivers and truly a legend of touring car competition. Bathurst's successes and his achievement with Ford, he became one of the defining figures of Australian motorsport. Gerald Donaldson, an acclaimed Formula One journalist, broadcaster and author, his insightful reporting earned widespread respect. He chronicled the sport through numerous books and decades of paddock coverage. What a storyteller. Joachim van Duin, an 18-year-old kart driver from Switzerland who tragically lost his life in that fire that we all saw reported from Crans Montana. He was a passionate competitor with a bright future ahead of him. John McDonald, one of the greatest competitors in the Macau Grand Prix, holder of multiple Grand Prix victories on both 2 and 4 wheels. His record will probably never be surpassed. One of the event's most celebrated champions. Ed Iski Isendarian, the cam father, a pioneering engine builder whose camshaft designs powered generations of racing winners. For more than 7 decades, his innovations influenced hot rodding and motorsport. He passed away at the remarkable age of 104. Canny innings. Pavel Hortek was a key figure in Skoda Motorsport. He served as team manager and sporting director. Some of the Mark's most greatest success were down to him. Meticulous work and leadership contributed significantly to the team's international achievements. Leanne Engerman, a pioneering Dutch racing driver who competed across touring cars and single-seaters during the 60s and 70s, racing a wide variety of machineries. Her achievements opened the doors for future generation of female competitors. George Barber, the founder of Barber Motorsport Park and the Barber Vintage Motorsport Museum. His vision created one of the world's premier motorsport facilities and one of the finest collections of historic motorsport. David Friedman, one of motorsport's most celebrated photographers. He captured iconic images throughout the 1960s and 70s, and his work documented Formula One, sports cars and endurance racing during what was a golden era of competition. And his photographs, of course, remain as an invaluable record of racing history. Sandro Munari, a rally legend and truly one of Lancia's greatest drivers. He won the World Rally Championship for drivers in 1977. He competed in numerous classic events and helped establish Lancia's reputation as a rallying powerhouse. I just picture him sideways in a Lancia. Bob Tullius, an accomplished American racing driver and, of course, the founder of Group 44. Success with Jaguar and other marques, and became one of the most influential figures in North American sports car racing. His impact and success spanned decades. Jan Thiel, a legendary Dutch engineer whose brilliance with two-stroke racing helped shape Grand Prix motorcycle. His innovations contributed to multiple world championships and influenced generations of engineers. Piero Fusaro served as president of Ferrari following the death of Enzo Ferrari in 1988. It was a challenging period then, and he guided the company through that time and through a transition into a new era. And his leadership was an important chapter in Ferrari's history. Julian Jules Battendale, a beloved figure in British motorsport. He served as pit lane manager in the British GT. He was a dedicated BRSCC volunteer. He was known for his warmth, professionalism, friendship and his sense of humour. Respected by competitors, officials and marshals alike. Phil Ellis, a highly respected driving instructor whose career included single-seater championship titles. He developed countless drivers through programs at Silverstone, Palmer Sport and more latterly, Yas Marina. Ian Redhouse dedicated his life to motorsport marshalling, began at age 14 and served at every British Grand Prix from 1975 on. A highly respected flag marshal and historian of racing machinery, admired for his knowledge and his wit. Mildred Wiltshire, BEM, British Empire medal holder. She was a celebrated motorsport volunteer whose work in race admin and marshal organisation earned her that British Empire medal. A familiar face at Brands Hatch in the British Grand Prix, admired for her dedication and professionalism. David Gorichi, who spent years reporting on races in Detroit. Gerard Dupre, since the 2012 24 Hours of Dubai, Gerard had been a permanent fixture and a highly valued official within the Creventic organisation. We dealt with Gerard on a event by event basis, and he dedicated himself to the sport with an immense passion for motorsport. We remember him as a direct and dedicated person who always spoke his mind and never shied away from any challenge. But you could ask him a question and he would give you a straight answer. Steve George Thompson, a prominent British racer from Walsall, Staffordshire. In the early 1970s, he competed in the British and European Formula 5000 Championship, driving for Alan Brodie, for Steve Thompson. Driving for Alan Brodie, he took outright wins at Mallory Park in the wet in 1972 in a Surtees TSH Chevrolet. Lee Driggers, the creator of IMSA Pit Notes. This one has hit hard. Lee produced pit notes from the very first American Le Mans Series race in 1999. And he continued that service post-merger into the WeatherTech Championship. Over 25 years in providing information from the pit stops, data, driver, lead changes, tyre data, quotes and more to the media and public relations representatives. Our condolences to Justin and the rest of the team. The service continues. Robert Hamilton, Aston Martin specialist, developed the car known as the Muncher, which finished third in GTP in 1977. By the way, that car will be here for the Classic. William Lau, a highly respected figure in African rallying. Chris Rea, almost from my neck of the woods, proud man from Middlesbrough, on the banks of the River Tees. English rock and blues singer, songwriter, guitarist, record producer. He wrote and produced the 1996 film La Passione, inspired by Rea's childhood experience of falling in love with motor racing and the Sharknose Ferrari. Did a bit of racing as well. Felix Baumgartner, extreme sportsman who drove with Audi, let's not forget, in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Dick Barber, larger-than-life character in every way. I can never think of Dick without smiling. A driver and team owner, made his debut in 1968 as a racer with the Lola T70 Mark II Spider. Almost won the race, of course, in a 935 Porsche with Paul Newman. Loreto Sanfratello, Jazz Motorsport chief mechanic. Kazim Vankili, rally raid racer. Preston Ayres, a legendary British rally car driver whose extraordinary navigation precision spanned 4 decades and cemented his status as the bravest of the brave. His career peaked in 2002. He claimed the MSA British Historic Rally Championship alongside the long-time driver partner Charles Goulding. Also secured prestige podium finishes at the grueling East African Safari Rally. Outside of motorsport, he was a lifelong volunteer for the YMCA at Milton Keynes and earned him the British Empire Medal in 2023. Another one that's hit hard home to us in a recent addition to the Roll of Honour, Matt Payne, Australian motorsport commentator, known for his excitement and enthusiasm in the commentary box and his encyclopedic knowledge of karting. Herbert Schnitzer, the last of the 4 Schnitzer brothers who owned the legendary BMW racing team. Ned Jarrett, twice a NASCAR Grand National Series champion, later an exemplary broadcaster with MRN, CBS and ESPN. Peter Padgett, founder of the legendary Padgett's Motorcycles. Rick Treadway, Indy Racing League driver with 11 starts. Dennis Hamlin, Sr., the patriarch of the Hamlin family. Robert Duvall, proper old-time movie star, producer and director as well. And everyone's favourite fictitious NASCAR crew chief, Harry Hogg. Alex Zanardi. Where do we even start with Alex? A true hero of mine. Driver, paracyclists, competed in Formula One kart and World Touring cars, multiple Olympic, Paralympic gold medalist and medalist. Adria Force-Height, the oldest daughter of John Force. Leo Hindry, another friend to us here in this commentary box, founding CEO of the New York Yankees Yes Network, competed here at Le Mans, had a class win and a podium. Our thoughts with the family and especially our good friend Patty. Alison Ali Dower, Australian TV and radio presenter. Kath Skirmer from the British Trial and Rally Drivers Association. Alan Pagan, one of the original IRL entrants whose Pagan Racing team finished second at the Indy 500. John Casey, JC. During his time at Supercars, he served in many key roles, including Director of Marketing and Director of the Bathurst 12 Hours. There's another character that broke the mould when we lost JC. He also played a key role in the early planning phases of the Gen 3 supercar rule set, which in the years since has delivered the closest and some of the most thrilling racing supercars has ever seen. Ed Brunette, motorsport historian. Ulf Svensson, Swedish racer. Andreas Schall, best known for his 350 VLN and NLS races up to 2019 when he drove, among others, a Mercedes 190 Evo, an Opel Astra DTM Coupe, 5 overall VLN races, victories, and 98 class wins. We lost him at 87. Karen Sturm, F1 reporter and paddock sage. Aaron Sadler, motorcycle rider. Juha Mietonen in the NLS this year. A phenomenal, a phenomenal finishing record with podiums and wins that people can normally only dream about. Started off in rallycross, came back to motorsport, was a fantastic resource and sage to anybody who wanted to talk to him. Michael Annett, stock car racing legend. Michael Princip, a twice NASCAR champion. Hachime Amono, Super Teiku driver known as Kodanchan. Bill Davis, highly successful NASCAR team owner. His organisation won races in all 3 of NASCAR's national series, including the Daytona 500 and the Southern 500. Chris Raschke, a respected land speed racer and long-time member of the legendary Speed Demon team at Bonneville, a veteran of more than 4 decades in motorsport. Luca Guintoli, young son of World Superbike champion and broadcaster Sylvain Guintoli. Inspired the motorcycle racing community through his courage during a long battle with cancer. His story has prompted fundraising efforts and tributes from riders and fans across the world. His life was tragically short, but he has left a profound impact on those who followed his journey. Tom Matano, the acclaimed automotive designer behind the Mazda MX-5 or the Miata, as some of you will know it, one of the most successful sports cars ever built. Wayne Nelson, NASCAR production colleague of ours. Michael S. Shanes, a noted motorsport historian, author and collector whose research preserved important aspects of racing history. Les Unger played an important role in Toyota Motorsport and is respected throughout the paddock for his commitment to racing. John Paul Sr., a controversial but undoubtedly successful figure in American sports car racing as both a driver and a team owner. He achieved significant IMSA success through the late 70s and early 80s. His story is one of the most remarkable and complex in North American motorsport history. Gary Rogers, a giant of Australian motorsport. His racing team became one of the country's most successful and enduring organisations, touring cars, supercars, and bringing on new talent. He's helped shape generations of Australian racing talent, and his influence on the sport has extended far beyond the result sheet. Matteo Doretto, an emerging rally talent whose performances mark them as one to watch and one of the most promising drivers of his generation. Pat Appleyard, a respected competitor navigator and member of a family closely associated with Jaguar's motorsport heritage. Al Speyer, a prominent figure in Canadian motorsport administration and competition. Quentin Wilson, lovely Quentin, one of Britain's best-known motoring journalists and broadcasters. Through television, journalism and advocacy, he helped bring automotive enthusiasm to a far broader audience and championed informed consumer advice and road transport issues. One of my broadcast heroes. Sherry Herman, involved with us in the IMSA and Continental Tyres series. She was a respected motorsport industry professional and played an important role in supporting motorsport partnerships and events, and was pivotal in Radio Show Limited getting back into the American series. Michael Turner was one of the most celebrated motorsport and aviation artists in the world. Iconic moments from Formula One endurance and historic aviation. Just marvellous stuff. Greg Biffle, one of NASCAR's most successful drivers, winning championships in the Truck and Busch Series before becoming a multiple race winner at Cup level, known for his versatility and determination, among the most accomplished American stock car racers of his era. Mike Wilson dedicated much of his life to karting and helped support and develop young drivers at grassroots level. His passion for the sport and commitment to nurturing talent earned widespread respect within the community. Peter Falk, Porsche engineer par excellence, became a respected motorsport executive, and quite frankly, his work helped shape the Marque's competition success. Over a long career, he contributed positively to the development of many legendary Porsche racing programs. Arthur Lampkin, one of Britain's great motorcycle competitors, excelling in motocross trials and endurance events, and of course a member of one of the sport's most famous families. David Friedman, one of the motorsport's most important photographers during the 60s and 70s. Formula One endurance racing and sports cars, his archive is an invaluable historic resource. Barry Guess, widely known in historic motorsport circles through his work with the Race of Champions and later in the London to Brighton run. Roby Lundy, a long-serving mechanic with Intact GP and a familiar face across the MotoGP paddock. Billy Hurt was a dedicated motorsport safety worker who tragically lost his life responding to an on-track incident. His actions reflect the courage and commitment showed by all race officials and emergency personnel who work to keep competitors safe. A true servant of the sport. Jim McCallion served for decades as the president and CEO of the Long Beach Grand Prix and transformed it into one of North America's premier street racing events. Under his leadership, the race became significant on a national, international motorsport level. Maury Chandler, a distinguished rally competitor administrator whose contributions to Kiwi, New Zealand and international rallying earned widespread respect. Philip Vlasic, former Nordschleifer ace, ADAC GT Masters driver and Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final winner. And representing the fans, Michael Lenny Owens. Malcolm had been coming to Le Mans for over 30 years. Take a moment or two. Remember those we've lost. May they rest in peace. May their memory be a blessing. They've all gone one lap ahead.
Well, up on the grid now, it's cleared of most of well, there's still many people here. It's cleared of most of the public. It's interesting, there's already different strategies involved in this race. Some of the teams are out. A lot of the teams are still staying cool. We'll see if I can grab a quick word with one of the people who bothered to come out. Andre Lotterer. Andre, you've sat on this grid, about to start a race for Coles, about to start a race for Audi, about to start a race for Porsche, and now about to start a race for Genesis. It's a great career, but is it always the same feeling?
Forgot Rebellion as well.
Oh, and Rebellion as well. Well, I still apologise.
Yeah, it is always very special. You know, this race is amazing, and the people, the fans,
and all the energy we put in that, the purpose we find in this to feel alive, you know, with this sport and this race. So yeah, very grateful to be here. And now with a new team, we exist, a new brand, a new team. It's incredible, and what we've achieved so far, it's pretty remarkable in this short time. But we are aware it's going to be a tough race for us, you know, for first Le Mans. But we're trying to focus on ourselves and do the best we can.
Is it fair to say so far this weekend's gone better than you expected?
We can say so. I think we had a really nice start of the WEC season with finishing the race in Imola, which was our target. We had the same target for Spa, but somehow we scored our first point, so that was very positive too. And we came here with very humble expectations, not knowing too much if we will perform very well or not, because the parameters were not the best. But you know, when Matisse is in the car with his lightweight and talent, we showed some fast performances. So no, it's quite promising.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andre. Best of luck for the start. My colleague on the Countdown to Green Pit with the driver database, of course, powered by the knowledge we all need from driver database. My colleague is Duncan Vincent, who is down, I believe, in P2 land.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, IDEX Sport P2 car number 28. I have got Valerio Rinicella here with me. Now, this is your very first Le Mans. I know you're excited about this, but what are you expecting to happen? What do you expect this event to be like for yourself?
So yeah, thank you. First of all, I'm thankful to the team to be here, to give me the opportunity to race here in Le Mans. That's my third year of the year. Before, I just did the Barcelona round 1 for LMS, Paul Ricard round 2 for LMS. So moving from 4 hours of race to 24 will be quite long. I'm super excited. Everyone is watching the start. Everyone will stay here for the night. And it's crazy that the people that I'm looking at right now on the grandstand will be tomorrow waiting for the finish. So it's incredible. We're starting P1. It's just crazy, you know. We get a bit lucky with the qualifying. Panis is also fast. The grid is fast. Everyone is fast. So we have potential. We have a good lineup. I have Paul and Job with a lot of experience. I just learn in these days from them really a lot. So, well, what I'm expecting, to be fair, I'm a bit scared for the start. I know everyone wants to take the lead before the finish of the first lap. But overall, it's a long race. Even if we lose the first place at the first laps, it doesn't matter at all. You know, 24 hours, it's long with the traffic, with the uppercut, with the GTs, with the strategy. So it will be long. We just need to be tough, focus, and lock in for the race.
Enjoy your first Le Mans, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Up with the 101 Cadillac and the Jordan brothers, both of you. You've taken a very different strategy so far, in that most of the drivers have stayed in the garage, but you were first out here under the umbrellas. What's the thinking behind this particular sun-based strategy?
We're just adapting to the heat, I guess. No, we've got our cool vests on and everything, just, you know, enjoying the ambiance here at Le Mans. It's always so unique being here on the grid. Doing the chants with all the fans, it's always special. So, yeah, taking it all in.
Thanks, Jordan. And we also have birthday boy Felipe Albuquerque. Have they, A, given you a present, or B, cake?
Oh, definitely, for sure, the present. I want the present, for sure.
The present is to start the car, isn't it?
Yes. My teammates, they were kind enough to do that with me. So, yeah, starting the race so far ahead and with a nice car, nice teammates, nice team, fast car. What else? What can I ask, you know? That's the best birthday, for sure.
How aggressive are you expecting those first few laps to be?
To be honest, I think everyone around me, we want to have a clean race. I mean, last year, Ricky had, unfortunately, a little contact in T1. Obviously, it was a little bit more, we were more in the back, but we don't want to have any contact, because then you'll be thinking through the race, is the top speed affecting that contact? And nowadays, you put the car in once to the garage, you are over. You cannot afford a drive-through, you cannot afford mistakes. So I want to stay clean, to be honest. So we'll see.
And finally, Ricky, keeping clean is important, but at least you probably have a chance of winning this. I think last year you thought it wasn't a chance because the LMDH, the hypercars, but it seems that the LMDHs now have an edge.
Yeah, I mean, it feels almost strange to come here with a legitimate shot at winning. The Cadillacs have been so strong. So I think the team coming here for our second year, the team feels prepared. It's just a matter of executing, doing our jobs, and focusing on not making mistakes, being there at the end.
Best of luck. Thank you. That's the whole 101 team.
Edward Pearson stands beside me, ready to go on his first Le Mans, so I seem to be catching up with the rookies here. The Nielsen car looking very strong. Jack Doohan put a very good qualifying session in, but you said you're in the car third. Do you think that suits better for you being your first Le Mans?
Yeah, I think it's a comfort thing especially. I mean, obviously Jack's been in the bright lights in F1. He's done a mega job. I did the starts in the LMS, but you know, we have to have the best guy in, and he's done a great job all weekend. Obviously mega qualifying to put us P3, and then to have David in next to get some time and make sure we're all good, and then me in. It's nice. It's a nice, comfortable thing, so we're in a good position, and then I can hopefully get to work.
What have you done to prepare yourself for this physically? Have you hydrated? Have you eaten perfectly?
Yeah, no, I've eaten well, I've hydrated well, good sleep, and just made sure I've got the right schedule, because schedule's such a big thing. Get an hour's sleep is worth it than, you know, looking at data. Even though data's great to look at, you still need to get the sleep in. So getting every single hour you can and making sure you're scheduled for that. But no, feeling really good.
How excited are you about the night?
I am really excited about the night. Obviously, it is a bit daunting, but at the same time, I'm really excited for the opportunity to do it. And I think we've got good pace in the night as well. And I think the car will come to us.
Good luck. The Nielsen Racing car, P3 on the grid.
And that's it, up of the, just grab a quick word here with Sheldon van der Linden from number 15. BMW very strong this weekend.
Yes, we were strong in Spa already, but we've obviously confirmed that now on this weekend. It's one thing to be fast for 6 hours and win a race there, but to do it 4 times as long is obviously a whole new challenge. So we're embracing it. We've been very quick this week. Cars even better in the race pace. Confident.
It's interesting. What do you attribute this sudden improvement in the car overall? Is it the Evo, or is it just the way the other regulations have changed?
I think the Evo has definitely helped us forward in race pace. The car's clearly more competitive over the longer runs. I think qualifying is still a slight weakness for us where we need to work and try and improve. But at a 24-hour race, it's pretty irrelevant where you start. As long as you're out of trouble in the first 2 corners, that's pretty much all you hope for, yeah.
And of course, that's not your job. Are you getting in second or third?
Second.
Oh, only a couple of hours to wait then.
Yeah, only 2, yeah.
Thanks indeed. That's number 15 BMW.
It's our driver database informed pit lane reporters. The all-new driver database is at driverdb.com. We'll just take a moment. Kevin Estra is with Duncan, and then we'll bounce straight back to Nick.
Yeah, Kevin Estra, TDS Racing for Le Mans in 2026, and big smile on the face when I say that. You know, home crowd, look at this crowd and the weather. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's my 12th Le Mans and I didn't want to miss it. And since Porsche is not here, you know, LMP2 was a great opportunity for me. And TDS called me. They're always, you know, up front. The lineup is good. And no, I'm really happy to be here in Le Mans. My home race. It's the only race I do at home, you know, every year. So I'm really, really glad to do that race again.
Your lineup is strong. That's exactly correct. Are you? I don't want to say confident because that can shoot you in the foot sometimes. But what are your thoughts coming into this? You guys have great pace.
Yeah, I think the team has done a great job, you know, throughout in the build-up, and the team has a great experience. Matthias was on pole last year, was one of the fastest last year. And Toby, for our amateur, Toby, it's his first time here, so he has a lot to learn. He learned a lot, and he is very capable of doing fast laps and no mistakes, but still, the first Le Mans is always a bit special, and there is a lot of stuff, you know, you can go wrong. So we have to guide him, and I think we're confident that we can do well, but we know also competition is super high.
Kevin, thank you very much. I don't think Toby's got any better teacher.
Grab a quick word with Ferdinand Haspert. Alpine, another team that's shown incredible performance improvements.
Thank you. I mean, the team, been doing everything they can to move forward. We've had 2 years to learn and see where we really sucked and had weaknesses, and we pushed it really hard to turn it around, and we're now starting from P3. Of course, we don't know what the others are doing a lot of the time. We just hope that, you know, we've always shown everything that we've got. We've always given our best, and hopefully, I believe that when you give your best and you show everything who you are and what you are, you get rewarded. And really hope for the boys that have worked on this car with the mechanics and the engineers that we can reward them with a beautiful race, with a clean race, and hopefully with some success.
Watching from the outside, it seems that you personally have taken a step forward this year. Do you believe that as well?
Yeah, I hope so. I worked really hard on myself, and I hope I've done that. You know, I've had strengths and weaknesses in the past, and I've tried to mitigate the weaknesses. And now one thing that I've needed to work on is my one-lap pace in quali, and I've shown that I've done that, and I'm really happy with it. And yeah, I'm mostly just grateful that I get the chance to do this, and I want to. We only get to do it once, this whole thing in life, and might as well do it properly and at the top. So. That's what I've been trying to do.
You certainly properly. Thank you. That's Ferdinand Hatzband out of the Alpine.
AO by TF, Dane Cameron, who will be the starting driver. You just said you're actually feeling it. You're looking good for this week. You're excited about the race.
Yeah, certainly. It's my favorite event of the year by far, so it's such a privilege to compete here every year in Le Mans. I think we have a great package. So with James and PJ on board, a lot of the same crew from last year, we had a really quite amazing day. Been maybe missing a touch of speed, but I think everyone's made a few changes in anticipation of the weather, so we'll see how things change here very shortly.
What can you tell me about the new member of the AO family? Do we have Rocky here now?
Yeah, it's cool. So obviously a special race. You see always a lot of special colors here at Le Mans, so for us to bring a new character to life at AO in Rocky, the Pegasus, to tie in with Mobile One. So really great to kind of see a big corporation, obviously with a huge history in sports car racing, really jump in with both feet and embrace kind of what we've been doing differently at AO here with the new character.
Dane, the best of luck.
Yeah, cheers.
Up at the very front of the grid with Dries van Toor. Dries spoke to you on Thursday evening. At that time, it was the half an hour when you weren't on pole, but you are the pole winner. Is it still as good a feeling when the other car lost its time due to technicality?
Yeah, I mean, I always say a pole is a pole, a win is a win, no matter how it happens. We all have to follow the rules by the same book, and that's part of the game. I mean, obviously, from one side, a bit sad that that we didn't get the presentation, even though we knew probably already early in the session that there was something not right what they did. But nevertheless, I know as well that the lap was good, not perfect, but good enough, and happy with it.
How do you feel the race pace of the BMW is? I mean, we've seen a real move for all the LMDH cars. We've really come forward this year.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, like I also said in the beginning of the week, I think it's good. It's good for the series. It's good for everything that we have an equal fight coming into the biggest race of the season. And I think that's what's showing. I mean, for sure, you can't rule. It looks now that maybe they are struggling a bit more, but you can never rule them out. I would be 100% sure that they will be there in the race. So it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a nice race. It's going to be a hot race. It's going to be nice for all the fans to have a full 24 hours of sun. And we're going to try our best, of course.
Kevin's starting the car. Have you had discussions about how to take the start?
I don't think I have to explain him so much anymore. I think he knows well what he's doing, and we have a plan with us three, and what we are going to do with our car, and that's just be smart and be safe and me there at the end.
Great, thank you very much, Dries van Toor. Now down to Francois Perotto with Duncan.
Yeah, Francois Perotto stands beside me right now. We have got, 9th place qualifier for the 183 AF Corsa car. Now, Francois, Mathieu Vaxivière starts. You're here just now. What are your thoughts ahead of this great race? Because you have just said to me, this is hot today. The heat will play a key role.
Yeah, it will. We haven't driven in those types of conditions yet. So it's just about, tiredness management, I guess, and see what we can do with the airflow in the car. Maybe use the aircon, even though it's not very powerful, but every little will help, stay hydrated and just keep focused for 24 hours.
Are you okay after the slight incident that happened to you guys at the parade?
Oh my God, yeah. No, you couldn't make that up, honestly. It's just, a very unfortunate accident, but we all fell backwards. I tell you what, it could have been a lot worse, but no, we ended up with a little bit of pain, but we're all fine now. That's good.
Listen, thank you very much. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
With the most improved team, I think, from year to year. It's the Aston Martin Heart of Racing, Romain De Angelis. Massive improvement in this car this year.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to see the improvement. I was just saying to Marco on the walk to the grid how happy we were to make it into Hyperpole 1 last year, which was 15. And now getting to do Hyperpole 2 and starting in 7th, which is a great result for the team and shows a massive improvement from last year. So we're really happy. And we have a long way to go, and we understand that qualifying isn't everything, but it does show the progress.
Big challenge for the team. You've got less experience than others, and now we're presented with completely different weather conditions than we've been practicing in. What's the team done to mitigate for these hot temperatures?
I don't really know. I don't know what everyone's done. It's the opposite of what we'd had here for the last 10 days or so. Obviously, the track temperature is hot. We're now talking about how hot and sweaty we are standing here on the grid, and now we have to go drive these beautiful machines around Le Mans for 24 hours. So, yeah, the delta between night and day is going to be massive. We're looking at some 55-degree track temperatures tomorrow. So, I think it's a bit of a guessing game for everyone, but I'm sure the boys and girls at the Heart of Racing and Aston Martin are going to do the best they can to give us a good car.
How much are the two cars going to work together? Do you see split strategies coming about?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously, we're quite close on the grid. One car's 7th and one in 11th. I think we're just going to run our own race, and if we find ourselves out there, obviously, work with each other and do the best that we can. We want to run collectively as a team and be strong. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, and it's a long race, and we hope that both cars are in the top 10 and maybe in the top 5.
What is the main difference coming back the second time? What do you guys now know, in 2026 you didn't know in 2025?
Just experience. I mean, experience is everything here. We see the manufacturers that have been here for years, like Toyota and Ferrari, the results that they're having. So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a lot easier for us as drivers to come here for a second year, understand the car, understand the differences and the advancements that we've made over the years. We obviously have cars at IMSA and in WEC, so basically double the amount of data and engineering information that's been collected to show the improvements that we've made today. So we'll see.
And it's the best looking car.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Nick Damon, you're not allowed to have favourites. From one part of Heart of Racing to the man who is quite literally the driving force behind it. The busiest man in motorsport, I think. Ian James is with Duncan.
Exactly. Heart of Racing are in pole position for LMGT3. And Ian James, you look lovely standing here in the sun, taking in the moment. But what are your thoughts deep down? Because this is the big one, effectively. This is the Le Mans 24-hour.
Yeah, I think it's nervous excitement, really. We've been here a few times before, and starting at the front is good for bragging rights, but come the race, none of that really matters. So we're just hoping for a nice, clean race, and obviously we've got 4 cars in the hunt here, 2 in hypercar, 2 in GT, and let's hope we have a clean, safe race, and we have a lot of fun out there.
When do we see you get into the car?
So I'll get in after the first stint, and when Mattia comes in, and then I'll be in there for 3 or 4 after that.
And the weather today, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, it's kind of it's new to everybody. I think our car's pretty good when it gets hot, so I'm happy about that. And hey, same for everybody. Let's see how the tyres last.
You were here in 2006, one of 2 drivers in the grid when we started as RSL, so it's a bit of an anniversary for you as it is for us.
I think you're showing how old I am now, but yeah, I look back and I see how the track and the whole event has evolved in the last 20 odd years, and it's just amazing. I mean, we couldn't be at a better time in sports car racing, and we're very proud to the Heart of Racing to be part of that.
Ian, you're like a fine wine.
Yeah, hope so.
Thank you.
Yes, he's matured brilliantly. 21 events here at Le Mans, covered by us here at RSL since 2006. Hashtag 21RSL24 at RSL_studio. We're in the countdown to green. The race is 40 minutes away, and Nick Damon is still on the grid.
Well, I'm with our second birthday boy. It's James Collado. Did you know you shared a birthday with Philippe Albuquerque?
Yeah, every year. I always wish him happy birthday as well. Yeah,
it would be every year in fairness.
This track, it's my birthday, so.
So does that make it more special or less special?
Less.
It's like having a birthday on Christmas Day.
I need to be politically correct now. Of course, it's amazing. I mean, yeah, it's been the last 12 years I've been here for my birthday. So at least this time I got the kids and the family, and they've seen me for the first time on my birthday. So no, we're looking forward to the race. It's a bit warmer. That's going to maybe play a little part into this, and we'll see what we can do. I mean, obviously we've not quite got the pace, but let's see if we can hang on.
Yeah, that's a different thing from the last 3 years. The last 3 years, the Ferrari have been at least favourite or equal favourite. Now you seem a little bit mired down the pack. I mean, was there anything you could do in between qualifying and the start of the race to improve that situation?
To be honest, in FP4 we made a few changes and we liked it. So, I mean, it's not night and day. We're not going to find all of the pace that we need, and of course the others probably have improved as well. But we found a couple of tenths, and whether that's enough, probably not. But we'll go for it, mate. No stress.
And are the warmer temperatures, do you think it's going to help you, or is it an equaliser? It doesn't make any difference.
I have no idea, actually. Let's see. I really don't know. I can't. No answer for that.
So you've made the changes. Has that made the car more edgy for speed, or is it just something that's aerodynamic, just working better?
It could be either, couldn't it?
I get the impression it's edgy.
It's one of them. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to give any secrets, but I think what we've tried to do is get a better balance more than anything through the high-speed stuff, and that's not me saying we got more or less downforce, but a better balance basically.
Is Ferrari going to have to use different tactics this time around? The last 3 years, it's been incredibly fair amongst both the two teams in some way, also the yellow team. But do you think you might have to play strict strategies and give one team an advantage to try and make up those gaps?
We've not talked about, favourites, that's for sure. Of course, whoever's in the front's got the priority. That's the way it's always been with us. But it's a long race. I mean, we get so many neutralizations. That affects you a lot. There's always problems. It's never clean running. So let's just see. I mean, of course, in the last few hours, maybe some decisions. But as far as I'm aware at the moment, it's fairly equal, and we'll go out and race each other like normal.
Great stuff there, James Curler. Now, down with Duncan is a man who's driven a Lexus for longer than Alan Partridge. It's Jack Hawksworth.
Yeah, the Lexus car starts side by side for Akko this year. And Jack, you must be excited about starting, but there's always a little bit of nerves with your teammate being alongside you, because the first person you don't want to do anything to motorsport is your teammate like bumping into them. But it's going to be tight down there. What are your thoughts? Have you talked about turn one?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's nice having your teammate there. He's probably if there's someone who's going to be friendly, it's probably them. Yeah, we feel good about it. Obviously, it was a really strong showing in all week, really, and in qualifying, and find ourselves in a good position here. So try to get through the first lap clean, and then just heads down and have a good race.
Now, with you starting, is it a plan to get to the front, push to the front, and see what the Lexus can do through this intense heat that we have?
Yeah, I mean, 24-hour race, so the plan's kind of the same as it always is, really. Try and have a clean race, clean start, get no penalties, build our way into the race. And I mean, if we can get up front, we'll go for it, but at the same time, we just want to settle in here and see how this thing plays out.
What's your plan? Obviously, you start. Who comes in after you, and what's the driver rotation looking like?
So initially, I'll start, and then we'll get Tom in. Tom will run some laps, and then Adrian will jump in, and that'll be the rotation for the first couple of stints. And then, once we kind of get the bronze drive time done, we'll kind of move towards more of me and Adrian towards the end of the race. So, looking forward to it.
Very best of luck, Jack.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Is he racing too?
I'm sorry, no, I'm not, no. I mean, I was being asked a question by a Toyota engineer. Just see if I can grab a quick word with Brendan. Brendan, I don't think the position of these cars on the grid actually reflects the speed of the car. Would that be fair?
Yeah, Rio was unlucky. He got held up on his fast lap. Kamui had a couple of track limits. I don't think we had the pace for pole on one lap. At the same time, we really didn't emphasize qualifying. We didn't do qualifying simulations. We focused on the race. We've seen from the last years, it didn't really matter where you started. So yeah, I do believe we've got some good race pace, but so do the cars in front. I mean, the competition's getting hotter and hotter. A couple of the cars at the front have got more top speed than us, which makes it hard to race, but we feel like we've got a good car, made good steps from last year, and we feel like we have a good chance to fight at the front.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Did the team feel more confident this year than last?
I'd say yes. With the new updates, we're feeling more prepared than ever, and let's see in the first couple of stints if we can move forward a bit, but all the cars in front are proper competitors. There's no weak links there at the moment.
Race I think gets Brendan Hartley out in the number 8 Toyota.
Sean Galileo standing with me as the lineups are starting. Sean, you were just talking football to me a minute ago, but there's a more important thing ahead of us rather than the World Cup. We've got 24 hours round the clock twice here.
Yeah, just trying to keep my stress levels down talking about football, because obviously Indonesia's not there, so yeah, supporting Brazil because my teammate's Brazilian. No, but I think we're on for a good chance here. Hopefully we can execute the race well planned, keep it safe the first half of the race, and then start pushing from the night onwards.
Thanks, Sean. Good luck.
Thank you. Sorry. Peter Mackay and I having a completely separate conversation while listening to our driver database informed pit lane reporters. They've been asked to leave the grid now as we move on towards the formalities here in our countdown to green. The drivers, the teams are lining up in echelon. A number of the great and good. Jean Alesi, who he's aged well, it's got to be said. Looks dapper, looked fantastic with the aviators on. Jackie X is here as well. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, formerly of Audi, now a consultant to the FIA and to the ACO. The tricolour delivered differently this year, so it wasn't by the helicopter, it was by two parachutists who held it between them as they came down. with the flexifoils as they were coming in. 100 years of Peugeot in competition this year, and we had a fantastic cavalcade of Peugeots. And they've just released some renderings of a potential new 504 Coupe. If it's built, they can take my money now. And there's a beautiful 504 Decapotable convertible in that sort of lovely mink sable type metallic colour that is here this weekend in the display. And yes, I would take that one home on Monday in the blink of an eye. 17th for last year's championship winning car. Check that. Last year's race winning car. Sitting on hard tyres at the moment. The red sidewalls for the number 83, Peter. A wake-up call for that team and potentially for Ferrari. They have to come into this with a different mindset if they're going to be competitive. They're not going to dominate.
I don't think anybody's going to dominate, to be quite honest. I don't think it's that sort of race this year. The split times are so close. The speed trap times are pretty close. It's very, very difficult to tell. But starting 17th, we know the qualifying has become more and more important now in this hypercar era. You don't want to be sat too far back. Interestingly, on the Ferrari 83, it's got hards on the left and mediums on the right.
Well, the Peugeot...
They had to test that, though.
Yeah. The Peugeots have got, on the left side, have got the red sidewall tyres. So that, again, is hards on the left. Can't see the right from where. So 2 reds on the left-hand side. See that clearly. Sarah Bovey is our Grand Marshal for 2026 in her race suit, because I think she's going to jump in the car and lead them round. She's used to that from her exploits with the Iron Dames. Rahel Fry is on the pit wall for Team BMW WRT. She is the Director of GT Performance, and in her first WEC race, she delivered them a victory in Italy. And I believe that Michelle Gatting is in one of the broadcast booths just behind us as well. It's a once-in-a-lifetime coincidence today. I've been talking about this in my stand-ups at Ford Racing this week. The date today, as we would say it in Europe, is the 13th of the 6th, 26. 13.626 is the exact length of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. This will never happen again. And if you're here, you are part of history anyway. But if you are at home, just note that one down. Something that we have been talking about all week. It's a lot of drivers who will look a little more stressed now than when I spoke to them earlier on in the week, and certainly at scrutineering. It's all become very real. The grandstands, the tribunes are absolutely packed. There's been a huge crowd down on the pit lane. Very relaxed down at Heart of Racing. It's time, Peter, to start thinking about the next 24 hours. At our first tickets campsite tour last night, yesterday afternoon, I asked you about what you thought about the front of the field. It is too close to call, but the good news is there's more than one, more than two, possibly even more than 3 manufacturers who have to be in the conversation right now.
I think it's the most wide open Le Mans there's been in many, many years in the top category. Normally you get a bit of a feel of who has got what, but there is several manufacturers you could make a case for. BMW, Cadillac, the Alpines, and you can never ever write off Ferrari and Toyota either. I know Ferrari have been fairly cautious about, and downplaying that they're behind, but I don't expect that to be the case when the race gets going.
The trophy, as tradition dictates, being brought to the middle of the grid in a classic Peugeot as it comes down the wrong way, actually. down the start-finish straight. It always slightly confuses me when they do this. Big round of applause. It's in a dark red colour, the car, not the trophy. The trophy's in its gold with the 24-hour logo on the top. And just coming now towards the middle of the grid, which would be drivers left going the correct way. A couple of you asking what happened to Francois Perraudot and his teammates at the parade on Friday. It's tradition that you sort of sit on the back of a convertible or on the back of a pickup truck or something like that. They were sitting on the back of a beautiful convertible, and their driver accelerated a bit too enthusiastically at one point, and all three of them got tipped off the back, Peter.
It could have been a lot worse, as Francois said, but as you know, he's got such a great personality. He's a wonderful guy. I've had the great privilege of chatting to him quite a few times about various things, and he just loves coming here, and yeah, he could have taken that a lot worse, I think. So yeah, he's ready to go for this one, and in with a chance of winning yet another class victory here at Le Mans.
I love the fact that the two ACO personnel who've just transferred the trophy to its place of honour were wearing white gloves so they don't put any fingerprints on the gilt columns at either side. Now, the French national anthem, the Marseillaise.
Entendez-vous dans les campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans vos bras, égorger vos fils, vos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons. Marchons, marchons, car
Wow, what a rendition of the Marseillaise.
If that doesn't get the hairs going up on your neck, I think you just go home.
I mean, it's a stirring national anthem at any time, sung impeccably. That's normally the local police band, and I think it was, and the young lady who sang that without any in-ears as well. So that's really hard because you're hearing yourself coming back from the PA. That was absolutely outstanding. I'm giving that a solid 9.8 out of 10.
10?
Well, I feel I can't ever give a 10.
Scotland gives a 10.
Okay. Oh, that was fantastic.
And now 3 beautiful chestnut horses
from
coming down.
The Republican Guard Cavalry Regiment. This is an all-new start to what we've seen in the last few years. The teams are all lined up, and they are bringing another tricolour. We've seen this delivered from the Army of the Air and some great helicopter flying in the past. We've got horsepower of a different kind here. This is the tricolour, the gilt-edged tricolour, which will be brought to Sir Mark Cavendish, who has 35 stage wins in the Tour de France. The Manx missile. The Le Mans 24 Hours is the greatest endurance race, maybe the greatest motor race in the world, but the greatest endurance of all in terms of racing for me is La Tour de France, and Mark Cavendish is the outright leader in stage wins, and he has the honour of this gilt-edged tricolour that he's seen many, many times. Mark, a decent peddler and loves his motoring and motorsport. I suppose when you come from the Isle of Man, you have to have a bit of petrol in your blood, even if it's pedals, not pistons, that drive the wheels for his extraordinary cycling career. I did some work with him many years ago on a Top Gear live show when he came to be the star in the reasonably placed car. What a lovely bloke to deal with. He's given the 24-hour starting flag a couple of practice waves. He'll be on the starting gantry in a moment.
3 of the best ridden and behaved horses you'll ever see. They're not a chance for mucking about there, going through down the grid to hand the tricolour over.
No prancing horses at the front of the field, though, as we've mentioned, and this is going to be a tough one for the Maranello team if they are going to do something. That question, I think, was right. Are we going to see a change of tactics, a change of heart? Ferrari don't typically split their strategy. In 12th position, Nicholas Nielsen will start the number 50. Harry Tinknell in the 007 in 11th. The fans undoubtedly enjoying the formalities for the moment. Pierre Fillon, who is the president of the ACO, along with Sarah Bovey, our Grand Marshal, is congratulating Sir Mark Cavendish. A truly international race. The is going to be waving that flag. Danes, Belgians, French, of course, Brits, many, Germans. A lot of Italians here this year as well. The mighty 38 Hertz Cadillac Team Jota, the Dallara chassis car again with red sidewall tyres on the left. Nick Damon might be able to grab us some more interviews from our driver database informed, all new driver DB.
Yeah, just at the back of the hypercar field. Everyone's kind of not quite sure what's going on, so I'll take the advantage of this to have a quick word with Martin Jacobson out of the 94. Martin, what can you guys do with the Peugeot starting at the back?
Of course we can make our way forward. Obviously we can't lose any positions at the moment, so I think that's a good motivation just to, of course, stay calm the first half a lap, but then from there just look forward, forget about what happened on Wednesday during the qualifying, and yeah, it's going to be important today to work out what tyre compounds to race on, because obviously with the hotter temperatures now, it's very different compared to what we have run in the practices.
Yeah, of course, the Peugeot was on pole the previous WEC race, and then suddenly the pace disappears. Is that just because it's not quick enough down the straights?
Not necessarily. I think here at Le Mans on the bumps, it's something we have struggled quite a lot with. You know, the traction phases out of especially Arnage, it's somewhere with the systems, and just being able to have a proper traction is something we struggle a little bit with. And also the ride control in high-speed corners like Tête Rouge and also the Porsche corners. But in the end, you know, it's super, super competitive as well. And I think just because we were on pole in Spa doesn't mean that we should be, you know, dominating here as well, even though we wish we were. But now it's race time, and we have a clear mindset ahead of it today.
Does the change of temperature help any of those problems you said, or will it actually make it worse?
I'm a little concerned it could make it worse if you think only purely temperature. But maybe a positive point is that now we will have more hours running with lots of cars on track. So hopefully the place is going to rubber up, and then tonight when the temperatures hopefully cool down, hopefully it's going to play in our direction.
Now, thank you for giving me something so much.
Thank you very much.
I love him.
He's good, isn't he?
Absolutely love him.
He's another one of these up-and-coming superstars. Do you feel that we're in a bit of a transition stage at the moment? We've got, Nick, some new drivers coming through. Some of them, they're at different stages of their development, but there's certainly some new talent coming through.
Let me try and see if I can get one of the elder statesmen of the grid. Excuse me. Maybe talk, not sure. Can we? Quick word. Just a second. Kami Kobayashi out the 7. Kami, how would you sum up Toyota's race week so far?
Well, I think we're struggling in qualify, but I think overall, I think long run pace seems to be not too bad. It's not the fastest, but yeah, I think we execute all the performance during 24, and we see.
Much warmer. I notice you, like a lot of the cars, are starting on the hard tyre. Is that going to move to your favour, do you think?
We don't know. I mean, the first time we have been the hotter condition this week, so yeah, let's see. I think everybody will be surprised.
We understand there's going to be some changes moving forward with the team. I mean, Rio Hawakara said he might be going to F1. Is that likely?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
And of course, we know that Mike's may also be moving on. Is it exciting, the chance to change, to refresh the driver lineup? You are, of course, the manager of the team.
No, I mean, just we focus on this year.
Okay, thank you. Can we? That changed about 3 years ago, how you pronounce his name. I still haven't caught up with it.
Yeah. What's happening now, Nick? Are we getting towards the end of the formalities?
No, what happened was the hypercar people, being the furthest people away from the actual action, sort of broke ranks a bit before everyone else. Hence the reason I was able to just scupper those quick couple of interviews. It's now very much everyone's off the grid. The starting drivers are getting into the cars, and then we have the man who's celebrating 25 years. It's David Richards with Duncan.
David Richards, welcome to another beautiful Le Mans 24 Hours. The weather has been so kind to us. How are you, first of all?
I'm fine. It's a bit warm out here, that's for sure. Trying to get in the shade now.
What's your thoughts ahead of this race?
It's going to be a long, hard one, especially in these temperatures now. It's hard on the cars, hard on the drivers, and but, you know, like Le Mans every year, it's unpredictable.
And are you going to be jumping between the garages here, keeping yourself busy?
I'll be standing in the background. Leave it to the young guys these days.
Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the race.
All right. Ciao.
Thank you.
Smashing interview with him that we played just a wee bit earlier on. A 25-year span uninterrupted with ProDrive at Le Mans, Peter, which started with David Richards sending George Howard Chapel to London, having scoured the used car ads to buy a used Ferrari 550 Maranello, because Ferrari didn't quite want to get on board with GT racing,
no,
GT1
they didn't
racing.
At all.
Yeah,
to be quite honest. No, it was really about Freddie Doer. It was the guy who was the real driving force behind that program and believed that Ferrari should have a factory GT car. And when they didn't want to, he said, "Okay, I'll get some guys that are pretty good at making a touring car and a rally car at the time." But Le Mans was still actually fairly unknown for an outfit like ProDrive, and very quickly that evolved into the Works Aston Martin program. You know, when we started with RSL in 06, that was coming right into the peak of Aston Martin racing with the screaming V12 DBR9, which is a car that we now see competing in historic racing.
I know.
It is so cool to get up close to them, and you realise how special an era that was.
I put it to David that the rivalry between Corvette, Pratt Miller Racing, Pratt and Miller Racing as they were then, and ProDrive Aston Martin Racing was one of the defining parts of that sports car, that GT era. In 2006, I remember them going across and doing the handshakes like two ice hockey teams. It was hard on the track. We had some fantastic finishes. My goodness, there was some respect there, though.
And two so different philosophies as well.
Good point.
Totally different philosophies in the way they go about things, the way that the cars were configured. Yes, they were both front engine, both big engines, but you know, where the drivers came from were very different as well. You had a lot of kind of ex-touring car guys in the Aston Martin side of things, and in America they very much trusted their own talent that they brought through the American Le Mans series, and that was really where convergence was really prevalent in the GT classes at the time, you know, because GT1 raced in the American Le Mans series as well, and it was really a nice mould together of the two. But I don't think you can really top the era that we're in at the moment, both in prototype and GT simultaneously. To have a golden era in one particular category is one thing, but to have it as a blanket across. And then you also consider the sheer number of entrants that have taken part in the support races this weekend, in the Ferrari Challenge, in Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, and of course in the Road to Le Mans as well. There is a real swell underneath the tide as well.
Well, that's just about it from the countdown to green. Sarah Bovey, our Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshals normally sit in the pace car and take the passenger seat. Sarah said, "No, thanks very much. I've got my open face helmet." Unusually, only two Porsches in this race. That goes all the way back to 1951. It's the only time that there have only been two Porsches in this race since the first time Porsche ever came here. And I talked to Timo Bernhard about that this morning. But Sarah will lead the cars around for the formation lap. It'll be Johnny Palmer who will take you through
the next part of the race. I want to say very quickly a happy birthday, a third happy birthday, but this to one of our colleagues, James Broomhead, who works at Genesis. He's one of the PR gurus there. He's celebrating today. What a day to have your birthday here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Peter Mackay's been alongside me, John Hindhaugh, for the countdown to green, the 94th running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance, live, free, across the world. And on Sirius XM is next.
Radio Show Limited was formed at the end of 2005, specifically to ensure the survival of Radio Le Mans at the circuit on FM. RSL's commitment for the race in 2006 was that along with the FM around the track, there would be worldwide, free, uninterrupted race coverage and extended programming around the track sessions by an informed team of enthusiastic broadcasters already seasoned by 8 years of ALMS coverage. The 2006 race was a landmark for RSL, but more importantly, the result proved historic for endurance racing and the Le Mans 24 Hours.
We are waiting for the Audi TT pace car, the new Audi TT pace car to pull away, and it will be its two silver stablemates with diesel power on the front row of Le Mans, locking it out as they lead away for the 74th running of the world's greatest motor race.
FM 91.2 at the circuit, Sky Channel 0157, and across the world on the web. Radio Le Mans with Evo Magazine, race tuned.
For 2006, everybody bar Bob Dawson is up here on the gantry to watch down. The studio is looking after itself. The lunatics have taken over the asylum, is what it says on the back of the T-shirt. I'm not certain whether they're talking about the Radio Le Mans team or this 39,000 horsepower that is being lined up in front of me. The Audi TT is holding them back as they come through the last couple of sections of the racetrack before they're released onto the start-finish line. Paul Truswell and John Hindhaugh standing by, finger on the trigger for Paul, at least on the stopwatch, as he'll kick it off. 57, 58, 59, it's 5 o'clock, and this is Le Mans starting right now. A pit caller at the start of the race, Graham Tyler.
Yeah, it's the G-Force car, the number 35 garage, and they're going to put it back into the garage, so this is not going to be the work of a moment, and this is not the way you want to start. It's the Judd engine car in the Belgian colours, run by G-Force. We'll have a word, find out what's the problem.
Thank you very much, Graham. A very clean start by everybody there, Paul.
Yeah, the two who were looking most aggressive at the start, I thought, John, were Jan Lammers, predictably in the Racing for Holland Dome, but also the Pescarolo, Emmanuel Collard, number 16. That was pushing very hard. It wants to get in amongst the Audis.
Yeah, the Audis, however, have made a little bit of a break, and there is the Zytec car going up the inside into the first chicane, trying to make up a position. If we look back down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th position, didn't get past the Creation Autosport Eve car, the blue car ahead of it. And once again, things are closing up at the head of the field in the run between the two chicanes. Down towards the second one, it's still the two Audis who are really leading out very nicely indeed. Alan McNish, after that very slow lap, making sure he's got heat in the tyres. He turns in left, then right, and then left again, back out on the final part of the Mulsanne Straight, as us English call it. Then the two Peskies behind. First of the Courage is in there as well.
Yeah, Jean-Marc Gounon.
They've all just taken things very nice and easy. And we often say at this part of the race, well, I can't believe they're going like this. My head's going to explode. It's a 24-hour race. But this actually does look like a 24-hour race for once, doesn't it?
My head's still going to explode, though.
Not yet, Paul. Really, we do need you for a little while longer. Bill Binney has just gone through, right arm raised. Now the 62 Aston's just gone through, and I think he thinks it's over. The pits have been closed. There goes Mike Newton for RML and MG, and it's Alan McNish in the number 7 car that he shares with Tom Christensen and Dindo Capello, who sits dutifully behind his teammate. It'll be another podium finish for Alan McNish, but not the top step, I'm afraid, as Seb Loeb gets the honour of bringing round the second place car. Emmanuel Pirro, though, is leading them round. McNish, in fact, everybody now getting into a line behind the two Audis. So then, in 2000, we entered a new era, a new century, and the Audi name was put on the trophy for the first time. The age of the Audi R8 was born, and since then, Audi Power has been victorious at every single one of the 24-hour races, because it was an Audi-derived engine, of course, that powered the Bentley. In 2006, how appropriate that the red number 8, as it was the red number 8 in 2000 as well, starts a new age for Audi. An age of TDI, diesel power, 5.5, V12, rewriting motorsport history, rewriting the technical textbooks, and it will of course be Frank Bieler alongside him on the pit lane already. I can see them lining up, getting ready to go wild. Marco Werner, and the man who will bring the car home, a sweet victory for Emmanuel Pirro. As they come round, it'll be the 4th win for Frank and Emanuele. The checkered flag is out on the start-finish line, and Pirro and McNish come through at the head of the field. We've gone to the dark side. Diesel rules at Le Mans 2006, and Emmanuel Pirro wins for Audi, wins for Jost, and wins for TDI diesel power. Let's go to the pit wall. Joe Bradley is down at Audi.
Congratulations, Herr Jost. Are you looking forward to the next 6 years now?
Hopefully, yes. I mean, this was a very big challenge for us to win with the first diesel of the world and the first Le Mans race here. I'm very happy. I'm very proud for Audi, of course, and also for our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jost.
Got Andy Wallace here, John, down in the Ray Mallet Scrum, winner in LMP2. Congratulations from all the team. Ray Malek up on the pit wall here as well. Andy, congratulations, mate. You came and you won your class.
Thank you very much. This is absolutely wonderful. This is such a hard race to win, you know. And I have to say the team did a fantastic job, as you would expect. Everybody did, and I'm overwhelmed, you know. I'm so happy to win this.
Fantastic stuff. Let's speak to Frank Bieler.
Completely new project. To win it is just a great feeling. It's my 4th win. The last one is quite some time ago. It was in 2002. I feel really great. Thanks.
Are you emotional?
I'm not really. This comes always later, you know, but we put so much effort in, and it's just a fantastic feeling to be first at Le Mans. There's no doubt. It's the most important sports car race in the world, and to win that one is a great thing.
Let's go back down to Graham Tyler, who's trying to get into Team LNT before they disappear from the pit wall. I think they're still waiting for the car, Graham, aren't they?
They may well be. It's a lot of orange down here. They're all hanging over the pit wall.
Here it comes, the car's coming through the Porsche curves now, the Brits in the grandstands, get on your feet and cheer. Team LNT, 3 British drivers and a British entrant go wild for the first non-Porsche ever to win the GT2 category, the first non-Porsche even on the podium, and it's a set of Brits with a big front engine sports car. How fantastic is that?
Brilliant result.
Absolutely delighted. Delighted.
Couldn't have done better.
Well, you couldn't have written the script for it, really. Porsche leading, breaks down, gets going, 2 minutes, splash and dash, fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. LNT have gone wild here, Don Panos, having big hugs all round as well. Great stuff.
Corvette and Aston Martin, they shook hands at the start of the race. It looked like the start of an ice hockey match where everybody skated by each other. Joe Bradley.
We can talk to Jan Magnussen.
Get in there, man.
Jan, congratulations. Another fine effort. Tell us about it all.
Well, it was very, very close between Corvette and Aston Martin all the way through the race. We were never separated by more than, or never a lap. So Aston Martin was very strong in the night, and I think in the daytime we were a little bit stronger. Then this morning when we were almost a lap down, but not quite, we were able to go out there and really put some pressure on, and the Aston failed. So, well, you know.
Because you put the pressure on, Jan?
I don't know, but it went inside with us putting a lot of pressure on.
Well done, man. Jan Magnussen there.
You're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans Race Chin for 2006 in association with Evo Magazine. Graham Tyler has positioned himself between the podium and the press room. What a clever man he is.
They shall not pass. This is one of those sensations being up here that should remind us all in this happy little crew that is Radio Le Mans that, as Joe Bradley once put it, we are indeed fans with microphones. I couldn't put it better than that. And we are sometimes so privileged in the positions we can adopt and get into that we maybe start to forget just what it is that we are given in order to be able to offer the service for those who are the listeners.
Graham Tyler's comment about the importance of the audience is an ethos that has driven Radio Show Limited and endures to this day. Starting from that first Le Mans 24-hour broadcast in 2006, the RSL portfolio has grown to live coverage of nearly 80 major events around the world. Thank you all for your support.
.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2026. We're back to the real time now, having reminisced about the 20th editions that we've had on Radio Le Mans and Radio Show Limited. This is the year, though, that RSL comes of age. It's the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And after 2 days of qualifying, 62 cars are about to make the race start. They're threading their way through the Ford chicane, led by Kevin Magnussen's BMW, with Will Stevens in the first of the 3 Cadillacs up alongside. And as they head out of those 4 elements of the Ford chicane, they'll need to spread across the grid hatchings for this to be a legal start. 24 hours on the race clock, and Mark Cavendish will wave the French tricolour to get things underway, and Cadillac already lead. BMW force their way into second position, and the pole position car then loses a spot. Around the outside will go the Alpine, but that is the car that's about to lose further places. Ferdinand Habsburg a little bit offline. Will Stevens will lead underneath the Goodyear Bridge for the first time, but he's being hassled and harangued by René Rast, who goes to the high side now as they approach Forest Esses for the first time in Tête Rouge. Cadillac, BMW and Alpine, the early race leader in LMP2, is the car put to the front. Number 28, Jock van Houten from Esteban Masson. Remember that one grid drop because of some blocking that was happening earlier on Wednesday, but 28's surely going to be in the fight. In fact, it's already lost the lead because Esteban Masson has got ahead of Jock van Houten as they come out of Tête Rouge. Now the BMW of René Rast is going to draw level as they head for the Daytona chicane. Ferrari side by side further back as well, but BMW are back to the front. They lead them on again, but not with the pole car. The 20 car has come from third position out front. Hang on a minute, Paul.
What was interesting, Johnny, was that Kevin Magnussen was receiving radio messages on that formation lap telling him to put more rear brake balance on because the heat wasn't in the brake. So I just wonder whether the telemetry was telling them on that car that it wasn't quite set up, because I mean, he didn't go backwards, but he just got swamped by the rest of the field, didn't he? As they not only went up to the Dunlop chicane, but then through and off. Yeah, the cudgels have well and truly been taken by René Rast, haven't they, and the other BMW.
Earl Bamber's just picked up both Ferraris in one fell swoop as he goes into the second chicane, and now he's ganging up on the Genesis, which is the next car in the queue. So Earl Bamber is making a hustle early on. It's Danny Yucadea who he can get by, and so can the Ferrari in behind, in fact, of Nick Nielsen. So that's a Giovinazzi. So Giovinazzi gets ahead of Danny Juncadella in the braking area, full Mulsanne. BMW for Rene Rast lead out of Mulsanne corner from Will Stevens Cadillac and the Kevin Magnussen BMW. And in GT3, LMGT3, Mattia Drudi has held on to his pole position. That's the only category where I can say that, although having said that, Job van Houten's now back in front again. So car 28, what's happened to 29? Maybe that's a transponder issue, but car 29 was leading when I last checked.
It's down in 6th place according to transponders. We'll have to double check that. I have never seen an opening three-quarters of lap with so many place changes in the top class. The Aston Martins got right on the tail of the Ferraris, then they went yo-yoing backwards. The better place of those is Marcus Sorensen at the moment. It's wonderfully clean and tough racing. The two Ferraris go down towards the second chicane. One had the other on the grass. I think it was Giovinazzi making sure Nielsen didn't come past him. But right now they're much more nose to tail. What an opening lap so far. But if you're a fan of from Munich, you like your BMWs, you've got them first and third, and the driver in front, Rene Rast, the smiling assassin, is opening out an advantage over the Cadillac of Will Stevens. Great start.
That's Bruce Jones, Paul Truswell over to the right, and Johnny Palmer to the left in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Lap 1 about to be completed of the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the BMW is certainly making a bit of a break from the fellow LMDH car, the Cadillac from Hertz Team Joker of Will Stevens. Will had a go at leading the race briefly, getting ahead, but then Rene Rast came hunting, and Kevin Magnussen maybe ruining that getaway from pole position. He's now back to third. Ferdinand Habsburg, though, keeping them honest in 4th position in the Alpine for number 35. Still can't quite explain, Bruce, what happened to Esteban Masson to initially lead LMP2, and now, as you quite rightly say, he slipped back to 6th.
No, I can't work it out either, Johnny, because basically the cameras then snatched away from looking at the LMP2 cars, went back to the hypercars at the front because their racing was just so outstanding on the opening lap. By the time we got back, that Forestier racing by Panis entry car number 29, Esteban Masson, back down the order. Fantastic racing if you're an Aston Martin fan. Heart of Racing Team, Mattia Drudi in GT3 is already making a break, and then behind him he's got the two Acodis ASP Team Lexuses, or Lexi perhaps I should say. Clement Schmidt, Jack Horsworth having their own battle, but Mattia Drudi, well, he's had a remarkable couple of seasons, and this is a very, very good start for him in GT3.
First back-to-back pole man in the LMGT3 era. Drudi doing it in 2025, then repeating the feat on Thursday night during Hyperpole 2. Clemens Schmidt in the Acodis ASP Team Lexus is 2 seconds behind him, though, in the first of those Lexus, as you've said, Bruce. Kessel Racing's Dennis Marshall in number 74. So it's generally the gold or the platinums coming to the fore. Clemens Schmidt is the exception, being the silver rated driver, and he's ahead of gold Jack Hawksworth, who was brought in fairly late on to replace Esteban Masson. Now the BMW GT cars are starting to fan out. They're also run by Team WRT, and the 69 Beamer was overtaken there by Augusto Farfus. So that is a change for 6th place, and Harper is also now trying to gain a further position on the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot. Now Heriot's a bronze, he is surrounded by all of these full-time pros. This is not going to be an immediate concern for Vista AF Corsa as a team because of that fact.
Yeah, it's something you really have to stand back and pay attention to in endurance racing, the different rankings of the drivers and how the teams choose to put them around and mix them up. But quite often you get a very, very different mix at the start of the race, and for anyone who's on a bronze and they're resisting all the challenge from behind, because as soon as you lose a place or two, you sort of get stretched out, it just becomes magnified. Great to see the Toyota starting to pick the way up the order. One of the Aston Martins is tending to lose a bit of ground. That's the Harry Tinknell entry car number 007. It's down in 14th. The sister car with Marco Sorensen's up in 10th. But the Toyotas, after all the doom and gloom of not getting through to Hyperpole and then really qualifying very much at the back of the pack, they're settling in, and a lot of people have said just keep an eye on Toyota. Well, I mean, keep an eye on anyone in the top class at the moment. It's just such an exciting place to be at the moment at Le Mans.
Phil Hanson, having not qualified. Well, let's hear Team Radio Harry Tinknell.
They're powered over it, boys. They're powered over it.
Yeah, copy. You're doing a good job. Do your best. Long race.
No power, no grip, says Harry Tinknell in the early stages for 007. Well, he has been swallowed up by both Toyotas now. Mike Conway in the 7, Sebastian Buemi in the 8. Toyotas getting by the 007. 009's having a better time, though. Marco Sorensen running in 10th, and Danny Juncadella, having been overtaken by Earl Bamber and then the two Ferraris, has settled back into 9th. So Sorensen and Juncadella are pretty much nose to tail now at the Ford chicane. along with everybody else.
Yeah, entirely. Just looking at the way that the second lap was completed by René Rast, leading the race eventually 1.2 seconds clear of the best of the rest, which is Will Stephens. But the way he attacked the final corner onto the start-finish straight, he is not leaving a centimetre of tarmac out there unused that he could possibly use to go faster. So René, maximum attack from the outset.
Underneath the Goodyear Bridge for the lead tussle again, the 101 Cadillac WTR car for Philippe Albuquerque looked to have a bit of a squirm as he headed down into the compression area then, but survived that moment. I'm pleased to see that Esteban Masson's LMP2 car, the number 29 for SDA Racing by Paniscar, having lost those places, is still running at a good speed, and he's only 0.3 of a second now off the back of Dane Cameron, who is running in the Pro-Am category, because the 99 car has a bronze driver in it, PJ Hyatt, but Dane Cameron has been chosen as the starting driver. Nice spread of Pro-Am teams right now, actually. 3rd, 5th and 7th places for the Pro-Am LMP2s, Paul.
Yeah, just picking up on that inexplicable Esteban Masson dropping those places. It happened in Sector 2 for sure. He lost over 3 seconds in Sector 2. But he was also slow in Sector 1, so I wonder if it was coming out of Tertre Rouge, where Sector 1 ends, and going into onto the Mulsanne Straight, where Sector 2 begins, that maybe he had a little bit of a moment and was scrabbling around on the outside of the circuit or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it was 3 seconds of a loss on that opening lap as he went along Sector 2 on its own. So he now has work to do. Although just picking up what you were saying, Johnny, about using up silver and bronze time for the LMP2 drivers, I was talking to one of the strategy engineers from a team, I'll keep him nameless for the time being, but he was saying the absolute priority for the first 12-14 hours is to get the 6 hours of bronze silver time used up, and they're going to then worry about everything else sometime on Sunday, because they don't believe we're going to have the race without any safety car.
Even in the traffic here, Seb, you are matching BMW 20 top sector time, Sector 1. Good job.
That's a bit of team radio to Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. At the same time, although those messages are slightly delayed, the 7 Toyota, who has been trying to pressurise Andre Lottera's Genesis into a mistake, finally gets through at the Indianapolis approach. The right-hand flick there, but he almost outbraked Lottera into the second chicane. Lottera deep in defensive mode in the second of the Genesis, car number 17. 19 is ahead of him, Danny Unkadea in 9th, but this is Toyota 12th, 13th for Lottera in the Genesis, and 14th place for the number 8 car of Sebastian Buemi.
And also
I think that the second Toyota getting ahead of the Genesis is probably just a matter of time, Bruce.
Yeah, I think absolutely so. And I've just looked at last year's race-winning car, the yellow Ferrari from AF Corsa, car number 83, still the same driver lineup, but Phil Hansen is down in 16th place out of the 18 hypercar classes. Just remember how fast that car was in last year's race, but you can't compare year to year. Of course, we've had all the question about balance, performance, and how the teams are stacked. Right now, just simply enjoy this racing. It is fantastic. The GT3 battle is as it should be. Sort of Aston Martins, Ferraris, Mercedes in the middle, the Fords too looking pretty menacing, but really the place you want to be is Heart of Racing team. Car number 27, Messiah Drudy, 1 and a bit has become 2 and a bit, 2.2 seconds clear in the lead of GT3. So he's had an absolutely blinding first 2 laps, and the important thing, Paul, is just to get that little gap, and then you can just relax a tiny bit. From the very first lap, halfway round, Messiah Drudy had that gap that just meant that people weren't likely to sort of tail end him and whack him off at, say, the first or second chicane.
Because there's only 23 hours and 48 minutes still to go, so, you know.
It's about keeping out of trouble. We've talked about this before, Paul. It's about not picking up penalties. It's certainly about not picking up damage. I know there's a wry smile in your face, but it's just that if you can get away on the opening lap, just not get assaulted.
And it demoralises the rest of the field. I mean, we heard the radio comment from Harry Tinknell saying that he's got no power. Engineer was immediately on him saying, long race, don't worry about it, just keep going. You know, it's so early doors that you just keep pushing, but as I say, you can certainly start playing the mind games with each other now.
But I certainly think it's the one point in the race where you've got an immediate view of what your rivals are doing in their performance. And if you could just spot something and feel you've got a deficit at a point on the circuit, get in your mind. Yes, later when it's more strung out, of course, you haven't got that immediate visual link. Let's hear Johnny Adam.
Down, let's go catch those BMWs.
Okay, I quite like that clear messaging. Get your head down, let's chase the cars in front. Catch the BMWs. That was Sir Johnny Adam. He's been catching BMWs, everything else, for years now, seemingly decade. What a star he is in his Aston Martin.
Well, Johnny's currently 7th in the 23 Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, and the two BMWs that his engineer refers to are the 32 and the 69, as the Toyota starts to reel in. The number 8 Toyota reeling in Andre Lotra, and it's pretty much exactly the same place that the 7 car of Mike Conway was able to pick off the Genesis. A lap later, Buemi dives down the inside at Mulsanne Corner and moves up a position as a result. So Toyotas are now up to 12th and 13th respectively. Lotra back to 14th.
It has to be. I don't know why. When I turn into chicane, the rear just so bad. Really, really bad. What a spin, even when the lift goes.
That is Phil Hansen saying the rear of his car is really, really bad. It's better, though, it seems, than Harry Tinknell's Aston Martin, because they arrived virtually side by side with Hansen down the inside of Indianapolis to potentially pick off Harry Tinknell. Just waiting for them to go through the next split to see if that move was completed. It indeed was. So last year's winners in the 83 Ferrari up to 15th place, and Harry Tinknell's really struggling with his no grip and no power, dropping back to 16th.
Another car that's dropped back is the Ferrari of the Vista AF Corsa team, the number 21 car driven by Francois Heriot. Lost 6 places on that last lap, not quite sure where, but say he was in 7th place in the LMGT3 car class, but he's now dropped all the way down to 13th place in that class. So again, maybe a little mistake somewhere for Francois Heriot.
Yeah, quite possibly, but I think one person we need to give some applause to is Earl Bamber. He's gone the opposite way. He started 10th in the number 38 Cadillac Team Jota entry. Made a brilliant start. He was on the grandstand side there from the left from the driver's point of view. Great start on the run to the first corner, but he started 10th. He's running 6th. He's under the rear wing of Philippe Albuquerque, a fellow Cadillac driver. So job well done by Earl. We'll give him that, because gaining 4 places is not the work of a moment. It took him 2 moments, actually, I'll tell you what.
The sister car, though, Will Stevens' Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, just starting to lose touch with the René Rast BMW. He's a couple of seconds away now, which means he won't be picking up as much of a tow from the race leading. The Shell Helix back, number 20, from the M Team WRT, the Belgian squad running the German brand. And they were winners, not only winners, but first and second place finishers in the last World Endurance Championship race at Spa-Francorchamps, winning on home territory for the Werts racing team. And Kevin Magnussen will be thinking, I don't want my teammate to run away too much, so got to find a way by Will Stevens. Last time around, Stevens was marginally quicker, though, by 0.4 of a second. So Stevens had clearly got the measure on the number 15 car at this point. Of course, they're not going to have it all their own way, because bear in mind the 20 car, the leading BMW, is now approaching the second chicane. The tail enders in LMGT3 are leaving Arnage, so that's about a quarter of the circuit now of clear air before the leading hypercars will catch up with the GTs, and then there will be no let-up in the pace and the peace for the hypercars, or lack of peace more accurately, because they're going to have to be making split-second decisions.
My front has oil or something. I can see some sprays on my windscreen. Is that the McLaren on the Aston?
Team radio from Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the number 2 Johor Motorsport Racing team from TF Sport. And the Malaysian complaining about some spray, some oil maybe across the windscreen in the 24th placed LMGT3 car. If that gets worse, he may have to pit out of sequence in order to assess precisely how bad that damage is, or not damage, but mechanical worry, because if it's losing oil, that's always a concern. The car needs oil in these early stages, needs oil to last the distance, clearly. But that's the number 2 car. He is fighting with Takeshi Kimura at the other end of LMGT3. Mattia Drudi clearing off by 3 seconds over Clement Schmidt. Jack Hawksworth, though, hassling his silver-rated teammate in the sister Akodis ASP team, Lexus. And that's a gap of about half a second now between the Austrian and the Yorkshireman.
Yeah, just taking a look to see how things are going on in LMP2, and it's only just, well, it was 1.1 seconds clear for Joe Rano, took the number 28 EDEX Sport entry, but actually Julian Adler is doing Julian Adler things. He's starting to haul it in, 0.7 of a second in arrears. Similar margin behind the number 30 entry for the Duquesne team. It's CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and Alex Quint's having another good run. He seems to absolutely shine at the ball. He's back by 0.7 of a second, so it really is very, very close, as it should be in a class that all the chassis are the same, the Orica 07. But at this point, don't get too excited. Keep it clean. Think about your tyres. Think about the strategy. But up front, what we do have is the first two cars. Rene Rast in the number 20 BMW and Will Stevens in the best of the trio of Cadillacs. That's car number 12. It's 2.25 seconds between them, but importantly, 2.6 seconds back to third place BMW of Kevin Magnussen. That lead group is stretching out.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Will Stevens has just done his personal best lap of the race. Okay, we're only on the 6th lap now. They've only done 5 laps, but he put in his personal best lap that time around. Rene Rast's best lap of the race, which is the overall best lap of the race, 3 minutes 28.445, which he did on lap 3. So an indication perhaps that Rene is just holding the gap now, and Will Stevens trying to catch up onto his tail, but there's not many big gaps building up there. The top 3 separated by a couple of seconds, but behind that there's then 4 or 5 cars in a little train, and then there's another 2-second gap before we get the second of the Ferraris, number 50 car in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen.
Right, just to give you an example, one thing we've got to consider is when our lead group catches the tail of the GT3 field. At the moment, the race leader, Rene Rast, the number 20 BMW, is just thinking, I might do a spot of braking for the second chicane, and the last of the GT3 cars has accelerated away from the Mulsanne corner. So I reckon in 2 laps or so, then we have the shake-up, we have the train coming through. But the important thing for Rene Rast, with that little gap, 2 and a bit seconds, 2.6, 2.5 seconds, he can pick his line, and then of course everybody else in GT3 will be alert that there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18 hypercars coming past.
And it kind of gets worse for the hypercar drivers, because the tail end LMGT3 cars are kind of expecting them. They're kind of being alerted by their race engineers on the radio, hopefully, that the hypercars are coming. The problem for the leading LMGT3 cars is that they're getting messages we've just heard from Johnny Adam. He's looking to get past BMWs.
When you can, we need you to open up the cockpit ducts. We need you to open up the ducts, get some airflow through the cockpit. Temps are a little bit high right now.
Yeah, because Philippe Albuquerque, as there's a sweep around the outside of Indianapolis from the Alpine of Ferdinand Habsburg to bag 3rd position from Kevin Magnussen. But these 5 hypercars are all in the hot air right now. 4 of them in the draft of what was the 15 BMW, now the 35 Alpine. I was about to suggest, is Kevin Magnussen doing a bit of a job here in being the cork in the bottle, trying to hold up 1 or 2 cars that otherwise would be chasing the 20 BMW? If that was a plan prior to us getting underway from WRT, it's now not going to work, because Habsburg has prized the opening, and Philippe Albuquerque is trying to do exactly the same in the 10-1, the 101 Cadillac WTR, but he is desperate now for a bit of cooling air, as is dictated by his engineer.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It just, this morning it wasn't that warm outside. We knew 28 degrees was forecast today. It took a while coming, but again, I always feel, Paul, before the start of the race, when all the drivers have to be out on the grid and that echelon formation for hours and hours. I know they nip off to go to the loo and stuff, but it's, on a warm day, it's just not what you want. If it could be 25 degrees, it just makes the world of difference for everybody.
And for the drivers, very often sponsor requirements need them to have their overalls buttoned up, and so you know, they can't kind of strip off and have shirt sleeves on. So yes, it does get very warm. Interesting that the engineer there was telling the driver that he had to open up the vents to get some cool air into the cockpit. Most of the hypercars, to my knowledge, are not fitted with air conditioning, so in order to keep the temperatures in the cockpit low, they require cold air to come through the vents, and there is a regulation which constrains the inside cockpit temperature to be, I think it's within 8 degrees of the outside, so it can't get hotter than 8 degrees higher than the outside air temperature. So some cars will have air conditioning, but as I say, the hypercars I think don't have that. So you know, all of the power being generated is delivered to the wheels rather than any expensive air conditioning equipment.
A line again coming out of the Daytona chicane. So Ferdinand Habsburg has gone off chasing Will Stevens in second position. Habsburg is third in the 35 Alpine A424, and then you've got Kevin Magnussen leading Philippe Albuquerque, BMW to Cadillac. The third of the Cadillacs, the second of the Jota examples is also in this freight train, and also tagging onto the back the first of the Ferraris of Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 car. There's a bit of a gap emerging between he and Nick Nielsen, which is 1.8 seconds or so.
Kevin Magnussen, Rene Rast can now see Takeshi Tamura up ahead of him. That's the tail ender of the LMGT3 cars, and I think by the time they get to Indianapolis, he's going to be up with him. They've just turned out of Mulsanne corner, now heading down those famous right-hand sweepers that take you into the Indianapolis area of the circuit, but Rene Rast closing hand over fist now on the tail ender LMGT3 car, Takeshi Kimura.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is the fact that it's only just a lap between Ferdy Habsburg went past Kevin Magnussen to get his Alpine into third place overall. He's already pulled 2.3 seconds clear of the Dane. So maybe the thing about Kevin being the cork in the bottle was indeed correct. But he's now lost another place because Philippe Albuquerque has gone past Kevin as well. And now Kevin's got another Cadillac on his tail as Earl Bamber's starting to take a look as well. So suddenly very busy indeed down the order.
I don't think that BMW are playing games, Johnny. I hear what you're saying, but no, I genuinely believe that Kevin Magnussen's car isn't quite au point, or whatever the German phrase is. That
on the money.
Yeah, as I say, they were adjusting the car on the formation lap, which is it's never something you really want to do. So just one comment, we haven't had to mention track limits. I don't want to mention track limits, and up until this lap we haven't had any track limits reported by the marshals. There are now 3 that have come through. They're all cars that are fairly well down the field, so I won't go through them at the moment, but track limits are going to be an issue as the race progresses. You're allowed 9 offences over the course of the race per driver, and it's only after you've done more than 9 you get a penalty.
The car in front of you is struggling a bit.
So that's the advice to Antonio Giovinazzi. The car in front of you is struggling a little bit. My attention was also drawn to a bit of a plume of tyre smoke into the Dunlop chicane, but everyone's got through there. It may have been from a GT car that the leading hypercars are now having to lap. Do we know what tyres the 2 BMWs started on? Is there a differential there is the next question. Because, for instance, if Rene Rast started on softs, although it's very warm to do that, and the 15 cars on mediums, or mediums to hards in the same order, or maybe hards for the leading car. I'm trying to explain the difference in speed between the 20 BMW and the 15 car. Maybe they've just got something wrong with the 15 car because of the ambient temperature.
I think it's to do with brake balance, only because Magnussen adjusted the brake balance on the formation lap. But tyre information, unfortunately we don't get the tyre information from the sensors on the first stint, because of course cars were pushed out onto the grid, into the grid places. They didn't go through the little RFID sensors, so we're relying on, if we've got some spectators around the circuit, we can see the tyre wall sides. Red is hard, yellow is medium, and white is soft. I guarantee they're not on softs in this temperature. It'll either be medium or hard.
Yeah. Okay, one of the warnings come up. I thought a few laps ago I saw a little bit of damage on the back of one of the blue Proton competition Ford Mustangs. It's the 88 car that's had something knocked a little askew, possibly on the opening lap of the race. So Stefano Gattuso has had the black and orange warning flag, and that means we would like to come in and check the tail of your car. So we'll see if he comes in this time around. Early setback, possibly not his fault, but these things happen in the early laps of a race as tight as this.
And of course black and orange is not an advisory, it's an obligatory. Black and orange will demand that the car comes in within 2 laps to make a pit stop. He's had to go past pit entrance twice, so Effectively, you could say that's 3 laps. But he will have to come in to make a stop to get the rear of the car looked at.
Have you checked the regulations for that rule this year? Only because it has changed in the European Le Mans Series. You don't get any chances. It's first time past the pits and in now, but I don't know whether that is a similar thing for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Hopefully we'll see when Gattuso comes in.
Well, true, yes. Now, mediums for René Rast, medium tyres for Kevin Magnussen. Again, not entirely sure how reliable this information is because they've not been through the tyre readers, as Paul makes the point. Hard tyres, though, for Will Stevens in the chasing Cadillac. He is in second position. The Ferraris have a mixture, so hard and medium. So front left is hard, front right is medium on both Ferraris, and the rears are both medium. So there is a mixture of clearly slick compound for the Ferraris. Nobody's going anywhere near softs with this temperature. That they hope will be an overnight thing if the temperature gets low enough, but it's the lowest temperature I think overnight is like 14 degrees Celsius when I last checked.
So we're on lap 9 at the moment. Add 1 to that because we had a lap behind the formation car, the leading car. We had the formation car lap at the beginning of the race, and we'll be expecting the hypercars in at around 12 or 13 laps, getting the LMP2 cars in probably after about 10 laps. So P2 cars will be in pretty shortly, coming up towards half an hour of the race elapsed.
Paul, we've got a Toyota into pit lane, so let's head to Nick Damon with this pit lane report informed by driver database.
Yeah, the number 7 Toyota's come up the pits. It seems to, I don't know whether they're just trying to get off strategy. From what I can see, and it's a few yards past where I was, so far it's getting fuel. We'll wait to see when they then go into tyres. But they are currently working around the old-fashioned clearing out the gills is going on. Certainly no driver change. Wait for this fuel hose to come off to see this is just simply positioning. When you're stuck in traffic, or hypercar traffic the whole time, of course, and perhaps they want to have their 2 cars off strategy each other, and indeed they do. That is a fuel only and a bit of a clear-out stop.
Yeah, a little bit of old-fashioned bodywork repair happening on number 88 Ford Mustang here. Stefano Gattuso sits in the car, and they've tried to rip it off, they've tried to cut it off, they're now trying to use duct tape to try and stick it back on. The thing is, it doesn't have any backing, so you can hear that. It's just been completely pulled off, and now it looks like a huge bite's been taken at the back of the car as they make their way back down pit lane towards the exit.
Was to do with tyre pressure.
Start that sentence again.
I was just wondering with that Toyota pit stop whether they were getting themselves off strategy, but also putting themselves where they could do what will become a triple stint, but it will be a short triple stint, if you see what I mean. Michelin are expecting the tyres to last a triple, but they're not kind of guaranteeing it. They've adjusted the amount of camber that the cars have to run on, and that they've decreased the amount of camber that the cars are allowed to run on in an effort to ensure that the cars can do 3 stints. But they're saying if you run very close to the limit and don't have the pressures high enough, then you may find them where getting on top of you before the end of your 3rd stint. In which case, we want you to do 2 stints, look at the tyres, and then we'll see what they're like on the 3rd. Here's Earl Bamber.
We won't do that because it's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. It is 4:30, so it is time for the CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
A relentless start to the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was always going to be, I suppose, and BMW lead at Le Mans by almost 10 seconds now on lap number 9. René Rast's number 20 car, which started from 4th, don't forget, has climbed to the top of the shop and brought with him Will Stevens. Well, Will actually stays in second place despite leading for a couple of corners at the very start of the race. He's in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. Then it is the Ferdinand Habsburg-driven Alpine A424, number 35 in 3rd. from 2 more Cadillacs, Philippe Albuquerque's 101 from WTR, Wayne Taylor Racing, and the sister Hertz Team Joe to Cadillac for Earl Bamber, number 38. 6th position for the number 15 BMW of Kevin Magnussen, which does appear to be struggling with some sort of brake balance problem, and it has dropped from the pole position to 6th already after just 30 minutes of running. Then the 2 Ferraris, 51 and 50. So AF Corsa Ron, Antonio Giovinazzi's 499p ahead of Nick Nielsen. Then it's Marco Sorensen's 009 Aston Martin, the Valkyrie, 9th place for that. And in 10th position, another one of the Alpines, Fred Makovici in car number 36. 2 Genesis in behind, 19 and 17 are 11th and 12th. And the last year's winners, the 83 Ferraris, made a bit more progress to 13th spot. In LMP2, it is 2 non-Pro-Am cars that are out front. Edex Sports, Job van Aerter, the talented Dutchman, number 28, leading then by just 0.4 of a second over Julian Andlauer's Duquesne team, number 30. The leader in Pro, in fact, there's a change because Edex Sports cars just pitted after 33 minutes. So Edex Sports going to tumble down the order. That will promote CrowdStrike Racing by APR's Alex Quinn. That's a Pro-Am car, so leading its subcategory. Car 4 is second, ahead of Nielsen Racing's Jack Doonan, third, number 24. AO by TF's Dane Cameron is in the 99, another Pro-Am car. He's fourth, ahead of TDS Racing's Matthias Besch, number 14. The 343 numbered Inter Europol competition Orica is Nico Muller. He's sixth, ahead of Mathieu Vaxivier's AF Corsa, number 1837. United Autosports Mikkel Jensen is in number 22, and he is eighth, ahead of in 9th and 10th, 37 and 3. That's the CLX car of Ian Aguilera. And Renger van der Zande, in a change to the provisional starting grid, Renger put into the DKR engineering car instead of John Ferrano, and he is running in 10th place. LM GT3, led by 27 Heart of Racing Team's Mattia Trudi from Clemens Schmidt in the first of the Acodis Lexus, 87. Then it is the second of the Lexus, number 78 for Jack Hawksworth. Dennis Marshall for Kessel Racing, number 74 is fourth. 2 Team WRT BMW GT cars are 5th and 6th, 32 ahead of 69, Augusto Farfus and Dan Harper. Johnny Adams, Heart of Racing Team 23 Aston is 7th, ahead of Iron Links AMG. Maxime Martin, number 61, is 8th. Then it's Ben Tuck for Proton Competition for a Ford Mustang 77 is 9th. And in 10th position, the 54 Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
So almost 25 to 5 in the afternoon. It is the opening hour of the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2026 around the world, of course, on radio-show.co.uk. And this is the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I was about to say things had started to calm down a little bit, and then a load of LMP2s all pitted together, I think 5 of them in total. And we've also had the second Toyota from the hypercar class pit, Paul. So Toyota not only choosing to split their strategy, they've kind of both gone the same way to get them out of traffic.
Yes, probably. The hypercar is notoriously difficult to run efficiently in dirty air, so I think you're probably right. That was Toyota's aim, and as I say, they're now also perhaps just taking a little bit of wear off the tyres. As far as LMP2 is concerned, yes, as you say, Edex Sport came in, Forestier, racing by Panis. That car came in, one of the Inter Europol cars came in. That was the number 43 car that came in. And then for Proton Competition, the number 9 car, which Harry King started, he's already in for his pit stop as well. So they were the early pit stoppers. What I found interesting is that Will Stevens, who was yes, not keeping up necessarily with René Rast, but has lost a lot of time now on René Rast. He had one lap which was significantly slower, did Will Stevens, in the 35, so 3 minutes 35. He's got back down and just turned in his best lap now at 3:28, but quite what caused him to drop down to doing a 3:35. Maybe he got caught up by some traffic, but that means that the gap first to second well, it was over 9 seconds a moment ago, but that time around it's a little bit quicker. They brought it down to just over 8 seconds. But Will Stevens, as I say, he's really getting left behind a little bit. And Ferdinand Hatzberg in the Alpine in third place is really on a charge as well. And Philippe Albuquerque is the other man on a charge. He's just done his personal best lap of the race in 3:28.8. So as the fuel load lightens, battery's still just as heavy, but the fuel part of it is lightening. So we're seeing quicker laps coming from these leading hypercar runners. Brief yellow flag there at Marshall's Post 24. But
Thank you for that, Paul. Sorry, I just want to get down to the pit lane because the opening stint in the Aston Martin from pole position was done by Mattia Drudi, and he's now with Peter Snowden.
Mattia, thank you so much for your time having a chat with us. Opening stint, nice and hot.
Yeah, I mean it's nice. We had a good start. The car is behaving really well so far. We worked hard on the race pace. I mean, it was nice to start and have clean air, so I could use all the speed of the car. And now, I mean, Ian jumped in the car. Let's see what he's doing, but he did a good job so far. So yeah, it will be nice.
And how long before you're back in the car?
I think there should be a couple of stints for Ian, and then I should be back in the car in a couple of hours.
I'll let you get a well-earned drink of water. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit further up the pit lane, I've just watched the United Autosports crew on the 22 and the 222 carry out very efficient pit stops and driver changes. So Oliver Jarvis out of the 222 and Daniel Schneider in, and I have got Mikkel Jensen who is sweaty. He's removing his helmet and having a drink of water, and I'm going to try and grab a word with him. Mikkel, so talk us through the first stint. Was it always the plan to start and just do that first stint?
It's rough out there, you know. It's so hot. It hasn't been hot all week. All of a sudden the race starts, you know, the show starts and the sun comes out. So it's just this that we're battling with at the moment. You know, the tires are very hard to manage. We haven't really got any practice. Tire pressures got a little bit too high out there because we weren't used to running them this way. So but it's Le Mans, it's long. I think we're not in the greatest position, but also not in the worst. So let's see what happens.
In the middle, you've got the tire situation will be new for everybody. I don't remember it being this hot this early in the race.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, you play by experience. So you know the tires from the past. The team knows it. It's my first Le Mans on the P2 with the Goodyears. So I never really tried the tire in these temperatures. So you need to preserve it a little bit different. Think of how you drive it. So yeah, it's a new experience also for me with these tires, but I think now I got a good learning for next time in the car. And yeah, you know, every stint is different when it's these temperatures. When you get into the night, it gets so much colder relative to the day temperatures, but it's also what spices the race up.
Just give us an insight. What will you do now? How long till you're next in the car?
It's not entirely sure. Rasmus gets in now. You know, it's a busy day for the starting driver, so just starting with one stint, get some rest to be used and worn later. So Rasmus in the car next, or he's in now, then Gregoire, and I think then I'll be in after that.
Yeah, get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Neil Cole with Mikkel Jensen, and before that Peter Snowden with Mattia Drudi, who got out of the pole sitting number 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin and bronze rated, and in fact Team Oda of Heart of Racing Team CEO of that group, who also run the Valkyries in the hypercar class. Ian James has taken over, and those two pit lane reports are informed by Driver Database, the brand new driverdb.com. And there are more pit stops happening now, Paul. I notice in a couple of the categories, very, very busy in LMP2 and in LMGT3.
Well, all of the LMP2 cars have now made their pit stop, and quickest of them was the Forestier Racing by Panis car, the number 29. Second quickest of them, the EDEX Sport LMP2 car. So the two cars that are up on the front row of the grid that we think are going to be battling because they're the quickest on the circuit, also with the quickest in the pit lane, and it's very difficult. The pit stop regulations, the amount of time that the fuel hose is on the car is regulated in the LMP2 series, so the LMP2 class, so they do have to be careful on that.
Fuel early, we think fuel early.
It was Harry Tinknell who wanted a new set of tyres.
Yeah, and we've got a driver waiting with Peter Snowden, who is Dennis Marshall. But let's just deal with the spin for the number 61 Mercedes AMG. That is Martin Berry on an outlap, so he's bronze rated, just got possibly a new set of tyres, or just getting used to the conditions himself, and will not be the first, I'm sure, to spin on an outlap in this year's race. Peter Snowden is with Dennis Marshall, who started in the number 74 Kessel car.
Dennis, one of your colleagues, co-drivers in the team, was just saying that it got really, really hot at the start of the race, as it's been warm all week, but suddenly really hot for the start. How was that for you to manage?
Yeah, I think we could feel that the tyre deck was a bit higher than the whole week. Normally you get quite a bit quicker during the stint with lower fuel. I think for us this time was we were actually getting a bit slower, but I think I saw the Lexus in front of me was the same.
And how does that affect you as a driver? Does it make you think differently at the start of the race?
Yeah, well, the first couple of laps I didn't know what to expect, so I went quite hard, but then I felt the tyre deck was kicking in, and I know that now Dustin has to double stint my tyres, so the last couple of laps I tried to let some juice in the tyres for him.
And what compound tyre did you start on?
We only have one compound tyre.
That's why then?
A slick tyre.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall, let's get some team radio. Martin Berry may have damage on the front splitter. He's got a bit more than that, I'm afraid, now, because the front right tyre is either down or it's just starting to shred the front right wing of this AMG, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, Martin Berry, as we said, just taken over the 61 Iron Links Mercedes from Maxime Martin. Had that moment at Tete Rouge, managed to avoid everything. But just as soon as he got going, the bodywork on that front right-hand corner just started to break up. And just as you were speaking, another chunk of it came away, revealing that front tyre. If you were looking head on the car, you could see rubber, which is not what you want to do. So he's got to limp that way all the way back round to the pits, because we don't want any more of that coming off. So for the driver, the Australian driver, lives in Singapore, not the dream start to his race, poor fellow, but it did seem to be a spin, Paul, all on his own.
It did, yes. Sebastian Buemi, having had that early pit stop in Toyota number 8, just set the best lap of the race. He's down in 16th place at the moment. Of course, the rest of the hypercars yet to make their first pit stop, so Sebastian Buemi will bubble back up the leaderboard once the rest of the hypercars come into the pits for their routine pit stop. But Buemi, fastest man on the circuit, fastest lap of the race overall, 3:28.195 for him.
Just to flesh out the point that Dennis Marshall was making to Peter Snowden in that pit lane report, informed by the brand new driver database, the tyre compound differences only come with Michelin. If we're talking about dry stints, which we will be predominantly for this year's race, Goodyear, although they have produced in the past a hard tyre for GT, LMGT3, the last time we think we saw that was at the Barcelona 4 Hours, the opening ELMS race of the season, where it was also very, very hot. But even though these temperatures are sky high, and actually hotter than it was in Catalonia 2 months ago, that's kind of been confined to history now with Goodyear. So they've just brought medium compound Goodyear Eagles, and that's the case in GT and in LMP2. There is no intermediate tyre. Should we have a shower here or there, you've got to make the choice between fully slick or full wet. But the forecast would have you know that it's going to be scorching hot to a reasonably warm night, 14-15 degrees Celsius, and even hotter tomorrow. One of the Michelin tyre techs told me in the paddock earlier on, he's expecting something like 52 degrees Celsius track temperature by the time we get to the heat of tomorrow.
That will definitely see us into red wall tyres, the hard compound. One of the features of the new Michelin compound they've developed for this year is that there is an overlap between when you can use the medium, when you can use the hard tyres. Quick note there, the Ferrari was on hard tyres, and just looking down at the rest of the leading runners now, we are getting the first of the hypercars, including René Rast now in the pits. and that should be fuel only for him. I'll be expecting all these hypercars will be coming in for fuel only. Don't expect to see the drivers getting out of these ones as we saw the case in LMGT3.
Yeah, just taking a look, a few penalties coming in, and the sort of benighted progress of the for RACEDAY Racing by Panis entered Orica car that qualified on pole for Esteban Masson, put one place back down on the grid. He's now got 5 seconds being added to the time at the next pit stop for a race start misdemeanor. So 2 setbacks earlier, one in qualified to lose a place at the grid, then a 5-second being added at the first pit stop will not put a smile on the faces for RACEDAY Racing by Panis, but if they look at the team chief, see that dragon tattoo on his neck, they know they'll have to behave from now on. Of course, I'm talking about ex-Formula 1 racer, ex-Monaco Grand Prix winner, Olivier Panis. Lovely man, but he certainly looks so he could have a scowl that would make you just breathe and go, yes, yes, boss.
Yeah, I'm scared of him, but every time he sees me, he goes, hello, good morning, how are you?
And you squeak.
Yeah.
The other one to be at the receiving end of the stewards' misdemeanor at the start is the car of TDS Racing that was started by Matthias Besch and is that's the number 14 car, which is now in the hands of Toby Lutke, although Besch started it. Toby Lutke, the bronze driver, now at the wheel of it, but they also will have a 5-second penalty, time penalty added to their next pit stop. The other message that came up recently on the screen for messages from race control is a message to demand that the TS Walk Corvette, which Ben Keating is driving, or at least Ben Keating started, that's car number 33. Apparently the headlights aren't on that car, and even though it's nowhere near dark, one of the regulations is that you have to have the headlights on all the time, and it has to be both front headlights on. The only difference is if you have both out, then you have to stop straight away.
But that's a message to Phil Hansen, trying to get some information over to him, but he is thick in the fight with Paul Di Resta's Peugeot 9X8. And in comparison to the Peugeot straight line speed, the Ferrari's just got nothing. It is able now to close in again in the toe, but coming out of the Daytona chicane, Paul Di Resta just picked up that Ferrari, turned left and jetted past it, and Hansen was just helpless on the right-hand side of the road.
Helpless and frustrated to talk back to race engineering, saying shut up, shut up, shut up. Admittedly, he was just going through the second chicane, so he was a tad busy in the office, but I think you also get the feel of the pressure. Last year's winning car, not having the dream ticket. No. This is the first point I think we've even mentioned the Peugeots coming out from the very back of the hypercar class, but for them, chalk one up. And for Paul Di Resta, there may be a smile on his face.
Up to 16th position then. They were rejoining in 17th and 18th as the final 2 hypercars. We should definitely make the point that Toyota now lead Le Mans, and they had a shorter pit stop, 63 seconds, compared to the René Rast one, which is 1 minute and 16. So you probably said this at the time. Toyota fuel only?
Yes. They'll all have been fuel only.
Right. Yeah, okay. So the BMW's just had more fuel put into it, but yes, the aim of the Toyota task was to jump people by short fueling slightly.
Exactly so. And also then keeping their tyres in better condition, because obviously by the time they get to the end of this stint, the Toyotas would have done less laps on their tyres. But it's not only the Toyota strategy that's at work here, it's also Sebastian Buemi, who is absolutely flying in that car. I mentioned a little while ago he just put in the fastest lap at 3:28.195. He's now improved on that and has done a 3:27.857. So Sebastian Buemi, as you say, Johnny, now at the head of the field, but has gone through and has a gap of some 3.3 seconds between himself and René Rast, who's still at the wheel of the BMW in second place, car number 20. Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine has rejoined in third place. That's number 35 Alpine that has rejoined in third place. And the gap between Rast and Habsburg is just 1.3 seconds. But it's certainly Sebastian Buemi is taking this Toyota by the scruff of the neck. We've said earlier on, we've seen this before, that running in clean air is a very much easier thing for a lot of these hypercars to do, and what a lot of the aero work that has been concentrating over the last season coming to this year has been in concentrating on getting the cars to run in the dirty air, but they would far rather run clear rather than having to run behind another car.
The problem is, though, at this stage of the race, even if you are the leading hypercar, you're not necessarily in fully clean air because you're having to deal with LMP2s and also the odd GT as well. And as is typically the case, any bit of slipstream, any bit of tow that might be found is being hunted out.
Point of view, we are using too much the rears. Turn 7, are you open to try front boost? Turn 7, front boost.
Mike Conway's team radio there. So are you open to try front boost is the offering to Mike Conway, 5th position. He is right behind Earl Bamber's Cadillac Hertzstein Jota V-Series R, which lies in 4th. They're both tracking Ferdinand Habsburg in the 35 Alpine. So it's Buemi who's the big mover and shaker up to the sharp end, but not having as much fuel put into the number 8 Toyota as the other cars around, as now it's nose to tail between Habsburg and Bamber, arriving into Indianapolis, and the Kiwi wasn't quite able to get alongside the Austrian. He gave it a bit of a think. No chance at Arnage either, so they will stay line astern, but it's a great tussle again. Go on, Bruce.
No,
Trustwell's gone into thinking mode.
Yeah,
again.
he did. He was coiled like a spring.
No, I think it's just transponders that are. I've got different screens telling me different things, and I never like that.
No, not me.
Buemi is, so though, at the moment the man on a charge and has opened up the gap again that time around between himself and Rene Rast. Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, just looking at the top 4 positions, 4 different brands. Toyota leading, BMW second, Alpine third, and Cadillac 4th, which is, I'll say, what we expected, not necessarily in that order, but the variety is certainly what we expected.
Yeah, and certainly if you're a Cadillac fan, you've got a car, 4 of the top 7 cars are yours to support. So BMW, of course, started the race so well, going up to be leading the race to number 20 in the hands of Rene Rast. He's still on board, he's in 2nd place now. However, the sister car, the one that was losing ground in the opening stint of the race, with Kevin Magnussen back in 8th position overall. We'll only start to really find out the story behind that. Why was his car so much slower than Rene Rast and sister number 20 for BMW M-Team WRC? He may tell us later, he may not, but certainly they've gone about this race in a different way. But for all these teams, if you're just dialing in for the first time for the Le Mans 24 Hours, the 94th Le Mans 24 Hours, this is the first time of this meeting which they've been running in hot conditions. And it's certainly not all the teams have got it absolutely tip-top on the first run. They'll start adapting the cars to the temperatures, which hopefully will come down a bit as we go into the evening. It's just coming up to 5 o'clock in about 5 minutes' time. But for now, they're having to deal with conditions they could only have imagined, and certainly not all right for all the teams.
It's massively having to learn on the fly, though, as you're in race and in real time, which is not the greatest situation, nor in the fact that most of the tyre allocation for your car had to be decided weeks before the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So all of those allocations are kind of set in stone. And then it's a question of, well, maybe which teams elected to have more hard tyres here this year. Should that be the desired tyre in the heat of both days? We will do a full weather update in about 4 or so minutes, but confirm that the overnight temperature is still set to only drop to 14 degrees Celsius. There's no cloud whatsoever really tonight. A very, very clear night.
Just reflecting on the different pit stop times, of course, in effect, the different pit stop times are defined by how long you were out there on the circuit. Sebastian Buemi was the second of the Toyotas to come in there, remember. Mike Conway was the first to come in the number 7. He did 8 laps before he came in. Buemi came in after 9 laps. We then had a couple of laps where nobody came in. Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine came in after 12, Earl Bamber after 12, but then going 13 laps. And remember, there's a formation lap you need to add on to the top of that, so it's really 14 laps for the BMW of Rene Rast, number 20, and also on 13 laps was Will Stevens with the Cadillac, and Philippe Albuquerque with the 101 WTR Cadillac. The Ferrari's also going 13 laps on the 51. Antonio Giovinazzi driven Ferrari went 13 laps, but they'll, as a result of the longer pit stop through having stayed out longer, will fall down the field now. But as we've noted before, as the pit stops run through, then we're going to see the likes of Rene Rast coming out back to the front of the field, but it will also play into the hands of the Cadillacs. I think we shouldn't ignore those. They may not be in the top position just at the moment, but the Cadillacs are beginning to show that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and as we've heard from their drivers before, there were 4 Cadillacs last year. They've just got 3 bullets in the gun this time, but they really are a force to be reckoned with. And just remember, one of them had a really stunning start to gain 4 places on the opening lap, which really gives them a help. That's Earl Bamber, and at the moment Earl's sitting in 4th place overall, looking very busy. Ferdinand Habsburg is having to go very wide on a few corner exits, and those 2 words drivers don't like to hit, track limits, will be something all the drivers will have to be thinking about. Do not work your way towards a time penalty.
Yeah, 2 track limits offences already for Rene Rast. So the number 20 BMW has had 2 track limit warnings. 2 track limit warnings for Earl Bamber in the number 38 car.
And 1 on that lap for Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin as well. So he completes the 16th lap. An absolute best first sector for Sebastian Buemi. Again, enjoying that clear air, albeit between a few LMP2s just before the Daytona chicane. There is now a concern, though, at Virage Dupont, which is the second phase of the Porsche curves. In fact, Porsche in now covered by double-waved yellows as well. So down in the first tickets campsite, you've probably got a good sight of precisely what's going on there. And we will hopefully shed some light on it very, very shortly. EDEX Sport lead in LMP2 for Joop van Houten. Esteban Masson's got back up to 2nd place, probably courtesy of that phase of pit stops. But Masson almost, well, he's back to where he started now. Car 29 was alongside car 28 on the grid. And then it's the Duquesne car of Julien Andlauer running in 3rd position. The 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is Radio Le Mans for 2026 on 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
It is pretty hot right now, 29 degrees Celsius, and not set to lessen until about 7 o'clock this afternoon. As I've mentioned already, there's not a lot of cloud cover predicted, though, for this evening. So it'll still be 18 degrees Celsius at 1 a.m, dipping to 14 by 5. And tomorrow, even hotter, maybe just popping into the 30s by 4 p.m. race finish.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Well, remarkable. First hour has gone like the clappers. Felt like 5 minutes, 5-lap sprint. Not the amount of time that we've got under our belt already. 16 laps completed, and what a dramatic opening to the 24 hours. Here's Jack Hawksworth.
We go 11 laps as well. We are leading the race.
Just in case you weren't aware, Jack, you're leading your class. Well done. Keep going.
They're asking what fuel number does he need to hit, and that's important for the driver to know from the very beginning of the stint, of course, and to know, do I need to make this last 11 laps, or can I go full push and try and put a bit of gap in? Because it's a different scenario, you know, if you're used to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship competition, it's a different strategical game where you've got full course yellows, and so fuel saving becomes important, and you know you can tear into a 45-second lead and have it annihilated by a safety car. Here, the time you gain, usually you keep. So if the team wanted him to do 10 laps, he could have pushed on, but they asked him for 11, of course.
Yeah, it's interesting that actually I hadn't spotted it earlier on. I was talking about the hypercar stint lengths, but Jack Hawksworth in the Lexus 78 going 11 laps on his opening stint. Mattia Drudi in the number 27 Aston Martin he only did 9 on his opening stint, and the other car, Clemens Schmidt, in the other Lexus, number 87, he stayed in the car. This is the car that Paquito Lopez is getting into later on, and that car also did 10 laps. So Jack Hawksworth in the Lexus 78, very much one of the longer runners as far as the stint length is concerned in LMGT3.
What do you think that Heart of Racing Aston Martin are up to there, Paul, going for just a 9-lap stint compared to many of the others going for 11 and then switching immediately to Ian James?
You have to ask them.
Good answer.
I don't know all of them.
Back from the end of the race, that's their short stint. So they've literally counted back from the end of the race. Get it out the way early.
I would suspect possibly they're wanting to give Ian James a better car, a better set of tyres, because they didn't, as far as I know, change the tyres on the car. They did a driver change, they refueled, but they didn't change the tyres. So by getting Ian James, the bronze driver, into the car earlier, then they haven't, they've given him a better set of tyres, whereas Jack Hawksworth is going to use up his tyres more, but of course he is what you might call a better quality driver than the bronze Ian James is. Jack Hawksworth is a gold.
Platinum.
He's a platinum.
He's in the elite GT driver set in the world. You know, been in so much success with Lexus, Vassie Sullivan in America. No way.
He's only a gold.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have got my shiny pound from me on that one, Paul. And I'm Scottish, so that that's a hard end pound.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. Anyway, no. So, but yeah, Jack Hawksworth clearly a better driver, certainly as far as FII gradings is concerned, than Ian James, who's, let's say, classified bronze. But those two running first and second in class, separated by 16 seconds. So Jack Hawksworth is not only leading the race for Lexus, but he's doing so by 16 seconds on the 16th lap of the race. So that's a nice little margin that the Lexus is opening up there at the front of the LMGT3 field. Behind them, two BMWs of 32 and 69, the two WRT team entries, Augusto Farfus and Daniel Harper. They are running at the moment 4th and 5th behind the Aston Martin sandwich between the two Lexuses, which is the top of the LMGT3 field. As far as LMP2 is concerned, as Johnny was saying, Job Van Uitert ahead of Esteban Masson for Edek and Forestier respectively. Julian Andlauer at the wheel of the Duquesne team car.
Just to confirm the tyre options, our leading Toyota is on 4 mediums. Second place BMW on 4 mediums. These are all Michelin. It's only Michelin that you have the choice of tyres in this race, and you had to pick them a wee while ago. And Ferdi Habsburg in the Alpine, also 4 mediums. Hards for Earl Bamber in 4th position. They're the red sidewall tyres. 5th, the number 7, Mike Conway. Medium, left rear hard, medium. 4 hards for the 6th placed car, which is the Cadillac, the number 12 from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. The 10-1, all on mediums. That's the Wayne Taylor Racing car. Ferrari number 51, hard and medium front right, so hard front left, medium front right, 2 hards on the back. Kevin Magnussen is 4 mediums in 9th of the top 10, which is the 50 Ferrari is again hard left front, medium right front, and then 2 hards in the back. So absolutely no consensus there of which tyres should be on at the moment.
Exactly right, John, and that is interesting to hear. As I say, we've not heard...
Stable at 43. Really, really good job, Seb. Keep it up.
Yeah, Sebastian Buemi getting the credit from his race engineer. He's just put in another best lap of the race as Buemi. He's just turned in a 3:26.9.
He's miles quicker than anybody else. I mean, seconds quicker than anybody else at the minute.
I don't know if they tweaked something on the car on his pit stop, because he came in for what seemed to be a fuel-only stop. There certainly wasn't a tyre change. That was what I was going to say, just from what you were saying there, John. None of those cars did a tyre change at their first stop. So what you read out is what they started on.
Yeah.
But since his pit stop, Buemi has been absolutely flying. And I mean, the Buemi that was in the first stint is the same Buemi that was in the second stint, which is what makes me think they've tweaked the car or something in that first pit stop.
Just being told by our... hang on a second. Let's just keep an eye on what's going on in Le Mans GT3 as BMW slides down the inside into the second chicane on the Lexus. So that is Farfus going into second position.
Dan Harper.
Dan Harper going into second position, sorry. Coming from much further back, the number 69 car. And Farfus is right behind him and getting a tow from his teammate as they head down towards the right-hander at Mulsanne under the Total Energies advertising hoarding, and Umberesco is trying to hold on there, but down the inside he's going to have to give room on the apex as they turn hard to the right. BMW alongside again, shows the nose, that kidney grille. Umberescu with two wheels on the red tarmac, which is actually off the track, and they nearly touch as they accelerate out of the Mulsanne corner. Still bags of time to go here, but the BMWs have got a wiggle on at the moment. Sitting in behind is Ian James with a fabulous grandstand seat in the Aston Martin, and it's BMW second and third now, Peter.
Fantastic stuff there, dueling in LMGT3 between the two BMWs. Dan Harper having an amazing lap here, moving up several positions on this lap alone, and his teammate Farfus is going with him.
Yeah, and that's as a result of the number 8, the Lexus, the number 87 Lexus, having been taken over by Umberescu at that last pit stop. So they did a driver change from Clement Schmidt to Umberescu.
They have a small vibration. It has got worse as the time goes older, so just make sure the other sensors come.
That's Jack Hawksworth, you can tell that. It's no, you have to have that on the screen.
Leave the setting of the balance of the tyres to Michelin.
Yeah, well, let me finish my thought actually before that overtake. Our pit lane reporters, who are informed by driver database here at Le Mans this year, been watching the Michelin technicians taking temperature readings in the pit lane and on the track side, as Ian James is going to lose a position to Ben Tuck in the Ford Mustang at the Ford chicane. So there's plenty going on for the miners in the GT3 at 46.3, and the official temperature is showing at 46.1. That might not be in exactly the same place.
That's track temperature.
That's track temperature. Now, here's Ben Tuck.
If you need, you can go a bit rearward with your brake barriers.
Brake balance, that is, not brake barriers. The tyre engineers are going to get a bit antsy for Michelin at about 53, 54, 55. That's not going to happen until tomorrow. So that's when you want your hard tyres for. So you're going to save your hard tyres as much as you can after this early stint for tomorrow. Remember, they've made their decisions on how many sets. They've got 14 sets of tyres. Of what that 14 sets are, those decisions are made and locked in. And that's what I've been told by the teams. So the Goodyear tyres, they don't have a choice. They're on Michelin's. And 55, sorry, they are mediums. Mediums. The M was for mediums. Medium Goodyear, sorry. Oh God, this is my first stint. What am I going to be like in the middle of the night? They're going to be getting really interested when it gets towards 50, because that's getting to the very top end of those tyre temperature ranges. Let's check in with Neil Cole in the pit lane, who's with us this year. Good afternoon, Neil. Where are you?
I'm in the top end near pit exit, and there's a lot of there hasn't been much activity in the pit lane for about 15-20 minutes, but the crew at Toyota Racing, car number 7, that's the Conway Kobayashi De Vries car, look like, unless it's a feint, unless it's a dummy, they look like they're about to do a pit stop. They've got a set of tyres ready, and the fuel hose is ready, and I cannot see a driver ready, so I'm guessing it's just a stop, and the driver will stay in.
Yeah, because Mike Conway, if you remember, came in a little bit earlier, and then his teammate came in the lap after from memory. I was sitting outside watching it on the TV screen, getting very, very excited by that at that time. So tyres are going to be a determining factor here this weekend. That's the point we've already made. Right, we've got that out the way. Let's confirm what's going on the track where Toyota Racing are leading by nearly 14 seconds.
Buemi is on a real charge, 3:26.5, a new best lap of the race, and he's getting already close to the hypercar race record set by Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac. 3:26.0 is what that mark is. We're only half a second off it, and Buemi is doing that in 46 degrees Celsius track temperature with 20-lap-old medium tyres.
Down to the pit lane. Let's have an update from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just to confirm that which Neil has just mentioned about being at the top end of the pit lane. I'm at the other end at the moment as it happens, and the Proton Competition Mustang number 88 has just come in and had very simple fuel refill, no driver change, no tyres, but otherwise it's pretty quiet in the pit lane at the moment.
Mike Conway back on his way again, and by my reckoning that means that Sebastian Buemi will be in at the end of this lap, because of course on the last rotation we had Mike Conway coming in for fuel only, and then Buemi came in next time around, so Buemi just doesn't have the energy available to do any more laps than that, I don't think. He's just going through Mulsanne corner at the moment is Sebastian, and then we'll have a couple of laps of quiet again, and then all the rest of the cars will come in, BMW, Alpine and Cadillacs, which last stint, René Rast with the BMW.
Rear locking late in the brake zone. Which ABS should I try? There's some rear locking late in the brake zone.
Jack Hawksworth again there. Sorry, Paul, continue.
Yeah, so René Rast on his last stint did 13 laps, which compares to what Toyota is doing, which is only 12. But it's early in the race yet, and it may well. Let's hear from Jack Hawksworth again.
ABS 8.
ABS 8, ABS 8. So that one going into extra time and potentially penalties there, Peter.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah, and there's so many settings that these cars have, even a GT3 car, that they can play about with to make sure that they're using that. And of course, that will be important for tyre management as well, to keep a watch on that. Now, Mike Conway, who brought in the Toyota number 7, did not change tyres, so stayed with what he had, which is 20-lap-old mediums on the front two and the rear right, and then the most loaded tyre, the rear left, is a hard.
And that's now going into a triple stint for Toyota, although it's a short triple because his first stint, Mike Conway's first stint, was only 8 laps. So
is that a triple on the same set of tyres?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, when I talk about
triple
stint for the tyres, but as well for
the
Mike
driver.
Conway.
Yeah.
Now,
LMP2 pit stops.
LMP2 will come round into their sequence.
First and second in the pit lane. Edex Sport proudly displaying the Omologato logos on the nose of that car. It's red and white. What's not to like? Followed straight in by Forestier Racing by Panis. It's white and red, actually, in fairness. White is the dominant colour. They're trundling down towards the far end. Also in Seb Buemi after a tremendous stint. No tyres being offered there, Peter Mackay, to that number 8 car. They seem happy with that.
The car controller of the number 8 Toyota, in a different coloured suit, a more noticeable suit, a light blue suit, very, very nearly got hit by one of the other cars coming through there, and even got a little bit of a tutting nod of the head there from the Toyota car controller.
This is, it's very, very tight down here because the Edex Sport leading car, the number 28 in LMP2, and the number 8 Toyota are right next door to each other, and it was an extremely tight squeeze. As you said, no new tyres going on to the Toyota, but full tank of fuel going on for Edex Sport, and I think they're about to do tyres as well. So no tyres. So that has gone out again without a tyre change.
Neil Cohn in the pit lane, and also Peter Snowden here, who's got more from the other end of the pit lane with the LMP2. That'll be the Panis car.
That's the Proton Competition number 9. That's just done exactly the same as Neil's witnessed with the E-Deck car. Straight in, tyres, no tyres, fuel only, and Harry King staying on board that car.
No tyres, Peter, you said there.
No tyres.
Thank you very much indeed. Peter Snowden, as part of our pit lane team, informed by Driver Database. All new at driverdb.com.
Yeah, my understanding is that the LMP2s with the Goodyears will be doing triple stints. Of course, the LMP2 stint's shorter in terms of distance, same number of, same amount of time, obviously, but the LMP2 cars aren't going as fast, so the number of laps that those Goodyears completing is less than the hypercars are.
Across the line, here's Jack Hawksworth again.
Held top in a chicane. It's probably going to be second gear in the 2 chicane. And then in Indianapolis, the left after Indianapolis, he should probably use second gear as well, especially with the tyre as well.
That is information to the next driver. That is, if you're going to pass the little white Lola, do it at White House. He doesn't like it down there. That's exactly what we've just had there. There will be some of you that get that reference. Go and Google it if you don't. Other search engines are available. James Cottingham and having a look around the outside of Sally Yolish, but has to drop back in behind the Team Turkey Corvette as they were going through the Dunlop chicane under the Goodyear Bridge and now down at the bottom of the hill, Peter.
Good start to the race for James Cottingham in that German Racing Silver Manthey DK Engineering entry number 91. James, the bronze-graded driver, and one of just a handful of bronze-graded drivers to take the start. And the only bronze-graded drivers ahead of him were Dustin Blattner in the Ferrari. The Kessel Ferrari is sneaking up the 74. And the Heart of Racing number 27, the pole-sitting car, which Matteo Drudi did a very quick stint. He didn't start the race, but then handed it over to Ian James. So Cottingham getting his driving time done, hour and 20 minutes in, got 6 hours to do as everybody else does out with the hypercar.
Yeah, that Manthey DK Engineering Porsche is the leading Porsche in 8th place in class. Just picking up on one thing there, Peter, Petro Umberescu is the leading bronze-rated driver in the GT class because he's in the Lexus number 87, which is in 4th place, but he's another driver who's taken over from a higher graded driver, if you like, whereas the Porsche is in the hands of the driver who started it, James Cottingham. So they've had 2 stints now with the bronze-rated driver at the wheel.
Just picking up on the bit that Peter Mackay mentioned about the Heart of Racing team house and that Matteo Drudi started. Ian James has just pitted that car for fuel and fresh tyres, and he has stayed on board.
So I'm right by the Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG car number 61, which has got a severe amount of damage on the front right quarter, and there's smashed headlights. And they had a bunch of sort of thermal tape and gaffer tape ready to make this running repair. They've put fuel in, they put fresh tyres on, but now they've trying to patch this up as quickly as possible with their pre-made sort of squares of gaffer tape and thermal tape. But it's there is stuff rubbing on the bodywork has clearly been rubbing on the tyre, and they're focusing on the front because that's the worst of it. But it's got some serious scars down the side of this car as it leaves the pit lane and heads back out onto track.
That was Martin Burry's Iron Lynx number 61 AMG, was it, Neil?
Correct, that's 61. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Neil Cole and Peter Snowden on this stint as our driver database informed pit lane team. We're into this weird spot where LMP2s and GT3s are coming in. Won't always be like that. They'll sort of just stretch away a little bit, but here in the early parts. Now, a moment or two ago, BMW number 20 carving its way through traffic in the hands of René Rast. That is the lead car now, of course, Peter, and doing a really good job getting through the tyres as Ferdinand Habsburg follows in his wheel tracks. Then the 3 Cadillacs, 38, 12 and 101, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Ferdy Habsburg's so impressive this week. He really has been. You think how much he's progressed in 3 or 4 years. You know, driving with WRT as a silver driver in LMP2, now a full factory driver with Alpine. Amazing what he's done. And René Rast is very, very highly regarded by many as one of the hottest drivers in the world in sports cars, and he's keeping in touch with them. But a big problem early on, nothing you would see very often at all, the 92 Manthey Porsche is in the garage with the front off and not going anywhere in a hurry.
This is the car that Neil Cole was telling us about, wasn't it, a moment or two ago? The number 92 car, its team car, is in the pit lane as well. So that was Yasser Shaheen. No, it was the Iron Lynx he was telling us about, another silver car. So that's Yasser Shaheen in the Ben Manthey number 92. That car had damage underneath the front splitter. There were scratches on the front. He's been off the track.
Possibly, and that's last year's winning car, albeit in different colours. Richard Leach was the lead driver last year when they won, and when it was first form Manthey 92.
Got some Aston Martin pit action. Peter Snowden, of course. Peter Snowden is down there.
Yeah, well, it was slightly confused because the 009 entry with Roman De Angelis is about to jump into it. Marco Sorensen has got out, but it's headed at the 007 garage because the 23 Harter Racing Aston, which just left the pits and almost tried to take the piece of track off the pit lane track off the Corvette in front of it, going out of the pit. That was in its way, so there is a driver change there. So Roman De Angelis got into the 009 Aston Martin, and I will try and get hold of Marco Sorensen if I can, if you stand by.
Marco Sorensen, who's had such a career in the World Endurance Championship and in here at Le Mans, of course, with Aston Martin for well over a generation now, actually.
Interesting, there was a tyre change going on as well there with the Aston Martin. Toyota, remember, went on to a triple on their set of Michelins. So there's different tyre strategies. We said at lunchtime that it was going to be a race about tyres, how you were going to use the tyres. And, of course, a lot of them are doing it very much by the seat of the pants because there just isn't the data available with these temperatures on this compound of Michelin available to them.
So the Peugeot directly ahead
Fresh
should be 1 or 2 more laps until they come in. The one ahead of him is another lap on top of that. Some traffic at pit exit here.
Let's get a quick word with one of the drivers who's just got out of the car, the Aston Martin. Peter Snowden is with Marco Sorensen.
Marco, pretty hot in one of those cars out there, I would suggest, right now.
Yeah. Luckily, we have a decent AC in our car, but it still gets really hot when you're driving out. It's really difficult. So high down here, so it's really a tire management and a brake, let's say, balance thing where you're really trying to manage the tires throughout the stints. I had a few small lockups on the right front, which made why we just, to be sure, we boxed a stint, or we boxed a lap early just to be sure that the tires were okay. But yeah, it's nice to be back at Le Mans and get it going, right?
What are the track conditions like when the track temperature's this high, when you unexpectedly hasn't been this hot all week?
Yeah, that was the tricky thing. So I think everyone had to overshoot their tire pressures a little bit throughout the race just to be sure to hit the minimum pressure target. So yeah, I think it made it difficult for everyone out there, if I'm fully honest. The tires are definitely, it's a difficult thing to make them hold on. So hopefully we can start triple stinting when it gets cold. But it was a bit hard in the beginning.
Thank you, Marco.
Peter Snowden down there as part of our pit lane team. Ferdy Habsburg in the pit lane with the Alpine, followed in quickly by Earl Bamber in the Hertz Racing Gold Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Mighty 38. Again, no tyres being proffered here. Bit of a clean up on the headlights, trying to keep them clean. Second Alpine comes in and sits right behind its teammate Fred Makovecki in that car. So a slew of hypercars coming in. René Rast still leads. He has not yet pitted. Will Stevens, 9.5 seconds behind him. We've got Ferrari number 50 in. Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50. Out goes Ferdy Habsburg. I did not see him get out of that car, and there was no tyres, P-Mac. So that's Ferdy going on to another stint.
Wow.
And why would you take him out? He's doing great work.
He's doing a superb job and shows that the medium tyre on that Alpine at least can last, you know, because we're now an hour and a half into the race, 46 degrees Celsius track temperature, which is high. Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with these Michelin tyres is that Michelin have said that nobody is allowed to quadruple the stints until they've triple stinted, and they've had a chance to watch the tyres coming off the car. Yeah. But that they won't allow anybody to do a quadruple stint until they've at least done that. Interesting that Toyotas are running slightly shorter. They're on a triple stint. The Aston Martins changing at the end of just 2 stints before they even went on to a third stint on the set of tyres. But Alpine seemingly happy to do 3 long stints. We'll see how the how the lap times go. But Alpine doing very well.
Going to Peter Snowden in a moment, but the Toyota number 8 of Sebastian Buemi just flicks out of the slipstream of the Peugeot of Loic Duval, and Buemi goes through as he breaks into the second of the chicanes, the Michelin branded chicane on the ligne droite en arrière. Just going 2 wheels off on the way out, that's absolutely fine. So that was a retake of a position up to 8th then for the most recent pit stopper. Nice and easy, little bit of aerodynamic tow, pops out to the left and does him under braking. Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just to pick up on the Marco Sorensen, who just vacated the 009 Aston. The 071 team car is just pitted, and complete opposite strategy there, as Paul was just alluding to. That car, no driver change, no tyres, just fuel for the 007 Aston Martin Thor Team Valkyrie.
So that is very interesting. René Rast comes through for another lap as we're heading towards our CrowdStrike hourly update.
René Rast might even be still out after that CrowdStrike racing update. He's currently, he'll be on his in lap now, so he's 3.5 minutes away. René Rast on his way in. Will Stevens, ditto, in second place, also stays out, as does Felipe Albuquerque in the 101 WTR Cadillac. Antonio Giovinazzi, Ferrari's not that far off.
No.
They've also gone on to their 13th lap on the stint.
You're listening to Radio Le Mans live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We're at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. It is time for hypercar pit stops. So let's give you a little overview on 91.2 FM around the world on RS1 and on Sirius 137 XM 202. It's time for the CrowdStrike Racing Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
An hour and a half into the Le Mans 24 hours, and René Rast leads for BMW at the moment. The number 20 car currently 7.6 seconds clear of Will Stevens in second place. The number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series are running second. Felipe Albuquerque in car number 101. An identical car entered by Wayne Taylor Racing, but running under the Cadillac umbrella. 101 is in third place, and he is less than he's 1.5 seconds behind Will Stevens. In fourth place, first of the Ferraris, Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel of the number 51 car. He's only 2.5 seconds behind Albuquerque. And in fifth place, Kevin Magnussen in the second of the BMWs. That's the number 15 car. 13 seconds adrift now in fifth place. Six is Mathis Jobert in the Genesis, still running strongly, number 17, although Genesis, they're running in 6th place. In 7th place is the car that won last year, the Ferrari 499P of the AF Corsa team. The yellow Ferrari, Phil Hansen, who started, is still at the wheel of that car. Just put in the personal best lap of the race for him, and he's having a bit of a dice with Matisse Jobert, is Phil Hansen. They are running 6th and 7th, numbers 17 and 83. In 8th place is Sebastian Buemi. He's out of kilter on the pit stops, but moving up as the pit stop cycle unwinds. In 9th place, Loic Duval at the wheel of the Peugeot, number 94. And 10th is Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine car, number 3. Situation in LMP2 also very close. Job van Outert is in the lead there in the EDEX Sport car. In 2nd place is the number 30 car of Julian Andlau for the Duquesne team, and in that's number 30. And in 3rd place in LMP2 is car number 43, Tom Dillman, in the Inter-Europol competition car. In LMGT3, the leaders there in LMGT3 is
Codice with Tom von Boy at the wheel of the Lexus, the number 78. He's just gone back out again.
Yeah, ahead of Dan Harper in the number 69 BMW, and then the number 77 Ben Tuck in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. So those are the positions, hour and a half into the race.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
So I've got Danny Juncadella from the Genesis Magma racing car, one of our favourite cars, partly for the colour, but it's probably the least of your worries right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's a long race ahead, so that's the main focus now. Just try to stay calm. We've obviously been really strong in qualifying, but I think well, we already knew that our raceability was going to be tricky because bottom end power is a bit of an issue, and it's a bit frustrating when you're driving because you cannot race the others so much.
When you say it's a bit of an issue, without giving too much away, what is the issue with the bottom end power for you as a driver?
No, it's just the power we have in the bottom end is very poor. So yeah, I think you know what I mean. But I cannot say what it is.
I tried.
Yeah, but the car feels extremely good in terms of balance. Feels competitive, feels very drivable, but yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to race others. If we would be time attacking, I think we could be well within the top 6, top 7. But when we're racing around cars and we're getting a bad run in traffic and so on, that's when it's tricky for us to stay close to the guys ahead or defend our position.
Okay, Danny, I'm sure we'll talk to you a lot more in the rest of the race, but thank you for your time. And just before we leave the Genesis Magma Racing garage, just want to say a happy birthday to James Broomhead, who's the PR man of Genesis Magma Racing.
I hear what Danny Juncadella is saying there, Peter. This is all about, he said, raceability. There's a difference between being on the track on your own and being on the track when you've got other cars around you, and you need that bottom end punch to bring you out of corners and get round cars.
They've got the top end speed. I mean, their top end speed's pretty good for that Genesis, but it's the punch out the corner. Danny's absolutely right. When in the old days of the American Le Mans series in 2007, 2008, you actually had the LMP2 cars fighting on those types of circuits with the LMP1 car. Now the LMP1 car had a lot more power and a lot more torque, but the LMP2 car was lighter and often more nimble and better aerodynamics. But in certain scenarios, you could get a circuit that suited the LMP2 car, but as soon as you got into traffic, the LMP1 with its torque could be able to get through the traffic more easily. So out of the corner punch and drive is it's so helpful, and also it's just going to make it more comfortable as well. If you feel like you're having to really force every exit, you're going to overheat the tyre, etc. So not having that torque and that grunt is very important. Now, we can talk about it because Danny's not allowed to by regulation, but that's part of the way that all of these cars have different powertrains, different chassis, etc., and they are balanced by the FIA and the ACO to hopefully be as equal as possible. And there are lots of manufacturers in the mix, but there always are going to be some that have a little edge here and a little edge there.
We talked about this earlier in the week. This is called balance of performance, and it is our understanding, and we can't know because we don't see the tables. Nobody sees the tables. Only one person in each team sees the tables, and they are mandated not to tell anybody else. And in fact, actually, they don't see the table. They only get their own.
Exactly.
So they don't know anybody else's. So Danny Young-Adaya might be disappointed about what he's feeling in the car, but he doesn't know whether that car is better off or worse off than the cars around him.
He will see somebody pulling away from him out of slow corner, though.
Well, that's
But I think the other side of the silver lining on the cloud is that Genesis is very much at the beginning of their development.
Yes.
And obviously what the FIA is doing is looking at what the potential is, because they've got all of the data and all of the facility to say, well, look, if you optimize everything, then you're going to be capable of this. And that's why we have to pull you back to here. So next year, I mean, look at where Aston Martin is this year compared to where they were last year. They've not used any development jokers to get from where they were last year to where they are this year. They've just worked out how to do things better. Genesis at the very beginning of that, and I think what we'll see over the course of the rest of this year is Genesis getting further and further up the pecking order. It's tremendously frustrating for the drivers, of course, and I can quite see that. But I think what Genesis has done this year, quite frankly, is more impressive than what Aston did last year on their debut with the Valkyrie.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you don't know what people are trying to achieve. But yeah, I'd agree with that. They've already scored points in the World Endurance Championship, of which this race is the third round. And getting two cars into Hyperpole is also pretty impressive. We might have some debris at the entrance to the Daytona chicane. That's the first chicane. Meantime, E-Deck right on the back of the Tower Event sponsored car going through the Terre Rouge area, and that was Job van Uitert right in behind that Tiger Stripe car, so that was putting a lap on the car, and that has happened.
A point on, maybe a counterpoint on Genesis. I think I totally agree the sentiment that they've had a superb debut. However, unlike Aston Martin, they are starting with a base for the car that is proven.
Which is the Orica chassis.
Correct. It's been used in the Acura GTP car, which
there
has
is
been very
damage.
successful.
There is debris on the track, by the way.
Yeah. It's been used in the Acura GTP car, and of course used in the Alpine as well.
And Ford get it next year.
There you go. So it's clearly a good chassis to use, and there's quite a lot of LMP2 learning in the base of an LMDH car as well. So I think the project that Aston Martin have taken on with the Valkyrie is a higher mountain to climb, and it is impressive what they're doing with that platform. But bear in mind, it's based on a road car.
Well, yes.
That's what they start with.
It was the track day version of the road car, but yes, I get your point. That's the set of regulations that they're built to. Steve Grivner is on a 2-day drive to Texas. Didn't say where he started off from. I mean, he might be going very slowly, or maybe he's hammering it, but he's streaming the race in the middle of Missouri. Presumably listening to us on Sirius 137 or XM202 as well. Hello to the 360 Motor Club. Anybody remember 1999? I've got a funny feeling the 15's going to win. I'm saying that now. That is the BMW. It's a very early call. At RSL_studio, the hashtag is 21RSL24. Just going back to that BOP. We've not seen it, but it's our understanding that the Aston is at one end, i.e. closest to the lowest weight and the most power, and the Ferrari is at the other. And they're a bit of outliers in terms of the gaps between themselves and the other manufacturers in the middle. And those gaps in the middle are pretty small. This is what Bruno Fama and the ACO have been trying to do, to keep the gaps so slow and so low, and the changes of BOP circuit to circuit, race weekend to race weekend, as low as possible, as to almost make them inconsequential. They're not inconsequential, but if it's 5 kilos here and 8 horsepower there and 2 horsepower here, and maybe that group in the middle are as little as 12 or 14 kilos and maybe as little as 18 to 22 horsepower. That is supposition, but that is the kind of area that the ACO want to work in.
Really compelling battle in LMP2 between 9th and 10th place cars of all the LMP2s, but within this battle is the LMP2 Pro-Am leader coming up out of Arnage towards the Porsche curves at the moment in Rocky the Pegasus. PJ Hyatt, the bronze driver in that car, as is mandated in the Pro-Am category, is holding off Pietro Fittipaldi at the moment and keeping the Brazilian absolutely honest, and actually through the fast corners of the Porsche curves arguably a little bit quicker. This is an amazing stint, and to win in the Pro-Am category like AO Racing did last year, this is exactly the job that the team need from PJ Hyatt, because he is a good way ahead of the rest of his competitors.
The Ben Baitai Porsche was in its pit garage the last time I saw it. Yasser Shaheen brought it in. We thought he might have been off the track. Ricardo Pera has taken it back out. It's fine now, and I can tell you how I know it's fine. It's just put the fastest lap of the Le Mans GT3 race in at a 3:55.428. Stone last at the minute. Martin Berry is back out in the 61 Iron Lynx. That had a bit of a right headlamp problem, some damage there as well. And at Indianapolis and heading to Arnage, it's Ferrari number 51 in the hands at the moment of Tonio Giovinazzi, who is trying to hold off a very fast-moving Toyota with Mike Conway behind the wheel, Peter.
That new Toyota TR010 for the 2026 season that's got certainly a little bit of an influence, I think, of the Ferrari 49P, but actually the high buttresses on the front, on each corner at the front, it's got a little bit of Toyota, Porsche GT198 to it, to me. That kind of high corners on it. Beautiful race car.
And it's got Conway, that... Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Mike Conway's just put in his personal best lap of the race, so he is on a bit of a charge. 3:29.2 is Mike's best lap, so he's been closing in on Giovinazzi, and I think having been closed in, he now wants to get past.
I said this earlier in the week, and I don't know why I feel this, because the underpinnings of that TR01 is the TR010 is the same chassis, the same drivetrain as the car which it quote-unquote replaced, which is the GR010, Gazoo Racing as it was last year. Now the bodywork's all changed, but that car looks shorter in the wheels, the gap between the wheels, the wheelbase. And whether that's the overhangs, where the spoilers are, the different curves on the body, the red and white paintwork, I don't know, but it just does look a little more pointy as well when the guys are driving it.
It's got a new nose. They played an aero joke at Toyota.
That's right.
And they've got a new nose on it. They've also got new rear wing and new rear wing end plates. Again, looking to improve the car's performance in the slipstream of the car in front of it. But, it does look very different, doesn't it? It's not just the colouring of that car, but it looks a very different Toyota from the one it did last year. I just wish it looked less like the Ferrari.
There's just enough white on it to be able to spot the difference, and they've also got different shade bands. The biggest giveaway is that curvy rear wing on the back of the Toyota, which is a thing of beauty. That's a completely different aerodynamic take on everybody else. Mike Conway. What did he say, Peter?
just the caption on our pictures here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre just disappeared just at the right moment. But I think it's all is well, I think, at the wheel of the number 7 Suragazu racing car, apart from the fact...
Toyota racing car.
Toyota Racing, excuse me. Apart from the fact that the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi is pulling away. This is the same Ferrari that said that they're all aboard the struggle bus in straight line speed. But
there was a bit of traffic, actually, that I think Conway caught coming through the Forest S's, one of the GT cars. I think that caused a little bit of a problem. We'll keep an eye on the battles on the track. Neil Snowden has gone down to Manthey and to the pits for the Harry Tinknell with a rear left puncture. We'll keep an eye on that. Neil has gone down to the bend, Manthey. That car was in the box a little while ago, getting some work in the garage. Neil, what's happening?
Yeah, I'm on the pit wall with Patrick Archer now, and he can explain exactly what the work was that was done.
Yeah, unfortunately we had an issue with the tie rod front right after hitting a curb in the wrong angle a bit and in an infight with another car. Yeah, we just had the issue. The toe was a bit off, and for safety reasons we had to stop and change the tie rod.
And how long do you think you lost time-wise?
Yeah, it's now we're 3.5 laps down, so it took about 13 minutes and a bit. It's very hard to recover. We're still not giving up, trying our best, but it might be difficult.
Okay, thanks so much for telling us. Thank you.
That's really good. Pick up there. Neil Coles now in the pit lane, and it's Peter Snowden at the other end of the pits for our pit lane reports, informed by the all-new driver database at driverdb.com. They're running brand new version, a beta version of the app down there in the pit lane as well. Radio Le Mans for 2026. Paul Truswell.
Well, we can hear from Harry Tinknell, who was reporting that puncture a moment ago.
Stay out, stay out.
Pressures look good, stay out, continue.
There you go, that's what he's been told. So he hasn't got a puncture. So was it just a pickup problem, or was it a sensor issue? Who knows? Paul, sorry.
No, can't answer the question. No, the point I was going to make is that I've been rambling on a lot about reliability these days, and they're not quite bulletproof, but here we are over an hour and getting on towards 2 hours into the race, and that Bend Manthey Porsche is the first significant delay that we've had. Is we heard there 15 minutes lost in the pit lane for the number 91 Manthey Porsche. Ricardo Perez, you say, going out and going quickly, a long way to go to catch up. But that's the only delay we've had. The other 61 cars have been running absolutely faultlessly. We've only had pit stops for fuel and, in some cases, tyres and driver changes.
The Iron Lynx number 61 AMG had some remedial work on the right front headlight, and they've dropped off the lead lap in class as well.
Again, that was
it's very minor.
A damage triggered problem.
Yes, good point.
Anything else going on with the car itself.
Quote-unquote reliability. Ricardo Pera in that Bend Manthey at number 92 Porsche is going even quicker. 3:55 now, 0.109 for Ricardo. So
some anger in there, I think.
I think they've got the steering and the camber sorted. Don't you on that? It's funny though. Sometimes when it's Manthey, so it will have been done properly. But sometimes you'll tell the driver, we've just had to string it, we've just had to do it really quickly, tell me what it's like. That's great. And that's happened to me once in a car that had to be repaired front right it was, that got a ding, and we had to just guess the caster and the camber and all of that sort of stuff. And I hadn't been able to pull top gear on the long straight until after that was done. And then I was getting into top gear. Maybe I was just getting better coming out the slow corner. Nah, it was something to do with the setup. I never get any better. Here's Albuquerque.
Keep staying where you're at. Get behind 2.8. You're the fastest car on track. With everybody ahead. Just keep hitting that number. Doing what you're doing. Good job.
Hitting the number is about the fuel number for Philippe Albuquerque, who's got 2 seconds on Antonio Giovinazzi. Giovi in 6th position behind him, and ahead of him About 2 seconds as well ahead is Will Stevens on the timing and scoring at the moment. If you want to follow along, by the way, there is various timing and scoring. Livetiming.fia.com is where you can pick up some timing. 22 hours, 8 minutes and 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41 for those of you who may be listening and watching pictures somewhere, or you can go to Studiovision, search Radio Le Mans Studiovision on YouTube, and we've got, well, you can watch us talking. Can't give you any pictures from the track for obvious reasons, but you can watch us talking and pointing at the screens, and we've got a race clock on there as well as some timing bits and pieces as well.
Yeah, but we don't point at the screens, John. Sebastian Buemi, I was about to suggest, was getting a little bit slower, and I thought it might be because he was on the third stint on the set of tyres. He's coming towards the end of his third stint, but then, of course, he has just gone out and done his best lap of the stint so far. Not the best lap of his race, but of this particular stint so far. So he's down into the 3:27s again, so I suspect his slower laps were probably as a result of getting through traffic.
Still a couple of seconds or 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else behind him. I think the closest to him is Earl Bamber in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota last time around.
And that's right, last time around. But what's impressive is the way that Sebastian Buemi is just drawing way away. We said in the early stages.
Stop at the end of this lap. The Toyota should stop at the end of this lap.
The Toyota, did he say that?
Yes, he did. He was talking about the Mike Conway.
That's the Mike Conway car, yeah.
The number 7 one, which is the one which is putting Giovinazzi under pressure. So that's the story there. Nicholas Nielsen and Giovinazzi, and the two Ferraris, 50 and 51, sandwiching Mike Conway on the track. Yes, they're working out what the strategy is for Toyota as well. So, as we say, Mike Conway will be in the pits, but what's disappointing somehow is that Mike Conway, and it will be disappointing, frustrating for Mike, is only 8th, while his teammate Sebastian Buemi is out at the front of the field and pulling away at the front of the field, which has now got up to the extent of 24 seconds now, further 2 seconds gained by Buemi that last time around.
It's an impressive run by Sebastian Buemi. There's life in that driver yet, Peter. He's been a great servant to endurance racing and latterly to Toyota.
Well, for Sebastian Buemi, he's on the cusp of joining a very exclusive club of Le Mans legends. If he were to pick up the winner's trophy alongside his teammates tomorrow at 4 o'clock, he would equal Derek Bell, Emanuele Perro and Frank Biela on 5 Le Mans wins. That is quite a club to join.
And he's also been on the podium 8 times.
Has he? Yeah, 8 times aside from those victories?
No, sorry, the 8 times includes...
So he's been another 3 times on the podiums.
So he's had 4 wins and 4 other podiums.
Right. Wow. That's impressive. That is impressive. I mean, to get on the podium once here is an achievement. To win it here is an absolute dream of most drivers.
It's his 15th appearance at Le Mans.
So, out of his 15 appearances, he's been on the podium half the time.
Yeah.
And half of those times on the podium.
Half of those times on the podium, he's been on the top step.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes, half the time, yeah.
Half of his appearances, he's been on the podium, and half of the time he's been on the podium, he's won. Wow.
There you go.
But there's a long way to go.
Oh, Paul, you're the first one that said it. Put the €5 in the box. I thought we were doing so well there.
Traffic giveth... No, sorry, no.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us, join the conversation. Use the hashtag 21RSL24. It's our 21st Le Mans 24 hours as RSL on RSL_studio. On X, there's a whole host of other ways you can get us. We're on Instagram and Threads at Radio Show LTD, and it's a Blue Sky on radiolemans.bsky.social. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm only watching
And you can
the
phone
end.
Johnny Palmer on 0788.
Johnny Palmer.
Mike Conway didn't come into the pits.
Did that surprise you, Paul?
Yes, well, it surprised the Ferrari engineer.
Well,
so
that's a good point.
The Ferrari engineer told him that
More
Mike
importantly,
Conway
did
would
it
be coming in.
surprise you? That's the thing.
So Mike Conway has done one stint of 12 laps already, and he came in at the end of a stint of 12 laps. He's on the 13th lap of another stint, but a lot of other drivers have done 13 lap stints, so it's only unusual for Toyota not to go 13.
Battle for third position. Heading around the far side of the circuit, Ferdy Habsburg has his mirrors full of New Zealander Earl Bamber in the Mighty 38. The Alpine team are getting ready. Jack Aitken is talking to the team in the Cadillac Hertz team Georgia area of the pit lane. This battle for third going past Ford Mustang GT3.
I think Ford Racing will be delighted with the start of this race so far, because Seb Prio mentioned that it was an issue. They weren't quite on the pace, but a great opening stint from Ben Tuck in that number 77 Ford Mustang. They sit third in LMGT3.
E-Deck back in from what was the lead of LMP2. Is that on time, Paul? You're happy
Yes,
with the
it
28
is.
car?
Triple stint for Job van Outert in the 28 car, so that's a triple stint he'll be getting out. My guess would be that they'll put the silver driver into that car. That'll be Paul Lafargue getting into it next. That's a guess. We'll get that confirmed by one of our reporters in a minute. We've also got the Proton Orica coming in out of where was it, third or fourth in class. That's Harry King come into, well, the whole of the LMP2 class practically now is in.
Yeah, they'll come in because they're all the same engine, they're all the same chassis as well. Here comes Earl Bamber with an opportunity to go into third place in the traffic. Habsburg goes down the inside of the United LMP2 car, and in that puts a little bit of a gap into that battle between third and fourth at both the Cadillac Hertz team, Jordan, because Will Stevens is right there as well. They go past the dark blue of the United LMP2 car. Traffic here really playing a part through the Dunlop chicane underneath the newly revamped and renamed Goodyear Bridge. As into the pit lane comes Mike Conway. We'll keep an eye on that with our pit lane reporters, but let's watch this battle for the lead and for third and describe it to you through Tertre Rouge, heading out onto the first part of the Mulsanne Straight. And you've got to say, Habsburg's done the better job through traffic. He hit it first, but he's managed it better. Amazing stuff. 22 hours to go. 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and on Sirius 137 XM 202. This is Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Steamy. We were told we would get a 28 degree day today. Officially, it's 29.3 Celsius with the track temperature up at nearly 46 degrees. Clear tonight, so the temperature will drop to 13. The tyre technicians will be delighted about that. 0% chance overnight of rain, but tomorrow a very hot 31 predicted in the air. That's going to make things very interesting indeed.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
So we've got a driver database pit report from myself. How about that for a change? We had the E-Deck number 28 change. We saw that, and we've just had the Mike Conway come in the Toyota. The other one is about to come in as well. They're synchronising these two. The E-Deck went out on a set of scrubbed tyres. The Toyota for Mike Conway went onto a brand new set, as is the other car. The other Toyota number 8 is about to do the same. I'm standing right in the middle of the pit lane now. I'm going to go and try and find Mike Conway if I can, so probably best if Neil picks up for this moment.
Roger that. So yeah, I'm a little bit further down towards the start of the pit lane. I just watched the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin Vantage, car number 27, do just a fuel. No tyres, no driver change, just a refuel. And I'm slightly in the way now because the Inter-Europol car number 43 is about to do a bit more than that, because I can see that Jakub Szwikowski is getting ready to get in the car. So they're obviously going to do a driver change. And next door, the same team, very successful team, obviously, we have Bijoy Garg, who is helmeted up and ready, but I think his pit stop will be a few laps away from now. But yes, pit stop about to happen here. Fuel, new tyres, a new driver going into the number 43.
Thank you, gentlemen, as the number 8 leading Toyota, leading the race Toyota. The car in front has indeed been a Toyota for the last little while, with the fastest lap of the race as well for Seb Buemi, 1:38.250. He is now out of the car, and the familiar helmet design of Brendan Hartley has jumped in, the lanky New Zealander. So Rennie Rast goes back to the lead of the race. This is full service, replenishing the energy, and a new set of Michelin tyres. I'll be interested to see what compound they are. I guess they're going to be medium at this point in time. Track temperature 46 Celsius, and Peter Snowden just told me they are medium. Michelin's going on, they're the yellow sidewalls. Red on the Michelin's means the hot. That's for the warmer compounds, or the warmer track temperature, should I say. White is the soft, that is for the cooler temperatures. So Rennie Rast leads from Ferdinand Habsburg by 5.5 seconds. Then it's Earl Bamber and Will Stevens, the Cadillac twins, the Hertz Team Jota twins. In fact, it's triplets, isn't it? Because Philippe Albuquerque is sitting in 5th in the 101, the 10-1. Hello to Scott Wiseman, who's in the ACO grandstand right opposite the TF pit, 91.2 FM. You want to get in touch?
Yeah, just going back to what Neil Cole was telling us about Inter-Europol and their pit stops that they were about to make. Interestingly, that Inter-Europol have triple stinted and have also gone an extra lap on their tyres. So both the Inter-Europol cars, that's 43 Tom Dillman and 343 Nico Muller, staying out longer than the rest of the LMP2 field.
Whilst you were talking about that, actually a little before that, but we just caught up on fairly harmless 360 for Gray Newell before he came into the pits. He's in the pits now for Harter Racing Team, but on his in-lap, I think he must have just had a little whoopsie. Genesis engine in the background there, sitting in behind the Aston Martin. That's 10th and 11th having the battle. Aston pulls out to go past the Forestier car. Now the orange-fronted Genesis with those very distinctive twin bar headlights straight off the road cars. If you look very carefully at the front split, here's Jaminet on the rodeo.
Okay, mate, great job. Aston front is pushing to keep the pressures alive, so you're doing a great job.
So that was the instruction to Mathieu Jaminet behind Harry Tinknell in the 007 that's in 10th. If you look at the front splitter, right on the edges of the front splitter, either side, it says designed by Genesis, as Phil Hansen has to go almost off the circuit there to pass a couple of cars. And that is on every single Genesis car, has been for the last 10 years, since Luc Donckerwolke, the Chief Creative Officer of Genesis, created that brand. On the rear wing, you can just see it sometimes. There's a set of coordinates. And those coordinates, if you put them into your GPS or to your map app, it's the finish line of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. Nice little touches. of the Korean team. Across the line for that battle, Alpine, Aston, Genesis, Ferrari. And they are separated by less than the length of the front straight.
In LMP2, one of the Inter-Europol cars came in, Tom Dillman's car, number 43. The other one, Nico Muller. In fact, Neil Cole did say that the other one was going to be in a bit later. He was absolutely right. Nico Muller staying out for an extra lap. So, interestingly, with the way that the Inter-Europol team is pushing on to get the maximum out of their fuel in their cars. Everybody else in LMP2 has already stopped, as we've said. Job van Outert in the number 28 E-Deck sport car has already stopped and handed the car over, as I suggested it might be, to Paul Lafargue, and he now moves ahead up as a result of the pit stops which have just been done by the 43 Inter-Europol car. We've also got into the pits now for 009 Aston Martin, which is in the pits. That's Roman De Angelis coming in for what I suspect will be a fuel-only stop for De Angelis.
Well, let's go back to the pit lane for a driver database informed report with Neil Cole, who's caught up with last year's winner in LMP2, Tom Dillman.
Tom Dillman, that looked like it was quite a long stint. You don't look like you've broken much of a sweat. I'm sweating more in the pit lane than you are at the wheel of that car, but you make it look easy.
No, so far so good. We extended the stint on fuel. Unfortunately, the first pit stop, I was saving a lot, but we had to pit earlier due to GT traffic on our pit box. So I saved fuel for nothing, basically, in the first stint. And then we went back to a 12 laps stint twice, so we recovered. Yeah, feels good, you know, long way to go, no risk. I think we had a good triple stint pace, so let's see.
And in your experience, how tricky is it going to get with the tyres and the temperatures? Obviously, it's going to cool down now, but again, tomorrow, even hotter.
Yeah, it's probably right now around the worst time. The track a little bit green, quite hot. It will cool down in the night, which will help a little bit, and then gets worse again in the afternoon. But yeah, it looks like we have a decent car on degradation as well. We were catching the leader now on the trip on the third stint. So yeah, so far so good.
And while I was waiting to talk to you, I saw you have a quick chat with Nick Yellowly, who came up in kind of like in his PE kit. He was just in shorts and a t-shirt. But I'd like to know what you said to him, because he was keen to learn.
Yeah, just how to handle the tires. I think I learned that I had to look after the tire in the first two stints to have a good third stint. So yeah, a bit of help, and yeah, I'm sure he will be fine.
Thank you very much, Tom. Good luck.
Neil Cole there with that driver database informed report alongside Tom Dillman.
Kuba Smutkowski now at the wheel of that car for Inter-Europol competition, and I'm fascinated by the way that Tom Dillman was telling us there that they, as he said, had to come in after 9 laps at the end of the first stint, but then 2 12-lap stints for him, and basically they've extended more than anybody else in LMP2, with the one exception of their teammate car, the 343 Inter-Europol car, which Nico Muller has only just now brought into its pit for its equivalent pit stop. And if you think back to last year, Peter, the LMP2 cars were tending to pit a lot more frequently than the hypercars are. But, you know, here we are having the hypercars coming in as well, with some of them already having made their second pit stop and off into their third stint. So LMP2 and hypercar almost pitting around the same times, which is making it very busy down there in the pits, with pretty much everybody running fairly trouble-free up until now.
There's already been a couple of close calls between different cars coming into different pit boxes. Tyre change going on the Alpine, number 36. Number 50 Ferrari carries on. Now we'll watch on what was their last pit stop time in a minute 29. So yes, they will have taken tyres of some description if their pit stop is there around that. Usually the pit stop time is their biggest giveaway, whether the new tyres have been fitted or not. And of course we've got 2 intrepid driver database informed reporters for that as well. You're listening to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit and live around the world on RS1, broadcasting from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. A driver who's raced a Ford around here in the past, Harry Tinknell, has caught up with Neil Cole.
Well, he's just catching his breath and having a drink of water, so I'll just interrupt that, which I'm sure he's very happy about. Harry Tinknell, how was that stint for you?
Yeah, it was tough. I think we were a little bit conservative on pressures, so we were struggling for grip, just a little bit too high there. But super hot conditions today, which we haven't had for the whole week, so rather to be safe than sorry from that respect. But once the stint sort of settled down, it was got into a decent rhythm. I mean, the Astons started the test day super quick, but unfortunately we don't quite have the straight line speed probably to fight at the front, but the car was handling well.
That business with the pressures, is that why you thought you had a puncture, or is that something else?
I just had it on the screen saying rear left, puncture. So yeah, just report it back, sort of in the middle of the corner, so you kind of, you're a little bit busy out there at times around this circuit, but they reported back, it's just a fluctuation in the sensors, so was all okay. We finished the triple stint.
Master of understatement. Thank you, Harry. Thanks for that.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Master of understatement and master of politeness is Harry Tinknell. He's a lovely guy to listen to, and a good stint to start with. Funny, talking about dodgy sensor, the very first race of the Porsche RS Spider at Laguna Seca in 2005, Sasha Masson was told by his mechanic saying, you're going to be in first, but you're not going to be in long because the steering rack temperature is through the roof, so this isn't going to last very long, but enjoy yourself. And 3 hours later, Sasha's still driving before handing over to his teammate. Turns out it was just the dodgy sensor.
Yeah. That's the trouble with clever cars. They sometimes get it wrong. What we didn't find out from Harry, probably...
We box in 2 laps and a half. It's time to give the tires a hard time. We box in 2 laps and a half.
Ferrari
going out
51.
to Antonio Giovinazzi, so they're going to be boxing very shortly. The number 51 car tending to bubble up at the later stages of this third stint. Antonio Giovinazzi having been in the car since the beginning of the race and is on the same set of tyres as he started the race. Yes, he is. So he's on his tyres that started the race. Whereas the 007 and 009, the two Aston Martins, remember Marco Sorensen, they changed tyres after 2 stints, whereas Harry Tinknell stayed out for 3 stints on the set of tyres on the 007. So interesting that the two Astons having a slightly different strategy on their tyres.
Battle for third on circuit right now between Philippe Albuquerque in the 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the Ferrari number 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi, last year's world champion in the WEC, chasing down a car from the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Into Mulsanne they go, and Ferrari have found pace on race day. Cadillac, they've had pace since they rolled out the trailer on test day. Cadillac with all 3 of their cars, 2 for Hertz Team Toyota and 1 for Wayne Taylor Racing. And I love this, Paul, that having invitational teams who come over, who earn the right through success in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship and come over here. It's a tradition at Le Mans for many, many years for teams from the United States, and some have won in the past as well, of course. We were thinking earlier, Champion in 2005 was the last overall winner of an American team. Would you go with that one?
Yes, I'll go with that.
Good enough for me?
Yep. Not something that I always think about, really, but
but
I think they played the German
race.
Yeah, but they did play the German national anthem because
German
it
car
was entered by. No, I think it was entered by Champion Racing, but I think the national anthem was played for the winning manufacturer as opposed to for the winning team. Such the vagaries of the rules of the game here. We're coming up towards, some more hypercar pit stops. The first of them is going to be the car at the start of the race on pole position. Kevin Magnussen, I think, should be in this time around. That would be car number 15, the BMW, as say that was the car that started on pole position. Interestingly, comparing that car, which is, say, coming in shortly, we've still got 4 cars ahead of it, which are at least a lap away from their next pit stop. But in Toyota land, because they went out of sync on that very first pit stop, Brendan Hartley, the number 8 car that Sebastian Buemi was driving, Brendan Hartley is already 4 laps into his stint. So it's quite a lot out of kilter the way the leading cars have got themselves onto slightly different strategies. Now, I haven't said the word beginning with letters S and C yet, and I won't. But if we would get some kind of interruption in between these pit stops, when some people have made 2 pit stops and some people have made 3, then it could have quite a big influence on the race.
You're right, safety cars usually have a big influence on the race, don't they? I don't mind it. I'm not a superstitious person.
I get into trouble if I say the word.
You do, yeah. You have more of an influence on these things than I do, I think. Change in the Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac, number 38, was started by by El Bamber. It now has Jack Aitken aboard, while the battle for 3rd position, Felipe Albuquerque, while he was under a lot of pressure coming in towards Mulsanne, he's just burned off. Giovinazzi going through traffic, particularly through traffic, really made the difference. Also, pit stop for number 15 of Kevin Magnussen for BMW WRT. New tyres going on, mediums for mediums there for the Danish driver. Looking to add to the family legacy here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. His father Jan, many times a winner in class with Corvette racing. And more traffic for the battle for 3rd. Giovinazzi into Mulsanne, which at the moment is looking relatively clean. It will not look like that through the night. Yesterday in the Road to Le Mans race, I've never seen Mulsanne corner get so dirty, so much gravel on the road that gets pulled out there. It was tarmac for a time, but then of course it was just abused with track limits. So the idea is to stop drivers running over, but inevitably the gravel keeps getting pulled out onto the road.
Just looking down into the LMGT3 class there, it's 22 seconds separating the Codis ASP team Lexus of Tom Van Rumpe in the lead, car 78, from the WRT BMW of Anthony McIntosh, number 69, in 2nd place. But Lexus going well because they're running 1st and 3rd at the moment. Petro Umbarescu, all 3 of these drivers, Lexus drivers and the BMW drivers, bronze drivers. They were putting their higher graded driver in for the start of the race. Having survived the start, the tendency has been to get the bronze rated driver into the LMGT3 cars for the 2nd stint in order to try and get them get that 6-hour minimum drive time for the bronze drivers all completed. And in fact, every single one of the top 6 in LMGT3 are bronze rated drivers. In fact, to make that 7th of the top, because it's only when you get to the 8th place car in LMGT1, which is the Manthey DK Engineering Porsche, number 91, Ayankan Guven, you get somebody who's not a bronze, and Guven rated platinum these days due to his success in various Porsche categories in GT3 running.
DTM champion as well. That's where he got the Platinum Series. Driver change going on from the leading car. Just come in for BMW M Team WRT, the number 20. That's the one in the I would say half of it is shell colours, half of it is Belgian colours, I would say, for that Belgian squad running a German car. Driver change going on. René Rast jumping out. Speaking of DTM champions, he's got a few of them. And in goes Sheldon van der Linde, the rapid South African, with Robin Freins waiting in the wings for later. What an embarrassment of riches.
I mean, that is the story of Hypercar, Peter. I mean, it's a great way to express how Hypercar has drawn all of these very high-quality drivers in. I was holding up 4 fingers just to remind myself. The top 4 are all now in the pits. You described René Rast handing over to Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 car. That's now back out onto the circuit. We've got the number 12 Cadillac in the pits at the moment. That'll be Will Stevens handing over either to Norman Nato or Louis Delatraz. We've got the 3rd place car. That's Will Stevens he's the one handing over to Louis Delatraz, Norman Nato. We've got the Philippe Albuquerque Cadillac in the pits, and also the Antonio Giovinazzi car in the pits as well. So busy pit lane, but they turn them around quickly in hypercar, and they're all on their way again. New drivers, I think, aboard all of them. We'll wait till we get that confirmed by our intrepid pit crew, informed by driver database.
The top 7 cars now in LMGT3 all have their bronze driver aboard. As Paul Trustwell just mentioned, every driver in LMP2 and LMGT3, regardless of the rating, must do a minimum of 6 hours. And of course, the least experienced, or the driver without the same pace as those in their lineup, will want to do 6 hours and not a minute more. So it's good to try and get it out, to get it out the way, particularly in the hours of daylight if possible. And you can get quite a lot of it done before the darkness comes in. The leading non-bronze driver is Aycan Guven, as we mentioned, in the number 91 Manthey Porsche. But it's Lexus from BMW, from Lexus, from Ford, from Aston Martin are your top 5 at LMGT3. And that Lexus, it's in terms of a farewell for that car here at Le Mans. It came to Le Mans later in its life, but so far, 2 hours and 23 minutes in, it's showing very well indeed.
Yeah, far too early to start making predictions, but yeah, you are right. It's a very potent bit of machinery. Who were the challengers? Well, Ford Mustang, BMW, Aston Martin. Ferraris and Porsches and Mercedes are a little bit further back. We'll have to see how the race pans out. The McLarens, 2 McLarens in the entry list entered by Garage 59 are even further back. So they'll no doubt be complaining about why they're further back, but it is certainly up at the top. There's not a huge amount in it. The gaps in between first and second is quite large, but then behind the BMW, Anthony McIntosh, who's second in LMGT3 in car number 69, there is a big queue of cars. There's 2 cars immediately behind the BMW, Lexus and Ford Mustang, and then an Aston Martin and a BMW very close behind them.
Well, there is one driver who has dominated Le Mans better than any other in history, and that is Tom Christensen, and we're delighted to say he is down in the pits for this driver database Inform Report.
Tom, I'm used to interviewing you at Goodwood when you're racing something at a revival or members meeting, and there's a phrase we use in England that you can take the driver out of the car but not the other way around, and here you are, 9-time Le Mans winner, and you're still doing all the garage tours at Le Mans.
I'm obviously having a look at the race. I work with the media here, which gives me adrenaline too. So yeah, it's simply a lovely motor race, the best in the world. I'm biased, but according to me,
why is
that's a fact. Yeah, it's a place you have to respect. Every time you come here, it doesn't care about who you are, what you have done, whatever. You have to try to do your best and kind of beat the race, conquer the race, and look what an amazing grid there are. And now, right now, you interview me. We just had the leader in for driver change, the BMW number 20, and it was everything looks good from them. Toyota tried to do a short refueling at their first stop, which might pay off. So it certainly makes things very interesting.
You still watch it that closely, don't you? You're not just a casual observer.
No, I want to always try to educate, understand, and I like to see or spot all the tricks which are thrown in from the different strategies, the way of the aggressive drivers are driving, and then how they can extend that the brilliant lap times on one set of Michelin tires.
Tom, thank you very much for your time and look forward to enjoying the rest of the event and speaking to you later.
Yeah, see you for a cup of tea at Goodwood one day again. Ciao.
What a dude. What a dude.
You completely close the door, mate.
I don't think he's seen you.
Now, while we were speaking to 9-time Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, the number 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, we just heard some radio communication there, coming through Tête Rouge, there's an LMP2 car up ahead, and Antonio Fuoco goes for a gap that I have to say was there, and then it just sort of nipped a little bit. An LMP2 car, which was either I think it's the Duquesne car.
If I go for the track limit, let's explain that I will put out to avoid the 50.
Yep, copy. Now we look ahead, still a long race to go. We are doing good.
And that was from Antonio Fuoco's teammate, Alessandro Puergidi, who had to take evasive action at Tête Rouge, opened up the steering and went off the track to avoid him, but then, of course, worried about picking up a track limits penalty. Now, it's all going on down in the pit lane. Driver database interview, very quick one, with Peugeot's John-Eric Verne with Neil Cole.
John-Eric watching that incident very closely, so I'm going to ask your opinion about what just happened there with Antonio Fuoco.
Well, I think it was an unfortunate incident. I'm pretty sure the LMP2 guy could not really see it with the Toyota already overtaking him. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much a race incident. Lucky, I mean, he could go again and with not much damage.
And let's talk about you. You're in your Peugeot shirt, but you're not in a race suit this weekend. How difficult is it to be here and not be racing the 24 Hours of Le Mans again?
It's okay. I mean, I know why I didn't race this year, and I know I'm going to be back next year. And hopefully, I mean, for sure, a better car. We're going to work hard for that. And yeah, of course, you always prefer to be racing, but it's how it is. But it seems to be a tough race for us, unfortunately. I hope it's only going to be the last year being tough for us, like it is.
Merci. Thank you, Jean-Eric. Good luck in China next week.
Thank you.
Randy, thank you for your time. A quick update for us from...
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I was leading the race in some stages. The Toyota is quite quick. He did a different strategy compared to us. He's on 12 laps, we are on 13 laps. So anything can happen, but the good thing is we're in the race and we have some good pace.
2.5 hours in, leading the race, not a bad place to be.
Sorry?
2.5 hours in and you're leading the race, so no wonder you're smiling.
Yeah, it's always nice to lead in Le Mans as well. It's still more than 21 hours to go. Anything can happen, so we need to stay calm.
Rennie, I'll let you go and get some water. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Rennie Rast there, former race leader in the BMW M Team WRT car, heading towards the bottom of the hour now here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans.
But you don't need to read out a race update. Tom Christensen was right on the ball, wasn't he? I mean, he was. I mean, how many? I'll call Tom a celebrity, but of the people who were just here as celebrities, would have been as sharp as that as to what was going on in the race overall. Amazing. He's just become an even bigger hero.
It just keeps growing, doesn't it? And I love how Snowy couldn't help himself to get a Goodwood mention in there as well. But clearly they're bonded over that. Tom Christensen, a big star there at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But to be able to win this race 9 times, to have it go your way on 9 occasions, with BMW, with Audi, with Bentley, and with the TWR Porsche with Just as well, of course. Amazing career that he has had. Well, you're listening to the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans here on 91.2 FM. It's time for a CrowdStrike Racing in-race update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The
Into the race end, and Brendan Hartley is in the lead of the race for Toyota Racing. The Toyota TR010 hybrid has a lead of very nearly 30 seconds over Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 BMW, but it's important to note those two cars are on different strategies, and as Tom Christensen was telling us, Brendan Hartley does owe us a pit stop in that number 8 car because they pitted early, so the reason they're leading is because of that early pit stop. BMW second then with the Sheldon van der Linde car number 20. In third place is Louis Delatraz at the wheel of the Cadillac V-Series R from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. They're a further 11 seconds behind the BMW. In fourth place is the second of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, Jack Aitken, now behind the wheel of the mighty 38, and he is right on the tail of his teammate. The two golden Cadillacs nose to tail third and fourth. In fifth place is Charles Milesi in the Alpine for the Alpine Endurance team. That's car number 35. He's a further 7 seconds behind, but he's having a great battle with Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, who is right behind him in sixth place. In seventh, Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel of the Ferrari 499P. In eighth, number 101 is Ricky Taylor's Cadillac V-Series R, and in ninth place Antonio Fuoco at the wheel of the Ferrari AF Corsa team car. That's number 50, and he is a further 5.2 seconds behind the Cadillac. Rounding out the top 10 is the Genesis, Mathieu Vachjamine in car number 19, still going strongly, and just 3 seconds behind the Ferrari. The top all 18 hypercars are all on the lead lap. None of them have dropped off that lead lap just yet. In LMP2, that's being led by the Duquesne team Orica. Richard Fecheur at the wheel of the car number 30. In second is the EDEC Sport car, now nearly 13 seconds behind number 28, Paul Lafargue, at the wheel of that one. In third place in LMP2, Louis Rosset at the wheel of the Forestier Racing by Panis car, number 29, although that again is one of those battles that is going on track at the moment. The Pro-Am leader in LMP2 is number 99, that's PJ Hyatt in the AO by TF entered Orica. They are in 10th place overall in LMP2. LMGT3 is currently running as a Lexus 1-2 because Tom Van Rompuy in the number 78 car is 20 seconds very nearly ahead of Petru Umbarescu in the number 87 Lexus. Behind the two Lexuses is number 69 Anthony McIntosh in the BMW for Team WRT. In fourth place is the Eric Powell driven Proton Ford Mustang, number 77. In fifth is Ian James at the wheel of the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, number 27. And in sixth place is Ayunkan Guven in the Manthey DK Engineering Porsche, number 91. That's the top 6 in LM GT3.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. CrowdStrike. Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
You're listening to 91.2 FM around Le Circuit de la Sarthe, Radio Le Mans, and live around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And if you're over in the United States and you're listening on Sirius XM channel 137 or XM number 202, a very warm welcome to you from the very cozy and warm Le Circuit de la Sarthe. And no, I'm not even going to go there actually. Bruce Jones, welcome.
Well, yes, very good, thank you. Did the first hour of the race and popped next door, had a cup of tea in the green room. Then I popped out to, just stretch my legs and so on. I thought, whoa, it is warm. It is super warm. So I'm thinking of the fans in the grandstand, some of whom might have been in place for an hour and a half, 2 hours before the race to see all the procedures on the start straight. They will be stewing away. Tonight it's due to drop down, I think, to around 14 degrees, and that really, for a lot of people, won't come soon enough. But, some years we would give anything for these conditions, but certainly for the crews, having been caught out.
Alpine is slow, but it's impossible to overtake.
Okay, let's try to get close to Toyota so they can open the way for us.
Oh, that's the message for Alessandro Pierguidi. I have my excuse. They're impossible to overtake.
That is a fascinating piece of team radio from Alessandro Pierguidi, because at the moment he's a second behind Nick de Vries's Toyota in 6th, and then another 0.7 of a second 0.3 of a second up into there is the Alpine, number 35 of Charles Milesi. Now, the Alpine is therefore not slow, and I wouldn't say that Alessandro Pierguidi right now is in striking distance. I think the Ferrari seems to be very good under braking and very good through the corners, but maybe not quite got the acceleration and top end. But Alessandro's race engineer telling him to get close to the Toyota and hope that the Toyota will part the sea. There are a lot of things that have got to fall into place there. Before we chew a bit more on that one, let's welcome into the pit lane for a driver database informed update, Owen Mildenhall. Owen, good evening.
Evening, guys. So just the first update from me, fresh to the pit lane. Obviously, we talked earlier on and saw earlier on that the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 61 obviously had an accident earlier on and had that damage to the front right-hand side and has been running around without a front right headlight. And it looks like the car's gone back in the garage now. And it looks like they're now taking the opportunity to strip off the front right wing and all the front nose section to replace that headlight and do that work now. But obviously, they're going to need that headlight before we get into the evening. So it looks like they're now taking the opportunity to do that work with the car in the garage.
Thank you, Owen. Yes, Paul, that was, of course, mandatory.
Yeah, they gave him the black and orange flag, in fact, because one of the headlights was missing. So it wasn't that they elected to come in. The organisers actually said, you must come in. The other thing I just wanted to mention, that incident with Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari, we picked it up between us. You were right, Peter, it was the Duquesne car that clashed with Fuoco. That incident is now under investigation by the stewards, potential of one or the other causing the collision. And we'll see whether or not there's a sanction on either of them as a result of that once the investigation is completed. Alessandro Pierguidi was pinged for track limits, although interesting, on my little list of track limits that comes up on my screen, it's highlighted. Now, I don't know if that means that it's under debate or quite why. I don't know. I've never seen that screen with a highlighted line on it before. So, for some reason, Fuoco has a track limit warning, but I think he might have it taken away again.
Yeah, when you're going backwards, does it really count?
Well, he was taking avoiding action. That was the point.
Sure, of course.
So Pierguidi went off the circuit. He was the one that was pinged for track limits. Fuoco was just having a crash trying to get past it in a P2 car.
So, we've spoken to a few artists behind the wheel, and now we're going to speak to an artist with the paintbrush in hand. Our artist in resident here on Radio Le Mans, Neil Gardner, who's caught up with Joe Bradley.
Well, every member of the collective will know who I'm about to speak to, and I've just caught him loitering without intent of going anywhere in the Nielsen garage. Neil, fans of the collective have seen your beautiful work. You are our artist in residence, as we refer to you. You obviously love this place, don't you?
It's so special. It feels like coming home. I've only been 3 times to the Ultra 24, and I just adore the place. As soon as I get here, it's like relax, and it's just great. I love it.
Is this kind of an intel gathering exercise for you, where you're up close with the car, certainly in the pit lane here, where I've caught you standing? Is this what you're kind of gathering information for other pieces that are going to come in the future?
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, we're in the Nielsen garage at the minute, and I plan to do some Nielsen pieces, but it's also good just to get an idea of each LMP2 car. The shapes and everything. They're all very subtle, aren't they? Particularly around the lights and splitters and things. So the more I can get in my head, the better.
Well, I don't know how you do it. How you can make your drawings seem like photographs. It's quite a. That's why you're called an artist. I was about to say it. It's quite an art form, isn't it? Duh.
I hope so.
So what's your plans this evening then? You're here with your wife as well, aren't you? She's your wife, by the way. I haven't put you in it, have I?
Yeah. Well, we are actually guests of Ford amazingly, and that's thanks to Kerry and to John and everybody at RSL. So we're going to go back, have a little bit of dinner, and then we're actually off on a trip to Mulsanne and then Indianapolis and Arnage for a couple of hours. And then after that, I might have to treat Kerry to some sleep time.
I'm so envious. I would love to do that, but I've got a bit busy. Neil, it's great to see you. What's the next piece that we expect to see out there?
Well, I hope tomorrow to do a small Ford GT40 sketch of the 66 winner. And then from there, I'll just get home on Monday and then think, just dive in basically to whatever comes to mind.
Gets kind of, do you call it inspiration? Let the inspiration flow.
Oh, you can't not be inspired here, that's for sure.
Well, continue to be inspired because we love your work, Neil, and have a wonderful weekend here at Le Mans.
Thank you so much, Joe.
And you know what, everybody out there loves you who's listening. No, we do. We love your work. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
Joe Bradley with Neil Gardner, the motorsports artist there, enjoying the atmosphere in the pit lane. Sure, plenty listening, very jealous to be there enjoying being that close to the action.
The investigation into the incident between Verschoor in the Duquesne entry and Fuoco in the Ferrari has resulted in the following decision. A warning flag is going to be shown to Fuoco. The point being that although Fuoco claimed that the LMP2 car turned in on him, Stewart said he was pushing his nose where it wasn't welcome. So Fuoco has nothing more than a warning flag, but it does put him on awareness of what's to be happening to him. Into the pits comes the number 7 Toyota, now no longer in the hands of Mike Conway. This will be Nick de Vries, and he will be getting a fuel-only stop, I suspect, to go on to the second element of a triple stint.
A little bit of an offsetting strategy in LMGT3, Bruce, with a lot of the bronze drivers at the front of the field, but the number 91 Manthey crew have decided to put their star in Achan Guven and try and put in a tackle early.
Yeah, mysteriously he's vaulting his way up the order. Yes, I did notice quite a few of the crews decided to take a big chunk of their bronze driver time, get it out the way. Sorry, that's being derogatory. You know, get them to do it early in the race. And this has been just the most remarkably clean race. Sorry, I'm not looking for anything to happen accordingly, but putting Guven in, I think that's actually quite a good move right now. Get them up, get them in track position. And, you know, the Turkish driver doesn't need any second invitation, does he?
I mean, Guven certainly has pace, but I'm not sure that the car does, because it just seemed to have been struggling down the list a little bit. I know I've got a Porsche fan opposite me. And,
you have an impartial broadcaster is what you have, Paul.
As an objective observer,
well done.
I think the Porsche might be struggling a little bit with the pace of its car. I'm just thinking, the reason why you want to put a bronze in first or early in the race, we kept on going on about how you want to get the slowest driver or the least quick driver in and out of the way as quickly as you can. The reason is as follows. When you get a safety car, I'm not saying we're going to get one, but if we get a safety car, the field will be bunched up. Now, obviously, if that happens, the more of your bronze driver time that you've used up when that happens gets made irrelevant. So that's why we keep saying you want to get out of the way. If the whole race would stay green, it wouldn't make any difference when you used your bronze or slowest driver. But if we can almost guarantee at some point there is going to be an incident, it may be dealt with a slow zone, but if it's dealt with a safety car, then, as I say, everything will get bunched up, and basically we have a new start from scratch. We've seen it so often at other 24-hour races, at Daytona, at Spa, where you almost build the safety car into your strategy and say, when are we most likely to be running behind the safety car?
As we discussed there, you know, putting Chan Guven in, just a single stint for him. He's come into the pits right now in that 91 DK Engineering Manthey Porsche. Meanwhile, Toyota bringing in their number 8 car, which has been flying so far. Fastest lap of the race so far for that car, set by Sebastian Buemi, and quickest in every sector so far as well. So it's quick everywhere, that Toyota. It's kind of been the sleeping giant, I would say, this week. We haven't quite shown that pace, but they have been doing a lot of work, which has hinted towards race pace.
Very much so, and a number of people have been saying that the Toyota is going to be a threat. The other brand which people have been touting a lot has been BMW. Who have we got at the front of the field? We've got a Toyota which leads for part of the stint, but as soon as Toyota pits for refueling, who takes over the lead? It's Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW, and he's now done that. So we've got a new race leader, BMW back to the lead, whilst the Brendan Hartley Toyota is refueled, replenished, sent on its way again, and starts dropping down the list as it loses places. Just point out that Brendan only did a 12-lap stint that time. Sebastian Buemi in his final stint actually did 13. And we were talking before the race, you and I, P-Mac, about whether they would be doing 12, 13 laps. There doesn't seem to be a consensus. What I'm not quite sure of is why they don't seem to have that consensus on going 12 or 13. It may be that they can't quite go 13 unless they go 12 the stint before, and that then gives them the extra bit of fuel, because, of course, the battery lasts a little bit longer and can be built up by the driver if he's careful about doing it. But Hartley back out in the number 8, although he's dropped out of the top 10 as a result of just one pit stop.
Toyota playing a little bit of a different strategy, Bruce, and Tom Christensen said they've played something different and that could pay off, and he said it was an optimistic tone in his voice, wasn't it?
Well, it was. I mean, they came in after, I think it was 8 and 9 laps, wasn't it? After 8 laps, number 7 came in on its first stint. After 9 laps, number 8. But would you always choose both of your cars on an alternate strategy? Maybe they felt they just were running down towards outside the top 10 in a hypercar class and thought it's just worth it. But I would split.
Yeah, well, okay, it's a concept. What I think they were trying to do was to get the cars out of the line of traffic. They weren't running at the front, they were running in amongst the traffic. It's very warm. All cars get hot when it gets hot, but if you're running behind another car, you're not getting all the airflow through the car that you would want otherwise.
Yeah, good point.
And I think they just thought, look, if we can at least spend half of every stint up at the front, running in a bit more clear air, then we should do it. Whether they... We'll see what happens. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch. I mean, clearly the car is capable of doing 13 laps, but as you say, to bring it in after just 8 in the case of Mike Conway, 9 in the case of Buemi, did seem a little bit extreme. But again, things will happen over the course of the race. We'll see what the temperature drops to. I'm just checking down because we've been saying the temperature's going down to 14. What I notice is that at midnight, it's still up at 18. It only drops to 14 at about 4 o'clock in the morning, just before the sun comes up. Remember, coldest part of the night is just before the sun comes up. Then we go into that happy hour where the sun gets on the track, it's nicely rubbered in, and then we get some really, really fast time. So if you're going to stay up late tonight, make sure you get up early tomorrow morning, because that's when we're going to get some fast lap times. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Battling in the middle of the field for the Genesis of Mathieu Jaminet. What a signing for Genesis to pinch him from the Porsche ranks. At the moment, Mathieu holding off Raffaele Marciello in the BMW number 15. That's the one that's running in the typical BMW M colours, the white, blue and red. The other car in the Shell/Belgian racing colours. Hello to Paul Rowley, who's out at the track watching at Mirage Corner, and also to Matt Bishop, who's listening online as well. 21 hours and 10 minutes to go in this 94th edition. Let's hear from Marciello.
I believe Jaminet in the Genesis will be boxing at the end of this lap.
There you go. So the number 15 WRT crew telling Raffaele, just calm it for a minute, I think would what I would read into that message.
Yeah, don't try and take a risk having an overtaking manoeuvre. Of course, they're not right at the sharp end. Jaminet is running in 8th place in his Genesis. That's car number 19, and then he's in the number 15 BMW, Raffaele Marciello. But he's running about half a second behind. But again, going back to Paul's point about trying to get clear air, he'll have clear air on the next lap. And I must say, I've been to hotter 24 hours here, but not that many at this time in the afternoon. Having just opened the door from our studio, and that doesn't even have sun shining it. It's high and it's sticky.
That's what I thought. There's a humidity and a thickness to the air, so it's going to be hard work. And when you think about some of the crews in LMP2, particularly the LMP2 Pro-Am category.
Compression is definitely front right. Steering is shaking like hell. Copy.
Yeah. A few moments ago in their pictures in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, the camera on the rear of the Genesis of Mathieu Chamonix was shaking up and down like this. And I thought, well, maybe it's just the camera's coming loose. But no, it is actually a vibration. So instead of car 19, it's 19.
Very good. Very good.
You get a point for that.
Yeah, just one, though.
Just reflecting on cars in the pits at the moment, not just coming in for normal service. We've already spoken about the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 16, which is in to have bodywork repair on it. That's now been in the pits for more than a quarter of an hour. But another car which has been in the pits for very nearly 10 minutes, which is indicative of a non-routine stop, is the car of 13 Autosport, which was started by Ore Fidani, the same slightly longer pit stop than we would expect for that car. And the other one, DKR Engineering, the Oreca, which was started by Renger van der Zande, that has also been in the pits for longer than one would normally expect if it was just getting either fuel or tyres. So 3 cars having extended pit stops, and hopefully we'll be able to find out exactly what's going on with those cars. So the most highly placed of them is the Renger van der Zande car. John Ferrano, making a comeback to Le Mans, is one of the drivers of that car. He was last at Le Mans in 2019. Originally he hoped to make his debut, I think it was in 2016, but he had one of those silly accidents, fell off his bike or something, couldn't, but he's now back at Le Mans, and I believe he's about the oldest driver in the race.
As Mathieu Chamonix brings the vibrating number 19 Genesis into the pit lane, let's go down to the pits and catch up with United Autosports and Rasmus Lind.
Rasmus, the 22 car is a little bit further down the field than where we would have expected it to be. Is there a discernible reason for that, and can you get this car back up there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we expected it to be this hot. We kind of struggle in the heat for now. Tire pressures were a bit high for us as well, so that does not help. It was 4 stints on the tires as well, so it was long time on the tire so it was very end of the tire life possible around here, so we're just trying to save everything for the end of the race. But yeah.
When we talk about end of the tire's life, from the driver's perspective, can you give us an idea of what that means exactly?
It's like going from driving on the dry in your car on the road to almost ice. So it's like the more you drive, the more slippery it gets, and the slower we go. So
it's as tricky as that by the time you get to the 4th stint.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Wow. Right. That's why I've got this microphone, and you're the driver, my friend. Thanks for that, Rasmus. Thank you for that bit of insight. That's incredible. Thank you. Incredible to think that these cars getting towards their 4th stint on these tyres, they're going to be absolutely treacherous, and the slightest slip of concentration is where we're going to see the drama unfold, isn't it?
It's a great point, Joe. Yeah, thank you for that driver database informed report. And okay, if you've got someone of Rasmus Lind's experience, but when you've got the bronze driver in the car and they're going to 3rd and 4th stint, you're taking a real risk because it can go wrong there. Driver change for the Genesis number 19. Interestingly, that car has now had all 3 of its drivers put in, because Danny Hunkeria started the car, then Mathieu Chamonix got in, and now it's been taken out by Paul-Luc Chatin. Now, would you read anything into that, Paul? That they're cycling all their drivers through? Do you think that's because they're struggling with the vibration, or am I reading too much into it, do you think?
I don't know is the answer. It may well be that they just want to cycle the drivers through because it's very hot in there. had to run a team before where a driver just came in and said, I can't drive anymore because it's just so warm. And I'm actually going slower. The car's all right, but I can't go quickly enough. There's sweat running down into my eyes. So I would guess that's the problem. Possibly one of the things, I mean, Bruce, the Genesis is a new development. Maybe they've not quite got all the airflow into the car, although they did say they had air conditioning in the Genesis. So there's a possibility that that's not the problem, but no, I can't explain it other than that.
No, I mean, you always talk about drivers having to be really, really fit to sort of keep their focus and last, but some drivers are just more affected by heat than others, and not necessarily the entirety of their bodies. A lot of people over the years had so much problem PMAC with heat coming up through their boots, through their feet, and that debilitates them, and also it takes an awful lot longer to recover. You see drivers getting out, putting their feet in bowls of water and stuff, and you just have got to be honest. If you feel your performance is dropping away, you're not tired, but your body just isn't coping, what Paul was suggesting is the sensible thing to do.
The other suggestion that, just looking at what's gone on with that car, they've only been double stinting the tyres in the Genesis number 19. So they double stinted the first set of tyres. Whilst they were changing the tyres, they might as well change the drivers. So Juncker got out, Mathieu Jaminet got in. Mathieu Jaminet did a double stint on the tyres. Now he's got out, and as we've been saying, the third driver now at the wheel of that car, Paul-Luc Chatin. So I think it's probably just the fact that as a result of their strategy to double stint, they've kind of reached their third driver more quickly, whereas BMW, Toyota, Cadillac are all triple stinting tyres and driver.
I'll go with that, Paul. I'll buy that for £1, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't part with that kind of sum of money very easily. Car number 36, Alpine Endurance Team. Good start to the race for Alpine. They've just done a driver change with their number 36 crew. That car looks like it's Victor Martins who's going to take out that machine for the next stint. Indeed,
he brought it in, actually.
Ah, okay, so he's staying aboard. Okay.
Yeah, so Victor Martins making his debut at Le Mans for Alpine. Fred Macavici started the car, but a full service stock tyres, fuel and driver chain. Fuel only stop for the Alpine that time, having had a full service on its previous stop. Just looking down at the other Genesis, number 17, that's doing the same thing. They are also double stinting on the number 17 Genesis. So that will be into the pits, I suspect, at the end of this lap, and then it will be handed over to its third driver. In fact, it's already in the hands of its third driver, isn't it? Mathis Jobert is now at the wheel of the... No, he hasn't yet pitted for the third time. So number 17, Mathis Jobert, due in at the end of this lap.
Mathis Jobert, or as he's known, Baby Driver around the team. The Baby Driver movie, one of my favourite films, actually. I love it. And the Genesis social media team have created this amazing short film with Baby Driver as the theme, and Mathis Jobert plays the main character, and the rest of the team I had to put on Batman masks. It sounds incredibly unusual. If you've got Instagram, go on and look at it. The Genesis team have done an amazing job with that really original idea. Now we're hoping we're going to get a word shortly with the Genesis team, find out what's going on with that 19 car, but in the meantime, let's hear from Nick de Vries.
We have a rear left slow puncture. The pressure is still okay, but it drops since 2 laps very slowly. I will update you if we box or not.
Copy. Did you see that shitty upshift out of turn 14? What happened there?
Well, Nick de Vries not happy, and I'm not surprised with a slow puncture. We'll touch on that at the moment, but let's look at how the weather is here in the beautiful Le Circuit de la Sarthe.
Radio Le Mans weather.
So right now it's kind of Chamber of Commerce weather here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. At the moment, just coming up towards 7 p.m. local time. 27 degrees Celsius in the air and a pretty toasty track temperature at that. It's going to get to about 14 degrees Celsius in the night before getting really red hot in the afternoon tomorrow. 29 degrees Celsius tomorrow. It's going to be a scorcher here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
The number 19 Genesis has just gone back out of the pit, so we've noticed that the third driver in the rotation is now at the wheel of that car. Mathieu Jaminet, you've just gotten out of the car. Is the reason for this quick rotation of drivers that we're seeing to do with this vibration problem?
Yeah. I started feeling vibrations here in the second stint. On the right side of the car, I expected it to be front right. I didn't have any lockup or anything, but it felt that it was on the tires. It's very early into the race, so obviously it compromised a little bit the strategy, but it's our first Le Mans, so we just try to be safe at this point. We change the tires, check if vibration is still there. Hopefully not, and then we know it was one of the Michelin tires. But if not, then we need to check and look on the car what it was. But yeah, for our first Le Mans, we played safe so far. I think we had also a small issue at the stop, so we lost a couple of more seconds. But that's okay. I mean, it's still early days, very long way to go, so we'll keep on pushing.
Is that going to have a huge effect on the tyre allocation that you've lost a set effectively?
No, not really. We didn't really lose a set. We just lost a stint. It's fine. Obviously, we're going to triple going into all the night. It's always better to keep maybe a bit more tires for the end of the race, but it's still so far away. We need still to get there. So at this point, there is no big compromise. We just keep on going and see tomorrow morning.
Mathieu, I'm just being told you guys have been pinged for a pit lane infringement. Do you have any idea? Or investigated, I should say. Any idea what that could be?
No idea.
No idea. I thought you were going to say that. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you to Mathieu Jaminet for that one there to give us an idea. And yes, probably early days to tell us what is going on. A warm welcome to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre to Matti Alamayu, the Mobil 1 Global Motorsport Technical Manager. Matti, lovely to meet you. And you must have had quite the career to get to that sort of position in a company like Mobil 1.
Privileged. Nice to meet you and happy to be here.
It's our privilege to welcome you to the Global Broadcast Centre with Ford Racing. So tell us, how many cars, or which cars at the front of the field, Matty, have you got running Mobil 1 oil and lubricant?
The Cadillacs and the Toyota.
That's probably two quite good cars to have in your arsenal at the moment. Tell us what you do in your role with Mobil 1. What are your day-to-day tasks while you're here at the racetrack?
So my day-to-day task where I'm at the track is really to make sure the team has the lubricant that they need to run consistently throughout the 24-hour race. I have the privilege of managing the scientists and engineers that actually develop these bespoke formulations of products that go into the race. So when you think about a 24-hour race and the temperature and the consistency of that temperature being such a harsh environment, you have to make sure the oil can survive and also thrive, ensuring there's reliability maintained for the cars for the entire race.
Now, one of our driver database informed pit lane reporters noticed that, I think it was the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac garage, so it would be Mobil 1 oil, were preheating the oil before it gets topped up in the car. Tell us about why that is and how that technique was developed and why it's important.
It's specific to a team, how they manage the oil as well as, how they run the strategy. But it's making sure they're not starting cold, and it's making sure everything that is in the oil is completely, in the state that it should be. And that's particular to a team and their strategy.
Okay, and at that point, are you aware of that and letting them get on with it, or are you having to think, oh, maybe I could give some advice here? How does that communication between you and the team work out? Because I'm sure they have their way of doing things, and of course you have your area of expertise.
Absolutely.
How do those two match together?
Absolutely. The team consults us on everything that's related to lubricant. You have to make sure the lubricant is within the specification that you need it to be. So they rely on the Mobil 1 team to give them that guidance. So it's a very close and tight communication.
Mobil 1's a big company. It's a powerful company. For you, you've got to, I mean, a great position in the company. What is the, for young engineers who are listening and want to get to where you're sitting right now, what's the path that you've taken?
The path I've taken is a really interesting one. In Mobil 1, we have the philosophy is making sure you have different perspective within the organization. So I've done technology development, so I've developed the lubricant myself. I've also done marketing activities. Have experience in finance as well. So coming into this role, you have a holistic view of partnership as well as how to develop technology, not only that supports the race, but could be extended to the consumer, to a road car. So you have to have that experience and perspective to be effective in this role.
And of course, you see, Mobil 1's been on the side of Porsche race cars for generations, and whenever I've been seen either borrowed Porsche race car, I've had one Porsche, I've had an old Boxster before, and it's Mobil 1 that went in that.
That's right.
That of course plays into it. Now we've just gone full course yellow on the track here with 20 hours 53 minutes to go. Paul Truswell, do we have any indication why the track has gone full course yellow?
Yes, it's because of some debris on the circuit up underneath the Goodyear Bridge. So coming out of the Dunlop chicane and going underneath the bridge down in towards the Forest S's, there's been some debris reported. Rather than doing it as a slow zone, they've decided to go to full course yellow, asking drivers to keep to the left-hand side of the circuit as they come out of the Dunlop chicane and go underneath the Goodyear Bridge. So that's the reason. Hopefully it will be short. There are also some marshals on the track at the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. The Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne Straight has marshals on the track where they are going to repair or take away some debris that's on the circuit. And we hope, as I say, the full course yellow, in fact, is going to end in less than 20 seconds.
So there's a few cars that have been able to take advantage of this. The BMW WRT number 20, the Cadillac number 12, the Cadillac number 101, the Wayne Taylor car, the Ferrari 51, and the WRT BMW number 15, and indeed the 94 Peugeot being able to come in, top up, and hopefully get out before the track goes green again. That's going to mix up the strategy, which I know is manna from heaven for you, Paul. Paul's our strategist, Matthew. So
the whole thing actually has been thrown into jeopardy because when the full course yellow is imposed, the pit entry closes as well. So we've gone back to green racing now, so it was a very brief full course yellow, but anybody who came in whilst the full course yellow was in force will have to come in again now that they've gone green. So you can come in for emergency fuel if you need it, but you have only allowed to take 5 seconds of fuel, and then you have to come in once it goes green again.
So it's the other way around then. It's more by pure necessity they needed to top up. I understand. Okay, so different rule set, completely different rule set than what we see in like IMSA, for example, where usually you're diving. If you can jump the safety car, you're usually doing pretty well. We've got Matti Alamayu with us from Mobil 1, a partner who, do you know, how many Le Mans wins are we talking for Mobil 1, do we think? Or is it impossible to quantify at this stage?
I wouldn't say it's impossible to quantify, but if I think about the Toyota wins, we had what, 6, 5 consecutive ones.
Brenda, for info, last stint, Cadillac 38 was 0.3 seconds on average quicker than us, and they were on 13 lap equivalent. So if I know we had a bad run of traffic, but we need to try and find a bit of pace.
Oh, that's not what a driver wants to hear, is we need to find pace. That every driver knows what that means, don't they, Matty? Yeah. And of course with Corvette as well, a big long time of racing at Le Mans here with Corvette too. In terms of, we know how much fuel's going into the car at every single pit stop. generally speaking, how much oil will the teams actually replenish in, say, a Le Mans hypercar throughout a 24-hour race period?
So it depends on the team and the strategy they're deploying. I know they would top up on average probably once or twice throughout the 24-hour race. Mostly it's once. But the lubricant we provide, really the teams, is engineered to help them sustain the level of durability and performance that's required. So that's a rare occasion.
Okay, and what would and you mentioned strategy. What are the determining factors that they're playing with, and what do the teams have in their arsenal, if you like, with their lubricant strategy?
So the lubricant strategy is really, it's at the inception of the engineers and the scientists, right? So getting together around months ahead, even years ahead, and developing what technology actually allows you to maintain the performance of the oil throughout the 24-hour. It's an iterative process. So you run the oil continuously until you get to the top performance using dynos at the factory of the teams, and really optimize to that precise performance that you're looking for. So that's really the arsenal you have, is your technology and your toolbox of your chemistry that you're playing with. So when you get here, you really have worked over months and years to build that technology.
Pit stops going on at the moment down in the lane. Let's get a quick update on those with our driver database crew. Joe Bradley. Let's go for Owen Mildenhall.
Hi guys, yeah, so I'm down here just watching the 20 BMW, obviously arrived from the lead. Fuel going in, so just waiting to see whether there's going to be tyres. No driver change, it's just looks like there's no one ready to go in. Fuel going in, all looks very, very normal and procedural, and they're leaving now, no fuel, so no tyres, and they're back out onto the track.
All nice and neat and tidy. Maddie, before we let you go and enjoy this race, because this is one of these races where you don't want to miss a moment of it because it's going on. We talked about, you see Mobil 1 on the side of many different race cars, Toyota, Cadillac here, and when you go to a dealership, you see that same can of oil going in. We hear about transfer from race to road a lot. Give us a real impression in real terms what's coming out of these manufacturer programs and what you have with your factory fill contracts with the manufacturers. What is the real benefit that we should understand as consumers that Mobil 1 are bringing from the track to the street?
Yeah, you're really taking from track to road the technology that you're learning, and you're stressing the oil over a weekend that would have taken you months to really do. Like, you think about, at Le Mans especially, you're running for 5,000 plus kilometers in a weekend. And you're taking that and deploying it into your consumer products. So when you're developing your Mobil 1 hybrid, and those insights actually are transferred into that consumer product. So we take this message and we take these knowledge and really translate it into our offer.
So by that merit, the ultimate test really is endurance racing, because you get the most miles and the most hours. There's no substitute for hours in the game. That's good. It's nice that it's still about the hard graft, isn't it?
It's a harshest environment.
Exactly. Well, I come from a rallying background as well as sports cars, so again, it's the same thing. Matty, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming to stop by in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the race. If we had a dartboard here, we'd just throw a dart at it, and maybe that would be a better way to guess what the winner's going to be. Absolutely. But I think your two manufacturers might well be in the conversation at the very least. Thank you for coming to join us.
Thank you.
Matty Alemayo from Mobil 1, the Global Motorsport Technical Manager. Fascinating stuff there as well. So I like that, Paul. There's no substitute for miles and hours at the wheel.
And that's what Le Mans does. I mean, it's a test of endurance. It's a test for development of all kinds of things, whether it's to do with hybrid, whether it's to do with engine technology, or whether it's to do with oil. And so many manufacturers over the years have developed their products here at Le Mans. Disc brakes were invented here at Le Mans. They were certainly perfected at Le Mans. Over the years, a hybrid technology, where did we get diesel suddenly became trendy, didn't it? Powerful TDI power. Until it all went wrong. But, you know, all sorts of developments have come along. We always get the demonstration of the hydrogen car here at Le Mans. So plenty going on in terms of that development. The pit stops, just to mention, you mentioned pit stops happening, and they were done as a result of cars who came in during the full course yellow, and they then had to come in for the next lap in order to do a proper pit stop. Now, a couple of messages just come up on the screen for 2 cars that came in under that full course yellow for the team manager to go to race control. Those 2 being the Cadillacs of Wayne Taylor Racing, and the other Cadillac being the number 12 Hertz Team Jota car. That came into the pits as well under the full course yellow. They then came in again next time around, but the team manager has nevertheless been asked to go to race control. I don't think they've done anything wrong, but it may have just been the timing of that in-lap. And they may want to discuss whether the pit stop was actually done under full course yellow, because they were committed to come in anyway at the end of that lap. They couldn't have got enough fuel to go round again, so they had to come in. But they and the BMW that was leading the race in Sheldon van der Linde's hands, but Sheldon van der Linde's team manager hasn't been asked to go to race control, which is interesting. So we'll see how that pans out.
There was also, I think, maybe it's just a coincidence, but the fact that they're both Cadillacs, I think it would have been really worried if the 38 had been asked as well, and all 3 Cadillacs, you think, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? That's maybe something else, but we'll keep a watch on it as well. Brendan Hartley leads the race by 25 seconds then from the BMW M Team WRT number 20 car of Sheldon van der Linde. In LMP2, Richard Verschoor leads for the Duquesne team, who've had a great race week as well. Some very hot laps from Dorian Pan in that car, and they've got Julian Andlauer in there too, so they're looking good. But in the LMP2 class, Forrester Racing by Panis have been rapid all week. They've been the quickest car at free practice, and Louis Rousset is only 30 seconds off the lead at the moment, which I think for him and the balance of their driver lineup, Bruce, that's going to plan for Team Panis at the moment.
Very, very much. It's funny, when I stepped out of the studio while you had the interview with Mobile One to find out the latest about oil developments and so on and so forth, I thought, ooh, you know, every now and again you sort of look up and down the charts and go, oh, that's going quite well. It's definitely going the right direction. In GT3 also, Manthey DK Engineering gone to the lead because they put their star in the car. Hansen Guven got to the top. Just going back, touch on, if I may, the progress and the way that motor racing is used to develop things. Just 10, 11, 12 days ago now, the brand new museum opened here at it's now the National Motor Museum of France, so it's not just got things, cars and everything else to do with the Le Mans 24 Hours. It is fantastic, and in one of the rooms in there, they have this crystal clear sort of timeline of technical developments that happened since 1923, the start, going through. It's a really crystal clear example of how many key things for the motor industry were developed at races like this. Apart from that, I mean, the museum, you haven't had a chance to get up there yet. You've been working, Sir Harry, flat out, but it is astonishing. There's one room, in fact, you've got 3 contemporary hypercars there, and you've got a projection, a film show that goes onto 2 walls. And every time when you're riding on board with one of the cars into a tight corner, the 3 cars that are static, under heavy braking, their brake discs glow. And it is mesmeric. There's a time when it starts raining and you're on board with a contemporary hypercar going past the GT3 cars, a little bit of flick across the brake, and then it goes to deluge setting, and the drumming of the rain on the windscreen, and you really feel as though you're...
And just feedback, sister car had a puncture, looks like picked it up, entry to Porsche curves with debris, is no longer there. But just keep in mind not to go wide in turn 14, because that's the other place it might have happened.
Well, debris wasn't created at Le Mans, but it certainly causes problems when it's out there on the track. And again, we keep talking about these small incidents that can just really wreck your lap. So imagine if you've got some, say, at Tete Rouge, and you've got to limp the whole way around the lap. At least if it's the Porsche curves, you're close to the end of the lap. But I tell you what I wouldn't want to puncture, that would be the Porsche curves, when you consider the speeds you carry through there. And that's one of the things. You look at it on television, it looks fast, but when you stand on the banking at somewhere like Porsche curves, you go, Oh my word, these people are a different breed, aren't they?
160 miles an hour hypercars tipping into there and maintaining that speed through most of it too. A few moments ago, a switch for position in GT3, LMGT3. Jose Maria Lopez going up into third place for a Cordis ASP 87. Just ahead of Eric Powell in the Proton competition. Ford, who's doing a super job actually right now, the bronze graded driver in that car, and not dropping time that much really. So is doing his job to keep that car on the island, and I think Ford in LMGT3 have come out with a lot more pace than we expected them to after the showing in practice and qualifying.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Ford and in particular Eric Powell were absolutely flying last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, and Eric had to hold up his hands. I mean, he was taking chunks of times out of his rival, and then unfortunately he took chunks out at the bottom of the car by going through the gravel down at Curve Paul Frere. Egg on face moment, but for the 40-year-old American, he is absolutely loving his opportunity to take part in this race, and I hope he gets to atone, because the worst thing when you've made a mistake is not to get a chance to atone for a while. And here, of course, in a race that's 4 times as long, hopefully he gets 4 times as many chances. But right now, where is he? He's 4th. Well, he's actually down in 5th now in GT3. But again, your first experience somewhere like this, it's so hard to quantify what it means. You know, going through the practice, your first run, that's fabulous, and you go through qualifying, but this is the race. This is just so different. This is what it's all about. It's about keeping your cool. Not easy today.
Yeah, you want to be getting into a groove, don't you? I wanted to mention, because something else had happened while we were talking to Matty from Mobile One, another warning flag was given for a contact that happened a little bit earlier on on the approach into Arnage between the TF Sport Corvette number 2, which Ben Green was driving, and the TDS LMP2 car, Toby Lutker's car, although Matthias Besch was at the wheel at the time, and Matthias Besch was deemed at fault for that, but no penalty, just a warning flag for Matthias Besch. So just as we saw earlier on being given to Antonio Fuoco, a warning flag to tell them that they're kind of on it's a bit like getting a yellow flag in football, that next time there'll be problems. This is Ross Gunn.
That is Kubica.
We didn't quite pick up the beginning of that, and I'm afraid we're going to have to repeat. Ross Gunn asked, who is this idiot? Ross Gunn said, his engineer said, it's Kubica, and Ross Gunn said, I hope so. It's like, yeah, Ross, I think maybe you can, well, again, it's team radio, it's not, the driver's not thinking, this could go out around the world, but yeah, following last year's winner with one of the greatest stints we've seen at Le Mans, yeah, but Kubica is also known for being fairly aggressive as well from time to time, but yeah, you don't get to where he is without being a bit aggressive.
Absolutely not.
But it was a battle for position, albeit 12th down to 13th place. Robert Kubica is in 12th place. He's just got past Ross Gunn for 13th, and their lap times, actually Ross Gunn is a little bit quicker last time around than Kubica was. Meanwhile, up at the front, Brendan Hartley edging towards the end of what will be his second turn behind the wheel. He'll get a third stint. Now, remember earlier on I was saying that the race will be determined by penalties. The other thing which could affect the race is the way that the pit stops work out. And because of those pit stops that we had under the full course yellow, of course, the BMW, Sheldon van der Linde, was heavily impacted that because he had to come in at the beginning of the full course yellow. He got 5 seconds of fuel, no more, but then he had to come in again once the circuit had gone green. I think that will cost him time. So I think when we get through the pit stop cycle, Sheldon van der Linde may not be as far in the lead as he was before.
Well, let's get an update from one of the front-running GT teams, Heart of Racing. They've looked quick all weekend long, and team manager as well as driver, number 27 Heart of Racing Aston, Ian James, has caught up with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, dual duties for Ian James this weekend. But Ian, it's nice to get the first stint in the bag, as they say.
Yeah, I just the car was really great. I was out there for 4 stints actually, feel pretty good, and yeah, we'll just see what we can do here. But yeah, cars feel great, team are executing very well.
I mean, considering the heat, Ian, I've got to say, mate, take this the right way, but you look absolutely fine, as if you've is there any sweat on your head?
Well, I can't tell you the fountain of youth that I found, but no, I feel good. Been training hard for this, and just excited to be out there, so enjoying every minute of it.
So at this stage of a 24-hour race, here we are, I'm looking at the clock behind you, still 20 and a half minutes. Is there anything that you can do other than stick with the programme of what you guys have planned?
No, it's game plan all the way. Drive sensibly, drive with the end in sight, and let's just see what happens tomorrow.
And what's your role this weekend with regards to next door and the hypercar garages? Because that's your baby as well, isn't it?
It is my baby. All 4 of these cars are my baby. All 11 of the drivers are my guys. And as soon as I finish here, I'll go and find out what's going on there.
Right. Do you have any influence next door, or are you keeping that to the people you've delegated that to?
I won't say I don't have any influence, but those guys are doing a great job and they know how to run the race. So I'll go and see what's happening.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Thanks for talking to us.
Ian James, player manager, to use a football or rugby term, for Heart of Racing Aston Martin. He's a very useful guy to them, as they're one of the green floppies at the Forest S's has just come loose and actually got punted off the circuit by the AWA 13 Autosport Corvette. Hopefully not with any damage. Also coming out the pit lane, the number 99 AO by TF LMP2 car that was driven by PJ Hyatt very, very well indeed. Started by Dane Cameron, and then a few moments ago another Ferrari getting into a huge consternation. The 51 Ferrari getting into the side of the number 9 Proton LMP2 car at the Forest S's. The Ferrari launches over the curves, but they're coming round towards the Forest S's, plenty room, and then all of a sudden the Ferrari ends up in the side of, almost the rear comes around. Who was in the number 9
Jonas
Proton
Reed.
car?
Jonas Reed, and I wouldn't put any blame on him for that one, but it was the way the Ferrari kept on being repositioned effectively. The yellow Orica was at about 20 degrees to true, having been spun around, and with the nose of the 51 Ferrari for Alessandro Pierguidi, it couldn't get released. And when finally the nose of the yellow Orica went to its right and straightened up, the Ferrari just was spat out towards the barriers, did not hit them, but that could have been over and out there, because there's not a lot of run-up on the left-hand side of the track at the Forest S's. No, sir.
So that explains where the green bollards came from. Interestingly, the race director, I don't know if it's Eduardo at the moment, but probably Eduardo Freitas, called for a full course yellow. So that they went into the mode prepare for full course yellow, but then it was cancelled when the floppy was blown out of the way. So that was an unusual situation where the message came prepare for full course yellow.
So the Ferrari going into the left-hander of the Forest S's before going into the 2 rights, the Ferrari lost it.
Everything fine, but the guys are out of control. This guy made that I was taking more margin than what they could.
So that's the driver of the Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi. But I'm sorry, Alessandro, when you're coming around left-hander and the rear of the car is stepping out and you're in a big slide and you slide into the side of the P2 car, I don't see that any other way.
Just to explain about
you
the
can't blame the LMP2 car.
Just to explain about the floppy that was eventually belted, that was to drivers left. They were on the wrong side of the floppies, going where the left-hander fed into the 2 right-handers at the Forest S's, but it was the fact that Pierguidi was arriving already about 5 degrees out of true and slammed in. The damage is the whole way down the left-hand flank of that bright yellow number 9 that Jonas Reed was driving.
Well, Joe Bradley is right by the injured LMP2 car. Joe, what's the damage on that Proton number 9?
Yeah, I just got to it as he pulled away there. They put a new rear deck on, which includes the rear wing. I didn't see the one that came off, but there's quite evidence on the left-hand side of the car that there has been some superficial bodywork. Well, the aerodynamicists would probably disagree with me, but it's certainly been scuffed and bits of bodywork has been broken off there, but didn't seem to cause too much concern. As all they've done, new rear deck, and the car's gone out. I'm not even sure if they did tyres there. I've just been ushered next door because there's a pit stop due for someone else, but I'll check to see if there's any tyres that have come off there, but that's not what was scheduled for the number 9, was it?
No, it was not. No, it was not. Well, thank you for that, Joe Bradley, that driver database informed report. You're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans live around the circuit, Le Circuit de la Sarthe, and around the world on RS1. It's time for a CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
Three and a half hours into the 2026 Le Mans 24 hours. BMW leads Le Mans this time at the particular moment we've done it, purely because the Toyota that was leading has now made its pit stop and has had a driver change. Still Brendan Hartley behind the wheel, but they've just been in for fuel. So Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 BMW leads the race. But I said it was by a reduced margin, now only by 1.2 seconds. 1.2 is all that separates Sheldon van der Linde from Jack Aitken in the number 38 Cadillac's Hurt Team Jota in second place. They have a lead of 17, nearly 18 seconds over the second of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota's cars. That's number 12. That was another car to suffer from the full course yellow pit stop. Came in twice, once under the full course yellow, and then once the circuit had gone green again. Louis Delatraz at the wheel of the number 12 Cadillac. In fourth place is for Toyota Racing, Brendan Hartley at the wheel of number 8. It's having just made that pit stop, as I say, which has lost him the lead of the race. Interestingly, that number 8 car, Brendan Hartley, yet to have any warnings for track limits. Most of the drivers ahead of him have already had warnings. He's fourth. In fifth place is Charles Milesi in the Alpine. He's only 3 seconds behind Brendan Hartley. That's number 35. And in sixth place is Antonio Fuoco at the wheel of the faster of the two Ferrari, or better placed of the two Ferraris, 4 seconds ahead of the number 50 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi in what possibly has a damaged floor on his Ferrari, following a little moment to go at the Forest S's. Car number 51 is in 7th place. In 8th is the BMW of Raffaele Marciello, the number 15 BMW M Hybrid V8, only 3 seconds behind the Ferrari ahead of him, so that's very close indeed. In 9th place is the Cadillac from the Wayne Taylor Racing Team. Ricky Taylor currently at the wheel. That's the 101 car. Ricky just putting in the best lap of the race so far for that car. So closing in just gently on the BMW ahead. He's 9th. In 10th place is the fastest of the Genesis Magma racing cars, and that's Mathis Jobert at the wheel of the number 17 Genesis. That's the top 10 in Hypercar. In LMP2, that's being led at the moment by Inter-Europol competition. Bijoy Grad at the wheel of the 343 Inter-Europol car, 13 seconds ahead of the sister car, Jakub Switkowski, Tuba Switkowski, currently at the wheel of the number 43 Oreca. Third in LMP2 is the Nielsen racing car, David Heinemeier Hansen at the wheel of number 24, 25 seconds behind the two Inter-Europol cars. And in fourth place is Dorian Pan, now at the wheel of the Duquesne team Oreca. That's car number 50. Fifth is Paul Lafargue in the EDEC Sport car number 28. And sixth is the fastest of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars, Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of the AF Corsa Oreca, car number 183. In LMGT3, still a Lexus 1-2 there. Jose Maria Lopez now at the wheel of the 87 car, leading Tom Van Rompuy at the wheel of the number 78 car. The two of them separated by 18 seconds. Third in LMGT3 is the WRT team BMW M4, number 69, Anthony McIntosh, still at the wheel of that car. And in fourth place in LMGT3, the Manthey Porsche, Ayhancan Guven, making great progress in number 91, moving up to fourth. And still, actually, he's not closing on Anthony McIntosh at the moment. The BMW quicker than the Porsche. In 5th place is Darren Young at the wheel of the second of the Team WRT BMW M4's car 32, and 6th in LMGT3, the best of the Mercedes so far, the Team Kata, entered by Iron Lynx, the number 62 car of Julian Hanses, making his debut here at Le Mans, but a very fast GT3 driver is Julian Hanses, and going well 6th in Le Mans GT3.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2026. It's the 21st time that the Radio Show Limited network has brought you this particular race, so we're certainly celebrating the first time that happened in 2006 all the way through to 2026. You might think, well, that's only 20 years. It is 20 years, but the 21st edition that we have brought to you this year from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Paul Truswell, who just did the CrowdStrike Racing update, Bruce Jones, and now me, Johnny Palmer, trying to get back into the stride of things, I suppose. I mean, I was glued to the screens in the United Autosports catering department. Lots of interest there, of course, for the Treble 2 and the 22, and I do wonder whether those that are with the McLaren papaya jackets on are just peering over to see how those Garage 59 cars are getting on as well. I know it's not the right team, but they'll be keen, nevertheless, for a good result for the British manufacturer ahead of McLaren entering the hypercar category from next year. So just over 3.5 hours done. And Jack Aitken, who was actually the star in Hyperpole 2 on Thursday night, fastest car, and then we heard the news that because the car had been released too early down pit lane, he would have his best lap time taken away from him. But there's no denying he was the standout in that 15-minute session, and he cycled his way to the front of this race, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, hunted down the number 20 BMW M Team WRT entry of Sheldon van der Linde, and then there was a radio message to the South African Sheldon saying, don't worry, all fine, stick to targets. But at this point, the Cadillacs just look that little bit faster. But just remember, this is a race that started with 28, 29 degrees air temperature. I think track temperature at the start was 46 degrees. They hadn't had those hot conditions through practice, through qualifying, so the teams were guessing a little bit in the first stint, and it's settling down now. Due to get down to 14 degrees, a low of that at about just at dawn, just at the end of nightfall, or long at the end of the night. But it's how quickly the temperatures are going to go down, and the teams are just constantly adjusting. But just before you came back into the booth, Johnny, car number 51 had a clash. Alessandro Pierguidi clipped one of the Proton competition LMP2 car. Just when it's under investigation, that is something that we need to keep an eye on, because certainly that wasn't just a little rub down the side. It was a move that could have ended up, or a collision that could have ended up with big trouble. And a drive-through penalty has just been issued. We're ahead of the news, caught up with the news, and it's not good news if you're a Ferrari fan, because number 51, a drive-through penalty. It's sitting 6th at the moment, but that will cost it dear. We talked, Paul, about not getting penalised. They are going to be penalised, and it's a big way. There it is, a drive-through penalty. Message now on our screens, but we'd already received it on our timing screen, so that is a big boo-boo.
Yes, and it's a penalty for one Ferrari driver when the other Ferrari driver, Antonio Fuoco, has already had a warning flag given against him for, I won't say a similar manoeuvre, but it was a move where a Ferrari was pushing up on the inside of an LMP2 car, but slightly less contact was made. But in that case, it certainly, I always feel, I don't know, that there's no good solution, but when you are hampered like who was at the wheel of the number 9 car?
Jonas Reed.
It was Jonas Reed, that's right. When you are hampered like Jonas Reed was, another car getting a drive-through penalty doesn't make you feel any better at all somehow. You know, it doesn't help your
it does
race.
a little bit. it.
Yeah, it does a little bit, but it doesn't help your race.
It would be better if the car being penalised was in your category.
Yes.
It might be pegging back somebody that you were fighting with. But it's a hypercar that has lost it, and PMAC put it spot on right. I haven't actually seen the full look at that again, but I've just had the opportunity to. And yeah, Pierre Guidi was carrying way too much speed into the Forest S's. Whether there was a slight difference in aero because he was alongside the LMP2, but nevertheless he just slid into the side of poor old innocent Jonas Reed. And you remarked, Bruce, that could have finished both of their races off.
Easily.
Yeah.
Because especially once you saw the replay, you could see how the end of the sausage curbing was clipped by Pierre Guidi after he'd fired a couple of the bollards out of the way, and it really was almost just good fortune he happened to land relatively square and didn't overcorrect.
What unsettled me a little bit about it was the fact that Pierre Guidi was on the radio immediately blaming the other driver. Now, you know, part of your defence, if you were going to the race control, and you know these guys know that they are being listened to. It's Pierre Guidi again.
For the collision with the LMP2, we'll let you know by the end of the Porsche if we do it this lap or not. The target is to do it this lap.
Yeah, so...
and there was no reply from Alessandro Pierre Guidi. I think he's just keeping stum now and taking the medicine.
Well, exactly. All I was about to say...
So he has taken it. That was the message. We might take it. You are taking it. He's in the pit lane. He's driving through.
The radio messages are delayed by about 30 or 40 seconds or so. So he was going to get the word, and he clearly did get the word because he's in pit lane right now and not stopping with the team.
Yeah, these radio messages, I was talking to somebody who knows about these things last night. You never know quite how much they are delayed. So some will be delayed maybe 2 or 3 seconds, others will be delayed 15 or so seconds.
Okay.
So, it's not an automatic system. There's a man listening to those messages and deciding whether they're fit for broadcast or not.
And I was replying in that same conversation last night. It's probably the scariest job I've had in any form of motor racing. That was only doing Formula E with 24 lights for 24 cars that could be on. At any point, you've got 12 on, half the field. How can you listen to all 12? You can't. And some drivers press the button and forget to say it. Others say something that isn't fit for broadcast. Others famously put it on, and all you hear is heavy breathing. Multiply that by a factor of... 2.5, you've got 62 cars in this field, so I'd suggest it's more than one poor person who then has to go through probably about a 7-point manoeuvre to clip it and then name it and tell someone it's coming through. It's a very fitting job. We're the beneficiaries, but necessarily it sometimes takes rather longer than you think. It is not instantaneous.
There were also a lot of AF Course mechanics I noticed in the garage there, just having a little look at the car as it went through. Here's more radio.
20 hours to go, I need you. Focus, I don't want you complaining during 20 hours. I want you focus, I know there's some novice driver around, but that's life, okay? 20 hours remaining, we do the job, I need you focus and go to the end. It's okay, is it clear?
Wow, that is Alessandro Pierre Guidi being firmly put in his place there. I don't want to hear you complaining for the next 20 hours. It's done and dusted. You've done the drive-through, now move on. I mean, it's good advice.
It's very good advice.
The problem with Pierre Guidi is well and truly revved up by this. I don't know whether he sincerely thinks that was Jonas Reed's fault, but it was hook, line and sinker not the case for me and for everyone else, I reckon. Anyway, yes, the AF Corsa mechanics were just trying to look at that car at 60 kilometres per hour as it went through to see whether there's any damage on the right-hand side, which is the damage, potentially the damage side for the Ferrari. We heard from Joe Bradley about the scarring down the left-hand side of the number 9 Proton competition car. They'll also be concerned about the under tray of that car, because remember, much earlier on in the week, it was Nick de Vries in a Toyota that did some damage to the floor.
Position only, that would be a long thing.
Yes, mate, but the thing is, it's not fair.
I know, but it's behind now. We can't do anything. So look ahead. I need you. Fully focused till the end.
Honestly, he really does think that was Jonas Reed's fault, and I think once he gets out and actually watches the replay, he'll realise how much of a lurid slide that 51 Ferrari was in.
He might have felt that in the left-hand part of the turn that Jonas Reed would have been further to the right, but I'm not really sure. There might have been a couple of feet to the right, but he had a right to be turning in, and I'm afraid long before the apex, Pierre Guidi was sideways and clattering into his flag. And the scar mark was from the the rear wheel all the way down the side of the car and in front of the nose. So it wasn't just a little chink against the front wing. It was a move the whole way down the car. And I have endless respect for Alessandro Pierguidi. I've seen him do phenomenal things in GT3 in particular. Great races like the Spa 24 Hours. But right now, that's behind him. And his Ferrari engineer clearly is getting far more incoming from Pierguidi than we're hearing. He's just got to suppress him.
Alan Baptiste is the race engineer for that car. Not a man that I know at all, but we'll give him his name check because he's got his hands full of psychological management of his driver now, never mind the technical management of the car.
I just wonder whether the snap of oversteer that Pierguidi had might have felt like contact to him, and also Jonas Reed was fully alongside. There was a bit of an overlap, but in our Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, we've been treated to almost an onboard view of the side-to-side contact, and Reed was right there at close quarters, and he obviously thinks the first contact came from the LMP2 car, but it didn't. Anyway, let's move on, because the team want us to move on as well.
Two other Ferraris making the news because they've both been in for routine pit stops. The first being for the 50 Ferrari AF Corsa car. Antonio Fuoco comes in for fuel only. He's already had his fuel and has gone again. But Robert Kubica is in again as well in the number 83 car. And this too should be fuel only for the customer Ferrari. And he is not yet underway again, but will be now. So, yeah, so Robert Kubica underway, a pretty normal fuel-only stop, I think, for Kubica.
It's listed as Yefei now at the wheel, just as
that was why it's a bit longer.
Yes,
the driver change. So only a double stint for Robert Kubica. Phil Hansen did a triple. Kubica's saving himself for the last 4 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
This is just a warm-up. He's just doing stretching exercises, really.
Good tussle for 6th and 7th in LMGT3 right now, with the half silver, half burgundy Team Qatar by Iron Links AMG. Julian Hansis is piloting that, but he has got Lorenzo Petresi right with him in the 74, the black, white, and there's a bit of red and orange stripes on that Kessel Racing Ferrari as well. So they're just heading over or through Virage du Pont and towards the Corvette and karting area.
Talking of Kessel Racing, they have been super busy because we've had the Ferrari races here as well. They had cars in the Road to Le Mans and then cars in this. 9 cars entered across the days.
Is that right?
What could possibly go wrong? You know, so the crew super busy. It's not just the main show, and that's what you realise. It grows year on year at the Le Mans 24 Hours. So for Ronnie Kessel's team, you know, long time staunch Ferrari people. They've got to be on their toes at all angles, and you know, maybe suppressing drivers are a little upset, and as we've just heard from the main Ferrari team, Ferrari AF Corsa.
Cadillac number 38 in from the race lead. Jack Aitken pitting. This is at the end of 63 laps. So was that a legitimate lead for the 38 car?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It was a legitimate lead which was brought about by Sheldon van der Linde coming in for a routine pit stop just as a full course yellow was called, and because it was full course yellow he then had to come in on the next lap for more fuel. That made the car heavier, which is what enabled Jack Aitken to get past him. But of course Jack Aitken has now gone out of sequence, as it were, so they're on different strategies. We've got the 2 Toyotas already on different strategies, kind of on purpose, but both Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW and the other Cadillac team Jota car, the number 12 Jota Cadillac, both having to do that kind of double pit stop, which we'll see whether or not it penalises him in the long run. I think it probably will, if truth be told. So Jack Aitken had done his pit stop by the time the full course yellow came out, so he's been able to take a benefit from it.
91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. It's the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on Sirius 137 and XM Channel 202. Let's go to Joe Bradley for a pit lane report, or indeed interview, informed by driver database. And who have you got, Joe?
Ben, yeah, it's really loud down here. Ben Keating waiting patiently for us. Thank you, Ben. I personally was concerned. You're coming back off an injury to your elbow. How was that first stint?
Yeah, so I wrecked on a mountain bike 9 weeks ago and shattered my elbow. So on March 26th, I had full reconstruction surgery, and the doctor didn't think I would be able to be here, and I did everything you can possibly imagine to heal the bone. On Monday before I left, he says, "Wow, your bone is healed. You can't hurt it. You're cleared to race, but your tendons, your muscles, and your endurance are not there, and so it's going to hurt like hell." And on Wednesday, after practice and qualifying and all of that, my arm was really hurting me. And so I wasn't quite sure how it was going to work out today. It's difficult. It's difficult for me to get in and out and to do the belts. Driving the car is not too bad. And so we decided to try to have me do 5 stints to start the race. And that's what I just finished. And I don't know. I have no idea what's going on in the race because I've been in the car since the green flag. And, it's hard when you're in the car because you have no idea what's going on around you. I passed a few people and a few people passed me. I have no idea what position we're in. I was just trying to drive it as hard as I could drive it and bring it back to my teammate in a clean condition.
And I think your objective achieved, Ben. You've got an ice pack on that elbow, so when will be the next time you get in the car?
I'm going to be out for 3 stints, which is 2 hours.
Is that all?
Out for 2 hours and then back in for somewhere around 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, brilliant. Ben, I was delighted to see that you had made it here. We were worried. Keep eating the cheese for the calcium, I suppose, eh? For those bones keeping healing. And I look forward to speaking to you again.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben Keating with Joe Bradley, the pit lane interview being brought to you, informed by Driver Database. And to fill that in, actually Ben's done 3.5 hours of this race already, so that's well over half of his minimum drive time done. Let's stay in the pits and head to Owen Mildenhall.
Hi there, yep, I'm here with Tom Van Roopoy from the 78 Lexus. Tom, thanks for waiting to chat to us. You just got out of the car, there was lots of smiling faces in the garage, and you look pretty happy when you got out of the car. The pace across both the Lexus looks really good, so tell us about your stint there.
Yeah, super happy about the start of the race. I think we're on a good strategy for the moment. I'm really happy with my first triple stint. I think I had a really good pace, also while doing that, saving as much energy and fuel as we can to go 11 laps. So for the moment the car feels really fresh. Yeah, happy so far. It's still a very long way to go, but it's looking promising for us.
And obviously the conditions, the temperature is much higher than we had in the test weekend and all through qualifying. How much difference does that make in the car for you?
I thought it would have been more, especially on the Lexus, because we put quite a lot of energy in the tires. But actually, it's quite okay. I think with the long straights, the energy you build up in the turns, you cool also down on the long straights. So now, for the moment, nothing to complain. I think during the night our car will be even more fast. So yeah, it's looked promising for the moment.
Brilliant. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you.
Just going to get an update from Joe, actually, also in the pits, because the 51 Ferrari, which we've obviously been tracking with great interest, mainly due to the pit-to-car radio information and that conversation that's been going on between Alessandro Pierguidi and his engineer. Cars just visited the pits, Joe, so what damage, if anything, could you see?
Yeah, I came out of from Ben Keating's TF Sport pit, and just next door, just a little bit up, was the 51. I had a look at the car, and there was very little to notice on the car. They obviously build very strong and robust cars at Maranello. they didn't even choose to replace the deck at the front, the nose section of the car. So they seem to be very, very happy with it, and I think he's got away with that. And considering what I saw on the number 9, it didn't kind of reflect. I'd be dubious if I didn't see for myself that the 51 car was even involved. So it was light damage that has affected its race in such a huge way.
Yeah, it's got away with it. I feared for the floor. Now side-by-side action in LMP2 between Ollie Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis car, and he has managed to get that move done. So Ollie Gray battling with Adrian Clomenil in the 37 CLX Motorsport car, and that is the Forestier Racing by Panis car back up to 3rd position. They're chasing Dorian Pin, who leads in the number 30 Duquesne team, Orica. Bijoy Garg, a winner of this race 2 years ago, on that occasion for United Autosports, but he's now changed teams into Europol competition, joining his regular European Le Mans Series co-pilot, Richard de Giras, in the number 343 car. And they normally actually do ELMS races just as those 2 drivers, so they've welcomed into that team a further driver, 343. I can't find the right page now, Bruce. Who's the extra driver? Oh, here we go. Nico Muller, of course. Yeah, that's a bit handy.
It is, isn't it? But I tell you what is handy. Not only has Oliver Gray just gone to 3rd in LMP2 in the number 29 for SDA Racing by Patrick Century, but he picked off Adrian Clomenil, but he's also appreciably faster than Bijoy Garg. On the last lap alone, which included his overtaking manoeuvre, he took 2 seconds out from him. So keep an eye on that one, because we know that all through qualifying and thus far in the race, the number 29 for SDA Racing cars look very handy, but young British racer Oliver Gray is really making that go very, very nicely indeed. So he could be challenging for 2nd place within a couple of laps in class. Still Duquesne team though, top of that pile with Dorian Pin, the exceptional French racer.
Routine pit stop for Louis Delatraz in the number 12 Cadillac Helix team Jota, and that will drop him out of 4th place, I fancy, and elevate Charles Milesi in the Alpine once he gets up to speed. Sheldon van der Linde in the leading BMW number 20 should be coming into the pits this time, just coming up towards the Porsche curves at the moment, and so we'll see him coming in.
A little while ago, the 83 Ferrari, the bright yellow one, was released into the path of a Toyota, 7 Toyota, as it was trying to come in. Yes, so, and there was a path that would have led to contact, because the Toyota was trying to get into the pit stall, 83 Ferrari trying to get out, and that has been called as an unsafe release. So that's going to be 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the number 83 Ferrari, driven currently by Chinese racer Ye Yifei, one of 3 of last year's winners in that very car. Joe was watching the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota pit stop for Louis Delatraz. Did it all go to plan?
Yeah. I mean, Louis Delatraz stayed in and he didn't take tyres. However, they did have a brand new set of Michelins to put on the car if need be. So there was obviously a little bit of a chat went on when the car was on the pit apron. But the car left after refuelling, and it was a straightforward refuel. I think Paul pretty much had a handle on that, and you'll be able to tell us from the data that we have in front of us in the studio as to just how old those tyres are that have remained on that number 12.
Need a new set of tyres. However, it depends how close. Need a new set of tyres. However, it depends how close they're running the tyre wear. Because remember, that car has got itself a lap out of kilter. It got an extra lap's worth of fuel by coming in under the full course yellow. But of course, if it continues to do a full stint on each tank of fuel, it'll end up at the end of the stint doing 37 laps instead of only 36 laps on that set of tyres. Now, I haven't been outside, so I don't know if the temperatures are cooling at all. I don't think they've...
Not at a great rate, Paul.
No, quite. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are 20 hours to go. There's a coincidence for you. 20 o'clock and 20 hours to go. So Brendan Hartley, as Johnny says, cycling to the top of the list. He will stay at the top for, about the next half an hour or so before his fuel runs out, or next quarter hour, I should say, before his fuel runs out, and he'll be in for his equivalent pit stop.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. It's the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We'll bring you news of a spinning LMP2 car at the Ford Chicane very shortly indeed. But first of all, at 7:08, time to check the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, there is a small amount of cooling out there. Joe Bradley reckons it's definitely more comfortable for him in his Fire race suit. Currently 27 degrees Celsius here at Circuit de la Sarthe. The thing is about overnight, there's not expected to be any cloud cover, so clear, temperature ducking to 14 degrees C, but not until about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then blistering sunshine throughout the course of Sunday morning and into the afternoon, set to be even hotter actually at 31 degrees Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
We're live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, and Toyota are leading again after a 4-hour race, just the 20 hours still to go, and Sheldon van der Linde is away and gone as well. He has held on to second place, having pitted from the lead.
We haven't mentioned the 13 Autosport Corvette for a while, I don't think. We saw it on the screen and you and I spoke about it off mic. Matthew Bell brought the car in. The marshals had noticed that the door was flapping open. It was given the black and orange flag to bring it in, to have that door repaired. But it obviously was a bit more than the door, and I don't know what has caused that. But the car is still in the pits at the moment. It's been in there for very nearly 25 minutes. This is the 13 Autosport Corvette, which, as I say, Matt Bell was driving when it had the problem. Ray Vidani was the start driver. Lars Kern, the third driver, has yet to have a go in that car, and it is now running dead last as a result of that problem. Everybody else, though, is still running. So the 62 cars that we had start the race, we've got one in the pit lane, but all the others are out on the circuit. So it's a very busy circuit, and I'm going to have to look back in the records, but this reliability is still, I wouldn't say rock solid, but it's still pretty firm out there. Anything can happen. Many a slip, twixt, cup and lip, but apart from those problems we have had on the circuit have all been accident related rather than mechanical problems.
Yeah, right. While you were just mentioning that, we've had a couple of the Cadillacs under an investigation for a technical emergency pit stop. 101 has been cleared, so little flicker of a smile coming on the face there, presumably for Wayne Taylor Racing. Of course, theirs is the blue Cadillac as opposed to the white and gold ones from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. The Hertz Team Jota cars, the Cadillacs are of 38 and 12. Jack Aitken, Louis Delatraz, third and fourth overall. 101, no penalty hanging over it. Ricky Taylor on board is in eighth.
Yeah, we mentioned it, I think, just before you came in, Bruce.
Oh, right, okay.
Not that the Pence said what the result of the investigation was, but we had a message on the screen saying that both team managers of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and the WTR Team Cadillacs were summoned to race control. But it was exactly the same problem as the BMW had, which Sheldon van der Linde is driving, the number 20 car. They needed fuel. It went full course yellow. They had to come in. They took 5 seconds of fuel, and then they went on their way, and then they took the rest of the fuel. The one thing I thought might have happened was that they took more than the 5 seconds that they were allowed. But of course, there's no actual benefit to doing that, because if you come in at the next stop anyway, you're only going to fill it to the top, which takes as much time as it would have done anyway. So that may have been why they decided not to take any further action. So no worry for Cadillac on that score, Johnny.
I did mention just before 8 o'clock that there'd been a spin at the Ford Chicane for an LMP2 car, and I reckon that was the Nielsen Racing car.
Number 24.
Yeah, for
Edward
Jack
Pearce.
Doohan.
Ed Pearson's at the wheel at the moment. Very young British racer.
Yes,
having his first crack at Le Mans, but it was spin and nothing else. A slow looping spin, and sort of more suggestive of losing it on your own rather than being used as a sort of a braking turning point. But for the 19-year-old Brit, it's just part of the experience. But he's still going, and that car is sitting in, where is it, 8th overall in class.
He lost about 12 seconds whilst he spun and continued.
Yeah, he didn't make the gravel trap at Ford Chicane, so that meant the recovery was a little easier. There's a stonking fight at the moment between Ferrari and BMW and Cadillac, so if you're down at Arnage, Indianapolis, actually involves the Alpine as well, of Charles Lacey, who's 5th, number 35. Antonio Fuoco doing the chasing in the 50 Ferrari, but Lello, Raffaele Marciello's involved as well in the 15 BMW, and Ricky Taylor in the 101 Cadillac WTR. So that's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all together, and dealing with some traffic as well. Let's get back to Joe Bradley for a pit lane report informed by driver database. You are at car 13 right now.
Yes, I am, the 13 Autosport team. Now, there's no truth in the rumour that Matt Bell, being a Newcastle United fan, has brought this car in because it's red and white. There isn't any truth in that. Paul mentioned a problem with the door. When I got here, the rear deck was off, the rear engine cover, I should say, was off, and there was some attention to whatever it is in that engine area. Remember, this Corvette is a mid-engine car, so the engine sits behind the driver. At the moment, it's come off the jacks. Whatever the issue was that they've rectified, the job is done. Now we're having a full refuel done. You'll hear it fire up in a moment, but before that, we're going to just retighten the wheels, which were loosened off while it was on the jacks. That is the car leaving. 30 minutes lost. I'll do some digging and I'll see what the problem was, guys, and I'll give you a shout when I've got that.
Excellent, thank you. So sounds like at least the car is fixed now and it can do a few more laps, ideally till the end of the race, but you're always concerned as a team that the issue might creep back in again. Up the hill goes the fight for 5th position. Meantime, Brendan Hartley has a 30-second lead over Sheldon van der Linde after his recent pit stop in the number 20 BMW. Just caught sight briefly there of Matt Bell rejoining. They are fairly close to the end of pit lane there in TF Sport land, although that is definitely an AWA run car, but being ably assisted logistically by TF Sport, a bit like the JMR, the Johor Racing Corvette as well, number 2. It's listed as a TF Sport car, but it's very much a Malaysian team who have had success elsewhere around the world, including running at the Bathurst 12 Hours at the start of the year. Ferrari snaking its way through the Ford chicane, but LMGT3 is led by Manthai DK Engineering for Jan Guven in the 91 Porsche, from the 87 Lexus of Jose Maria Lopez. A bit more from Joe regarding the Corvette.
Yeah, an update on the 13 Corvette. Yes, they had the problem with the door it came in. The torque axle was problematic. Now I believe what that means is Paul might be able to add to this. That's the torque sensor on the rear axle. So they've obviously been worried about that and choosing to address that whilst they had to repair the door, which was regulations. You might be able to shed some more light on that data sensor around measuring the torque from the rear axle, Paul.
Well, yeah, that's how the energy consumption is measured effectively. Rather than just giving them a set amount of fuel, they measure the amount of energy that the car is delivering, the power that the car is delivering using that torque sensor on the rear axle. So in effect, that use of energy is what determines when the car will come in to make its pit stops at the end of every stint.
That's news from Joe Bradley. The pit lane reports being brought to you and informed by driverdb.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre as Sheldon van der Linde heads into Ford chicane. So as I say, he's trailing Brendan Hartley's number 8 Toyota by half a minute. Jack Aitken, though, is within 2 seconds now of the second place BMW in these two LMDH cars, unlike the Le Mans Hypercar regulation built Toyota. So there's a nice little tussle between those two different rule sets, but I tell you what, the LMDH cars are there in more numbers and on a slightly different pit cycle as well, so they are ready to pounce.
Great racing. The light is really just softening a little bit now. As you say, we've crossed 8 o'clock and just looking for opportunities, but one of the factors that really sticks out to me is 4 hours into this race, we've got the number 13 Corvette back into the race from 13 Autosport. Everybody else is still running. The track, you look at a tracker map around here, it's busy the entire way around the lap. So the possibility of incident is running very high at this point as the conditions change. Maybe the tyres are going to be a little bit sweeter, or the choice a little bit better for them as the temperature falls. But one of the points Joe made from the pit lane was it's cooling down there because the sun is now blocked by the main grandstand. That helps, but out around the circuit it's still at 9 o'clock, so 50 minutes from now, still going to be 25 degrees air temperature. So it's still higher than anything they ran in practice and qualifying.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest complaints really from the teams. I mean, they're all in the same boat in that they haven't been able to mimic these conditions at all in the week, and obviously tyre wear, tyre durability through these very, very warm stints has been a big question mark as a result. But they're all learning as they go, and tyre pressures were the conservative side of the risk, if you like, from the start. They can maybe start to play about with those as we head for the cooler conditions tonight, but it's only been a 1 or 2 degree drop-off since we began at 4 o'clock. There's no let-up in how Jack Aitken's chucking his Cadillac, though, through the Ford chicane. You've got to ride those curbs in an effort to stick with the number 20 BMW, and that will obviously start to take its wear on the suspension bits of that Cadillac, dampers, wishbones, all of that sort of thing. I mean, they build these cars very strongly indeed, but just one little bit of punishment too far and you won't get a huge amount of warning of a breakage, and then you've got to hope that the car can get its way back to the pits if that happens, because no outside assistance allowed in a race like this. It's meant to be an endurance for 24 hours for the car, and if you get stranded out there in the country, you are there for good.
Yes, it must be said over the history, over the decades, as the 79 numbered Mercedes is being pushed back into its garage. I don't know what repairs are needed. Maybe we can get someone down to let us know, and that is one of the Iron Links cars, started by Johannes Zelder, I think, was the driver last on board, Matteo Cressoni and Lynn Houdinius. So repairs going on. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I got so excited by a car going back into the garage. We will carry on, and I'll eventually get there.
Fine, yeah. It's happened to me several times already over the last few days. Not to worry. Brendan Hartley's in from the race lead. So Toyota pitting, car number 8. They are at the very far end of pit lane. And a bit of a surprise when we learned that this was the case. But actually, it gives you great release position. BMW are even further down than that. And the man on the spot giving us a pit lane report, informed by driver database, is Joe.
Yeah, we're having a driver change as well. Brendan Hartley has hopped out of the car. Didn't quite see who's got in. I'm not close enough yet. So it's a full service for the Toyota with fuel going in at the moment. They're allowed to change the driver at the same time as they're refueling, I should say. They're not allowed to touch the tyres until the refueling's done. So you see the drivers swap over. The new driver is belted in. The refueling is still going on, and then once the refueling stops, then we see the choreography of the tyre change. The rear is done. The fronts are done. 2 per axle. 2 mechanics at the front. 2 mechanics at the rear. They rush back, and the Toyota is on its way.
And the driver on board is Ryo Hirakawa, just to confirm. Who did the driver change after Brendan Hartley? So the number 8 Toyota back into the race. I've remembered where I was going before I interrupted myself with the Mercedes being pushed back. I just wanted to say admiration for Ben Keating to start this race having really shattered his elbow just 9 weeks ago, to do the first 3.5 hours of this race. He has to do a minimum of 6, so he's done more than half of his share. And if that elbow will blow up, and as I've broken an elbow before, it's a very uncomfortable thing. At least he can share his 2.5 hours as evenly as he can, because the bruising will come after that stint, plus the heat. But Ben did absolutely the sensible thing. Do your first batch in one go. There will be damage that follows, as inevitably you'll get swelling. But also in this heat, that is an Ironman stint. But with Ben Keating, we really absolutely expect nothing else from him.
Must be encouraging from the docs, though, to say he actually can't do the bone any more damage, so it's going to be really painful, but you are safe to drive in that respect. Whether it's been pinned or not, I have no idea, but they've done the treatment whereby the bones themselves will stay intact. It's just the muscle around the tendons, I guess, that will then be stressed out after so much punishment. He might even also have adapted his driving style a little bit too, but yeah, I think ordinarily he will be clearing those 6 hours that he's got to do as early as possible in the race. Remember, you can't do them in one go, one long slug, because there is this rolling rule of not being able to drive for any more than 4 in any rolling 6 hours, and the engineer's got to be totally on top of that. It's a little bit like the 50% rest rule that exists in Creventic 24H series racing, for instance. So if you do a 2-hour stint, generally there you have to take 1 hour off as a break. 4 hours here, if you want to do 4 hours in a row, you then have to take the next 2 hours off. And we've had 4 hours and 15 minutes now of the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, live here on 91.2 FM around the track, and RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels around the world. We're also on various other different channels as well, including Sirius and XM, 137 Sirius and channel 202 on XM. And don't forget that you can get involved as well on the socials at RSL_studio. We're on Instagram and Threads, remember, using Radio Show LTD. And Blue Sky, it's radiolemans.bsky.social. John said earlier on, I don't understand what most of that means. I hope he's not looking at me to fill him in any way, because I mean, I can do X and I can do a bit of Instagram as well, but Threads is still a new one. There's time yet. Dorian Pat has just pitted in the race leading number 30 car, and we go to Joe Bradley for another pit lane report informed by Driver Database.
Yeah, positive news first. The number 79, hang on, listen to it. That's the number 79 Iron Lynx Mercedes that Bruce was inquiring about. That is whatever has gone on with that car is done and dusted. That was it, just being wheeled out and pushed away. I'll see if I can dive in and find out what it was. When I got here, the bonnet of the car was up and the engine was being looked at, but that could be that they were just servicing engine, replenished fluids, etc., whilst whatever was going on was going on. Now, stay with me. I'll see if I can find a driver. This is Mr. Zelga. Could you tell me, you okay with English?
Yeah.
Johannes, what was the problem with the car that was being rectified?
Honestly, I was sleeping over there. I just came down and they told me something wrong with the car, but I don't know. I don't know exactly.
All right, okay. Well, you are the driver, Johannes, so you're not supposed to know.
Yeah, I mean, I will jump in the car hopefully in 30 minutes again, and then I hope the car is fixed. I don't know.
Do you recognize someone here who might be able to tell me?
Yeah, I think you can ask to the mechanics for sure. Yeah, he will know.
Could you? You've been pointed out by Johannes to tell me what was wrong with the car. Has he stitched you up? He has, the poor lad. He's just walking by. He hasn't got a clue what I've said. Do you know what's wrong with the car?
I don't know exactly, but I think we had a small issue on the front left caliper. But the caliper, the brake caliper, but I think we solved.
Great stuff. Finally got to the bottom of it, guys. I don't know who that guy was now. I've got the energy to ask.
He was an Iron Lynx guy, though, I assume. Iron Lynx mechanic?
I don't know if he was just wandering by, but he seemed to know what was wrong with the car.
Okay, you're just walking his dog in the pit lane. Oh, fair enough.
Investigative journalism at its finest,
isn't it, Josh?
From Joe Bradley. 6.5 minutes, incidentally, lost for that Iron Lynx Mercedes. So, what's that? 2 laps it'll have dropped down as a result of that stop, and is now 79, is in 22nd place in the LMGT3 category. Lynn Houdenius, incidentally, did take it back out onto the circuit.
Jack Aitken had a long look up the inside there, coming out of or into Porsche curves for 3rd position. So this is, second lead rather, for the lead of the race. So Sheldon van der Linde is now bottled up a little bit behind one of the United Autosports LMP2 cars, and that briefly held van der Linde up, and Jack Aitken wants to throw it down the inside at Ford Chicane, and he's going to do exactly that for the lead of the race. So Ford Chicane is where it all changes again. Jack Aitken's driving this Cadillac like it's a Formula Ford, and it's wonderful to watch.
I was about to say, I am not complaining. He makes it skitter around, goes right to the edge, and just is fantastic. But it was a real case of traffic just slightly making a hesitation there for Sheldon van der Linde. They were fighting for position before their pit stop. Now after the pit stop, the position has changed all over the place. It's Aston Martin tucked in behind, but it's a lap down, so don't have to worry about that. But I felt this race was going to come down between Cadillac and BMW. Well, not just because they started at the front of the grid, just taking a look. But at the Ford chicane, it was looking for a gap, and it just about came. But that United Autosports LMP2 car had a little role to play. Not by doing anything wrong, just by being there, just by existing, and it turned into the pit.
Good job, keep it up was the message to Jack Aitken.
I think that was from a TV director, because he's putting on a fabulous show of getting a car sideways and holding it.
But it was history repeating itself in a way from how it was 45 minutes ago. Jack Aitken's car has less fuel aboard, is undoubtedly quicker at the same point in the race. As I say, as it was 45 minutes ago when he overtook Sheldon van der Linde before. So the lead changing, not just because of the pit stops, but because Jack Aitken has got a better car under him.
Vibrations are getting quite a bit worse.
Copy, 6 laps to go, 6 to go. Try to show right. You can turn the high beams off for the traffic.
Turn the high beams off, but what did you say was getting quite a bit worse? Okay. So as the tyres wear they be through this stint, and a heavier car as well, it means more tyre wear.
Well, it is also this longer stint that Sheldon van der Linde in. Remember, I was telling you that this extra lap, it shouldn't make that much of a difference, and the temperature has cooled a bit. It just popped out, and it's a bit cooler than it was. So perhaps the tyres will come back. It's not going to be just between BMW and Cadillac. That's the way it may seem at the moment, Bruce. But Aitken will be in the pits next. Then Sheldon van der Linde will come into the pits, and that will elevate Brendan Hartley back into the lead of the race in the Toyota. So it's actually a three-way battle between BMW.
Yeah, so Toyota went out of kilter in the very first stint. Rio Hirakawa, who's now into that number 8 car, after Hartley, yes, he will go back in. But that's what I want. I want the chopping and the changing. It will keep on rotating. If nothing else happens, Toyota could perpetually stay out of kilter with the others. However, we've got, 19 and a half hours for other things to happen and change it.
But this is why I said safety cars will determine the destination of the race, because it will all depend when that safety car comes out, who happens to be in the lead, because they will then get the disadvantage, because the lead that they hold will be squashed up and the cars behind will gain the advantage. So what you don't want is for the safety car to come out while you're ahead. You want the safety car to come out in the bit where you've just made your pit stop and you're playing catch-up. And we've never had certainly I'll have to look up when we last had a Le Mans without a safety car. But it's been more than 30 years since we had a Le Mans 24 hours without a safety car. So, the gambling man would say we're going to get one at some point.
We're going to get a race without a safety car at one point as well. You could also say on the flip side, it's overdue.
Ever been in a casino, Johnny?
The red and the black, please. Whatever that means.
There's been 30 blacks in a row now, so it's got to be red next time. Anyway, if we say Rio Hirakawa is definitely in with the shout of the race, then I think, right, Charmy Lacey's only 2 seconds off his boot lid, but is there definitely a sort of second group now because Hirakawa's on a different cycle? So even though that line of 2 seconds doesn't look very big, in reality it's bigger because Rio Hirakawa's in stride with the 3 cars ahead of him.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And Louis Delatraz's position in the kind of second stream Cadillac is kind of slightly flattered by the way the scoring works at the moment. And we'll find that the Alpine drops back just a little bit as the effect of its pit stop, which he's just taken, takes effect. This is all assuming that reliability is going to continue the way it is, and I'm honestly astounded that we haven't had more mechanical. I mean, hats off to Genesis, because they're still right in the game. They've still got cars on the lead lap, and in fact they're performing ahead of the Aston Martins at the moment. We talked about what Genesis was hoping to get out of this race. We talked about finishing the race. But if they can finish ahead of the Aston Martins, then that would be a major triumph for both of the Genesis cars.
Alpine in the pits now. This is the Charles Lacey car, so all of a sudden that 2-second gap looks much larger as we were describing it. And the Lacey car was being followed by Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari, in turn ahead of Ricky Taylor and Raffaele Marciello. In fact, the Cadillac WTR's now got ahead of Marciello, because I remember the 15 BMW being in front of that US-flagged US team, Wayne Taylor Racing, running the third of the Cadillacs in the entry. So Taylor, by the looks of things, has passed Marciello on the track. As also there's a driver change now for Alpine number 35, which sees Antonio Felix da Costa get on board and replace Charles Milesi. Paul-Luc Chatter in the number 19 Genesis has just made a stop as well. He's 14th in the hypercar order. And there was also a pit stop for Tom Gamble's Aston Martin number 007. The 343 LMP2 car of Bijoy Garg now ahead of Dorian Pain. I mentioned the Dorian Pain pit stop, and presumably therefore Bijoy Garg has not stopped yet, so the gap now is 3/4 of a minute or so. Continuation of fighting as well for the number 62 Mercedes, the Team Qatar by Iron Lynx car of Abdullah Al-Khalifi, and he's just got ahead of Francois Herriot for 8th position in LMGT3. They're between the two chicanes on the Mulsanne, so having just come out of the Daytona chicane. But LMGT3 is not only led by Lexus, it's a 1-2 formation flying for Akodis Lexus, but there is nearly 40 seconds between those two cars.
Yeah, a short while ago we had the strange scenario. Akodis ASP with its two Lexuses first and second in GT3 into Europole competition with its Oricas first and second in LMP2, and the pattern was blown. The Cadillacs hurt Team Josephs were first and third after Jack Aitken went through, not first and second, but it's a moving stage, it's a cooling stage, which will really be of great impression. But yes, that was a very nice move in GT3 for the number 62 Mercedes, picking up its pace and just putting the Ferrari Viscere, of course, the Ferrari in behind it of Francois Herriot. So moves are being made on the circuit, but again, look at the tracker map. You can find it on the internet. I mean, the entire lap. We started with 62 cars. We might have 2 or 3 in the pits. Actually, 4 or 5 in the pits, but it is still so busy. But at this point, with the temperature starting to drop, it just gives a little bit more scope on what sort of tyres you can put on your car.
Don't get that choice if it stays dry in LMGT3 or in LMP2, of course. It's medium compound all around, as we can head back to Joe Bradley for another pit lane report, informed by driver database. Here we go.
Yeah, it's 50 Ferrari in for, again, I seem to be catching all the full service. Fuoco getting out of the car. Not quite seeing that very small aperture that falsely claims to be a door. It's not a door really, is it? It's just an orifice that the drivers have to squeeze through. Fueling going on, the driver's in, the door is shut, so that job is done. Now we've got the tyre guys waiting for the fueling to be done, and then they'll go to work. Meanwhile, just behind, 2 garages down, the number 83 is in. Now I noticed that car had made its way up to 10th place, so keep an eye on the 83. It had an absolute character building qualifying process, didn't it? And it didn't get into hypercar pole, or hyperpole as we call it. So that one, I think I'm impressed with the way that one is making progress. The 50 is gone, new tyres, fuel and new driver. The 83 still going on.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, the work on that car looks to be very much in control. Fuel fuel nozzle about to be detached, and away goes the yellow 499 people.
Yeah, Yafei staying behind the wheel of that one. Miguel Molina taking over the driving on the number.
Still listed as Fuoco, actually.
It is, isn't it? So maybe there was no driver change there.
Joe's adamant that there was, so that's a driver ID issue on the outlap.
Yeah, it was a triple stint from Tuoco.
Yeah.
So, it should be Molina on the rotation. He's not yet driven the car. So, 'tis his turn. Me, says Miguel.
A spin for John Ferrano at the Daytona chicane in the number 3 DKR Engineering LMP2 car.
Yeah, that's the one that was really delayed very early in the race and fell down to, well, it's now in 60th position out of 62 cars. But the point is, we started with 62. We've still got 62 on the move, so this is really, really encouraging.
Don't say that. Anyway, I can change the subject.
I didn't say anything. I stopped the sentence encouraging.
Oh, okay, fine.
I didn't even say it's a long way to go. I have now.
I just have this problem with cars, 4.5 hours of running, still going strongly.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed. Bruce has been to many 24-hour races before, so he'll be used to when cars start to have their problems, but it's maybe still a little bit too early for that. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2026, and you're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 8:30, time for the latest CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The
Half past 8 in the evening at Le Mans, 4.5 hours into the 24 hours. BMW is back in the lead again. Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW M Hybrid V8. Due a pit stop in about 3 laps, but he should be able to maintain the lead for that length of time. His gap is 30 seconds between himself and Louis Delatraz at the wheel of the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, the V Series R. They've completed 75 laps, and Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota TR010 is in 3rd place in car number 8, behind the BMW and the Cadillac. 4th is the second of the BMWs, so they're the first to have two cars in the top 4 for BMW. Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of the number 15 car, some 14 seconds behind the Toyota. 5th is Ferrari with Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel of the number 51 car, 16 seconds adrift of the BMW ahead. Then it's Sebastian Bourdais in 6th place in the mighty 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. In 7th place, Ricky Taylor in the Cadillac from Wayne Taylor's team, his dad, WTR. Jordan in car number 1017. In 8th is the first of the Alpines, and that's Victor Martins in car number 36 still. 9th is Miguel Molina in the Ferrari. He's just taken over the number 50 Ferrari, and rounding out the top 10, Antonio Felix da Costa at the wheel of the second of the Alpines as car number 36. In LMP2, the Duquesne team car leads the way, car number 30, Dorian Pan behind the wheel. 21 seconds clear of Ollie Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis Orica, that's number 29. 30 leads 29. In 3rd place is the CLX Motorsport Orica, Theodor Jensen at the wheel of that car now, having just taken it over. Valerio Rinicella is in 4th place with Edex Sport, for Edex Sport. 5th is the Inter-Europol competition. To is Nielsen Racing, despite Ed Pearson's little indiscretion a few moments ago. He's still there in 6th. Leading LMP2 Pro-Am is still James Allen in number 90, well, it's still the car, number 99. James Allen is now at the wheel of it, the AO by TF car. And that is in 9th place as far as LMP2 is concerned. LMGT3, you've got one Lexus in the lead now. This is the 87 car with Jose Maria Lopez driving it, and he is nothing at all. He's having a battle out on the circuit with the Aston Martin of Zach Rubicon, who is in second place. But as I say, there's a bit of a battle going on between 87 and 27, Lexus and Aston Martin. Third, James Cottingham, now back behind the wheel of the number 91 car, having benefited by Jan Guvan's performance in that car, has brought it up to third place, and James Cottingham, the bronze driver in that car, has taken it back over again. He's running third, and fourth now is Dudu Barrichello in the Aston Martin. So two Aston Martins in the top four of LMGT3. Eduardo Barrichello in number 23. Fifth in LMGT3 is a Ferrari, the Ferrari 296 LMGT3, and that's in the hands of Lorenzo Patrese, the Kessel Racing Ferrari number 74, and sixth in LMGT3 is a Mercedes, and that's number 62, Abdullah Al-Khalifi. So the top six in LMGT3 reads Lexus, Aston Martin, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes. What a battle.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans around the track on the FM frequency and around the world on RSL, RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's get straight to the pit lane, and Duncan Vincent, 51 Ferrari in again.
Yeah, the 51A, of course, the Ferrari in only for fuel, no tyres. A big inspectional from the Michelin representative on the tyres, and just told everybody, no, everything's good that we can see here. Then it was take a tear off from the windscreen, make sure the ducts are clear, make sure there's no pickup in it. Very, very calm, as you'd expect from Ferrari with the F Corsa down here. And that's exactly what they've done. They've sent that car back out, no tyres on the 51 car.
That pit lane report informed by driver database with Duncan.
And that is very significant because that's a quadruple stint for Ferrari. So well spotted, Duncan. Thank you for that. I'm going to go into a different way of processing now because we were waiting for a car to be given permission, as it were, to go onto a quadruple stint. The word was that Michelin would not grant permission for any of the hypercar teams to go on to a fourth stint unless they'd done a triple stint and taken the tyres off and presented them to the Michelin engineers to inspect them and say, yes, okay, your camber angles are good, your pressures are good, the wear is therefore adequate for us to allow you to go on to the fourth stint. Over the years, we've had so many problems caused by punctures at Le Mans that, obviously tyre manufacturers are very concerned to make sure that it is a safety situation. All the cars fitted with tyre pressure monitoring. Indeed, race control even monitors the tyre pressures, and they will advise a team if their tyre pressures are not within the window, then they'll get brought into the pit. Same with camber angles. It's all monitored by race control, so you can't pull a fast one. But say Ferrari onto a quadruple stint.
How is your recall, or at least page-turning ability of the list des engagés? Because Duncan's just buzzed in my ears. Do we have the name of somebody within Ferrari who might be able to answer a few questions regarding that? Doesn't necessarily have to be on the number 51 Ferrari, of course, but if we know them by their first name, that might get us a little bit further.
So the race engineer is Alain Baptiste on the 51 car.
Alain Baptiste, Duncan.
Technical director is Ferdinando Canizzo. And the team manager is Batti Pregliasco.
Batti
Pregliasco. Batti, just ask for Batti.
Yeah, and everybody will know who he is. So we've sent Duncan on a bit of an investigative journalistic mission there, as the 15 BMW has just come into pit lane. Dries Vanthoor jumping on board, so that's Lello getting out, Marciello in the 15, the pole-sitting car. Cadillac's also in on this lap. This is the end of lap 77 for these cars. And Norman Nato, he didn't bring that car in, did he? That driver change as well. Norman Nato in the number 12 Cadillac.
I think he
changes
possibly do. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him. Just must say that Dries van Toort, he slid his way into the cockpit. You realise you've got to go quite high up to get over those the flanks of the car. Bear in mind, you getting out can't be anywhere near as elegant. That was rather nice. Feet in, legs to follow, bottom in, strapped in. But for the taller figure of Lello, that's Raffaele Marcello, getting out, it would have been a little less dignified. But there's a technique, and I don't think many people can master it, particularly when you've got your helmet on, your hands device on, your peripheral vision is limited.
And
that's where you practice.
Yeah, absolutely. We practice a lot of driver changes whenever I'm in charge. So every race you do it. No matter that we have the same drivers at every race, but the car's the same. But we always go through a driver change practice on the day before the race itself. I'm just remembering the conversation that the race engineer was having with Alessandro Pierguidi after he had that moment. He said, I need you to stay in the car. And I think he said something about, I need you to stay in the car to the end.
He said, I want you to focus for the next 20 hours. So obviously they've decided this is a form of punishment. It's sort of a heat exhaustion. But, for him to stay out in the thing that was crossing my mind was after that moment, would he be sort of revved up in a way? Because clearly they were trying to calm him down. And while keeping the tyres sweet, I tell you what, we might as well go down and find out about tyres and everything at AF Corsa Ferrari with Joe.
No, Duncan.
Oh, Duncan, sorry, yes.
Go on, Dunk.
Yeah, I'm here, guys, no problem. I've got Batty Pretlioscu down here, and we just saw, I'm pretty sure, you guys starting a quadruple stint on the Michelin, so everything seems to be holding well.
Yeah, we decided with Alessandro, that is on the car 51, that it was possible to do this thanks to the Michelin also, and with the support of our engineer, we are trying to make a car, for stint for him.
Was this always the plan, to try and do a quadruple stint, or did the drivers report back that the car's still performing after the third?
Yeah, with the different temperature of today is a little bit tricky, so we were just analyzing what is the first 2 or 3 stints, and then we decided that it was possible.
Batty, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ciao, grazie.
And great work from Duncan Vincent as well. We generally tend to be able to find the right guys in the paperwork, but it's then about whether you can find them in the garage and whether they are willing to talk. Let's just stay in the pit lane again. A thought from you in a moment, Trussers, because Nick Damon has rejoined us.
Bonjour everyone. Yes, I can't bring excuses like Duncan can, just bring observations. The Peugeot team have been in. I kind of feel they kind of turn up. It's almost like they're doing the kind of a depressed style because it's just not working. The only interesting thing about it was the car came in and they changed from hards to medium. So perhaps they're feeling the temperatures beginning to come back into the surface and they can go a bit softer. But that was apart from that, they're kind of just going through the motions. I think it's just not working for them this weekend, so is it?
Agreed, yes. Sometimes that's just the way the 24 hours of Le Mans pans out, despite all the best preparation. So Duncan Vincent with his tyre interrogation, and also Nick Damon with the more adequate update. Thank you to both. Informed, as always, by driver database, as we are in 2026. It's the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Truss has had a thought just prior to that.
No, just we were talking about the ability to get hold of people like Batty Pretlioscu at Ferrari, because the people who matter will be in the garage somewhere. They won't be going off entertaining guests. This is what they're here for. These teams are driven by incredibly competitive people, and they're just focusing on winning. My mind was just taken by the monitors there, watching the battle for. Got a great battle going on at the top of the LMGT3 field. Why is that not a surprise? Zach Rubicon in the Aston Martin is hounding down a former winner. He's looking in the shape of Jose Maria Lopez, now driving for Lexus in the Acodis ASP team, the 87 car. But a great battle going on the circuit at the top of LMB GT3 at the moment, Johnny.
Yeah, Zach Robichon really impressed me during the qualification phase of the week as well. So Robichon is in a quick car, which certainly helps. That Mattia Drudi has earlier drove to pole position via the hyperpole session on Thursday evening. That car that Zach and Mattia and Ian James shares. So that 27 car is actually heading in the direction of Nick Damon. It's just coming to the pits, Nick.
Yeah, I'm giving you another adequate report here. If the pulled into the pit bay, it looks like it's just going to be fuel only for the number 27 in from second place. The sparkling little graphic on the side of the Aston Martin slowly picks up, showing the battery being refilled, even though there's no battery whatsoever in this car, but we'll leave that oxymoron out of the way there, shall we? Clean out, fuel in, looks like a pretty standard stop. It doesn't seem like they're going to offer tyres, but they can surprise you by leaping out after the fuel tank comes away. But I think they're going to just fuel him and send him away again to rejoin the fight at the front of the GT3 feet.
Another pit lane report informed by driver database, and that was Nick Damon then on the number 20 BMW. We're continuing actually before the car is sent back into the race, and then it will be away. And the Aston Martin that Nick was actually talking to us about, in fact, BMW at the other end of the pit road, but it is sent back out again as well. BMW had to be careful there not to release it too early and to then make the Aston Martin, the 27 car, check up. We have already had a recent unsafe release penalty, which was a 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 83 Ferrari, the bright yellow satellite team version. But on we go. 4 hours and 45 minutes now completed. It is 8:45 in Circuit de la Sarthe, local time. And thank you for joining 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. Hopefully you've been with us since the start of the week, where we brought you 2 lots of 3-hour test day sessions. The only broadcaster the only sort of English language broadcaster, quite possibly the only broadcaster to bring you the live action from test day as it unfolded. It's sometimes difficult to work out precisely what each team is trying to do on that equation. However, we could tell, unfortunately for Peugeot, that far out, that they sadly were not going to be at the races, and that has proven to be the case. 17th and 18th position. Aston Martin 15th and 16th. I did think they might have a better showing in the early hours. There is always scope, of course, for that pace to have an uptick with the cooler temperatures overnight. And again, we'll echo the thoughts about, we haven't seen these conditions before, Bruce, this week, so everybody's having to do some very quick learning.
They were, and I think for quite a few of the drivers in this field, the first stint at the start of the race, just after 4 o'clock, was really pretty uncomfortable. We certainly heard from Harry Tinknell in his Aston Martin, which is the 007, not enjoying life at all. But what we are seeing now, temperatures starting to fall, and suddenly we're getting people doing quicker sector times. We'll get some quicker lap times coming as well. But really, for me, I'm super impressed with Genesis. I know it's early in the whole procedure, but the fact they've got the Aston Martins and the Peugeots behind them, and they've got cars that really are the Tangerine Dream. They've been running pretty much together all race. At the moment, it's Pipo Dirani running his number 17 entry in 13th place, and the 19 with Paul-Louis Chatin completes the Genesis Magma Racing duo, and he's running just 1 position behind, just 1.5 seconds down, and they've seemed to just be pacing themselves, running. Track conditions may come to them, but at the moment the fastest lap of the race is still set by the car that's leading the pack at the moment. That number 8 Toyota was set by Sebastian Buemi as long ago as lap 20. We're on lap number 80 now, and we will see where it goes, but it's looking very good as temperatures get cooler.
Number 28, the EDEX Sports car of Valerio Rinicello comes in now. This is the pole sitting car, don't forget. So this car that has gone to the sort of middle order now, well, 5th, 6th position, still looking strong though in the hands of the Italian racer Valerio Rinicello, and Dorian Pat in the number 30 Duquesne team continues to lead the Racing LMP2. Let's just head to Nick Damon very quickly for a pit lane report informed by driver database, and then we have a very special guest in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
So, down Aston Martin again, which you kind of having a busy period. The 009 hypercar came in, but that was great, fine, didn't need fuel stop. But unfortunately, that blocked the entry for the 23 GT3 car coming in from third place. So they had to go way long and get pushed back. The 23 is going to full service. Dudu Barrichello has got out, and in has got Gray Newell, full service, full tyres, and everything else. And they'll be setting the car in about 30 seconds.
Nick Damon there with the pit lane report informed by driver database. So I teased this, and I'm delighted to say that now joining us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is the Ford WEC Hypercar Programme Manager, no less, Dan Sayers. So good evening to you, Dan, and thank you for taking the time out for visiting our little studio here, because well, you've had quite a bit of news to tell the sports car world in the last 24 hours or so. Some people may not have read your press releases, people may have not seen the sports car usual databases, the website. So we have 3 new drivers for the hypercar programme.
We do indeed, yep. We announced our final 3 drivers this weekend. That's Matt Campbell, Nick Yellerly and Tom Blomqvist. So they join, obviously, the previously announced Seb Priaulx, Logan Sargent and Mike Rockenfeller. So, yeah, really pleased with that driver lineup and looking forward now to getting going with them and track testing.
Give us an idea of how long the process has been in deciding who you're going to go for, then the approach, which can be a bit awkward sometimes as well, although, I mean, two of them are Acura drivers, former Acura drivers, and Acura had announced that they weren't going to continue. So, you know, there was a little bit of, I'd like an opportunity with a forthcoming hypercar driver, and you could help them out in that respect, but they're also really, really quick guys.
They are indeed. I mean, the whole process has taken a fair amount of time, because it's not only timing and data you look at, it's the culture, the fit, the personalities, a lot of subjective information as well, not just the data, because you don't have a lot of the context, of course.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're very happy. The landscape changed with Acura pulling out, so that opened up opportunities, and obviously we investigated them, and being an Orica chassis and current hypercar, of course, it made sense to go and speak with them.
We don't know the name of this car yet. It is an Orica chassis, as you've just said. There's going to be a test, I think, at the start of August, which you've talked about. When are we going to get a name?
Good question. That is under review and under discussion at the moment. But yeah, the name will follow. But as you mentioned, beginning of August we'll be doing the rollout, and then later on that month we'll be doing the first track test. So again, that will take place in the south of France near Orica for obvious reasons. And again, yeah, just looking forward to getting the car going and getting actually testing now.
The other thing I'm delighted to read is it's going to be powered by a 5.litre Coyote V8. I mean, people come to Le Mans to listen to engines like that, don't they?
Yeah, correct. I mean, of course, being American, it's a 5.4 litre V8, and first race engine developed in-house by Ford Racing in Detroit. So Christian Hertrick and his team have done a great job on the powertrain. It's going under thorough development at the moment, flat out, and it will for the rest of the year, of course. And the first engine, in fact, is arriving at Orica for the car build and for the fire up in the next couple of days. So it's all moving forward.
What I love is not just that visceral sound. You step out of the booth here, you've been hearing car noises through the cameras and stuff, but you go, oh, I know what that is going up the straight. But for me, the fact that the engine is being built in-house shows that Jim Farley is at the top of the company. He wants motorsport. He understands how incredibly important it's been for Ford over the decades, not so much in recent decades, but coming back in. But that is a real message of intent as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't sound like it's a fleeting project.
No, correct. I think Jim and the Ford family, in fairness, all of them are thoroughly behind the racing, and Ford Racing is growing out in America at a rate of knots. And it's not only the hypercar, it's a plethora of other motorsport activities. So the commitment's there, and I'm sure we'll be racing at Le Mans for as long as Le Mans here. So, you know, the commitment is certainly there, and the target is absolutely clear. You know, we want to come here and win. And when that is a good question, but that's the absolute target.
I mean, obviously Ford came back in a big way. 2016 was that?
Correct.
With the Ford GT to win the GT category. Bruce will know the answer to this. When did Ford last win this race overall?
1969.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the GT40.
So we've got to live up to that, and again,
not just win it 4 years running. There you go.
Yeah. I think again we're sensible. We know that the first year is going to be a learning year.
But
I think Genesis they've done a great job. They've been strong all season, to be fair.
They have.
They've done
because
a very,
they're
very good
finishing
job.
races.
Correct.
I think there's a lot of value in that.
Correct. So that gives us a lot of hope that we can come, with the things that are out of your control, let's say, and we can be competitive with a new car and a new team, and why not?
Yeah. Are you in a position to tell us about the GT cars, the Mustangs that are in this race as well?
I can.
Okay.
I can see if I can at least.
I mean, again, they sound glorious. They've been in the World Endurance Championship now for 2 seasons. 2020. What was the first year that the Mustang broke cover? 4 or 5?
24, I think it was.
24, yeah. I mean, did you at any point look at the regular Mustang drivers as an option as well?
Yeah, of course, we did look at them. And
I'm a big fan of Ben Barker, for instance.
Yes, we did, and we talked to some of them, and being a new program and being a new hypercar, there's a lot of focus on the Mustang performing well in IMSA, in WEC.
Yeah.
So those drivers are critical to those programs. Now, of course, the long-term goal will be to use GT drivers and do a driver development plan and hopefully take them up to hypercar. So it is something that we're looking at, but the focus very much for them at the moment is on the Mustangs.
Yeah. Just get some team radio from
Next one, I see Felix da Costa.
So he's been told by his engineer there that the next car on the road is Antonio Felix da Costa. Kamui Kobayashi is currently in 11th place. Meanwhile, the other Toyota, which is being cycled to the lead of the race because of that short fill stop, or short fill stint rather, pretty early on to get the number 8 car out of traffic, and that has continued now to generate, well, it's a little bit more than a 30-second advantage. As this car came in, it was a 37-second advantage for Ryo Hirakawa over Sebastian Bourdais. But I'm not going to say that's a false position. Toyota have kind of manufactured that by putting only a minute's worth of fuel in as its first stop at about 20 to 5 this afternoon, whereas everybody else pitted for more like a minute and 15, and that 10-second difference of fuel fill has now elongated actually to a reasonable distance. So the number 8 car is about to be sent away. I'm also just getting word from Duncan Vincent that the 13 Autosport Corvette, which has gone back into the garage, there's a pit stop for the Vector Sport LMP2 car on this lap as well for Vlad Lomko, but LMP2 race leader remains the 30 car for Dorian Pain. It's a great facility at Le Castellet, Paul Ricard, and as you say, Orica are just based in behind, aren't they? Because they built the Ferraris too. It's nice to have that testing venue within a stone's throw of it. How much integration has got to take place now between a known chassis and your engine that's got to be squeezed into it, or is that not potentially a problem?
I wouldn't say it's a problem, but there's a lot of work involved in that. But that work's been done. All of the design work's complete. Parts are in manufacture now because the car is in build and will be finished next month.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of that's been done, and we're lots of engineers, technicians will be going across there in the next few weeks just to help with the integration, help with the car build, and then ultimately the fire up and rollout.
Yeah. Can't wait for this. I'm sure you can't either.
No, absolutely not.
Unfortunately, we're getting some bad news, though, from Duncan Vincent, so let's head down to the pit lane. You are close to pit out, Dunk. What's the news on the 13?
Well, I'm unfortunately locked in the garage. The door has come down, the 13 is inside, the mechanics hug each other. I had a very, very quick chat with Ori Fidani, and really his mood said it all. He says, that's us. And you could tell by the heartbreak in the tone and the face. And it's one of these things. This is the journey that some teams don't get right to the end. But great spirit to get this car rebuilt and back on the track, Johnny. But unfortunately, for the 13 Autosport car, that is it, out of the race. The door is closed.
Yeah, so you can get, unfortunately, the marker pen of doom out of the bag and put the X through the first car that is the first retirement this year. We started with 62, and it's not quite made 5 hours of the race. Tell me about your history down of Dan Sayers, by the way, who is the Ford WEC Hypercar Program Manager. How long have you known about this race? Are you one of those guys that is in the industry who used to come and watch this when you were younger? Or I'll admit I wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't come. I came to Le Mans in the first year of 2013. It would have been.
Yeah.
When the WC started, I think that was about that time.
2012, yeah, but.
And then before it was when it was GTE, so I was at Aston Martin Racing and was there until 2019. So did a number of Le Mans, won it in class, in Am and in Pro. But
you were at Aston when that famous 2017 finish between Johnny Adam and Jordan Taylor in a Corvette.
Correct. Yeah. Very fine day. Very fine day.
Yes.
Small margins, but you got the right side of that.
Correct. But the opportunity to come back and win it overall for a manufacturer like Ford was epic. And so I spent 6 years at Red Bull, and then I've been here for a year now. So.
Some quotes, and I'm indebted to Sportscar 365 for this, by the way, from your global director, Mark Rushbrook, honestly saying that you're a little bit ahead of the game, actually, and you haven't expected to be able to sign these drivers, announce these drivers this weekend. So that's got to be a good thing. You know, you're buying back a little bit of time, but I realise there's still an awful lot to do.
There's an awful lot, you know, and I think we are on schedule. We knew it was going to be running to this schedule, so we weren't expecting to be testing the car before August, and knowing that, you can plan around that. And we've got a very intensive test program for the rest of the year and into early next year that we just need to keep track of, not lose any track time, and again, like I say, just focus on ourselves and focus on the car and making sure we optimise that track time.
Thank you so much for popping into the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's rather apt, really, that you've come from Ford, and this is what we call ourselves for this year. 5 hours done. That's Dan Sayers, the Ford WEC Hypercar Programme Manager, and great to, again, repeat the news of the 3 drivers that have been officially announced this weekend, and we look forward to seeing that car next year at this very race. It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2026. Let's check the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
So the temperatures are definitely cooling a little bit now. It is 9 o'clock, 5 hours done of the race, and we're dipping to 26 degrees Celsius with very little cloud, though, expected overnight. The temperature's not actually going to dip much below 14 degrees Celsius. We're going to get to 5 a.m. when it is the coolest with no cloud cover, and then wall-to-wall sunshine. At the moment, I have temperatures possibly climbing to 30 degrees Celsius by race end at 4 o'clock.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans. It is the Corvette of Seb Bourdais now who leads the motor race for car number 38, although I just spotted in the LMGT3 class a slight off-track moment, I think, at Mulsanne Corner for the 61 AMG. That's being driven by bronze-rated Martin Berry, and he just ran out of brakes going into... Was that Mulsanne Corner, Bruce?
Well, I looked up and there was lots of smoke from the car. I'm not sure if he's already just leaking oil onto his own tyres. It could be that. So he's limping back very slowly. He's listed in 61st, which is last position right now. Luckily, Martin is staying off the line because he's clearly aware it wasn't just a spin. He's trying to keep his oil off the track, so that's very good driving from him. But
yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, copy that. You come
real left.
Come back slowly offline. I guess it's a chassis problem.
Okay.
The wheel is still there. It's I think it's a chassis problem. It's a chassis problem. So come back slowly offline.
Well, that was a very clear message to Martin Berry. They don't know what it is. They think it's a chassis problem, but he has kept offline and he has made it to the point where you can leave the track and start turning into the pit. Still a few twists and turns, but very concerning when you think it's something. You radio the team, say it's not that. Bring it home, bring it in. So number 60. Well, we just had the first retirement, a couple of minutes short of 5 hours into this race, and I'm slightly concerned we might, within a few minutes, have the second. Number 61, Iron Lynx Mercedes. It ran off actually at Arnage.
The rear left wheel is all over the place. Yeah. It's not connected properly, so that's either a hub issue or maybe suspension. I think the tyre was inflated on the 61 AMG. By the way, whilst Dan Sayers was having a chat to us about the Ford WEC Hypercar programme, ahead of 2027 and Ford's reappearance in the top class here at Le Mans. We had our first official retirement, the 13 Autosport car, the Ori Fidani now owned team, formerly known as AWA, but 13 is his lucky number. I'm afraid 13 is not a lucky number, though, in terms of the first retirement. So we're down to 61 cars, and car 61.
Okay, we will put full energy and then put the car in the box. I think it will be the end of the race for us, but let's check.
Let's go down to Nick Damon to find out what you can see.
Well, I don't know what I can see, but obviously it's a 61 one of the Iron Lynx teams, one of those Mercedes. This happened, this exact same failure on the rear left happened to the Team Qatar team in free practice 1. At the time it was driven by Abdullah Al-Khalafi, and they said they got this problem with the location, the rear left. They thought there was a problem they'd solved last year. So I think they know what it is. It's a location issue in that rear left environment. I think it's up a wishbone. Now, it took them something in the region of 2.5 to 3 hours to fix it. Just got out in time for qualifying. So, yeah, if it is the same thing, that will be game over for that unfortunate 61 racing car.
Thank you, Nick. That pit lane report informed by driver database. So one car down, possibly the second one to follow, and what I'm now trying to fully work out, and apologies if Duncan Vincent mentioned this, is precisely the reason why the 13 Autosport Corvette retired. Duncan, if you're listening, you will be hearing this, and you were in the garage. You said you were trapped in the garage as the garage door came down, but we will find out. They've been chasing pretty significant problems for a while.
Yeah, I think Joe established that it was a caliper problem, but they were chasing earlier on that they were in the pits for about 15 minutes for. But as I say, I need to know more than just that it was a retirement, because I need to write down reason for retirement. All goes down into the records, you know. And the trouble is, people ask me these things, and then I become the oracle. So I'm sure that Duncan will find out. Thank you, Sam, for filling the inner man. I now feel refreshed and rejuvenated.
Excellent. Sam Bradley, who keeps us all on the straight and narrow, along with the responsible adult Eve Hewitt, who is kind of the commander-in-chief. But Sam, if we aren't or not able to take breaks around the meal times up at United Autosports, then we can get go boxes, but all of that is organised by Sam, so we're very, very grateful. An army marches on its stomach and all that. Beautiful long shadows now at Indianapolis. The sun is getting pretty low in the sky at 6 minutes past 9, and these headlights ablaze, as they must be for the whole of the race, for the 101 Cadillac WTR V-Series R of Jordan Taylor, who is ahead of Antonio Felix da Costa's Alpine number 35 and the Yeyi Fei driven number 83 Ferrari, which is kind of back in the hunt as well now, just on the cusp of the top 10. A couple of pit callers in LMP2. Let's just head back to the pit lane and Joe Bradley. Or was that you, Nick?
Bradley. Joe's been in the pits for an hour.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just someone else you have to share a van with.
Is it you that's giving me another adequate pit lane report, Nick?
I'm really going to push myself to okay. I think that's what I'm going for. So we've had Dorian Pan in a couple of minutes ago. She kept us fueled. The 43 has done a complete stop, the Inter-Europol machine. The Nielsen Racing 24, that has also had a simple full pit stop. And to my left, the United Autosports 222. So it has been an LMP2 fest down here at the pit-in element. They've all just come in. They've all had lovely clean windscreens, and they've all had a big slurp of fuel. And then coming to my feet now is one of the Alpines. It's the 35. That's they also get fuel. Can't see a drive. The interesting thing about the Alpines actually is that they're not going to take tyres, but the tyres they are putting on the apron in case they need to take tyres are soft. Both when the 36 came in, and now the 35, the emergency tyres are soft, but they aren't actually going on. So I think everyone's now beginning to think, as you said in our fantastic weather report only a few seconds ago, Johnny, it is beginning to slightly cool down, though it's still blooming muggy. Let me tell you that.
Yeah. Well, the humidity is not really decreasing, and you will know very much about that in your fireproof suit.
But of course, as the sun goes down, it has less of an impact on track temperature. And even if the air temperature stays high, then we very often get the track temperature going down, and that leads us again to giving better opportunities to use the soft.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why they're out there on their apron. Had a couple of messages across the screen. The latest one is car 15. Dries van Toor's not long been in there, under investigation, only under investigation at the moment, overtaking under yellow flag. So that's a slight concern. The other one was Valerio Rinicella, who's in the EDEX Sport LMP2 Orica, also under investigation, I think, for an outlap misdemeanor.
Cut in the corner.
There we go. Let's go back to the pit lane, and this time to Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much. Lauren Heinrich has just stepped out from the CrowdStrike Racing number 4 car by APR. How was the stint for you? A little bit of sweat on the head. It's as hot outside as it is inside the car today.
Yeah, it's definitely hot today. I mean, the hottest we've had all week long. I can definitely feel that, and that was my first ever LMP2 race stint, actually a triple stint. So, yeah, a little bit of a jump into the cold water. You know, a lot to learn for me. I was quite happy with my performance in terms of driving, for sure. In terms of traffic management, it's a new situation for me, you know, to be the middle class now. So something I can learn there, but we're getting there. The race is still long, and we're in a good position.
Did the track come back towards you through that stint, or was it maybe going away from the car?
The track was going away from us. I think that was the case for everyone, at least the other cars that I saw around on track. I think everyone's struggling a bit with some high-speed understeer right now because the track is still hot, you know, from the whole afternoon, all the sun exposure, and let's see how it goes now when the sun goes away and we go into nighttime driving.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Lauren Heinrich from the number 4 car, and that's now been handed to George Kurtz. So the CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica, and Lauren Heinrich in a prototype, or rather in an LMP2 car, is always very exciting, just as it is to see so many other big names in LMP2.
Fuel only, we wipe the windscreen and you get a drink.
A real treat there for Kamui Kobayashi. You get a drink, only one, Mike.
Next time he gets a sweet.
Indeed, yes. So that car is heading into pit lane, according to the radio message, and it is indeed diving right just before the Ford chicane. Still got a chicane to negotiate before you reach the speed limited area of pit lane, which is 60 kilometres per hour. Paul, some comments on LMP2 there?
Yeah, we just had the comment from Nick, really, I was trying to pick up on. He was describing this LMP2 pit stop fest or something, I think he described it as. But out in front in LMP2, the Inter-Europol car, which is neither the number 34 nor number 43, it's a combination of the two, 343, the Inter-Europol car. Richard de Guerus is at the wheel of it, but he has yet to make his equivalent pit stop from anybody else in LMP2, and I'm pretty sure that everybody else in LMP2 have now made that equivalent pit stop. And inevitably then the 343 leads the class, therefore. But I think it's actually establishing enough of a margin on its pit stops that if it's able to continue at this rate, it'll be able to skip a pit stop by the end of the race. So that would automatically give it, 2 minutes of an advantage on all of its competitors. So look out for that Inter-Europol competition car. They're pushing very hard, extending the stints as far as they can. That's putting as much pressure on the drivers as it is to make sure they save the fuel. But it's going very well, the Inter-Europol car 343.
Let's go back to the pit lane and Duncan Vincent for a pit lane interview informed by Driver Database.
Yeah, the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 61 car unfortunately sits in the pit box. Max Martin, please give us an update to what's going on, because it didn't sound good on the team radio, pal.
No, we had, the day started really badly with a few contacts and a bit of problems, so we were already quite lap downs, and now apparently we have a rear left kind of suspension problem, which we didn't have the whole test, so it's a bit of a shame, but it's racing. Not the first time and not the last time, but quite frustration. We were hoping quite a lot from this race, but it's not our day.
Do you know if it's something that can be fixed, or is it an internal part of the chassis that's failed?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. They are looking at it. I don't have the update now, so I don't know.
Best of luck, Max. Thank you.
Maxime Martin from the 61 crew. That is the car that Martin Berry clearly lost control of down at Arnage because of the significant failure on the rear left corner, and Maxime not able to give us an answer right now because the mechanics are having a close look at it. It's Rui Andrade, the third driver in that, the Angolan/Portuguese racer, 26 years old, and remember he used to drive with Charlie Eastwood at Corvette, so switched over manufacturer in the winter period. There are a lot of sausage curbs around here, and if you start striking one or two of them too readily and at the wrong angles, then things can start to break. But as he says, they hadn't seen a similar failure like that all week. But it's frustrating and very difficult to kind of, I don't know, reason in your mind. 9:15, 18 hours and 45 minutes still to go.
A yellow flag at the Porsche curves, and I always worry about yellow flags at the Porsche curves because it is a fast place that you're travelling, and the barriers aren't very far away. Quite what has caused the yellow flag, the tracker isn't yet telling me.
Well, there'd been an earlier incident there, but I never established what it was. That was at the next marshal post 33, which forced the curve out.
Car number 183 is stationary on the tracker, and that is the AF Corsa LMP2 car, which was being driven by Ben Barnicoat. It's now in the hands of Francois Perrodo.
And it was pitched entirely sideways. Had a contact with the GT3 car.
Mercedes of some description. And it's not the 61, but you're right, Paul. It's now sitting at, Virage du Pont out, and then Porsche out, as it's actually labelled on our tracker.
It's off the track. That's
just
the important thing. It's off on the beyond the white line at the edge of the track, but it's such a fearsomely fast part. And when you get to Porsche out, you've had very short line of sight to that particular corner. It's such a sequence and at such high speed as well. So
it's
really,
got going again.
It's got going again. Good. Okay.
So, well, it wasn't the Mercedes, which is the QMMF car, but it had no burgundy on the rear. So I think it was the 79 Mercedes that it had contact with.
Yes, because that's got blue and yellow on its tail, and there was, or it could be. No, sorry,
it's not the 61 because that's in the pits and possibly out of the race. So I was doing a little bit of
79. The Iron Links 79, which let's scroll through and have a look. That's Johannes Zelger. Remember, we heard from him, a very quick interview. When that car had a problem, he wasn't too sure what it was, but he's in the car now and pressing on. By the way, he's sharing with Matteo Cristoni and Lynn Hudenius. Lynn had brought the car in with an issue. We didn't establish what it was, but going all over again, though.
Yeah, so 79 AMG making contact with the 183 AF Corsa Oreca. There was a third car in the very close vicinity as well, which was another GT car. It might have been a Ferrari, but I wasn't able to identify that in the hurried scene, and that did manage to get out of it undamaged, but it kind of had to go around the back of a spinning Francois Perrodo, and Perrodo has made it to the pits in the 183 AF Corsa car, in fact. Now, Duncan Vincent's watching the stop for the Frenchman. What we're trying to find out is whether there's any visual damage on the 183 Oreca.
Can't see any visual damage, and I look sorry about that. Right into the eyes of Francois Perrodo, and he gave me a little wave. How nice is that? No visual damage, but the car's away. He did struggle to get that car moving from a pit stop some maybe 5 minutes previous, so I do have some bad news coming our way from the 61 pit, and I think you guys know what that's going to be. But before that happens, I'm going to go back down to 13 Autosport and just confirm for Trussers what he wants to know.
And there's a quote as well from Ye Fei about the Alpine being so fast on the straight, it's ridiculous, nothing we can do, let's try to maximise. I think that's the reply from the engineer. And this was seen from my perspective when the Ferrari was fighting with the Peugeot earlier on, and Phil Hansen came out of the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne right with the Peugeot, and the Peugeot was behind it, it was Paul Di Resta, I remember, and it just pulled out and shot past, and away it went up the road. So clearly Ferrari are saying this Alpine is incredibly quick too. It's Antonio Felix da Costa. However, the Ferrari is running ahead of the 35. It's just that, and actually the Ferrari is right with the number 7 Toyota as well. So these three cars now heading out of Indianapolis. But clearly, Ye Fei is feeling the heat from the blue Alpi.
Yes, and whilst that was going on, we also had a pit stop from the erstwhile leader, Sebastian Bourdais, at the wheel of the Cadillac, from the Hertz Jota team, 38, making a pit stop, and as a result of that pit stop he has dropped out of the lead, and it goes back to the BMW. So Robin Frines takes over now at the wheel of the number 20, and so he is in the lead of the race, but of course in second place behind him is Rio Hibakawa in the Toyota. Robin Frines will pit first, then he'll lose the lead to the Toyota again, and the cycle will go round again.
Right, so Duncan's doing a cracking job here to try to get to the bottom of exactly what's gone on at 13 Autosport with their sadly retired Corvette, and he's now got a chance to catch up with the driver who was last in that car. Here's Matt Bell.
Yeah, and this is always a sad part of Le Mans when you catch up with a driver who you expect to see going well and they're in the pit box. Matt Bell, please tell us what has caused the retirement for the number 13 Autosport car?
Just a really unfortunate, really light bit of contact in the really wrong piece of the car. So Ori was having a great battle out there with Mercedes, I think. But I'm not quite sure what happened or why, but the Mercedes hit us on the right side. This car is, we race this car in IMSA. We go door to door quite often, and this thing, Corvette CO6 GT3, stands up pretty well to that. But it just seems to have been in the perfect amount of contact in the perfectly wrong place, and it's what houses the scrutineering loom and transponder area of the car. So that cracked. It failed the transponder stuff, and we lost all the scrutineering boxes and a whole load of other controls on the car. So we attempted to make a fix, but we continue to have technical difficulties with it, and it'll be hours to fix. So that kind of seals the deal.
We did see you in the pit box trying to comprehensively fix it. Half the car was stripped down, but I mean, a credit to the team. They put everything into trying to get it back together for you.
No, these guys, I mean, it's not just coming down the road for these guys. We're coming over from Canada and a few Americans in there with us. So it's a monumental effort to get here. It's a monumental effort from Ori to bring this here. I have to say a huge thank you to him once again for helping us win this and then bringing it over here. So it's probably a double loss, when you have to travel so far and put in so much effort to do it. It's a huge shame, and we felt competitive. We when we were out there, we were lapping well, and it seemed to be have a fast car under us. So it's not an easy evening.
I can see it's tough to take. Thank you very much for your time. I know that was a quite a difficult interview for us here, Johnny, but trust we'll be happy.
I only respect that it's another endurance race where we've got at least one retirement. It's scrutineering loom, transponder area, and it means that therefore the officials aren't getting the right bit of information back. They can't fix that and get all the bits in the right order in time, presumably, and the car is out of the race. I must say, at the start of the week, I headed down there because I was interested in the dynamic between TF Sport and the JMR car, the number 2, and particularly 13 Autosport. I was interested why it was called 13 Autosport, because I'll confess I didn't know, but that's Ori Fidani's favourite race, favourite number, therefore favourite race number, and it's now Ori Fidani's team. He bought AWA, who were here last year with a Corvette, and they were called AWA. But a lot of Canadians, as Matt has just said, coming over, a few Americans. I chatted to a really nice guy from Virginia who was raving about VIR. He says, have you ever been there? I said, no, but it's on the list. He said, it's a mega track. You must visit the next time you're passing. And I came away with a couple of stickers, a key ring of the car, and you're not supposed to have favourites, but they kind of are part of my favourite now.
It's something you can put in a drawer, isn't it?
I've got lots of those sort of things.
I feel sorry for Lars Kern, who has a similar soft spot in because I ran him in a GT race one year at Zolder. Lovely chap. He didn't get to drive the car at all. So poor old Lars Kern. He's been to Le Mans once before, so he did race here last year with the same team, and they did finish the race last year, so coming back this year, but say poor old Lars didn't actually get to drive the car this year.
Was that exactly the same 3 drivers then?
Last year, yes.
Okay, so at least they got a finish, but as Matt says, it's an awful lot of work to get them over the water and to Circuit de las Arts for just over 5 hours of running.
Big sigh of relief at Team WRT because the BMW that we had under investigation for a potential overtake under yellow flag, that was about 20 minutes or so ago, wasn't it, for Dries van Toor. No further action. Apparently the alleged overtake under a yellow flag either had a good excuse or it never happened. Nothing conclusive. But no further action then for car 15, the BMW driven by Dries van Toor, which is currently in 4th place. It's not quite far enough up the order to inherit the lead on the cycle of pit stops as they go through.
And also just remember, if people weren't watching the first hour of the race, both BMWs in the hypercar class were very near the front. The number 20 got to the front. They were running 1st and 3rd for a long time, but the number 15 then just gradually started falling back. Kevin Magnussen found there was a vibration, wasn't entirely happy, and it seemed, has one gun been spiked? No, it hasn't. They're coming back into the mix. Temperatures are falling. We're starting to see some faster laps coming. In fact, the race leader last time round, Robin Fries, just set the fastest lap time for the number 20 BMW, which is it was a 1 minute, 3 minutes. 1 minute would be impressive. 3 minutes 27. Fastest lap of the race, 3 minutes 26.5. That was set on lap 20 some while ago when it was really hot, and that was Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. But we're just starting to see a few improved sector times. The temperatures fall as expected.
Exactly, and the trick is in either making your car sufficiently neutral so that it
slightly less cuts, then you can try Alpha 9.2. Alpha 9.2.
Alpha 9.2 is the code or the map, perhaps, for Kamui Kobayashi.
Well, he's just going to dive past anyhow.
Well,
he gets the message and just goes, right, Miguel Monet. Oh, no, sorry, he was fighting with Jordan Taylor. He's now ahead of Jordan Taylor. So a red Toyota moves ahead of the blue Toyota. Of course, that's the 101 entry from Wayne Taylor Racing.
Here comes the Cadillac, though, on the fight back, and they're side by side between Arnage and Porsche curves. Can the Toyota go down the inside into Porsche, having been repassed? The answer is no. So Alpha 9.2 worked a treat at Arnage. Maybe A stands for Arnage as well.
Or
Arnage
Attack
9.2. But it didn't work so well on the exit of that turn, and the Japanese overtaken by the American, and that is the fight for 8th and 9th places. Dries van Toor's just pitted, by the way, in the number 15 BMW, and also Nick Damon is watching stops in LM GT3.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the 27 stops. Have a quick word with Zach Robichon. He's at the car, and just put a little bit further forward. So Zach, I mean, it's a hot battle out there. I mean, how much is the track changing over time?
Yeah, it's definitely evolving. One thing that's unique about this track is as the night comes down, I think you'll see certain cars maybe that were struggling early on will be quick. Obviously, it looks like it's going to be warm tomorrow, which is what really counts. But right now, I'm kind of adapting and figuring out what the car needs in different temperatures.
How is the traffic behaving itself? We seem to have only very few incidents. Normally, we've had a lot more incidents by now.
It seems quite calm. I don't know, it was quite calm all week, and then when night practice started, it was a bit of a free-for-all, so maybe when the night falls, it'll be the same, but so far everybody's been well-behaved, and hopefully it can stay like this.
Great stuff, thanks, Zach.
Thank you.
Zachary Robichon with Nick Damon. That pit lane interview informed by the brand new driver database website, driverdb.com. And I know also that Duncan Vincent is hunting around for interviews in the next few moments as well, but we're not quite there yet. Tremendous fight still between Kamui Kobayashi in the 7 Toyota and Jordan Taylor in the 101 Cadillac. Kobayashi's driven for Wayne Taylor Racing in the past, so Jordan's no stranger to sharing a car with the Japanese around the Daytona Speedway, the International Speedway, the world centre of racing. And I'm sure there'll be a little discussion between these two at the end of this stint, but Kobayashi's got his game face on now. He's managed to get back in front of Jordan Taylor and is pulling away in 8th position.
I mean, we heard Zachary Robichon talking about it there, the way the track evolves and the way you set the car up. And I was just saying about whether you try and set your car up to be neutral, so it works in both warm and cold, or whether you set it up for one particular type of condition. And a long time ago, I remember having this same discussion with Howden Haynes, who, if you don't know who he is, was a great engineer for Audi in the day. But we can hear now, Johnny, from the pit lane and more from Duncan, I think.
I'm catching up with the man behind the big assault that is TF Sports. Tom Ferrier, you're about to have a double pit stop here, one for P2 and one for LMG T3. What's your thoughts, though? Because you've picked up possibly one of the world's fastest bronze drivers for Racing Team Turkey. You must be happy with that, with Peter Dempsey.
Well, I think we've actually got probably some of the fastest bronzes in all our cars, to be honest. So, yeah, we're doing all right at that. But, yeah, it's great to have Peter here. He was a forgotten man. Many a day did he spend in the gravel bed with Nick Tandy and the Formula Fords, and now he's back racing again. So he's doing a great job.
He's doing a very good job. And over the other side, we're going to see Dane Cameron sliding in. You must be happy with how things are going up with the P2 class as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not easy keeping an eye on it all, but it's they're doing a good job so far. We just haven't even finished a WEC race yet, so long way to go.
We're going to give Peter a couple of minutes, then we'll grab board with him. But the best of luck for the rest of the race, Tom.
Thank you very much, mate. Good.
Thank you.
Tom Ferrier with Duncan Vincent. That interview informed by Driver Database, driverdb.com, and it is very close to the time that we do our hourly update, but there's time for a quick thought from Paul. Although having said that, actually the 38 Cadillac is off the road now, and that Porsche out. The moment was recovered, but Sebastian Bourdais had to straight line the final bit of the Porsche curves over the grass, over the curb. The car thankfully did not spin and has rejoined the race. Exactly 9:30, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2026. It's the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it is time for a CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
And so the lead held by BMW at this stage with 5.5 hours of the race elapsed. It's just gone 9:30 here in the west of France. Robin Freins is at the wheel of the number 20 BMW M Team WRT car. He's just set his personal best, in fact the best lap of the race so far for that car at 3:27. And he has a 16.1 second lead over Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota TR010 number 8, which is in second place. In third and fourth places are the two Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. Sebastian Bourdais, despite a grassy moment at the Porsche curves a moment ago, survives to continue his fight there in third place. He'll move up to the lead of the race because both of the cars ahead of him will have to stop before Bourdais stops in the number 38. In fourth place is the other Cadillac, as I say, car number 12. That's in the hands of Norman Nato. In fifth place is the best of the Alpines, and that is Victor Martins at the wheel. He's not quite 30 seconds behind Norman Nato. And then Miguel Molina in the Ferrari 499P, number 50, is in sixth place, just a couple of seconds behind the Alpine, and losing a bit of ground to the Alpine at the moment, at least on the straight bits. In seventh place, number 15, the second of the BMWs with Dries Van Toor behind the wheel, 14 seconds behind the Ferrari. And then in eighth is Kamui Kobayashi in the Toyota number 7. Another sizable gap, 12 seconds back from Dries Van Toor. In ninth is 101, the WTR Cadillac, Jordan Taylor, in this battle at the moment with Yiffy Ye in the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow car number 83, which is in 10th place. 11th is the Alpine number 35. In 12th is the Ferrari 499P number 51. In 13th is Andre Lotterer in the fastest of the Genesis cars. And in 14th place, the best of the Astons, 007, Tom Gamble. And just to round out the 15 at the top, because they are all on the lead lap, the top 15 cars, Daniel Juncadella in the second of the two Genesis cars. In LMP2, the Duquesne team car leads the way. Dorian Pan still behind the wheel of the number 30. and she is 13 seconds ahead of Ollie Gray in the Forestier Racing by Panis Orica, number 29. And then third is Theodor Jensen in the CLX Motorsport Orica. That's number 37. And he is a further... how far is he behind? He's quite a long way behind. 25 seconds behind in third place. Fourth is Richard de Guerus in the faster of the two Inter-Europol cars. That's number 343. Nick Yellerly in the number 43 Inter-Europol competition car is fifth, ahead of Ed Pearson in the Nielsen Racing LMP2 Orica, number 24. LMGT3 is led by the Acodis ASP Lexuses, with two of them in the top two places. 87 Petro Umberescu ahead of 78 Hadrian David. In third is James Cottingham with a Manthey Porsche number 91, the Manthey DK Engineering. That's James Cottingham's company, who's third in number 91. Fourth is number 21, Francois Heriot in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, number 296. And in fifth place, number 77, Seb Prio, now at the wheel of the Proton Mustang. In eighth is Ian James in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That's number 27. And just to look down, the top 10 in... the top 18, I should say. The top 18 in LMGT3 are all still on the lead lap. So very close indeed, as always, in LMGT3.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
Racing Team Turkey, Peter Dempsey, you must be delighted with how your stint's gone on track there. And you've handed the car over to a very happy-looking Sally Olic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, first time here at Le Mans, first time in a race. Just wanted to make sure I got through the first couple of stints there clean, and we did. Pit stop wasn't great getting in the car, so we lost some time in that first stop. But overall, happy enough. I got better as the stints went on. I didn't want to take any risk in traffic, so that cost me a lot of time. But, you know, I mean, we're still on lead lap, which is most important here.
We saw you guys being incredibly quick through the pre-qualifying session, but you were obviously removed from having a strake that was too low in the back of the car grinding away. Did you guys have to change the setup of the car, or was it just a bit of a freak incident which caused that?
We had to change a little bit, honestly, but it hasn't affected performance, I don't think. The biggest thing is that was our floor we had ran all week. We were trying to save our race floor, and just through the week of testing, it got wore too much, and we got caught out. Was no performance gain at all. So we're in a good spot now. I think both Corvettes look strong there. So Racing Team Turkey, hopefully when you get Charlie in, he'll be able to get us to the front.
You could be a dark horse for the end of the race because we know you've got the pace in the car.
We'll see. I think when the night comes, we should be all right.
Peter, thank you.
Thank you.
Great question from Duncan about that potential setup change for a Racing Team Turkey by TF. It is 25 minutes before 10 Central European summertime. There are 18 hours and
23.
Thank you. Just as I started that, the clock disappeared. The countdown clock disappeared off the screen, rather unhealthy. 18, 22, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46. Thank you, Paul. I've really enjoyed this so far. We're coming up
That's
on...
why we come, John, is because we really enjoy it.
Yes, but there's levels, isn't there? Let's be honest. We're coming up to the end of this third round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. If it was a 6-hour race, we'd have just on 20 minutes left. And that's how it's felt to me, Paul. It does feel like a 6-hour race. There's been very little opportunity to go off strategy. The Toyota did it both Toyotas did it very, very early on. But other than that, we've seen head-to-head racing par excellence in all three of the classes.
We have, and what I find fascinating about it as Ryo Hirakawa comes in early. Is he early? No. Well, 12 laps. No, that's all. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Ryo Hirakawa then in the lead, comes in. I thought it was a lap early, but he now triggers the lap time. He triggers the pit timer before he triggers the lap end of lap point, which is what confused me. So it's the end of the second stint for Ryo Hirakawa. He's currently on medium tyres, and I would expect him to stay on the same set of tyres from it to be a fuel-only stop for Rio. But what I was in the middle of saying was that what is nice is that when we get the pit stops, we get a change of lead, which we now have with Sebastian Bourdais taking over the lead once again in the number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry. So he moves to the lead, but he will make a pit stop before the BMW makes its equivalent pit stop. So we get the lead rotating not only between different cars, but between three different manufacturers. It goes from Toyota to Cadillac to BMW, and there's just this great battle between the three of them. And it is due partly to changes in strategy, different strategies from the different teams.
Nick Damon, one of our DriverDB.com informed pit lane team, is with that Toyota.
Well, it was, but Paul gave such an erudite, full description of what was going on. I can't really add anything. Yeah, it came in, it took some fuel, it didn't change his tyres. Ryo Hirakawa came up, stayed in, and he went out. It's almost as though he could see what was happening through my eyes.
Very good. How's the track temperature's 32.2 degrees. 25.8, so it's come down a lot, but is it still hot, is it?
It's very muggy, that's what it is basically. It's got a bit of warmth in it, obviously wearing a 3-layer fire suit, everything's warm, but it is muggy. So it's the humidity more now. I mean, obviously, I think as I think Paul said earlier, the track temperature will begin to come down very quickly. I don't think the air temperature will do the same thing in a couple of hours.
Interesting. The Ferraris have continued on this medium, or three mediums and one hard, the left rear being the hard. I think this is really interesting way to save hard tyres for what will be the hottest part of the day tomorrow, when things are getting particularly steamy. Forestier Racing are in. This is the number 29 Oregon, the green and black. And who brought that in?
Ollie Gray.
Ollie Gray, yeah, I think Ollie stayed in the car actually, Paul. Second place, 2 blue lights on the side of the car.
No, it should be a full service, and it may have already had its driver change.
They are going for tyres. Yeah, they're going for tyres now. Who's got the grey silver helmet on that? I can see Duncan Vincent striding purposefully up to that car. Oh, he's broken out into a trot there, it's Duncan. Good heavens.
It should be Esteban Masson on the rotation. And let's have a look at Masson's helmet.
I brought me little guide with me, and Johnny's taken it away. Oh, here it is over here. No, he has. He's taken it away.
Yeah, so Esteban Masson's helmet is predominantly yellow, but it has a white E on the side of it. So I'm guessing that is Esteban Masson behind the wheel now of the Forestier Racing by Panis Orica, one of the leading runners, but as in the hypercar class ahead of them, we are getting changes every time the pit stops happen in LMP2, and what seems to happen every time is that the Inter-Europol car 343 bubbles up to the top because it makes its pit stop after anybody else does.
It was Leo that got in, Bousset that got into that car, not Esteban. Thank you to our super quick, fit and live Duncan Vincent, who trotted up the pit lane for that. Just starting to see the headlights look like they're on. Now, who did we say got out of that car? Ollie Gray? Yeah, excellent. Well, that's who Duncan will be talking to out of the number 29 Forestier Racing car.
Ollie, you must be delighted how you're stepping in there. You've got a bit of a smile on your face, and you've handed the car over to Louis for a stint.
Yeah, feeling good out there. A few things to work on. With the sun coming down, it sort of made it a bit tricky for myself. I didn't adapt quick enough, so I lost some time in that perspective. But yeah, really happy with the car and the team. So yeah, we're just going to keep chipping away. We still got 18 hours to go, so I think we're not even into the hard part yet. The dark's coming, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We've only just scratched the surface, but we saw you guys being almost the standout in LMP2 for most of the pre-show, for the pre-event. Is that letting you carry a little bit of confidence with yourself into the main event?
Yeah, for sure. I think we all feel really good in the car overall. Esteban did a mega lap in qualifying to put us up the sharp end. And yeah, we're just going to keep managing the race from now. Try and make as little mistakes as possible, and then I'm sure we'll be in the fight come the end of the race.
Best of luck, pal. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ollie, just 21 years of age, comes from my former hometown of Woking. Is where he was born. Now lives in Reigate, also in the Surrey part of England. You always keep pushing the northeast of England.
The proper part of Britain, you mean? Yes.
But Ollie has really made a bit of a name for himself in LMP2 in the ELMS over the past couple of years, and has raced at Le Mans once before in the equivalent car to this last year when it was a Panis Racing entry, and drove alongside Esteban Masson last year as well. And as you say, John, going well in the class, although having just made the pit stop, has dropped to 5th place. Louis Rosset, perhaps not the quickest of the three of them. He's graded as a silver, is Louis, but he isn't as quick as either Esteban Masson or Ollie Gray. Andre Lotterer now at the wheel of the Genesis number 17 and has just put in the best lap of the race for that car. I think although happy hour tends to be the morning hours, John, we do get a kind of semi-happy hour as night falls and the temperatures begin to come down and the drivers just can find a little bit more grip and can afford to push on a little bit more.
Yeah, good point. Last night I was driving back, when I was driving back to our French family house, it was 20 past 10 when I left the venue, and I got back about 11:15, and it was still significantly light. This is a very, very short night tonight, which is why Le Mans is at this time of the year, of course. And it was light very early this morning. So we talk about Dubai 24 Hours and the Daytona, Rolex 24 at Daytona being the longest amount of darkness. This is definitely the shortest amount of darkness that we have. It's quite often under 7 hours.
Yeah, somebody once told me that they were proposing a race up in the Arctic Circle somewhere in the middle of the summer.
Right.
So you could do the whole 24 hours without it going dark at all, which is an interesting concept. But whether it would work or not is another matter altogether.
At RSL_studio, hello to Big Status, sitting at Dunlop as the sun goes down. The air finally cooling. Hello to Jared as well, their third Le Mans together. And hello to Chris Suku, who's tuned in as well. And hello to Edinburgh, who enjoyed watching Duncan trot up on the big telly from the outside of the Forest S. Hello to Duncan from the one of the Knock Hill Marshals. At RSL_studio, use the hashtag 21RSL24. Another guest coming in a moment, but let's first go to our Scottish marathon runner and to Duncan down in the pit lane.
I wouldn't say a marathon runner, I'm more of a sprinter, but Alpine Endurance team in the 36 car, Victor Martins, has still got the sweat on his head. How was your stint in the car there?
Yeah, it was long. I think almost 4 hours stint for my first Le Mans. The first getting into the car. So yeah, was long, but was very enjoyable. I took a lot of pleasure in the car. I think we are virtually P5. The pace was great compared to the others, so yeah, we need to keep the same and keep focused.
Did you feel much of a change in the way the car was handling and balanced as the temperature started to come down, because it is now it's more enjoyable to be outside?
Yeah, I think when the tire temps are cooling down, for sure the car is coming together and be alive again, you know, so it's more enjoyable at the end, but you also start to be with all tires, so in the end it's a bit of a balance and a compromise, but definitely I think now on new tires my teammate will enjoy this time.
So that was 5 stints, am I correct in saying you did 5 stints? What did the tyre life feel like at the end?
I mean, it was okay, shaking a little bit because of some vibration, but you just keep flat out and you go.
Victor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our pit lane team informed by the all-new driver database, driverdb.com, and we have a guest. I promised a guest in the studio, a guest I am delivering. A man who must be very happy at the moment, Stuart Pringle from Silverstone. How are you?
Very well, John.
And we're back with you next year.
Get in.
Get it back of the net, I think. I almost want to say the product of a lot of hard work on both sides of this equation, I think probably.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to read into the amount of time it's taken to get this deal together. But I have to say, it's a very, very. I'm delighted, but I'm particularly pleased about where we've landed in terms of the spirit of how we're going to tackle this. This is going to be the most collaborative motorsport event I've promoted in 25 years in motorsport, so it's going to be really strong.
Am I right in thinking it was before COVID the last time?
Yeah, 2019 last week.
Yeah, 2019. I don't want to dwell on, I want to be happy, but I want the listeners and everybody to know, what was the on-pass? Was it just getting the calendars sorted out and trying to make something that worked for the FIA, WEC, the ACO, and indeed Silverstone as a venue?
Well, it stopped because we were nearing the end of the contract, and the contract finished in what became the COVID period. And during that time, the championship shrunk and was looking to shed things.
Got you.
We were out of contract, so there was no slot for us on the calendar because they went down from, you'll remember, was it 8 to 6?
Yeah.
I think it was 6, wasn't
it?
Yeah. And there was no space for us. And then actually, if you recall, it took some time to build back up from 6 to 8. And there were others that were looking to get in there. And Silverstone, it's widely understood certainly by your learned audience that we are a private business owned by a not-for-profit club, the British Racing Drivers Club, or a club that chooses to operate in a not-for-profit manner, I should say. They are not legally constructed as a not-for-profit organisation, but all the money that we as the operating company make, the BRDC puts back into Silverstone, and so you've got to make sure the commercials add up.
Yeah.
And there's others turning up with bigger checks, and WEC's got priorities and bills to pay, and totally get that. Where we've landed at is something that we're going to work really hard jointly to promote. They've got and actually the time's right. McLaren's coming back in next year. Aston Martin's looking great now. A lot of British interest. The championship is red hot, and it's really great timing.
From the fans' point of view, what are they going to see that is the same as we've seen before, that is different than we've seen before?
Silverstone's changed a lot since 2019.
Has it ever?
We haven't been sort of sitting idly by. We've been developing the thing. My strategy a decade ago, John, as you'll remember me sort of boring you when I bent your ear about it, various chats we had in the museum and other places. We set out to diversify, so we weren't just a one Sunday in July business.
Yes.
And that was really where our historic challenges came from. We had one piece of business called British Grand Prix. So we set out to
Fine piece of business, by the way. Let's say that immediately.
It's a cracking race weekend. Great meeting, and it's particularly popular at the moment, might I say.
Apparently, yes. Apparently so.
And that has, so we set out, sort of set the ship out a decade ago to diversify and become more of a year-round. If our weakness was that we were a one-trick pony, we needed to be broader.
Come back in a moment, because we've got the BMW number 15 moving very, very slowly at the moment. And here's Vantour on the phone.
It was very weird.
He's just lost a tyre.
I mean, obviously, I think it's a puncture, but it doesn't feel like a puncture.
It's a puncture, Trace. You've just lost your right rear tyre carcass. That was a car that was sitting well inside the top 10, and he's going to do well to get that back home. He will get it home, knowing Trace, because he's very talented, but that is going to cost him some time, wide-eyed in the cockpit with his tinted visor open, and he's taking it very, very easy. But as slow as you go, it's never slow enough, particularly when the carcass of the tyre has parted company. The good news from that side of view for us as race fans is I think the carcass has gone into a place of safety, or at least close enough to the arm core, the triple layer arm core in the middle part of the Mulsanne straight, that it won't cause us to need a slow zone. Stuart Pringle is with us. Let's just see. Oh, there was contact. There was substantial contact with one of the P2 cars.
It's the DKR engineering car.
Thank you, Paul. And that's what caused the initial puncture. And I was right. The carcass has parked itself at the arm core right next to a marshal's post. Hello to all the marshals. And thank you for your support. But there is damage behind the wheel to that sort of cheese wedge legality panel that's behind there. Stuart Pringle still with us in the studio. So remind everybody of the date, first of all.
We're last weekend in April.
Right, last weekend in April.
23rd to 25th next year.
Well, we had a beautiful last weekend in April this year. The sun was cracking the flags, but let's be honest, it could go either way. But I'm happy for a wet race at Silverstone. They've always been great. However, it is what it is.
Correct. It's got to fit into a global championship, and you know they've got freight and commitments, and they've got contracted dates that So that's you're absolutely right, John. It is what it is.
It is what it is, and people have been asking for this race for a while. The ELMS has come back already, of course. So if you're in Britain or you're going to come to Britain, you've asked for it. Now you have to support it. Simple as that.
Yes, please. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. So the place is, markedly different. You can stay on site now. We can get karting. We've got all these extra bits and pieces that are there. But yeah, I'm very, very confident that there's a lot of interest out there. It's going to drive a big crowd.
Couple of hotels on site now. There's the new karting track, which I had a little look at earlier on this month, or was it last month, when I went to see the guys that at Cadillac Hertz Team Jota were doing their final shakedown, and I was at that. What is the room for support races?
Yes, absolutely.
When you'll confirm them in due course.
Correct.
Yeah, excellent, very good.
But it'll be the sort of thing that the Brits like.
Right. Okay, you already have some ideas, Stuart, I can tell.
My great friends at the WEC have, it's their shout, but I like what they're thinking.
Okay, that's good. Paul?
No, I'm looking forward to it. I think the choice of date is, I don't have any issue with it at all, because it's close to where the traditional Silverstone 1000 Ks date was.
Correct.
It was traditionally at the beginning of May, and there was this, which I always enjoyed, opportunity to go and see the WEC cars at Silverstone before you then went off to Le Mans.
Correct.
And then you have a Silverstone Le Mans Challenge, which was for the best place result, the best place car in both of those races kind of added together.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
So there is an association between Silverstone and Le Mans. The circuits are very similar. And in some ways, I think it'll work better as a shakedown for Le Mans than Spa will. I don't want to replace Spa.
Spa's next. Spa comes in the next month.
Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans, which is, for me, a perfect preparation for teams going to Le Mans.
I'm very excited because we have Imola, Silverstone and Spa, three of my favourite places to go, one of which I can sleep in my own bed. Guess which one that one is. And then we come to Le Mans. So I'm looking forward. I'm really looking forward to that. Have you spoken to Jeremy Vaughan at the Royal Automobile Club? Because he's been desperate to get the Tourist Trophy back out of storage again and dust that off.
Indeed, he is. And Jeremy and I are having breakfast tomorrow.
Will you please pass on I had a good chat with him at that very test I was talking about. this is great news for British motorsport. It's great news for Silverstone, which I'm delighted about. Tell us a little bit more about not just this, but about Silverstone as a whole, and how it has changed, and how it's become a year-round, I'm going to use the word attraction, Stuart, if I may. I mean, is that reasonable?
Yeah, I don't think it's too strong. It is. You can come to Silverstone pretty much any day of the year, and there's something to do. If you're a motorsport fan, then what we've been trying to build is something where motorsport fans can come. Or frankly, you don't even need to be like the three of us sitting here. You just need to have a passing interest.
You don't need to sit your anorak up before you come here. Yes, I know what you mean.
And I mean, it's not widely known, but our part of central England is actually going to turn in the next 5, 6, 7 years into quite a visitor attraction.
Yeah, it is.
There's a big American theme park being built north of Bedford, Universal Studios. There's a similarly large French theme park concept that's going in at Bicester.
Bicester Shopping Village is incredible.
That's already massive. What sits in the middle, if you're going to go between those places, actually it's Silverstone. So, and look, I am guilty of dragging my family around every circuit that I've ever passed on a holiday. Haven't done that one yet. We're going there.
And you've got great partners, because you've got the original Porsche Experience Centre is there, which you can actually just ring them up, book a time to go and drive some Porsches. They've got a great restaurant, Escapade, which is one of the new places to stay there. That's got a great restaurant that you can go there for lunch or dinner as well.
Correct. Yeah, you can get a great nose bag at Escapade. It's serving the teams in Silverstone Park very well.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
But you can come and you can race karts. We are open for arrive and drive karting most days of the week. Occasionally there's a private test or whatever. Please check the website. Driving experiences regularly. The museum is there if you haven't done it. So that's what we've been building. Something where people can come all the time.
Before I let you go, when are tickets on sale?
Start on Tuesday, sorry, he says.
So Tuesday of next week?
Yeah.
So literally as we get back
Correct.
home. And that's via the Silverstone website,
Correct.
is it?
Correct.
Okay. There you go. Thank you, Katie, for that. Well done. You had all of that. I'm delighted. You must be quietly ready to explode, Stuart. Well done for putting it together.
Oh, it's very exciting. It's we like World Championships. We like doing things at scale, and this is a very, very big World Championship these days. It's never. I don't think it's been in ruder health, is it? And
But can you remember it any better than this? And you've been around this sport for as long as most of us.
No, I think it's great. I mean, the manufacturers coming in, the enthusiasm, the willingness to commit. I think it's great, and we're not going to let the championship down. We put on a good race, and Silverstone, this funny old former airfield, pencil lines on an airfield chart, still produces bloody good racing.
Absolutely superb. You must be so busy at the moment with the Grand Prix just around the corner. I'm pleased to hear that everything is going well. I'll shake your hand.
Thank you very much, John.
Stuart Pringle from
Cheers.
Silverstone.
Thanks,
always
Paul.
a good friend of what we've done here at Radio Le Mans, being a partner with us down through the years as well. It's 91.2 FM at the circuit, RS1 around the world, and of course in the US we are on Sirius 137 XM 202, and if you fancy a trip to England the early part of next spring, start thinking about that now. Silverstone is back, not with 1,000k, but almost. It is a 6-hour race. We'll bring you up to date with what's happened after we've taken a look at the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, what a scorcher it's been today, and we had a forecast temperature of 28 degrees. We absolutely hammered that. We were up touching 30 at one stage. It'll drop down to 13 degrees overnight. Tomorrow, 31 degrees, 0 chance of rain, and when you're driving home on Monday, even hotter, get the aircon on. It's 33 degrees on Monday. Right now, the track temp is 31 degrees, and the air temperature outside the Ford Global Broadcast Centre, 25.1 Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
It's great to have your company. The BMW Dries Vanthoor is back. They've had a good look at the right-hand rear of that. Let's head down to the pit lane.
Yeah, the car came in. Vanthoor got out. I think as Magnussen got in, they took off the rear deck and the engine cover. Engine cover went back on again reasonably easy. The rear deck was a bit more of a challenge, to be honest. I think it's slightly bent or perhaps a broken one, the mounting points, which were then rebuilt onto it. They have now put that whole car back together and sent the car, but unfortunately in this era of motorsport, the pole sitter effectively is out of the running, and that's all it takes. One little tiny error by Vanthoor, he clipped something else, and it's it may even have done damage to some mountings on the gearbox. But yeah, it's a sad situation, but that's slight misjudgment to get the Vector Sport car, and that's what happens.
It's Nick Damon as part of our pit lane crew, informed by driver database.
It was a 5-minute in-lap for Dries, obviously much longer than would have been otherwise. But within that 5 minutes of in-lap, he went from being challenging for 4th place to being dead last in the hypercar category. So, as Nick just said, exactly on the money, it's such a small... And it wasn't even a big... contact, really. It wasn't a huge contact, it was just a little touch, but it pulled the rear deck off, and there was a message on the screen saying that it was getting the deck on, the mounting on the gearbox casing is what has caused the problem, and that's possibly where the catch has gone missing, or at least been broken there, and so the 15 back on its way again now with Dries Vanthoor at the wheel. But as I say, having lost about 5 minutes on the in-lap, the pit stop itself was then just a few seconds short of 4 minutes, and so overall that puts Dries Vanthoor and the number 50, it's Kevin Magnussen now back at it with the 15 car.
Right.
So Kevin Magnussen takes the car back out, but he is now 2 laps off the lead lap. So that's in fact, the first of the hypercars to have any kind of problem, and of any kind of problem at all. I mean, all the hypercars, all they've done so far is to come in, get fuel, get tyres, and get on their way again. By virtue of not having much pace, both of the Peugeots have fallen off the lead lap now, as has the 009 Aston Martin has fallen off the lead lap. So 3 cars not on the lead lap, 4 cars if you include Kevin Magnussen's BMW. But the other, how many does that leave us? 14 hypercars are still all on the lead lap. So they've all done very well, and the gap first to second is less than 2 seconds, John, between Robin Freins in the BMW number 20 and Ryo Hirakawa with the Toyota. Although, it has to be pointed out, Ryo Hirakawa will stay out a little bit longer. He'll stay out for 2 laps longer at the end of his stint. Robin Freins won't be in for about another 15 minutes.
We've got a guest commentator with us, so we can take a break now, because none other than Ellen Lohr has joined us. No stranger to a commentary box, Ellen.
Pardon me, sorry?
You are no stranger to a commentary box. You've done some broadcasting in your time.
That is true. That is very true. I did DTM commentating. I mean, after my active time there, so in the 2000s years, I did some commentating for German TV.
I don't know how this came up on my timeline recently, but I got a picture on my timeline of you, I think at the Formula 4 Festival, about 15 feet in the air. Yes. It was a fantastic picture. What do you remember of that?
Everything. Yeah, you do not wish that kind of accident to anybody. But the Formula 4 Festival at the time, end of the 80s, 90s, was huge. And look at Roland Ratzenberger, who won it, made it to Formula 1. Many others made it into professional motorsport, and I came there 87 as the German champion. And the year after, I flew high at Paddock Bend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Of course, we remember you from DTM as well. And you won a race in DTM, at least one, didn't you?
Yeah, unfortunately only one.
Just the one? Okay.
Just the one. But I finished on the podium 5 times or something.
They were great days, weren't they, those cars?
Absolutely, absolutely. And when you look at these cars like from the end of 90s, prototypes more or less as well.
They were.
Absolutely. And so much technology is still in place, let's say like that. They were far ahead of their time because the budgets were unlimited. Mercedes had 150 million budget for DTM, so you can imagine there was a lot invested, a lot of features which are still today state of the art. Only aerodynamics was not such a big
They used to, I mean, the cars were modular, weren't they? They used to be able to split the engine, the gearbox, the differential, and they had, what was it, I think 45 minutes or 50 minutes between the races, and they could pull them apart and put them almost like Lego sets.
It was 15 minutes between the races, and
15.
Then it was really made for an engine change in this 15 minutes to make it possible. So what do you think? We timed it. There was a little bit of a competition with the Opel ones. So how many minutes do you think that was? A complete engine change.
Wait, it would have to be 7 or 8 if you only had 15 minutes.
It was 3.5. 3.5 minutes. Yeah,
yeah.
I told you. It was all very high end. You just connected the whole front. The whole front had the same camber caster, everything with the original car you were driving. So you took
there was a subframe and everything.
Just 2 electric plugs more or less from the loom connecting. And then, yeah.
Do you miss those days?
I miss driving, of course. I didn't drive a race since 10 years, and guess what? My last race was in Le Mans, but not the 24 hours.
In what then?
In the truck race European Championship.
Oh, really?
Yes. And actually, in my very, very last race, and I knew it before, because the year before I broke my vertebrae, so I did one more, 31 years in racing. I finished second. I was leading most of the time the race, and we did the first and so far only double win of females in a FIA championship. Yep. So not bad.
And now,
but I tell you, I always wanted to do 24-hour Le Mans, and I never did it. And this is really.
Do you feel that was a gap? A gap.
It is a gap. It is definitely a gap. I did 24 hours, Nürburgring, Daytona, Spa, everything. But Le Mans is missing, and maybe that's why I love it so much. I spent already 200 euros in the merchandising shops, though I never raced here, because I love it. And also, as you may know, I'm now Director Motorsport at AVL, which is a supplier to the motorsport industry, and we work a lot with teams in hypercar. We have 2 official teams even in the LMP2 with EDEC and Inter-Europol competition.
2 very good teams, by the way. Both of them have been at the sharp end.
Absolutely.
Have you been able to follow the race so far, Ellen?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been incredible, hasn't it?
I stopped racing 10 years ago. I'm hard working in my job at AVL RACEDAY, but when I'm here and the meetings are done, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
So after our interview, I will go to the track and watch far into the night.
Tell me about AVL Race Tech then. First of all, what is it and how did you get involved?
I got involved because I'm very into technique. I studied chemistry originally. I, as a woman in this sport at the time, really had to know everything about technique. And look at this picture, it's so nice.
In the dark.
Now driving in the night, I love it. I'm really looking
We're
forward to
going to lose Ellen any time now, and she's going to get into the pit lane. I'll tell you, she's going to be there trying to find a drive.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, we are supplier. What does that mean? We do. We actually are well known for combustion engine development. So we actually do Formula 1 engines. More than one. Less than 5, let's say, are more or less engineered by AVL. And what, especially here, for example, when you take Inter-Europol competition, LMP2, all have the same cars, so the details make the difference, of course. And we do a lot of simulation.
Right.
So at the same time now in Barcelona is Formula 2. Guess how many laps, with every lap different setup, we simulate for them.
All right.
Invicta, by the way, also very, very, very
another good team.
Successful team. Guess how many laps we simulate before they hit the track. Every race weekend.
Tell me.
say a number.
100, 150?
500,000.
What?
Every with another other
With,
setup.
so
Yes.
with like an algorithm and computing power AI, tell me. Well, I mean, obviously, don't tell
AI
me the
takes
inside. Don't tell me the inside information, Ellen. But how the heck do you do that?
Yeah, that's the beauty of simulation, and we do the same with LMP2. We do the same in also hypercar already. They built the cars from the beginning with this software, so it is a lot more nowadays behind the technical preparation of in Le Mans, even in a class like LMP2, where more or less everything is
the same.
So,
but that's even more important, isn't it? Because the tiny differences in a class where everyone's with the same chassis, same engine, pretty much the same fuel consumption, any tiny advantage you can find, the knowledge base that AVL Race Tech can give you in all that simulation of different air temperatures, different track temperature, all of that different simulation that you can do, that knowledge is so important.
Absolutely. And then on top, what is also a big part of our business is that with this simulation, with the same car model out of the simulation, and of course you can imagine hypercar Formula 1 is much more complex than LMP2 or GT3. Nevertheless, the same simulations. And with these models, you go to test beds. You put either the full vehicle or components on the test beds. And that's the second big part, which happens before every race season and is happening now during the race season.
Right.
And
so
that is all together, it is a very vital part of the success on the racetrack.
So collecting data in the virtual world with pure simulation, and then using physical components or full cars to prove that data without necessarily taking the cars on the tracks or using them on rigs, etc.
Absolutely.
But that must make testing not obsolete at all. It's never going to replace testing, clearly. But it must mean that your testing as a race team will be more productive when you actually get to the track.
Absolutely. All the top teams do 30-hour testing before Le Mans. Yeah. In the best case, you connect one of our big test beds where we, for example, do this long distance testing for hypercar, to take an example. In the best case, you connect it to the driving simulator. So you use the real brake, more or less. Not more or less, it's connected to the driving simulator. We have in our headquarters in Graz, for example, we have a system like...
So with the driver in the loop, so the driver is actually driving it?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's feeding the information to the test rig?
Voila, you're a quick learner.
Wow.
Yeah, no, there's a lot behind. And also the simulation, you say, it's not only simulation, you have also hardware in the loop, so-called hardware in the loop, software in the loop, so you run everything through the simulation before. But what would you do with 500,000 results?
Yes, I was going to say.
So it's a software chain where you then have other software which you use on the racetrack to accumulate, to react to the problems your driver may have or the car may have. And that is the beauty about it. You say, okay, how do I give jobs to the simulation? Yeah, for example, I need to save tire energy front left because I have a lot of understeer, whatever.
Yeah.
What do I do? So I can teach the driver, I teach the car, we have tire models, we have a driver model. We even don't need real drivers, but nevertheless, it is everything in results is there before the race, and then at the race weekend you can simulate. You do not simulate anymore a bit, but then you can extract maybe 5-6 setups, which then are the best setups for your needs or the driver's needs.
And that's short. That shortcuts lots of time at a track,
and
no fuel, no diesel for the truck, no fuel for the cars, and you can do almost an infinite amount of testing, as you said, like those 500,000 FT laps. That has slightly scrambled my brain, if I'm honest. Just on the track at the moment, James Collado trying to close down the Antonio Felix da Costa driven Alpine there in 8th and 9th position. James just saying he's pushing, but he can't get within much closer than he is now without the car starting to wash out. He's already picking up the aero wash behind the back of that Alpine in 8th position. Ellen Lohr from AVL Race Tech with us in the studio.
We have actually one of our brand ambassadors in an Alpine, Ferdinand Habsburg.
Oh, isn't he a great guy?
Yeah, he's such a great guy. We love him. He was a lot in our simulator. Now as everybody has simulators, it's not so much anymore, but yeah, we love him.
When you look at particularly the World Endurance Championship, that's where we are right now. We've got 18 hypercars. Let's just look at that. 18 hypercars. The gaps between them, Ellen, whether we're in the 6-hour races or even at the 24-hour race, it's like looking at maybe a 45 or 50-minute sprint. It's 1% here, 0.75% there that makes the difference, not between first, second and third, but first and 10th. This is a hugely competitive championship nowadays, and this presumably is where AVL can help, because you can deal with so much data to be able to get people to understand different circumstances.
Absolutely. I cannot tell you with which teams we work, but that's one of the reasons why I love the WEC. I'm a fan, I told you. I love to see the races, I love the atmosphere, and I love the beauty of the cars. Yeah?
They are lovely now, aren't they?
In all 3 classes, it's very competitive. In all 3 classes. And so the BOP seems to work, let's say like that. It's always a topic normally. Actually, in the very first year of Hypercar, we did the data, we provided the data for
the BOP.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we still work with FIA, but it's a different topic. And no, that is great. And we see great racing. We see great racing on track, great overtakings. Of course, in a long distance race, you drive differently on track during the actual race. Avoid a bit to cut too much over the curbs, etc. Save energy here and there, of course. Nevertheless, it's such big fights, and I love that.
But can you also help people at the other end of motorsport in national championships, in single manufacturer championships? Are you only working with the big names, the big manufacturers?
We really work all over the world. We are in 19 race series now, meaning is it Supercar Australia, is it IndyCar? We officially even work with 2 IndyCar teams, with a NASCAR team. Is it Super Formula or GT500, GT300 in Japan? Is it GT3? Not too much yet, but it's getting more and more. And we see the professionalization in motorsport, because we were in Formula 1. A big
That's the QMMF Iron Lynx car with the Qatar Motor and Motorcycling Federation. We had their president with us early on in the week, and my goodness, what an investment in the local drivers and the local infrastructure that they've been putting in. Things move fast.
So we are even in Formula 4. Can you imagine?
Really?
Absolutely. We are even in Formula 4 with a little bit of different services. A big topic is, of course, driving simulator.
Yeah.
And for all people around the track, I'm pretty sure there are many who have simulators and do games.
Yeah.
And we will have actually a new software on the market next year for race teams and drivers in these smaller categories, which is a, let's say, downsize of our super professional software, which works in driving simulators which are much smaller. Like all the drivers have simulators at home, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 euros. And this will work in this category of simulators.
Ryo Hirakawa has just jumped out of the leading Toyota. This is the number 8 car in the pit lane, and Sebastian Buemi jumps into the red and white car. We'll keep our eyes on that. Alan, that is fascinating.
It's such great drivers.
I know.
One thing we really have to add, there is not any bad driver in hypercar or anything. It's the best of the best, what we see here.
It's been fascinating. How do people find out more about AVL? You're on the internet, presumably.
Yes.
There's a website.
Yeah. We have we have a website. That is very true. avlracetech.com.
Okay.
Visit us, have a look, but contact us, of course. And for all those at the track which are interested in doing professionally sim preparation for their racing career, talk to us as well.
We'll let you go and enjoy the race now.
Thank you very much.
Very much. I feel there's so much more that you and I need to talk about. I think we need to get you on Midweek Motorsport in the next few weeks. Would you do that for us? If we can connect digitally and we'll have another chat about this.
Definitely.
I like the sound of that. Lovely to see you again.
And I have to say, I'm not only the fan of the WEC, I'm also a fan of Radio Le Mans.
Oh,
definitely. I always listen to you.
That's very kind of you.
Good.
You've brightened up our evening. Ellen Law, thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye.
Great to have Ellen with us. We have got a slow zone over the start-finish line, Paul, at the moment?
No, we've got a replay on the screen.
Is that what it was?
Something which was, I don't know, slow, sexy and television friendly, I think.
I see.
What we have had in the last few minutes is a pit stop for the car that was leading the race, Ria Hiwakawa, and he will have kept... he's handed the car over to Sebastian Buemi. You told us that. So Buemi taking over in the number 8 Toyota, but losing the lead as he does so. Prior to that, Robin Freins had been leading in the number 20 BMW, but as a result of his pit stop, he no longer leads the race, but he has bubbled up back to second place as a result of the Toyota pit stop, and that, of course, has left Cadillac in the lead of the race, the number 38, Sebastian Bourdais, back at the wheel of the mighty 38. This is the car that Jack Aitken was really roughing up earlier on. And to be fair, a combination of two things have contributed to that car bubbling up. One of them was the way that Jack Aitken was driving it, which was mighty indeed, but the other of which was the extra pit stop which Sheldon van der Linde had to make when we had that brief full course yellow, about 3 hours ago now, when Sheldon van der Linde was caught out of power. So he had to make that extra pit stop, having done the emergency technical pit stop, and so that has helped the Cadillac team and moved them into the lead of the race. And so these three cars kind of cycle through the leading positions. The other thing I'd quickly like to mention, John, we've gone over the 6 hour mark. You did mention that when you talked about the weather, but it's a good point at which to see how many laps we've completed. Did you notice how many laps we had completed at 6 hours? It was 100 on
exactly
the dot.
100, yeah.
100 on the dot. Way back in 1988, when Jaguar won Le Mans, we had completed 100 laps after 6 hours.
Right.
If we continue at that rate, how many laps do we continue at the end of 24?
That's 4 times 100 equals 400.
Spot on. I knew you'd get that one right, John.
I've had to take my shoes off to do it, but yeah.
The record distance is 397.
Yeah.
So we need 398 to break the distance record. And I didn't mention that at all, but it gives people things to look at.
Let's take an update of what's been going on in the pit lane. It's been fair. It's been business as usual, really, Nick Damon, hasn't it?
Yeah, before we go any further, can we have Ellen Law back all the time, please?
Why?
Because I think she's fantastic.
No, she is. Declan Brennan absolutely loves her. I've just reposted the picture of the 1988 Formula Ford Festival, and thank you to Azumi.
But one thing I will say is anyone who listens to Midweek Motorsport will know how bad you could be at quizzes, and you failed her quizzes massively, didn't you, really?
Oh. I remember her as a driver, and what a driver. What a driver she was. She was successful, but nowhere near as successful as she should have been and could have been. And just an extraordinarily lovely person as well. Right, Nick, business as usual or any issues?
Well, what I would say is we're 6 hours in. Now, Duncan did a very good job because he managed to retire 2 cars in the previous hours you coming on, John. But I failed to retire any cars whatsoever, and more importantly, there's no other cars. I don't remember this few cars having issues. There's no one in the pits, I don't think, at the moment either. The reliability has got ridiculous. I'm sure it's helped by the fact it's warm and it's nice and the cars are running quite happily. People are just coming in, they're turning laps, they're making pit stops, they're changing drivers. The level of drama down here, apart from that Dries Van Toor stop, has been 0.0%.
Yeah, very good. And at the other end of the pit lane?
Yeah, I didn't mean to retire those 2 cars, Nick. I'd like to point that out. It was nothing to do with me. But unlike Paul Truswell, I'm a huge lover of reliability. And I think it's the backbone of modern endurance racing, and that's where we sit right now. But what else is the backbone of endurance racing? It's not just the drivers of the cars, it's these people in the pit box, the mechanics. It's now feeding time at the zoo down here. I have to say, Nielsen Racing have had the best offer to the mechanics for tea so far, or dinner, depending on where you are in the country or the world. They had fish finger sandwiches with the choice of red or brown sauce.
Oh, no. It has to be tartar sauce, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm sorry, Charlotte from Nielsen didn't have the tartar sauce, but she did furnish me with an ice-cold bottle of water, John, and that is priceless in the pits. Even though the temperature, John, has come down and it's nice and manageable. It's actually a really pleasant evening at Le Mans.
24.5 degrees outside the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Here's Mike Conway's radio. Actually, they were just telling him how far he was ahead of Phil Hansen in AF Corsa, number 83, the yellow Ferrari. We'll have our CrowdStrike hourly update in a couple of minutes, about a minute's time. So I'll not do the rundown now, but at 10:30, it's still not inky black. It's dark, but there's the last vestiges of light still in the sky. There's barely been a cloud in the sky at all today. So as the cars round the Mulsanne corner and head over that more southerly part of the track, there's still a bit of light in the sky as the cars are driving down through that beautiful avenue of trees. My favourite part of the circuit, in road car or watching the race cars down there. Although I have to say, at the Ford Hospitality, just coming into the Ford chicane, standing outside with my food earlier on, watching the cars go past 25, 30 feet away from me at 160, 180 miles an hour. And I just thought to myself, this is Le Mans. This is what makes it absolutely incredible. Ellen Law, by the way, raced with Michael Schumacher when she was in F3, and she was good.
German F3, that was.
German
that was
F3,
German
yeah,
F3
absolutely.
Yes, and the other big star of those days was Heinz-Harald Frentzen.
Correct.
In the German F3 Championship.
And Schumacher and Frentzen, of course, became part of the Mercedes Junior team here.
Yes, quite. I was at Renshack in 1988 when Ellen had her aerial moment. And I love to listen to her, actually. As Nick says, she has a very engaging voice and an engaging manner. But her love of the Formula Ford Festival still shone through.
It did, didn't it?
What, 30 years later, nearly 40 years later. Yes, I'm happy still to be able to go to the Formula Ford Festival every year. If you can open up your calendar, it's cold and it can be miserable, but it's over very early. We have to finish by 3:30 because it'll go dark otherwise.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Let's take a look at the CrowdStrike hourly update then at just on 10:30 in the Central European summertime time zone. We got 6.5 hours or thereabouts gone, so just over the half-hour mark here. Let's take a look at GT3 first, where the Acodis ASP Lexus team have both of their Lexus in the top 2 positions, 87 from 78. Petru Umbarescu and Tom Van Rompuy are about 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. 5 seconds between each other, rather, and then about 57, 58 seconds ahead of Ian James, who is the best of the rest in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Vantage number 27. Manthey DK Engineering for the honour of Porsche. Timo Boguslavsky is behind the wheel of the number 91 car. And the top 6 is made up by Ben Tuck and Dustin Blattner. Proton Competition Ford Mustang GT3 and Kessel Racing's number 74, sitting in, what did I say, 6th position? Yes. Now, I reckon that...
All right, Mike, and we box lap, pit confirm, we wipe the windscreen and give you a drink.
Sorry about that, that was my Conway's engineer. I reckon the top 20 in LMGT3 are all still on the lead lap in class. Is that right? Yeah, I think it is. As they right there, which is great. Into Europe, all are first and second at the moment. Their two cars, 3-4-3 and 4-3, are separated by about 6 seconds. Richard Hus and Nick Yellowly, or Nicholas Yellowly, to give him his Sunday name on Saturday night. Then it's Decane, another 19 seconds further back. Julian Andlau, Porsche factory driver, just going out in the number 30. Nielsen Racing, Corby's finest. David Ennemeyer Hansen in the number 24. Is in 4th position with Ian Agriara for CLX Motorsport, the silver and black number 37. If you're a Raiders fan, that would be your car. Another 21 seconds further back. And he's got an 11.5 second lead over Louis Rousset, getting more time in as the bronze driver in the Forestier Racing number 29. At the top of the shop, what a race we've had. And we're having some pit stops at the moment. Miguel Molina's just come in the number 50. At the moment, he leads from Robin Franks in second, about 38 seconds between the number 38 Cadillac Hertz team Jota and the number 20 BMW team WRT Cadillac. It's the shell coloured car. In third, another of the Cadillac Hertz team Jota cars. It's the number 12 Norman Nato. It's about 7.5 back from Robin. And the top 6 there is Toyota Racing's number 8. Been cycling back to the lead depending on when they come into the pits. In 5th position, it's the 101 or the 10-1 with Cadillac WTR Jordan Taylor behind the wheel, and James Collado makes up the top 6 in the number 1 Ferrari, the number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa. He's another 9.5 seconds further back, or if we prefer, about 2 minutes 2.5 back from the leader. 109 laps completed. Sebastian Bourdais leads for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Keep the messages coming in. There was a third, Right Turn Lover says there was a third musketeer in German F3 who actually beat Frentzen and Schumacher, and he went into the junior team. That was Carl Wendlinger. Absolutely right. Another absolute superstar. They were turning them out like a factory production line in German F3 at that time. It was one of the preeminent junior Formula.
Fritz Kreuzbeutner.
Oh, well, he went on to be a world champion in truck racing.
He was part of that Mercedes junior team as well. They split them up for Le Mans. They had them as a junior team in the shorter races, but they wanted to split up for Le Mans. But I can clearly remember Schumacher, because in those days we were overlooking the pit straight in the balconies.
Remember it well.
At the front, yes.
As do my eardrums. I'm sure that's where I got my tinnitus from.
But the engine note from the Mercedes, as ever, distinctive. But it was even more distinctive when Schumacher was at the wheel. Something about the way he was driving that car gave him a greater exit speed out of the Ford chicane and across the start-finish line. And people like Schumacher would be doing that at every corner all around the circuit. And I remember discussing it at the time. We said, won't be long before Schumacher makes a debut in Formula One, because at that stage he hadn't driven Formula One. He was still an up-and-coming driver using sports car racing to launch his Formula One career.
The engineer here behind Paul and I talking is that of the Toyota Racing TR010, and he's having to lift here because he's in traffic. He's got the Felbermeyer LMP2 car coming through into Indianapolis. He's going to try and go down the inside to the bank left-hander, can't make that happen. And it's Horst Felix Felbermeyer behind the wheel of that number 44 car.
Should be in at the end of this lap, Conway, for a fuel-only stop. Mike, having been at the wheel at the start of the race, did a triple. Then De Vries took over from him and did a triple plus a very short bit. And then Kamui Kobayashi was in the car, but only for a double stint, and that's why Mike Conway is already in the car. Compared to the leading car, the Mighty 38, which Sebastian Bourdais is driving, the Cadillac. He's coming towards the end of his third stint.
I was going to ask Paul, what is, if any, what is the offset between those cars in the pit stop cycle?
Well, Bourdais has 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Robin Freins is in second place with the BMW. He will be able to go on for a further 4 laps.
A further 4 laps?
A further 4 laps after Bourdais pits.
Okay, so that's a 7-lap offset there.
And then a lap after that, we'll get the Toyota coming in, which is the car which is back in the hands of Sebastian Buemi, isn't it? The number 8 Toyota. So the one that misses out in the top 4 is Norman Nato, because he has to pit before he gets a chance to lead. So although Norman Nato is actually lying in 3rd place, he never gets to lead the race. The lead is shared between Cadillac, BMW and Toyota.
It's one of the vagaries of how it runs here sometimes.
Well, it is, and I said to Johnny before you and to Bruce Jones, and we were commenting on this, if and when we get the safety car, it will depend on who is in behind, because instead of having to wait for their pit stop to catch up, they'll catch up as soon as the safety car happens.
Good point.
So what you don't want to be doing is leading when the safety car comes out.
Right.
So in a sense, the longer you lead on the cycle going through, the longer you lead, the more likely it is that the safety car will come out while you're leading.
About a second over 4 laps to the lead Cadillac, but they're much lighter in fuel than us. They're going to be coming in soon, and we're catching the BMW 20.
That's Sebastian Buemi's engineer. We've just done a change down in the pit lane as well, so let's find out who has popped in as our driver database informed pit lane team. The all-new driver database is at driverdb.com. Hello pit lane, hello pit lane. Who do we have? I reckon that it should be Peter Snowden and Owen Mildenhall. Is that right, Peter? It's Peter and Neil, of course. Peter Snowden, come in from the pit lane. Hello, Peter. I will wait for the guys to do their switch over.
We hear quite a lot from the race engineer for the Sebastian Buemi car, the number 8. He's a Canadian engineer called Ryan Dingle, beg your pardon. Ryan Dingle is the, as I say, the chap we're hearing from. And he was the one that has kind of been hard at work looking after Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley and Ria Hirakawa. But as I say, he comes up with some good quotes. We get quite a few of them coming up on the feed up through the team radio.
Yeah.
The more the merrier as far as I'm concerned, as far as that's concerned. There's an incident on the circuit where, in fact there's 2 incidents on the circuit. One is that there is a car under investigation for tyre pressure irregularities. As I mentioned earlier on, that Race Control keep an eye on tyre pressures, and it's the Nielsen racing car actually, which David Heinemann Hansen is currently at the wheel of, and say they're investigating whether those tyre pressures are right. There's also an investigation between for yellow flag infringements for Valerio Rinicella in the EDEX in
28.
28
car. Is the EDEX Sport, you were right.
Yes.
Go with your first thought.
Well, I was trying to reconcile the fact that the screen says car 28 Rinicella and car 93 Van Dorn under investigation, but Valerio Rinicella isn't driving in car 28. So
no, but he would have been when the offence happened at 22:09.
Oh yes, he would. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Because they always, we don't get the, just to let the listener know, we don't get the notification directly when it's being looked at, and also sometimes, particularly double yellows, that takes a while for the reports to come in from the judges of fact, which are the marshals on post, and they'll probably also try to back that up with some CCTV footage as well. So that is now under investigation. In the number 88 Proton GT3 Ford Mustang, Stefano Gattuso, who started that car from memory, has swapped to Gianmarco Lavorato. I mean, doing a bit of work at Ford, and so talking to those drivers, and they are just having a ball. Eric Powell, by the way, who's at his first Le Mans, the American driver in the 77 car, it is for him a little bit like having a fire hose pointed at his face and just open the valve up. But he is taking it all in, and my goodness me, he's been very, very good indeed. They're on the pit stop cycle back up to fourth, I noticed. Ben Tuck's in that car at the moment, behind the Ecodis, the Harter Racing team, and the second Ecodis, which is just actually stopped. Petru Umbarescu has just made it stop. That car's got the fastest lap of the GT3 race in a 3:54.445. I may have been distracted, Paul, but what happened to the Richie Beno car, the 222, the Ollie Jarvis-driven United Autosport? They had a problem early on and dropped to the back of the field in LMP2.
They haven't had any pit stops that were any longer than anybody else's. They've been using up Daniel Schneider's time. So Daniel has done quite a lot of driving. I think he's done 6 stints altogether so far. In terms of hours behind the wheel, Daniel Schneider has now done 3 hours and 47 minutes, so he's well over halfway through his minimum drive time, and we're just over a quarter of the way through the race. So the United Autosports team, including Ollie Jarvis, Ollie's only driven for a couple of stints. He's done 1 hour and 21 minutes. Ben Hanley's done 1 hour and 22 minutes, and as I say, the majority of the driving has been done by Daniel Schneider.
Couple of pit stops, 5th and 6th they came in for Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. Philippe Albuquerque took over from Jordan Taylor, and the Ferrari AF Corsa number 51, the same, from 6th place, right behind. And did he stay in the car? Yes, he brought that car in. So a 1:29 pit stop for the Ferrari number 51. So that's and it was a 1:31 pit stop for Jordan Taylor. So that's a change of tyres for the new driver getting in for Wayne Taylor Racing against James Collado. Just to take it's not.
And that should now be going back to Felipe Albuquerque in the 101.
Indeed it was, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The tyre pressure, Nielsen Racing issue, and this is a safety as well as a performance issue, and you can't go under the mandated pressure. If you do, you'll get pinged for a technical infringement, and that's exactly what has happened, and 20 seconds have been added to Nielsen's next pit stop. Meantime, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Norman Nato car has been in the pits. In fact, it's just been serviced now. Medium's coming off, and oh, what was that on the back?
Soft.
I think that's it is a soft on the left rear of that car. Now, I think that's the first time, he says, quickly looking down the screen, that we've seen a soft tyre going on. In fact, the Cadillac of Philippe Albuquerque went out on all 4 softs. So let's see. Yeah, same for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Brand new set of soft Michelin tyres with the white sidewall. And Will Stevens has been plugged into that car, Paul.
Yes, Sebastian Bourdais is also due in at the end of the lap that he's currently on. Just coming through the Indianapolis and Arnage sequence of corners is Bourdais. And that should also be a driver change. And
Cadillac ahead of you came in for tyres. Cadillac ahead came in for tyres after an 11-lap stint.
Yeah, so Ryan Dingle and I get on very well because he's just told Sebastian Buemi what I just told everybody else. So Seb will be coming in to hand the car back to Earl. Be interesting to see what tyres they go to, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the Cadillac going on to a soft set of tyres as well, John. Something which I don't really think we may have talked about, or if you have, it was a time when I've not been listening, is the appearance of these Michelin tyres, because it looks like they've got little grooves on them. But if you actually go up and touch them, they're not grooves; they're just little wrinkles. It's like a it's like a ripple.
Yeah,
it's like a
ripple,
ripple.
not a groove.
It's not a groove. No, it's just a little ripple on the surface of the tyre. Goodyear put it there. Michelin put it there deliberately to get people to talk about it and to talk about the sustainable nature of the parts that they use to make these Michelin tyres. Here comes Buemi. He's out.
Mediums.
Bamba getting in.
Now let's see if they go for a set of softs as well. And if you go into softs now with the track temp at 29 Celsius, you're going to have to triple or quad stint these tyres, I reckon, at this stage. Yeah, brand new set with the, I always think it looks like the coal fat wrap that you put round meatballs on the it has to come back to food to me. I'm sorry about that. They've lost the lead as Robert Frines has gone through. And a question on that, Stephen Wilkinson said, you were talking earlier on that the teams had to do 3 stints and pass the cars back to Michelin to make sure that they were okay to do 4 stints on a set of tyres. What happens if they just do it undeclared, and is that declaration kept secret from other teams? Stephen, you can't keep it secret. All of these Michelin tyres, borrowing technology from road heavy goods vehicle tyres, have got RFID chips embedded in them, and when they drive out through the pit lane, either side of the car there's an RFID chip scanner, and so I can look down at my timing screen now and tell you that Robert Frines is on 14 lap old medium tyres, and that Sebastian Buemi is on 27 lap old medium tyres. And for example, Philip Hansen has got 2 mediums on the front, a hard on the left rear, a medium on the right rear, and the fronts are 33 laps old and the backs are 34. And in fact, a bigger split than that is Andre Lotterer on mediums in the number 17 Genesis Magma Racing GMR 001. His fronts have got 0 laps on and his backs have got 10.
And you're not looking at anything secret there.
No,
you're looking at the internet.
Correct.
It's available to the whole world, John.
Correct, exactly right. It's brilliant I love it because it gives us more opportunity to look at why perhaps there's disparity in pace of cars and who is being clever with their 14 sets of Michelin tyres that they were allocated before the race started. Let's go down to Peter Snowden for a driver database informed pit lane report. Snowy is down at the heart of racing, where I just saw David Richards a moment or two ago.
Yes, he's standing right behind me. He's right there. Just a bit name tag. David has been mentioned on the radio, and we're about. I've got a physio from here, Lucy Brazier, but we're going to come back to that little piece in a minute because Heart of Racing are about to do a pit stop. In fact, the board man is going out right now with a 23 car. So we'll let that go by first, and I'll come back to you, John. But we'll do that in a moment.
Thanks, Peter. So a couple of drive-through penalties dropping in now, Paul. We told you about the Nielsen 20-second stop, and well, effectively no, 20-second added to their next pit stop. They don't have to come in straight away, but there are a couple of drive-throughs. Drive-through penalties aren't anywhere near as prevalent as they used to be a few years ago, and it's actually here. It's not draconian here. But it does cost you a bit of time.
Yeah, it's I think the FIA, ACO trying to make the punishment fit the crime. The offence committed was not respecting double waved yellow flags, and this was a few minutes ago now, about nearly an hour ago, 10 past 10. We're now coming up 5 to 11, so it's 3/4 of an hour ago. Stop faffing about. It's the EDEX Sport Car 28, which was being driven by Valerio Minicelli at the time, and then the other car that was affected as an incident at the same time was for the Peugeot number 93, which had Stoffel Vandoorn at the wheel at the time of the offence. So they will both have to make drive-through penalties in order to pay for their indiscretion. Most likely the answer is going to be that because they either the double wave yellow was shown right at the last minute or it was unsighted, the penalty wasn't more draconian than that. But as I say, we'll see the EDEX Sport Oreca coming through in just a few moments for a drive-through penalty.
We talk about manufacturers and cars and drivers having long histories here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. What about teams? ProDrive, 25 consecutive years of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. David Richards, the man at the top of ProDrive, is with Peter Snowden in the pit lane.
David, you're a busy man. You're always a busy man. I've heard a rumour that you don't actually sleep. But lovely to see you again here in the Heart of Racing team, and synonymous with Aston Martin for me, something close to my heart and yours, a brand anyway.
Yeah, no, it's Aston Martin's been here for donkey's years, and it's in the blood. It's part of the DNA of Aston Martin going motor racing, and nowhere better to do that than Le Mans.
And you're taking corporate guests around at the moment and just introduce them to what it's like?
Yes, I've got a few friends here this weekend. I stand back, let the team get on with things. So they do a great job without me. So I just enjoy taking some friends around, showing them what goes on behind the scenes.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure you know everything that's going on.
I try my best.
Thoughts for the different entries you've got this weekend in Heart of Racing? You've got different categories. Thoughts?
Well, no, it's early days yet. We've got a long night ahead of us now. And the GT3 cars look very strong. The Lexus ahead of us is also looking pretty good. Valkyrie's not quite there yet, but they've got another Evolution coming next year, so I think we'll see them back up again next year.
David, thank you so much for your time, and lovely to see you again.
Great to see you. Thanks.
I have to say, John, the Valkyrie, I mean, David glossed over it a little bit, but considering where they were last year, they flattered only to deceive in the free practice and the qualifying sessions, because they were right up there, seemingly on the pace. One of the free practice sessions, indeed the test day, was headed by an Aston Martin Valkyrie. So it's slightly disappointing to see them languishing that far down the list. 14th and 15th, Harry Tinknell in the 007, Marco Sorensen at the moment in the 009, but both of the Valkyries have dropped off the lead lap. And on the subject of that, both of the Peugeots are off the lead lap as well. Stoffel van Dorn just taking that drive-through penalty, and Malte Jacobsen in the 94 car. Both of those cars have dropped a lap behind. And if I was a French manufacturer looking for a car to retire rather than Alpine, I'd be thinking that Peugeot should maybe be pulling out.
So the tires still seem in the window, but I would still think that it might be interesting to try slightly smaller cuts, slightly lower Alpha 9. Copy.
Smaller cuts.
Yeah, not taking as much curb.
Oh, I see.
I reckon that's, if I was being told that, that's what I would be thinking. Don't get the tyres so far over the curbs. We're on a set of 27 lap old tyres. He's only half a second away from Robin Frein, so he's right with the BMW now. The two set of headlights going into the Daytona suspend. Now that Nielsen Racing 20-second penalty has been suspended at the moment, so clearly some further investigation going into that, as we have a battle for the lead of the race with 17 hours and a minute to go, coming up to 11 o'clock at night. I've got literally no idea where the time's gone today. Sometimes, even with the excitement of multi-class motor racing, there are times when the time seems to go a bit slowly. It's been absolutely the opposite way around now. We'll just postpone doing the weather update for a moment. Oh, hang on. We've got Buemi on the flasher. He must think he's close enough to Robin Freins to put a bit of pressure on him as they come through the right-hander at Mulsanne. They've got a bit of traffic in front of them, which includes is that an Alpine? That must be Ferdy Habsburg, isn't it? Just trying to stay on the lead lap.
What's interesting here is that this is not the first time that this BMW has been caught by what is clearly a faster car behind him, because a couple of hours ago we had Jack Aitken in the 38 Cadillac doing exactly the same thing to Sheldon van der Linde. And so the BMW is kind of where it is as a result of strategy and the way the pit stop cycles are working. But in terms of pace, it's interesting to note that not only the Cadillac but also the Toyota is quicker.
Just a bit of a wiggle there. Robin Freins getting the rear Michelin's lit up now, coming into the Porsche curves. Traffic involved as well. And it is Ferdy Habsburg who's let the leader go, but unwittingly perhaps he's just blocked up Sebastian Buemi a little bit through the first of the Porsche curves. Coming down with the Ferris wheel on driver's left, and that has split them up a bit, which is a perfect time for us to check the weather here on Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, what a lovely day it's been today, and it's going to be another absolute cracker tomorrow. Dropping down, well, not very much actually. At the moment, we are at 24 Celsius. We're going to lose about another 9 or 10 Celsius to be 13 or 14 overnight. Tomorrow, full sunshine, 31 Celsius, 0 chance of rain, 33 on Monday. And by the way, if we were racing next weekend, the forecast is 35 on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, with a chance of thunderstorms on Saturday.
I was going to say, this is then where thunderstorms start happening, isn't it?
Exactly right. That's your weather. Track temp, 28.6, air temp, 24.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
So I'm down at Heart of Racing Aston, having moved from one side of the garage where I was chatting to David Richards a few minutes ago. In that time, the 009 car came in. I'm going to talk about atmosphere a minute. Atmosphere in the pit lane, where the 009 car had absolutely stinking and smoking brakes and was literally filling the pit lane, so they were glad to get that moving and get some air through it. But atmosphere on the inside of the pit garage is a little bit different. I've caught up with Lucy Brazier, who's the physio for Heart of Racing and team, and we've seen people do exercises and different things. Lucy, you've got a slightly different technique to keep the team occupied during these hours of the race.
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously optimal nutrition, hydration, that sort of thing, all the warm-ups that you see us doing on the television before the pit crews
get to the fun bit.
That's all important, but morale is obviously very important as well. So we've got a couple of games here in the garage. We've got a ring toss game, we've got some top trumps and some cards, just some basic card games, and then a reaction test that we use with the drivers will come down into the garage as well.
But Lucy was showing me, to give some context to this, obviously it's motorsport's competitive, but you've even got a little chart going up, haven't you, like a cool wall of all the mechanics, who's ahead, who's not, what times?
Yeah, we've got a nice little leaderboard going. It's going to get competitive as the night goes on, I think.
And any penalties been applied yet?
Oh, no, not yet. I need to give that some thought, I think.
And what's the prize at the end?
I haven't thought about that yet either. Any ideas?
We've got more work to do on this, haven't we, Lucy?
Yeah, we do.
Work in progress. Lucy, thank you for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Let's just check in at the other end of the pit lane, and we haven't heard yet from Neil Coles down at the other end. Good evening, Neil.
Bonsoir. Yes, good evening. It's funny because I walked through the brake smoke that Snowy was just describing, because I had to pop back to the pit entry and then pop back up to pit exit, which is not an inconsiderable walk. And yeah, I got a lung full of Aston Martin Valkyrie brake dust, which was good. So yeah, it was quiet. Then I just saw a pit stop, and now I'm about to witness another pit stop. I'm up by Toyota, and things are quiet, but we may be getting a car number 8 in at Toyota very, very soon, because there's activity. The well-physioed athletic pit crew are ready and waiting to pounce on the car. So I shall witness this. Yes, I think the number 8 Toyota is in the fast lane of the pit lane and is on its way to me now.
I think that's the BMW number 20.
Of them.
Oh, no,
both of them.
Yeah.
So rather than being a lap later, Buemi has brought the Toyota in on the same lap as Robin Frijns in the BMW, so they're both in the pits at the same time. So Neil will have his hands full. Two cars come in, and it theoretically will be Frijns getting out and handing over the car to René Rast, whereas Sebastian Buemi will be having a fuel-only stop. So I guess this is Buemi having the opportunity to do the jump, because the Toyota pit stop will be quicker than that of the BMW.
That's because of no
tyres.
No tyres. Actually, we're assuming people know why that is the case here, and we shouldn't really. For me, this is the best way for endurance, because you get a genuine time advantage by not changing your tyres. You can put fuel in the car, or you can put tyres on the car. You can't do them both at the same time. The general convention says you put the fuel in first, but I don't think there's actually any regulation that says you have to do that. You could change the tyres. I believe you could change the tyres first and then put the fuel in, but nobody ever seems to do that. Let's go back down to Neil, who's been watching those two stops and watching the driver change in particular at the number 20, where René Rast has taken over from the outgoing driver.
Yeah, I just stalked Robin Frijns back into the debrief room, where he is in the process of debriefing, helmet off, look of concern, and then hand on hip, looking at the data. And I have put in a request to speak to him, and I shall stand by and wait until he's done his short debrief before the big debrief, and then the cool down, and then whatever he does before his next stint. But yeah, it was a pretty smooth pit stop, not as much brake smoke as we saw further down the pit lane, and obviously the Toyota number 8 and this BMW M-Team WRT both very smoothly and quickly back out on track. But I shall update you if I get more than a couple of feet away from Robin and he looks me in the eye and talks to me.
That sounds good to me, Neil. Thank you. Harry Chandler, hello H, how are you doing? He says, I heard you talking about the distance record earlier on. Is it too early? Well, we were on it at 6 hours. It's never too early, because somebody's going to ask him. He says the pace seems fast, minimal interventions, etc. ... I'm off to touch some wood. We talked about it being 100 laps after 6 hours, which would be right on track, possibly a lap or two more than we need. I didn't see what we were in the next hour, but we're only at 118 now. So
no, we're still on. So
still
you
on.
need to be... I do this whatever happens, whether it's this race or any other race, but you need to know the laps per hour figure, and it's 16 2/3 laps per hour. So anything between 16 and 17 keeps you on track. You can have a 16 lap, as long as you get a 17 lap in, slightly more often than you get 16. So we were on 17 laps at the end of the 7th hour. So we are still on schedule. It will go to pieces if we get more slow zones. We've only had one slow zone so far in the 7 hours of the race, and we haven't had any of the other thing.
The other thing. Okay, fine. Earl Bamber leads by 24 seconds for Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota in the 1938. Seb Buemi is second. He's just come back out the pit in Toyota number 8. That's why the lead has changed over. Now, what happened a moment or two ago? All kinds of machinations. And there was a touch between Ferrari, 2 touches on the Ferrari number 50 as he was trying to get past the Felbermeyer car. Now, that was earlier on, I think. And a fantastic save by, I think, Nicholas Nielsen as he was putting laps on cars. We'll sort of try and work that out. And let's get down to the pit lane and speak to Robin Friends from BMW with Neil.
Robin Friends, I just saw you having a quick debrief. I'm guessing that's what it was. You looked serious. Tell us what you were discussing.
Well, I just wondering what the pace like compared to the others. Obviously, you're pretty much alone out there, and you're like, I see the gap 30 seconds in front, and they are closing into behind me. So I didn't particularly feel very strong in the car myself. So I was just wondering like where I was losing it. Obviously, the sister car had an issue. I don't know what kind of issue it had. I just jumped out, but obviously I saw them in front. But I didn't feel so comfortable in the car as I would love.
Right rear puncture, I understand.
That's new to me.
Okay, you should have come to me for the debrief.
Yeah, exactly. Next time I'll call you.
For the sister car, anyway. So, apart from that, just tell us what that stint was like going from day into night, the temperatures dropping.
Well, obviously the sun's going down, heading to Indy 1. So it's difficult to see all those kinks. Obviously, when something is happening, when there's a slow car in front, you basically don't see them at all. That's quite dangerous. But now the sun is completely down, and the view is it's okay now.
So now that you know a bit more what's going on, what kind of intel could you give to René before he got in the car, or none at all?
I think René did a good first stint. He already knows the car pretty well. For me, it was the first time, and did a good job. I mean, he took the lead and drove away a bit. So now it's up to him to see what the car is like. Obviously, the temperature is dropping a bit. If that's good for us, we are going to find out.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
That car back out, Paul, and
medium tyres rather than soft, which is slightly surprising. I think I would have expected it to have gone onto the soft tyres. The Cadillacs having gone onto the soft tyres when they came in for their equivalent stop, and the other car that came in for a stop was the Buemi came in. He's gone out on mediums as well.
Yeah.
So
it's still 28.2 on the track. It's not as if it's not as if it's gone down to 15 degrees. So it's interesting. There's a few people got out on softs when it was still kicking them whatnot away from 30 Celsius.
Early in the stint, I don't think we'll see the difference. But if they try and triple stint, then I think we will see a difference. Now, one of your correspondents asked the question, if you can do a quadruple stint on mediums, does that mean automatically that you can do a quadruple stint on the soft? My answer would be no, because the temperature setting of the soft would be different.
Correct.
And so you would have to get a different
sign-off.
A different sign-off, as it were, because you're doing something different with a different type of tyre. So it may well be that the people who have got onto softs have got onto softs now in order to do a triple. That will take them up to, midnight, and then they can do a quadruple from midnight to 4 o'clock in the morning. Because as you say, John, the temperature hasn't gone down yet. Air temperature is not supposed to reach 14 degrees until 5 o'clock in the morning when the sun, just before the sun comes up. So the coldest part of the night is the time just before the sun comes up. And so, that's where the air will be at its coldest. And I was saying earlier on, that will also be as the sun comes up and we're able to see where we're going a bit better, when we probably see some very fast lap times. And hopefully the cars will be able to benefit from the fact that the track is nicely rubbered in. Although there's been bits of debris spread around, we haven't had to have any more full course yellow periods to enable the marshals to pick those bits of debris up. The other interesting thing which I've just realised I didn't mention before is that although we've had that one full course yellow, I shouldn't say things like this, we've yet to have a slow zone incident. And I know as soon as I say it, one will happen. But it's all contributing to this extremely fast pace. And given the fast pace, makes the reliability even the more remarkable.
Sorry, I was just counting on my fingers there to see how much actual darkness we have. 5:59 is sunrise in the morning, so just a little bit before 6 o'clock in the morning, and just before 10 o'clock tonight was official sunset, so that is pretty much spot on 8 hours of official darkness. I thought it was less than that, if I'm honest.
8 hours is about right for this race of darkness.
Aston Martin Valkyrie from the heart of racing, heading back out, and that is the 009. Marco Sorensen brought it in.
But that is not a routine pit stop, I would suggest.
Well, that was a set of tyres, so maybe they had a tyre issue, Paul.
Possibly so. So Marco had been out for 2 full stints, but then did 4 laps before coming into the pits again. So that one is clearly a bit of an issue for the 009. It is Marco who stayed behind the wheel, but as I say, with a stint of only 4 laps under his belt before he goes back out again.
So that's something for our pit lane team, informed as they are by the all-new driver database, driverdb.com, to find out. Aston Martin means that the fact that I've used the words Aston and Martin in close proximity. Peter Snowden will be there. The 007s come in as well, Harry Tinknell. Also Daniel Hunkadea in the number 19 Genesis Magma racing car. BMW of Kevin Magnussen. Investor in the Le Mans Football Club, along with Felipe Massa and Novak Djokovic, amongst others. Thibaut Courtois, who I made French the other day, and of course I know he was Belgian national goalkeeper. Apologies for that. Oh, BMW in the garage. This is the number 15. This is the one that was already delayed. We'll get to Neil in a moment, but let's take an update from the Valkyrie in Heart of Racing and Peter Snowden.
Yeah, the 007 car, I'll come back to 009 in a minute for you, but the 007 car's just had a rear wing change, and the end plate on the offside, the front of it is quite heavily damaged, like it's obviously something has hit it. It's almost bird strike. It's on the front end of it, if that makes any sense.
I can tell you, Peter, that it had a huge lock-up at Mulsanne Corner a few minutes ago and ran long. So whether it hit something or there's something more, something slightly worse going on, I'm not sure with that one. So that was the 009 you were talking about?
No, that was the 007.
007, okay.
Which its brakes were a lot cooler, by the way, at standstill than the 009 car. So I will do a little bit more investigative journalism in here and just try and find out what's going on with 007 and 009 for you and come back to you.
I suspect the 009 had flat-spotted tyres after a big lock-up at Mulsanne. Neil is watching some frantic work with a mechanic. Barely sees legs as he's inserting himself into the left-hand side. They've got the front clip off as well. This is quite frantic work that's going on now.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a shock because the car came up into the apron of the garage, and then it looked like it was a last-minute decision to swing it round on the trolleys and back it in. And there's work going front and back. And when I can, when it's less frantic, I'll try and find out what's going on. But they're actually stripping out stuff from within the cockpit as well, screwing those off. Not just the driver's seat, but the elements under the driver's seat are coming out. There's plenty going on to try and see what the problem is with this car.
This is the car that was delayed earlier on, Paul. It's had a couple of incidents. Dries Van Tour had the clash with the DKR Engineering car number 3, but it was the merest of touches, but it just seemed to have hit the BMW in an awkward place. And as I say, when they tried to put the rear deck on, they found it didn't fit properly because the mounting point on the gearbox had come adrift, and so they had to fix the mounting point on the gearbox in order to get the rear deck on. But there's just something, when the car was going on its formation lap, it was clear that Kevin Magnussen, who was in the car at the start, wasn't happy with something. And it's almost as if that car, as occasionally happens, sometime between qualifying and the race, gets a little bug or a gremlin that gets in there, and you know how I talk to cars, something just gets in and upsets the car. And that BMW has reduced their challenge, the Team WRT challenge, to just one car out of 2, whereas the Cadillacs have still got all 3 of their cars running. They've got the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota team cars running in 1 and 3, and the Wayne Taylor example is currently in 5th place. And we know as well that the Cadillacs are quicker than the remaining BMW. Robin Frijns wasn't at all comfortable with his BMW, and it's these kind of flavours. You get the sense that BMW are struggling just a little bit, even though they're still up there and challenging. The Cadillacs are pretty solid so far. I'm just going to let that lie for a moment. Peter Snowden, he promised that he would find out what had happened to that wing end plate on the 007. What can you tell us, Peter?
Well, you're not going to quite believe this. Remember I said it was slightly